Chapter 1. Stephen Cowie's Fury. Stephen? He is merely a soft, elementary school player who drifts around the perimeter, shooting threes without any real confrontation. Griffin? His lack of height and size ensures that I can easily dominate him, and he is nothing more than a brutish dunker. Do not question me, I speak only the truth. Last year during March Madness, we eliminated both Stephen and Griffin in consecutive matches, winning each by more than 10 points. They pose no threat to us. Stephen has been crowned the national scoring champion this year. That is merely a product of absolute ball dominance. Whether it's I, Cheng, or AJ, if we were given sufficient possession, our statistics would undoubtedly surpass those of Stephen. The beastly power forward Griffin? Should the University of Oklahoma reach the semifinals, let the twin brothers Tyler and Blake Griffin take the court together. I will show them who truly deserves the title of the NCAA's premier center. North Carolina? While they produced a single Jordan, that is all they have. Neither Tyler Hansbrough, their starting center, nor E.D. Davis, the backup center, who both stand at a mere 206 centimeters, can contain me. Last year, we defeated North Carolina in the semifinals, and their fate shall be no different this year. During the pre-game interview, Dongfang Cheng gazed at the pragmatic hashing Thabeet, smiling broadly, as if in full agreement with Thabeet's assertions. Observing the once infamous draft bust, now looking down upon Griffin, who, in his rookie season, made the All-Star game, and dismissing future NBA three-point king Stephen. Dongfang Cheng felt an inexplicable amusement that in this timeline, hashing Thabeet had indeed turned things around. Yet despite Dongfang Cheng's apparent endorsement of Thabeet, the reporters from North Carolina were unrelenting in their pursuit of him. Cheng, everyone knows you are a prodigy, both academically and athletically. You have consistently advanced a grade each year, achieving scores, and you have been competing against older peers aged 23 years your senior. Nevertheless, your performance on the court is not inferior to Thabeet's. It is well known that Coach Jim has never devised specific strategies for you. How significant do you believe the targeting by Coach Jim and Thabeet is in your case? The questions from the North Carolina reporter were acutely incisive, laden with traps. Is this a backdoor tactic? Dongfang Cheng mused inwardly. Just as Jason Kidd, the Mavericks coach in the original timeline, claimed Jaylen Brown was the true leader of the Celtics, was this an attempt to incite internal conflict within the Tar Heels? However, one must admit that this tactic proved effective. Dongfang Cheng noticed that Coach Jim Calhoun and teammate Hashim Thabeet's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing the North Carolina reporter's inquiry that in the original timeline, Dongfang Cheng was merely a struggling individual who had clinched the first Olympic gold for others, while he himself celebrated his first silver on screen. However, in this alternate reality, he has matured early and will not fall for the divisive provocations easily. Firstly, I have never been targeted. Secondly, the data is inconsequential. Our collective aim as the Eskimo Dogs team is to secure the championship. Lastly, Thabeet is undeniably the leader and the absolute core of our team. Dongfang Cheng responded to the North Carolina reporter, deftly sidestepping the verbal traps laid before him and showing no inclination to contest Thabeet's position as the team leader. Dongfang Cheng has time on his side, and this season, Thabeet is the singular focal point of the Eskimo Dogs, a consensus shared by all team members, including head coach Jim Calhoun. His words elicited satisfied smiles from both Coach Calhoun and teammate Thabeet. Though Dongfang Cheng might not outshine Thabeet in a competition for leadership, his response clearly showcased the unity within the Eskimo Dogs. All right, this pregame interview segment concludes here. My players, and I must now proceed to warm up. Coach Jim Calhoun said, casting a sharp glance at the North Carolina reporter who had just asked the question. After last year's disappointing season, Coach Calhoun had exerted considerable effort to persuade Thabeet and A.J. Price to remain for another year. This season, the University of Connecticut aims for the championship, and no mishaps can be tolerated. Cheng, do you know who sent those reporters? Kemba Walker quietly inquired, approaching Dongfang Cheng during the warm-up. Despite Kemba Walker becoming a star after joining the NBA in the original timeline, he had spent his freshman year as a bench warmer at the University of Connecticut. In this timeline, with Dongfang Cheng's presence enhancing the team's strength, Walker currently occupies a minor role, sitting on the bench alongside other supporting players. I have no idea. Both Davidson College, whom we are about to face, and the University of North Carolina, whom we defeated last year and now regard as our greatest hypothetical adversary, are based in North Carolina. Walker, let's not overthink it. As long as we are strong enough and united in purpose, focusing our efforts together, we will crush all our foes. Dongfang Cheng stood beyond the three-point line, tossing the basketball into the hoop with a smile. Hearing his words, Kemba Walker also smiled faintly. Indeed, as long as they are strong and united, All adversaries are trivial concerns. No one seemed to notice the subtle change in Dongfang Cheng at that moment. Or perhaps some did, yet no one chose to ponder it deeply. Elementary school student. The future god of three-pointers. Before you mature, accept my affection, just as you did last year. Dongfang Cheng's gaze shifted towards Stephen Curry, who was warming up on the other half of the court. Today marked the final encounter between Dongfang Cheng and this future three-point deity in the NCAA, and Dongfang Cheng was determined to conclude with a perfect flourish. With a sharp whistle, the game commenced. The University of Connecticut successfully secured the tip-off, gaining the first offensive opportunity. Apart from Stephen Curry, Davidson College boasted no formidable players. A.J. Price orchestrated the play, with Dongfang Cheng already extending his hands for the ball in the front court. Dongfang Cheng had begun his sprint toward the offensive end even before Thabeet executed the jump ball. He trusted his teammates, after all. Thabeet, standing at an imposing 220 centimeters, was an NCAA powerhouse. Faced with a relatively anonymous center from Davidson College, the probability of the University of Connecticut seizing the first offensive opportunity was over 90. This season, the core figures for the University of Connecticut were Thabeet, Dongfang Cheng, and A.J. Price. With no defenders in the front court, an opportunity presented itself for Dongfang Cheng, as A.J. Price launched a long pass directly into the unguarded paint. Everyone anticipated a thunderous dunk from Dongfang Cheng, but to their surprise, he cradled the ball and sprinted towards the corner instead. Upon reaching the corner, he did not attempt a shot, but held the ball, gazing at the Davidson College players who had halted just across half-court, seemingly challenging them. "It'll give you a ball, come and defend." How outrageous! The Davidson College players were enraged. Time was of the essence. They initially had no intention of returning to defense, waiting for Dongfang Cheng to effortlessly score before the change of possession and the commencement of the next round. But now, Dongfang Cheng had pulled this stunt. It was something that could be tolerated by an uncle, but not by an aunt. It could be endured by a grandfather, but not by a grandmother. Furious, the Davidson College players immediately converged on him. However, just as they closed in, with only a step separating them from Dongfang Cheng, he suddenly gathered the ball and shot from the corner. Swish! The ball went in. "Stephen, the first three-pointer of this game is mine," Dongfang Cheng remarked to the astonished Davidson College players as he approached Stephen Curry. Observing the bewildered elementary school student, Dongfang Cheng felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment and exhilaration. How outrageous! The Davidson College players were infuriated. What has come over Senior Cheng? Kemba Walker, seated on the bench, was taken aback by the scene. Dongfang Cheng's current behavior starkly contrasted with his usual amiable persona. This was blatant provocation. Surprised? Are you? I was equally astonished last year. I wonder if Cheng has a grudge against Stephen and the others. Last year, he was an exceptionally amiable straight-A student, yet when confronted with certain individuals, his demeanor would shift dramatically, becoming unrecognizable. This was particularly evident when facing Stephen and Davidson College. An elder beside Kemba Walker responded. This sentiment resonated with many of the older members of the University of Connecticut Huskies. However, each time they inquired about Dongfang Cheng, he merely smiled and let it pass, gradually leading others to cease their questions, while various speculations began to circulate. Certain individuals? Kemba Walker directed his gaze toward his senior, who, like him, could only occupy a spot on the bench. Indeed, aside from the Davidson College led by Stephen, there are the Griffin brothers steering the University of Oklahoma and DeMar DeRozan at the helm of the University of Southern California. When Cheng encountered these three teams last year, he transformed. Furthermore, there's Arizona State University, featuring James Harden, which also piqued Cheng's inexplicable interest. Unfortunately, Arizona State did not make it to March Madness last year, and this year they were eliminated in the second round, leaving us uncertain whether Cheng would change in their presence. However, given his extraordinary fascination with James Harden and Arizona State, I suspect that should they meet, Cheng would likely revert to that altered state. The senior beside Kemba replied, "I see." With that, their attention returned to the court. What transpired next was a furious outburst from the players of Davidson College. In a fit of rage, they vented their frustration. If anger could affect change, then what need would there be for skill? The so-called momentum and willpower only play a role when the two teams are relatively evenly matched. When the disparity in strength is too great, such notions as will and anger become utterly futile. Instead, the relentless pursuit of an unattainable opponent often leads to a gradual loss of spirit. Such was the case with Davidson College at present. Although Stephen remained filled with fighting spirit, his teammates lacked his tenacity that in the original timeline. Without Dongfang Cheng, the University of Connecticut reached the Final Four, while Stephen Key's Davidson College fell short, unable to progress beyond the Sweet 16. Moreover, in this timeline, the University of Connecticut has gained Dongfang Cheng, who can almost match Stephen's prowess to be why halftime, Davidson College trailed Connecticut by merely 10 points. However, initial momentum often dwindles. Witnessing their inability to catch up, the players of Davidson College predictably lost their fighting spirit, with the deficit in the second half ballooning to over 30 points. Let us depart. There is no longer any necessity to continue watching. With the formidable interior presence of Thabeet, the sharp perimeter skills of Dongfang Cheng, and the orchestrating prowess of A.J. Price, not to mention the presence of Kemba Walker on the bench, the University of Connecticut is undeniably formidable. Although Stephen possesses remarkable shooting accuracy, he lacks the physicality to contend, and it is indeed an insurmountable challenge when faced with such overwhelming odds. The disparity in the score was monumental, prompting many fans to vacate their seats prematurely. Beep. The final whistle sounded, signaling the conclusion of the match. 87-57, the University of Connecticut ruthlessly triumphed over Davidson College with a staggering 30-point margin. Stephen, the future is yours. Following the game, Dongfang Cheng approached Stephen Curry and uttered these words. Upon hearing this, Stephen Curry was instantly consumed by rage, a fury that was impossible to contain. As the 2007 NBA Finals concluded, Duncan's words had already become a celebrated adage within the basketball community, serving as both a taunt from victors to vanquished and an encouragement from elders to their juniors, albeit some fans of the Big Fundamental and King supporters perceived it as a benign motivational remark. However, when uttered by the legendary Duncan, born in April 1976, directed at the younger LeBron, born in December 1984, it could be interpreted as an encouraging nudge from an elder to a younger peer. Fu. Dongfang Cheng, born in December 1991, was over 3 years junior to Stephen Curry, born in March 1988. This could only be seen as a derision, and nothing but derision. A blatant mockery. Even the gentle and composed Stephen Curry could not suppress his ire at this moment. He ripped the towel from around his neck and, with a grim expression, retreated to the locker room. Had it not been for his concern for his image and his slender physique, Stephen Curry would have undoubtedly thrown a punch at Dongfang Cheng. Dongfang Cheng's actions were indeed provocative and shattered his previous persona. But who could blame him for reveling in this? In the original timeline, Dongfang Cheng could only watch as others flaunted their prowess, while he himself had to bow down for mere scraps. Now, with the opportunity at hand, Dongfang Cheng was determined to fulfill the whims of his past life and exhibit all that he had previously been denied. To live without abandon would be to squander the divine recompense for his rebirth. Chapter 2. Content to be a supporting player, courageously seizing the championship. After a few days of respite, in the next game, the University of Connecticut faced opponents devoid of familiar stars that Dongfang Cheng had previously admired. He returned to his accustomed role as a blue-collar second-in-command. Relinquishing the pursuit of ball dominance and minimizing his attempts, he entrusted the basketball to Thabeet and A.J. Price, both of whom were poised to enter the NBA draft, allowing them to shine while he focused primarily on defense and support. In this match, Dongfang Cheng played for 32.3 minutes, achieving 5 out of 7 shooting, with a contribution of 10 points, 5 assists, and 5 rebounds. In the subsequent match, the opponent is the renowned Duke University, led by the illustrious Coach K from 2 different timelines. However, this team currently lacks the renowned NBA stars that emerged in the original timeline. Eastern Cheng continues to prioritize defense and support, achieving an impressive 5 out of 7 shooting, including 1 of 2 from three-point range and a perfect 2 for 2 from the free throw line, amassing 13 points, 6 assists, and 5 rebounds. Despite the limitations of strength, even without vying for ball possession, Eastern Cheng's performance significantly overshadowed that of A.J. Price, exhibiting greater efficiency than the towering interior player Thabeet, while reducing his shot attempts. Every shot became a prime opportunity or an open look, leading to a natural increase in his shooting percentage. Sweet 16, Elite 8, and Final Four in the semifinals, Eastern Cheng was finally met with a familiar NBA star Blake Griffin in this match. The first overall pick Blake Griffin and the second overall pick Thabeet engaged in a compelling showdown. However, during this encounter, the twin brothers Taylor and Blake Griffin successfully contained Thabeet in the paint, while A.J. Price experienced a breakout performance, shooting with remarkable fervor. The once reliable Dongfang Cheng found himself in solitude. Point guard A.J. Price transformed into a shooting guard, leaving the responsibility of orchestrating the team's offensive strategies solely on Dongfang Cheng's shoulders. Coupled with the relentless presence of twin brothers Taylor and Blake Griffin, along with Thabeet entangled in the paint, Dongfang Cheng managed to secure numerous rebounds. In this match, Dongfang Cheng remarkably came close to achieving a triple-double, finishing with a flawless shooting record of 5 for 5, including 1 for 1 from three-point range, accumulating 11 points, 10 rebounds, and 9 assists, an impressive near triple-double performance. However, the true star of the game was A.J. Price, who dominated the court with 35 points on 15 of 25 shooting. Ultimately, the Yukon Huskies triumphed with a staggering 18-point advantage over the Oklahoma State University, led by the Griffin brothers. On the evening of April 7, 2009, the game commenced at 9 p.m., and the arena resonated with cheers. In addition to the die-hard fans of North Carolina and Yukon, local enthusiasts flocked to purchase tickets, resulting in a full house with no empty seats. March Madness lived up to its name. Moreover, this was the climactic finale of March Madness. March Madness refers to the NCAA Division I Men's Basketball Championship, a postseason tournament that employs a single elimination format, rendering it exceptionally ruthless with no margin for error. Typically held in March each year, it has earned the moniker March Madness, often abbreviated as Madness. In the United States, this phenomenon garners even greater popularity than the NBA, as many fans believe that college athletes embody a more genuine spirit than their professional counterparts. The final match has garnered significant attention for two compelling storylines. After last year's disheartening defeat, will the University of Connecticut, maintaining its entire roster, break the curse and triumph? Meanwhile, the alma mater of the basketball deity, the University of North Carolina, after being vanquished by Connecticut in last year's Final Four, has also retained its entire team. Can they orchestrate a miraculous comeback, avenging their loss and overcoming the formidable Yukon Huskies? Fight, fight, fight. The fervent fans of the Yukon Huskies, who have reached the NCAA championship final for 2 consecutive years, shout with exhilaration as they stand just one step away from reclaiming the coveted championship trophy. In the center of the court, Dongfang Cheng maintains an outwardly composed demeanor, yet internally grapples with a sense of gravity. The North Carolina team proves to be a formidable opponent. Paired against Wayne Ellington of the University of North Carolina Tar Heels, he managed to score 17 points in the first half, establishing a 21-point lead for North Carolina by halftime. Ultimately, North Carolina triumphed over their adversaries with a score of 89-72, and Wayne Ellington was named the Most Outstanding Player, MOP, of the semifinal. Containing Wayne Ellington without absolute ball control, ensuring that every possession is effectively utilized, is crucial for the University of Connecticut's victory. After all, they had previously shown against Davidson College, led by Stephen Curry, when Thabeet and A.J. Price generously shared the ball with the Eastern team. This time, Dongfang can no longer vie for possession with Thabeet and A.J. Price. This marks the final game of the NCAA season, where Thabeet and A.J. Price have confirmed their participation in the 2009 NBA draft. Thabeet and A.J. Price are far more in need of striking performances and statistics on the court than Eastern Cheng, who must exert greater effort defensively. Thus, following the tip-off, a scene unfolds where a yellow-skinned player tirelessly chases Wayne Ellington across the court. Under Eastern Cheng's defense, by halftime, Wayne Ellington has managed only 3 shooting opportunities, making 1 of 3 attempts and scoring a mere 2 points. By stifling the opponent's primary scoring option, the overall performance of other players and the execution of the team's strategy are inevitably affected. As the first half concludes, the University of Connecticut leads the University of North Carolina by 3 points, 35-32. North Carolina possesses considerable strength this year, featuring Tyler Hansbrough, a 206cm center selected 13th overall by the Pacers in 2009, Ty Lawson, and 183cm guard chosen 18th by the Timberwolves in 2009, Wayne Ellington, and 183cm shooting guard picked 28th by the Timberwolves in 2009, Danny Green, a 198cm small forward selected 46th in the second round by the Cavaliers in 2009, and Deon Thompson, a 203cm power forward who went undrafted in 2010. In addition to this formidable starting 5, the bench includes Ed Davis, a 206cm power forward taken 13th by the Raptors in 2010. However, with Eastern Cheng's addition, the University of Connecticut's strength is equally formidable. In the original timeline, Connecticut reached the Final Four, and this alternate timeline boasts the highly regarded Eastern Cheng, projected as a top 10 pick in next year's draft. As the second half begins, the scores for Connecticut and North Carolina gradually rise, yet Connecticut maintains a lead of 1 to 5 points. This modest margin keeps North Carolina hopeful for a comeback. Despite this slight deficit, North Carolina finds itself unable to close the gap, as if an insurmountable chasm separates them. As the game nears its climax, with Thabeet's dunk hitting the rim, the rebound is seized by North Carolina's Tyler Hansbrough, prompting the North Carolina coach to call their final timeout. With 5 seconds remaining and a 2-point deficit, North Carolina faces one last opportunity to seize victory, should they aim for a 2-point shot to force overtime, or gamble on a 3-pointer for the win. This challenge not only requires swift decision-making from the head coach of North Carolina, but also poses a conundrum for Jim Calhoun, the coach of Connecticut. It signifies the strategy that Connecticut must adopt to counter the final offensive thrust. Today, North Carolina managed only 3 successful 3-point attempts out of 17, making their chances of scoring from beyond the arc rather slim. Thus, our defensive focus must be on the paint and mid-range shots. Thabeet, you must fortify the paint. Ultimately, Jim Calhoun opted for a strategy centered around protecting the key area. Before concluding, he cast a knowing glance at Thabeet. Had it not been for the Thabeet's thunderous dunk that echoed throughout the arena, Connecticut could have secured victory much earlier. However, the reality was set. Jim Calhoun could not blame the Thabeet. Instead, he needed to offer reassurance and unwavering trust. After all, Connecticut's defense relied heavily on Thabeet, their formidable guardian. Rest assured, coach, leave the paint to me, Thabeet assured, exhibiting the mental fortitude expected of a semi-professional athlete. A mere 20 seconds later, the brief timeout concluded, and the game resumed. North Carolina commenced their play. Jim Calhoun's intuition was correct. North Carolina's initial strategy was indeed to play for a higher success rate, aiming to extend the game into overtime. However, with Calhoun's accurate prediction, Connecticut's defense was bolstered not only by the towering Thabeet at 220 centimeters, but also by robust forwards. North Carolina found it impossible to penetrate. With no 3-second defensive rule in NCAA, Connecticut's Giants could comfortably hold their ground in the paint for 5 seconds until the match concluded. In the final second, with all 3 of Connecticut's big men congesting the key, Wayne Ellington finally managed to shake off Dongfang Cheng's relentless defense and found an open space through a series of screens. After creating separation, Ellington immediately called for the ball. With no opportunity in the paint, Tyler Hansbrough passed the ball to Ellington. Upon receiving it, Ellington swiftly shot. Only 0.3 seconds remained. At the moment of his release, a figure suddenly soared diagonally, utilizing his leaping ability and wingspan to deflect the shot. Just before the basketball went out of bounds, the clock ticked to 0.3 seconds. The score solidified at 74-72. The highly favored University of Connecticut lived up to expectations, clinching the championship. Throughout the match, Dongfang Cheng humbly played a supporting role, but that final block finally brought him into the spotlight of many fans. Over the course of the game, Cheng shot 5 of 8, with 1 of 2 from 3-point range and 2 successful free throws, amassing 13 points, 4 assists, 6 rebounds, 4 steals, and 3 blocks, showcasing remarkable efficiency with a comprehensive stat line. Even while primarily focused on limiting Wayne Ellington, Cheng's performance remained commendable as a second option on an NCAA caliber team. This is the current strength of Dongfang Cheng. This match serves as a microcosm of Dongfang Cheng's performance throughout the entire season. Aside from the game against Stephen Curry, Dongfang Cheng often relinquished opportunities to shine, allowing his more eager and data-hungry teammates to take the spotlight, while he himself adopted a rather lackadaisical approach to the game. In advantageous situations, he played the role of a slacker, yet when circumstances became dire, he would step in to salvage the situation. Though he projected an air of nonchalance, he was far from inept. This style of play prompted initial inquiries from journalists questioning whether Dongfang Cheng was facing undue pressure from head coach Jim Calhoun and team cornerstone Thabeet. While the reporters seemed intent on sowing discord, there must have been some basis for their insinuations. Ultimately, this year's Most Outstanding Player award was predictably bestowed upon the team's linchpin, Thabeet, who recorded an impressive 18 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 blocks during the match. Born in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, in February 1987, Thabeet initially pursued soccer until he took up basketball at the age of 15. Later relocating to Houston to undergo formal training. His introduction to basketball was notably later than Dongfang Cheng's. Even after being reborn as an orphan and opting for a career in professional sports, Dongfang Cheng commenced his basketball training at the tender age of 10. Just as he entered middle school, this foresight and planning for the future is one of the advantages of his rebirth. In contrast, Thabeet's late entry into specialized training coupled with his inability to maintain the same level of mental focus as Dongfang Cheng, rendered his basketball skills rather rudimentary. It can be said that Thabeet has largely relied on his towering height, 220 centimeters, and physicality to navigate the sport. Such a state may enable Thabeet to excel in the NCAA. However, upon entering the more competitive realm of the NBA, he is likely to encounter significant challenges. In the original timeline, this was indeed the case. After joining the NBA, Thabeet quickly fell from grace, becoming notorious as one of the most disappointing second overall picks in history, with his most illustrious season being his rookie year, during which he averaged merely 3.1 points, 3.6 rebounds, and 0.2 assists. Yet, in the NCAA, whether in the original timeline or this one, Thabeet was anything but underwhelming. Although the NCAA serves as a talent reservoir for the NBA, certain distinctions undeniably persist. In the original timeline, Thabeet similarly joined the University of Connecticut in 2006, representing the institution in the NCAA tournament and gradually establishing himself as the cornerstone of the Huskies' frontcourt. During the 2006 to 2007 season, Thabeet participated in 31 games, averaging 24.6 minutes on the court, contributing 6.2 points, 6.4 rebounds, and 3.8 blocks per game. He was named to the All-Rookie team of the Big East Conference for that season. In the 2007 to 2008 season, Thabeet played in 32 games, averaging 31.0 minutes, with a contribution of 10.5 points, 7.9 rebounds, and 4.5 blocks per game. He earned a spot on the All-Big East second team and was honored as the Big East Defensive Player of the Year. During the 2008 to 2009 season, Thabeet took to the court in 36 games, averaging 31.8 minutes, delivering 13.6 points, 10.8 rebounds, and 4.2 blocks per game. He was selected for the All-Big East first team and was recognized as both the Player of the Year and the Defensive Player of the Year in the Big East, thanks to his remarkable performance that led the Huskies to the Final Four in March Madness. Thabeet declared for the NBA draft in 2009, where he was chosen second overall by the Memphis Grizzlies. In this timeline, due to the presence of Dongfang Cheng, who attracted considerable attention in defensive schemes, Thabeet's performance in the NCAA was even more formidable. After all, in the original timeline, the Huskies lacked a capable shooting guard to alleviate the scoring pressure on Thabeet. In this timeline, during the 2006 to 2007 season, Thabeet was minimally impacted as Dongfang Cheng had not yet entered college. However, in the 2007 to 2008 season, with Cheng's arrival, the Huskies advanced to the NCAA Finals, resulting in the Heat competing in 36 games, averaging 32.5 minutes, with 11.6 points, 8.5 rebounds, and 4.3 blocks per game. He was named to the All-Big East first team and awarded both the Player of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year honors. In the championship-winning season of 2008 to 2009, Thabeet participated in all 37 games, averaging 32.3 minutes, and achieving 15.3 points, 11.2 rebounds, and 4.3 blocks per game. He once again secured a place on the All-Big East first team and repeated his accolades as Player of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year. Whether considering his performance in the finals or his season averages, the Most Outstanding Player award presented to Thabeet was not intended as a slight towards Dongfang Cheng. Nor was it akin to the Iguodala Award, as Cheng played a style characterized by sound basketball principles and selflessness on the court. Certainly, this season, even if Dongfang Cheng strives, he cannot surpass the competition. Chapter 3. Dongfang Cheng elevates his teammates after reaching the NCAA Finals last year and becoming the top contender for the championship. The venerable coach Jim Calhoun made a promise to Thabeet to retain him for another year in pursuit of the elusive third championship. In the 2008 to 2009 season, Thabeet would be the unequivocal core and sole leader of the Huskies, a position that no one could contest. Unlike the NBA, where coaches often find themselves overshadowed by star players, becoming little more than caretakers, NCAA coaches wield absolute authority over their players. Moreover, this promise came from the legendary Jim Calhoun, who has presided over the University of Connecticut Huskies for over 2 decades since the 1986 to 87 season. He led the team to NCAA championship victories in both 1999 and 2004, with last year marking the pursuit of a third title. In essence, within the Huskies, Jim Calhoun is akin to a deity, his word unassailable. With Calhoun's assurance, Thabeet received significant tactical advantages in the 2008 to 2009 season. naturally, to placate Dongfang Cheng. The talented guard and second-in-command, Calhoun also promised that in the 2009-10 season, Dongfang Cheng would become the undisputed core and sole leader of the Huskies, just as Thabeet had in the preceding year. To this, Dongfang Cheng acquiesced, recognizing that opposition would be futile. Furthermore, since the 2005-2006 season mandates that a player must be at least 19 years old to enter the NBA draft, even if Dongfang Cheng altered his birth date to December 31, 1991, he would not be eligible to enter the draft until 2010, allowing him ample time. Additionally, it was evident that his teammate Thabeet had made considerable sacrifices. Despite the University of Connecticut Huskies emerging as the top contenders, yet ultimately falling short in the NCAA Finals, Thabeet himself did not suffer defeat. He was projected as a top 5 pick in the 2008 NBA draft. Choosing to remain in college for another year introduced a multitude of uncertainties. Until the outcome was certain, even Dongfang Cheng, reborn as he might be, could not guarantee a championship victory. Injuries and performance fluctuations could significantly impact the outcome in competitive sports. While the NBA draft favors immediate impact players, it also prioritizes potential. If Thabeet were to stay in college for an additional year, he would age another year. And the draft prospects could shift unpredictably. Whether one views Dongfang Cheng as selfish or indifferent to team honor is subjective. If we were to place Dongfang Cheng and Thabeet in a similar situation, it is certain that Dongfang Cheng would not make the decision to play for another year like Thabeet did, assuming their personal capabilities remained unchanged. Fortunately, during the 2008-2009 season, the University of Connecticut, having retained all members from the previous year's championship finalist team, triumphantly claimed the NCAA March Madness title as the frontrunner. However, there are concerns regarding the following season. Although Thabeet, who led the team to the finals last year and was named the most outstanding player this year, is only a junior, he has already emerged as the top prospect for the 2009 NBA draft and cannot afford to stay for another year. He has officially declared for the 2009 draft. Moreover, A.J. Price, the key point guard for the Huskies, who joined the University of Connecticut in 2005 and is now a senior, has also announced his intention to enter the 2009 draft after averaging 2 points and 1 assist in the 2008-2009 season. Major draft websites in the United States are optimistic about this 188 centimeters championship team's starting point guard being selected in the latter part of the first round. In addition to A.J. Price, the starting power forward, 198 centimeters Jeff Adrien, is also a senior and has registered for the 2009 draft. Due to the University of Connecticut's impressive back-to-back appearances in the finals and their championship victory this year, draft analysts predict he will be chosen in the latter part of the second round. Furthermore, Stanley Robinson, a 206 centimeters swingman in his junior year, has returned to the team after missing the first semester of the season due to personal issues, rejoining on December 14, 2008. Nevertheless, because of the championship win, draft websites predict that if he enters the draft this year, he will be selected towards the end of the first round. Remarkably, Stanley Robinson's draft stock is reportedly higher than that of Jeff Adrien and nearly on par with A.J. Price, which suggests that the NBA, often dubbed the League of Giants, continues to favor and trust taller players. Dongfang Cheng's teammates, in this timeline's draft predictions, are faring better than their counterparts in the original timeline. Thabeet, who was initially projected as the second overall pick in the original timeline, has now become the consensus first overall pick in this timeline, though it remains uncertain whether the final outcome will surpass that of the previous reality. In this timeline, will the Los Angeles Clippers, similarly holding the coveted first overall pick, ultimately opt for Blake Griffin as they did in the original timeline? Or will they reconsider and choose Thabeet instead? In this regard, the predictions from Eastern Chengdu appear uncertain. A.J. Price, who was ultimately selected by the Indiana Pacers with the 52nd overall pick in the second round of the original timeline, has seen his draft projections rise to the latter part of the first round in this timeline. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is expected that A.J. Price's final standing in this timeline will surpass that of the original. Jeff Adrien, who never appeared on any major American draft prediction lists in the original timeline, ultimately vanished from the competitive basketball scene. However, in this timeline, as a starting player for a championship team, American draft prediction websites forecast that he will be chosen in the latter part of the second round, marking a significant advancement. it remains uncertain whether any team will ultimately select him. As for Stanley Robinson, who was projected for the early second round in the original timeline, he chose to play another year due to dissatisfaction with his draft prospects. Unfortunately, after the majority of key players departed from the University of Connecticut during the 2009-10 season, he underperformed and went undrafted in the 2010 NBA draft, disappearing from the competitive basketball arena. This may serve as a quintessential example of attempting to remain in school for an additional year, only to ultimately face failure. I wonder if, in this timeline, the projected draft position at the conclusion of the first round would satisfy Stanley Robinson, prompting him to participate in the 2009 NBA draft. Or will he opt to stay in school and play for another year, as he did in the original timeline? Stanley Robinson is currently the only key player from the University of Connecticut's championship-winning Huskies team, whose retention remains uncertain. Among the notable contributors to this year's triumph, Thabeet, A.J. Price, and Jeff Adrian have confirmed their participation in the forthcoming NBA draft. Due to excessive grade skipping and insufficient age, Dongfang Cheng must spend another year in the NCAA. Kemba Walker, who joined Yukon in 2008, has decided to play another season to enhance his draft prospects, as he has not secured a starting position this year, limiting his playing time. His decision to forego competing for the spotlight with Thabeet stems from the assurance given by the venerable coach Jim Calhoun that Walker will be the unequivocal core of the Huskies for the 2009-10 season. Kemba Walker is no ordinary player. In the original timeline, he also entered the University of Connecticut in 2008, completing the entire 2008-2009 season as a backup, aiding the team in reaching the Final Four. In the 2009-10 season, after losing the support of Thabeet and Price, Walker and the Huskies inevitably faced a setback. However, in the subsequent 2010-11 season, Walker led the Huskies to a remarkable resurgence. Against all odds, he guided a team of freshmen to a victory over the Butler Bulldogs on April 5th in Houston, clinching Yukon's third NCAA championship, and was rightfully named the most outstanding player, MOP, of the Final Four. Notably, in this timeline, the Yukon Huskies had already secured their third NCAA championship in the 2008-2009 season. Leveraging the momentum from his championship and MOP title, Walker entered the 2011 NBA draft, where he was selected 9th overall by the Charlotte Bobcats. Throughout his more than a decade-long NBA career, he achieved significant milestones, being named to the NBA All-Third Team in the 2018-19 season and earning All-Star honors in 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020. In the original timeline, Kemba Walker ultimately announced his retirement in 2024. Regardless of perspective, Walker has proven to be a commendable lottery pick in the NBA, and his MOP title cannot be dismissed. The NBA and NCAA are markedly different arenas. Few MOPs from the NCAA after 1990 have made a substantial impact in the NBA, with Carmelo Anthony being one of the most notable from the same era as LeBron James. In contrast, numerous MOPs from antiquity have thrived in the NBA. After all, during that era, there were outstanding MOPs from the losing side, such as the illustrious Chamberlain, renowned for his remarkable feats, including scoring 20,000 points, and the two-time Finals MVP Hakeem Olajuwon, who, regardless of how many times he was selected, could overshadow Jordan to claim the top pick without opening his heavenly eye. Of course, in the ancient and medieval times, there were also victorious MOPs in the NBA, such as the ringmaster Bill Russell and the skyhook Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. However, in the original timeline, after 1990, the highest drafted MOP was Carmelo Anthony, selected as the third pick in 2003, with the assistance of Kemba Walker. Even when the Eskimo Dogs faced the departure of 3 or 4 key players during the 2009-10 season, Eastern Cheng still had the confidence to lead the team to commendable achievements. Moreover, if, akin to the original timeline, Thabeet rapidly faded after entering the NBA, it is conceivable that this year's championship triumph of the University of Connecticut might be attributed by disappointed fans of Thabeet entirely to Eastern Cheng. The public and fans would perceive Thabeet as the MOP elevated by Eastern Cheng. Additionally, with Yao Ming's career nearing its conclusion due to injuries, and with Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu failing to meet the expectations of the Asian market, the NBA executives would naturally begin to ponder whether to select a player of Asian descent to engage the Asian market. These are all foreseeable outcomes. Next year, Dongfang Cheng may very well emerge as a top contender for the first overall pick, much like Thabeet this year. Indeed, it is possible that next year's Dongfang Cheng could be considered on par with the likes of O'Neal, Duncan, LeBron, and Wembanyama as a primary candidate for the top draft spot. However, these notions remain mere daydreams for Dongfang Cheng. The actual trajectory will depend on his performance in the upcoming season. Should he falter next season, it is conceivable that he might drop out of the lottery entirely, or even fall beyond the first round. Nevertheless, as the new season approaches, Dongfang Cheng is confident that he will not disappoint. Times have changed. His physique has begun to mature, and he has already resolved to alter his playing style for the coming season. During his high school years, despite possessing elite athleticism, Dongfang Cheng faced opponents who were predominantly older and physically imposing, often by about 3 years. Relying solely on physical prowess was not advantageous for him. In high school, he primarily focused on rational basketball, statistical efficiency, and gameplay effectiveness. Whenever his teammates were performing well, he would facilitate their play, offering assists and only opting to shoot when the opportunity was optimal. As for driving to the basket and dunking, the young Dongfang Cheng was physically limited and rarely attempted such feats. Even if he could manage it, he would refrain from doing so. To achieve the pinnacle of success in professional sports, one must not only produce impressive statistics, but also safeguard their health to prolong their peak performance. This understanding is deeply ingrained in the reincarnated Dongfang Cheng. Thus, from the moment he decided to enter the world of basketball, he established a principle for himself: to focus on a grounded, team-oriented style of play, minimizing spectacular dunks. While this approach may not be the most visually appealing, it is the most effective means of extending one's career and ultimately attaining victory. After all, relying on physicality in basketball comes with a significant risk: injuries. Moreover, basketball is a team sport. If one player monopolizes the spotlight, what becomes of the others? Despite high emotional intelligence, reality can often lead to discord. Only by providing teammates with opportunities to shine can one foster unity within the team. Dongfang Cheng gleaned profound insights on this matter during his final year of high school. As his grounded playing style matured, he consistently identified the primary scoring option in each game, often winning by simply supporting the main player without expending excessive effort. What is meant by the primary scoring option? In a particular match, the player who excels the most may not necessarily be the team's core member or even a key player. They could very well be a role player or an underutilized athlete. Core stars do not consistently shine in every game, just as role players are not devoid of potential breakout performances. The distinction between core stars and role players lies primarily in the significantly greater likelihood and frequency of the star's explosive performances. To master the art of playing at a foundational level, possessing a keen eye for identifying the primary contributor is indispensable. This aspect may prove challenging for many, yet it is not an easy feat for the dual-sport prodigy, Dongfang Cheng. Nevertheless, he possesses a comparative advantage over others in this regard. In his final year of high school, Dongfang Cheng, with his keen ability to identify the primary playmaker, emerged as the linchpin of the team, orchestrating both gameplay and ball distribution. His teammates thrived in a rhythm of mutual eruptions, each taking turns to shine, ultimately propelling Horace Mann High School into the finals of the New York State High School League. During the championship match, his teammates collectively excelled, allowing Dongfang Cheng to amass an impressive total of 15 assists, marking a significant milestone in his high school career where his assists far surpassed his scoring. Through his adept playmaking, not only did Horace Mann High School clinch the championship title in the New York State High School League, but Dongfang Cheng also secured a commendable season average of 15, 8 points, 10, 2 assists, 5, 1 rebounds, 1, 8 steals, and 1 blocks, ranking 5th among 5-star high school athletes nationwide. His efforts elevated several of his teammates to become celebrated high school athletes in the realm of American sports. In terms of enhancing his teammates' performance, Dongfang Cheng had already made substantial contributions during his high school years. Even though he had yet to enter the NBA and needed to showcase his abilities through performance metrics, his assists and leadership achievements were still highly regarded by professionals in the field. While casual fans may focus on statistics and highlight reels, true experts assess the positive impact on the team. This is why the triple-double king, Russell Westbrook, despite achieving an average triple-double for 3 consecutive seasons, was unceremoniously released by the Thunder, ultimately finding himself without a team. Westbrook's statistics were commendable, yet his leadership results were lacking. After being named MVP, his team was swept in the first round, setting a precedent. Of course, Dongfang Cheng understood that his ascent to the 5th position among 5-star high school athletes in his final year was influenced not only by his own prowess but also by external factors. Chapter 4. Dongfang Cheng's life journey. Due to a crucial block in the final moments of the NCAA's March Madness Championship, American sports media began to resurface Dongfang Cheng's profile, seeking to capture the attention of fans. The media in the United States is accustomed to producing various angles of news surrounding trending events, as this strategy tends to generate conversation and engagement. Even if they are not particularly fond of Dongfang Cheng, as long as reporting on him garners traffic, sales, and revenue, they will persist in their coverage. Journalists in America also need to earn their livelihood. Conveniently, Dongfang Cheng possesses several captivating attributes that draw attention, ensuring that coverage of him remains vibrant. Dongfang Cheng, abandoned in January 1992 at the doorstep of an orphanage in New York City, had his birth date initially recorded as January 1, 1992, by the orphanage's administrators. However, in 2003, the administrators of the orphanage rectified the true birth date of Dongfang Cheng to December 31, 1991. This is a piece of insider information from a modest website, yet it has garnered quite a readership. There exists a circumstance unbeknownst to all, possessing foresight of the future. Dongfang Cheng was aware that the new labor agreement instituted in the 2005 to 2006 NBA season stipulated that a player must be at least 19 years old on the date of the draft in order to be eligible. Thus, upon deciding to pursue a career in the NBA, Dongfang Cheng persuaded the administrators of the orphanage in 2003 to amend his birth date to December 31, 1991. This solitary day made the difference between being eligible for the NBA draft in 2011 and being able to participate as early as 2010. A year is no insignificant span. Moreover, due to the premature alteration of his age in 2003, even if someone were to uncover Dongfang Cheng's age modification, they would have no grounds to disparage him. It would merely indicate that the orphanage's administrators had eventually grasped the truth of his actual birth date and made a rectification based on factual accuracy, which bears no relation to the NBA. This can be considered one of the advantages of Dongfang Cheng, a reincarnated individual who is well acquainted with the future. Born on December 31, 1991, he entered kindergarten in the summer of 1996 and progressed to primary school in the summer of 1997. After skipping 2 grades, he transitioned to junior high school in the summer of 2001. This year coincided with the peak of Allen Iverson and the OK duo's popularity in America. Influenced by them, Dongfang Cheng began his journey into basketball during junior high. Completing his primary education in just 4 years was not the limit of his learning progress or great advancement as a reincarnated being. Rather, it was the optimal pace that showcased his innate talent, drawing the attention of both the orphanage and the school, without appearing excessively extraordinary. There exists a circumstance unknown to the world regarding Dongfang Cheng's foray into basketball. It was not the influence of Allen Iverson or the formidable duo of O'Neal and Kobe that sparked his interest. Rather, it was the revelation of his own physical secrets. The advantages bestowed upon Dongfang Cheng by his reincarnation extend beyond merely possessing foresight into future events. They may also stem from the chaotic currents of time and space, or the divine hand, enhancing both his physical and mental faculties. From a young age, Dongfang Cheng discerned that his body was far from ordinary. He seldom fell ill, boasting remarkable resilience and exceptional physical prowess. In addition to his natural athleticism, his mental aptitude opened up a world of possibilities, regardless of the endeavor. As long as Dongfang Cheng set his mind to it, he could maintain prolonged periods of high-efficiency focus without succumbing to distractions. This applied equally to his studies and basketball practice. His ability to exert will over his mind, enabling sustained concentration, is a formidable capability. It is well known that many individuals remain mediocre because their mental faculties fail to keep pace with their will, resulting in a disparity between desire and capability. However, such limitations do not exist for Dongfang Cheng in this life. At times, he reflects on whether, had he possessed such physical and mental control in his previous life, he would have remained so unremarkable. Would he have even reincarnated? Yet, all that is in the past, and the facts have solidified into reality. Since he has indeed been reborn, the paramount concern for Dongfang Cheng is to seize the present and not squander this second chance at life. To be candid, despite his exceptional physical abilities that render him well suited for the sports realm, Dongfang Cheng's initial inclination was not towards athletics. After all, who among the working class finds greater comfort in labor than in ownership? How could an athletic prodigy possibly rival a capital magnate? With his prescient awareness and the advantages of reincarnation, Dongfang Cheng is confident that he could amass a fortune worth billions, even in America. With a stroke of luck, He might even ascend to the ranks of a congressman. However, he would never aspire to be the president of the United States or the world's richest individual. As a person of Asian descent, vying for the presidency or the title of the world's wealthiest would be tantamount to directly challenging Jewish and Anglo-Saxon interests. Although endowed with the benefits of foresight and rebirth, Dongfang Cheng understands that such aspirations do not align with his life philosophy. If his energy is consumed by Jewish and Anglo-Saxon matters, how can he hope to experience the wonders of America that resemble those of lowly Ireland? The affluent elite, possessing billions of dollars, and influential American legislators, engage in profound conversations with a select few starlets from Hollywood. This was the initial vision of Dongfang Cheng's life plan. Unfortunately, after gaining some notoriety through skipping grades twice during his elementary school years, he ultimately dismantled this very blueprint. Upon achieving a modicum of fame, Dongfang Cheng discovered not only his capacity for prolonged and efficient mental focus, but also that the admiration and respect stemming from his reputation could be absorbed and internalized by his authentic self. However, due to the lack of spiritual essence in this world, such emotions could neither elevate Dongfang Cheng to divinity nor significantly impact his academic pursuits or career trajectory. Nevertheless, the assimilation of these emotions continuously fortified the essence of his true self. Such reinforcement, once it reaches a certain degree, can allow Dongfang Cheng's true self to remain eternally luminous, enabling him to achieve a rebirth in this world devoid of spirit, thereby realizing an alternative form of immortality. The arduous struggle against death that has eluded countless throughout the ages, sought after by figures like Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu, is equally desired by Dongfang Cheng. Although still in the bloom of youth, he must begin to strategize and plan for the future. One who does not contemplate the long term is unfit to navigate the present. One who does not aspire to immortality is unworthy of contemplating longevity. To attain a greater array of emotional beliefs and ultimately achieve an alternative immortality, one must ascend to the pinnacle of a particular domain. On Blue Star, regardless of the field one occupies, the principle remains constant. Only those at the summit can garner the most attention and admiration. For an individual with yellow skin to ascend to the apex of politics or economics in America is an exceedingly daunting and perilous endeavor. Fortunately, the 21st century presents a world interconnected by the internet. This afforded Dong Cheng the opportunity to pursue alternative paths, namely in the realms of entertainment and sports. This realm, apart from politics and economics, captivates public attention most profoundly. Yet, the uncertainties within the entertainment industry are myriad. Firstly, the concealment of capital poses significant challenges. Even if one is well acquainted with the future, like the prosperous East, becoming a tycoon and amassing wealth is not a matter of concern. However, the selection of scripts and the potential for a blockbuster remain pressing questions. Even if the East is attuned to the future, the success of a popular show can be compromised by changes in time, location, or cast. No one can guarantee success with absolute certainty. Furthermore, there are numerous other factors to contemplate. In stark contrast, the realm of sports is considerably more straightforward, particularly in competitive athletics. Here, the victor reigns supreme. Regardless of the process or means employed, victory naturally garners the most attention and the fervent support of fans. In this regard, the letters of the underdog wield the most authority. In competitive sports, victory can overshadow all else. This aspect is precisely what makes Dongfang Cheng particularly advantageous. With the foresight and memories of a past life, along with the physical prowess and mental focus bestowed by reincarnation, competitive sports become the realm where Dongfang Cheng truly excels. Not only can he enhance his own strength, but he can also select suitable teammates with potential. In America, the four major sports leagues garner the most attention: the NFL, National Football League; MLB, Major League Baseball; NBA, National Basketball Association; and NHL, National Hockey League. Globally, three sports dominate the public's interest: soccer, basketball, and tennis. As a yellow-skinned orphan in America, to balance both American and global recognition and devotion, basketball emerges as the optimal choice. Thus, during his elementary years, after achieving some fame through two great accelerations, he discovered his ability to collect emotional faith, continuously reinforcing his innate brilliance and achieving a form of alternative immortality. This revelation led Dongfang Cheng into the world of basketball, to garner more attention and admiration. While diligently training, he also utilized the intervals of physical recovery to enhance his learning, maintaining his image as a cultural prodigy. thereby achieving the dual distinction of being talented in both sports and academics. An ordinary basketball deity may merely become the next Jordan, but a Jordan of basketball combined with a sage of culture can transcend the realm of basketball deities. After taking up basketball in middle school, Dongfang Cheng, distracted by the sport, did not accelerate again, but consistently maintained an A average, ranking within the top 3 of his school. Upon graduating from middle school, he entered the prestigious Horace Mann High School in the summer of 2004. At Horace Mann, Dongfang Cheng not only secured the top position in academics, never falling below the top 3, but also joined the school basketball team. He served as a substitute in his freshman year, accelerated in his sophomore year, became a key player in his junior year, and eventually emerged as the core of the team in his senior year. In his final year of high school, this prodigy led the Horace Mann basketball team to the finals of the New York State High School League, ultimately claiming the championship. With an impressive average of 15, 8 points, 10, 2 assists, 5, 1 rebounds, 1, 8 steals, and 1 blocks per game, Dongfang Cheng showcased his talent during his last season at Horace Mann. Having accelerated twice in elementary school and once in high school, he was nearly 3 years younger than his teammates, yet he still led the team to victory. Indeed, a genius will succeed in all endeavors. Dongfang Cheng is a super talent, excelling in both academics and sports. This is a collection of accolades from the media regarding Dongfang Cheng. American journalists often engage in the creation of idols, as such endeavors generate significant traffic. However, they also relish the opportunity to bring these idols down from their pedestals once the idolization is achieved, for this too attracts more attention. Dongfang Cheng is currently experiencing this initial phase. Due to the disadvantages in height resulting from his advancement in grades, Dongfang Cheng, as the unequivocal linchpin of the Horace Mann High School basketball team, primarily focuses on orchestrating the team and executing three-point shots from the perimeter. Indeed, his style of play mirrors that of the non-confrontational Stephen Curry. Nevertheless, Dongfang Cheng possesses an advantage over Curry. Having skipped 3 grades, he is younger and harbors greater potential. The United States operates under a K-12 educational system, which encompasses education from kindergarten through 12th grade, equivalent to the final year of high school in Dongfang Cheng's previous life. Internationally, the term K-12 is utilized as a general reference to the foundational education phase. American law mandates that children between the ages of 6 and 16 must attend school. Public schools in the U.S. are funded by government taxes, allowing students to enroll free of charge, while private institutions are often supported by religious organizations. Given that the U.S. is a federal system, the specific implementation standards of the K-12 system vary by state. However, in most states, including New York where the Linshungren Orphanage is located, the K-12 system follows a model of 1634, which translates to 1 year of kindergarten, 6 years of elementary school, 3 years of middle school, and 4 years of high school, totaling 14 years. While it is termed K-12, it is effectively 14 years. Kindergarten caters to children aged 4 to 5, elementary school to those aged 6 to 12, middle school to ages 13 to 15, and high school to ages 16 to 18. Having skipped 3 grades, Dongfang Cheng is 3 years younger than his peers, yet he has achieved remarkable success in the realm of basketball. He has become a prominent athlete and basketball prodigy at Horace Mann High School. Despite the scoring efficiency in high school basketball leagues being significantly lower than that of the NBA, where average points per game are less than half of those in the NBA, his contributions, calculated solely from direct scoring and assists, excluding rebounds, steals, and blocks, yield an impressive 15, 8 points and 10, 2 assists, surpassing half of the team's average score. Basketball, after all, is a team sport. Through his exemplary leadership and comprehensive statistics, Dongfang Cheng, a talent of Asian descent, has successfully infused a splash of yellow into the black and white fabric of American basketball, ascending to the 5th rank among 5-star high school athletes nationwide. Of course, Dongfang Cheng's rise to the 5th position among 5-star high school athletes in his final year of high school is also influenced by the prevailing era. Society is a vast collective, where every event exerts reciprocal influence. The successes of high school players such as Garnett and Kobe have paved the way for subsequent high school players like LeBron and Howard to be selected as first overall picks in the NBA draft. Remarkably, prior to Dongfang Cheng's reincarnation, French players had achieved consecutive first overall selections in the NBA draft, showcasing the impact of extraordinary performances. All of this stems from the belief among Americans that individuals resembling successful figures are more likely to achieve success themselves. Within the cohort of achievers, the emergence of further successful individuals occurs with greater frequency. In the final year of high school in the East, during the 2006 to 2007 academic year, Nash had just secured consecutive MVP titles in the NBA with impressive performances of 15 points and 11 assists and 18 points and 10 assists. Yao Ming was also thriving in the NBA. The combined influence of the Nash effect and the Yao effect, along with the dual genius persona in the realm of sports culture, enabled an Asian orphan from the East to carve out a niche in the predominantly black and white American sports landscape. Unfortunately, the East missed a fortuitous opportunity, as he could no longer enter the NBA as a high school player. Upon entering college, due to factors such as the distribution of playing time, stronger opponents, and positional changes, his statistics experienced a noticeable decline. Simultaneously, the consecutive MVP Nash remained unable to clinch a championship, and the Houston Rockets, alongside Yao Ming, struggled in their performance. Additionally, Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu were successively unable to adapt to the intensity of NBA competition, casting doubt among various NBA teams and professionals regarding the East's potential in the league, thus overshadowing his draft prospects. However, after the East joined the University of Connecticut's Huskies, their performance dramatically improved, propelling them into the NCAA March Madness Finals, which rekindled hope among professionals for the East. As a result, to this day, bolstered by the reputation of being the second-in-command of an NCAA championship team and showcasing brilliant performances, the East has maintained a position within the top 10 predictions for the upcoming 2010 NBA Draft, securing at least a first-round selection. Chapter 5. The prestige of a reborn individual. Among numerous reports concerning the East, a particular post captured the attention of many fans, stating that the dual-threat prodigy and key contributor to the Huskies championship, the East, inadvertently revealed in a moment of excitement that he had capitalized on the recently burst American real estate bubble, leveraging his investments to amass millions during the nationwide economic crisis. Reactions to this revelation were mixed. Some criticized the East for profiting from the misfortunes of America, while others regarded his foresight regarding the economic trajectory as a testament to his abilities, suggesting that he ought to abandon basketball in favor of becoming a Wall Street investment elite. Amusingly, some even speculated that the East possessed the potential to become the next Warren Buffett, expressing a willingness to invest their savings in him to facilitate capital operations. Of course, the East chose to ignore these comments and posts. Those close to him understood the constraints of his newfound investment acumen. Nonetheless, while fans were only aware of the millions he had reportedly earned during the economic crisis, they were oblivious to the fact that his actual earnings far exceeded that figure. In his previous life, the East was merely an ordinary individual. One day, he awoke to find himself inexplicably transformed into a newborn infant, placed at the doorstep of the Linshungren orphanage in New York City by a weary, beautiful woman with long, dark hair. As an abandoned infant, the East naturally became a part of the Linshungren orphanage. Due to his yellow skin and East Asian features, the director of the orphanage, who was then captivated by Eastern culture, bestowed upon him the surname Dong and the name Cheng. Although an orphan, the East was, after all, a reincarnated individual with the consciousness of an adult. Driven by the instinct to survive, he began to intentionally endear himself to the staff and management of the Linshungren orphanage. The combination of his youthful physique and adult awareness often elicited laughter from the staff and management, who found his antics delightful. This also rendered Dongfang Cheng the most favored child in the orphanage of the forest. For instance, he always possessed toys and treats that were absent from the other orphans' lives. While others had merely a slice of meat in their bowls, Dongfang Cheng's would often contain 2 or even 3 slices. This relentless stream of positive reinforcement gradually transformed the previously ordinary Dongfang Cheng into a social daredevil in this life. Naturally, during this process, some orphans, unable to bear this favoritism, attempted to educate their sycophantic peer. However, having reincarnated, Dongfang Cheng was robust, cautious in his adult awareness, and adept at addressing issues. These experiences allowed Dongfang Cheng to navigate the orphanage with relative ease, emerging victorious in his encounters with other orphans more often than not. Only on a few occasions did he suffer setbacks, either due to his own carelessness or the staff's unfavorable disposition. Aside from these instances, Dongfang Cheng faced little adversity. It can be said that although he hailed from an orphan background, His mature awareness enabled him to avoid significant hardships during his formative years. Once he had weathered the most trying days, he began to contemplate earning money. After all, orphans inevitably leave the shelter of the orphanage upon reaching adulthood. The institution cannot sustain him for a lifetime. In a land where the affluent thrive and the impoverished struggle, particularly in America, financial means are essential for a decent existence. But how to acquire such wealth? After completing his primary education in just 4 years, he garnered some monetary rewards for his school and the orphanage. As his achievements enhanced their reputations, schools seek prominence to attract students, while orphanages require visibility and support to draw governmental assistance and donations from compassionate members of society. Although the bonuses are modest, they at least provide Dongfang Cheng with a legitimate source of initial funding. The true first pot of gold for Dongfang Cheng came from assisting well-off students at school with their assignments and tutoring. This allowed Dongfang Cheng to earn several $1,000s in ghostwriting and tutoring fees over 4 years of elementary school. Dongfang Cheng is a reincarnated being well-versed in the future, aware that there are numerous methods to acquire quick wealth. However, most of these methods have been inscribed into the law. This holds true in America as well. Among the legal methods, the quickest and simplest are undoubtedly the lottery and stocks. Engaging in stock trading can be problematic for those of a younger age or with limited capital, particularly when using proxy accounts. Thus, the lottery remains the only viable option. Unfortunately, the notion of wagering a few dollars for a chance at millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions is a gamble that even a reincarnated individual like Dongfang Cheng would struggle to remember. Moreover, even if one could recall such numbers, it would be of little consequence. After all, if Dongfang Cheng could be reborn, the organizers could easily alter the winning numbers. As humorously noted in Dongfang Cheng's previous life, that lottery resembles a game of rock, paper, scissors. One might win a substantial sum, but could just as easily lose a small amount. Yet the initiation of the game falls upon oneself. It may appear to be a case of small stakes against large rewards, but in reality, it is a venture fraught with losses. Aside from numerical lotteries, the only remaining option is the sports lottery. The United States is a nation that thrives on sports, and competitive athletics inevitably involve wins and losses. Where there are outcomes, there exists a market for betting. In his previous life, Dongfang Cheng was indeed an ordinary individual. Yet he was also an avid sports enthusiast and a passionate reader of various novels. The plethora of narratives surrounding the NBA, Hollywood, tycoons from the peninsula, entertainment tales, and the thrilling police dramas of the harbor city have endowed Dongfang Cheng with a wealth of eclectic knowledge. The knowledge acquired by Dongfang Cheng after his reincarnation in the East naturally became the foundation for his rise. For instance, he possesses a profound familiarity and vivid memory of the outcomes of significant basketball and football matches. He is well aware of which teams are genuine powerhouses and which are mere pretenders. In the realm of competitive sports, where the stakes are substantial, a single individual like Dongfang Cheng cannot significantly alter the overarching dynamics, rendering the possibility of changing match outcomes exceedingly slim. Thus, from the moment he received his initial funds in elementary school, Dongfang Cheng began to consistently invest in sports lottery tickets. Notably, his foray into sports betting was largely facilitated by the fact that purchasing lottery tickets does not require one to be of legal age. By the time he graduated from elementary school, he had amassed several tens of thousands of dollars through lottery winnings, fees for ghostwriting, tutoring, and academic awards. After completing elementary school, Dongfang Cheng sought channels to acquire a pseudonymous bank card and account to engage in both legitimate betting and underground gambling. For someone like him, who is well-versed in future events, this was akin to picking up money, even if certain details were unclear or subject to change. As long as the general trends remained consistent, Dongfang Cheng consistently managed to minimize losses and maximize gains. This is a feat only achievable by those who have been reincarnated. Were it not for his rebirth, Dongfang Cheng would never have dared to engage in gambling or the peripheral betting markets. How could participants possibly outplay the house? Dear readers, please refrain from indulging in gambling and drugs, for these vices bring great harm. As for other matters, wisdom and virtue are subjective. Certainly, while it may seem like picking up money, Dongfang Cheng's initial investment was modest, limiting his gains. Lacking any influential background, he was cautious not to pick up too much. A gain of $10 or $100 would attract no attention, but a sum of $1,000 could arouse curiosity. Should he amass $10,000? It would almost certainly draw scrutiny. Crossing the threshold of $100,000 is a significant milestone. During his middle school years, there was an instance when Dongfang Cheng succumbed to greed, accumulating over $200,000 in peripheral betting, which caught the attention of the house. Fortunately, upon sensing something amiss, he acted swiftly, foregoing even his principal to avert any unforeseen consequences. Yet, through such small skirmishes, and with continuous accumulation over his 3 years in middle school, Dongfang Cheng managed to save nearly $800,000 by the time he entered high school. As he progressed into high school, Dongfang Cheng reduced the frequency of his gambling. With age and growing notoriety, he became aware that increased attention would follow him. Additionally, being unable to risk substantial sums in one go made frequent gambling a poor investment. Nevertheless, even with sporadic participation in competitive sports betting, his richer capital and enhanced experience led him to amass close to $8 million by the time he entered university. It is noteworthy that even the thunder god of his former timeline earned just $1 million in his first venture at university, whereas Dongfang Cheng had amassed nearly $8 million in cash flow before even stepping foot on campus. One could say that he truly lives up to the identity of a reincarnated individual. Upon entering university, with his hands on his hips and surveying his surroundings, Dongfang Cheng proclaimed, "Is there anyone else?" In the summer of 2007, at not yet 16 years of age, he was personally recruited by the renowned coach Jim Calhoun of the University of Connecticut, thanks to his status as the 5th-ranked high school student in the country, holding nearly $8 million. What does $8 million in 2007 signify? In a comparative context with the NBA, at this time, the highest salary was held by Kevin Garnett of the Minnesota Timberwolves, whose annual earnings were merely $21 million. Considering that NBA players typically receive around 40% of their contractual salary, the cash flow in Dongfang Cheng's possession was nearly equivalent to a full year's income of the NBA's highest-paid player. And how many players can claim such a title? The 2005 to 2006 season marked a significant turning point in the history of the NBA. Following this season, the implementation of a new labor agreement eliminated the possibility of high school players directly entering the league, and due to the escalating salary demands, the maximum salary cap saw an unexpected decline. In the 2003 to 2004 season, the highest salary in the NBA was held by Kevin Garnett of the Timberwolves, at an impressive $28 million. The following season, Shaquille O'Neal of the Miami Heat claimed the top salary at $27.7 million. However, in the 2005 to 2006 season, although O'Neal retained his status as the salary leader, his earnings experienced a significant reduction, amounting to only $20 million. The 2006 to 2007 season saw Garnett reclaiming the highest salary title with $21 million. By the 2007 to 2008 season, Garnett, now with the Boston Celtics and part of the formidable trio, had his salary rise to $23.75 million. The 2008 to 2009 season continued with Garnett at the helm, earning $24.75 million. Although from 2003 to 2009 the title of salary king oscillated between Garnett and O'Neal, should the timeline remain unchanged. It is anticipated that Kobe Bryant would soon monopolize the title for an entire span of 7 years. Due to the stricter regulations imposed by the NCAA, Dongfang ceased to participate in any irregular or prohibited activities after entering university. His paramount goal was to establish a reputable presence in the NBA, harnessing the power of positive emotional belief. Immortality, capable of encompassing all desires. Even if it were of an unconventional nature, it would be so. Nevertheless, by May 12, 2008, Dongfang's personal savings had ascended to over $9 million. When that calamity struck, he generously donated $6 million anonymously. After entering university, Dongfang discreetly visited the country from his previous life. This space-time has long ceased to bear any traces of Dongfang Cheng's past existence. The anonymous donation of $6 million serves as the final remembrance of Dongfang Cheng's past life, as well as a means for him to sever ties with his former self. From the moment this $6 million was dispatched, he became the sole orphan of America, Dongfang Cheng. In addition to the anonymous donation, he also publicly contributed $50,000, which aligns with his current status as an NCAA athlete. The sum of $50,000 was merely a theatrical gesture aimed at capturing the vast market. In the future, should similar calamities befall other nations, Dongfang Cheng would likewise engage in ostentatious donations to cultivate a fan base and secure market presence. However, even in the wake of the disaster on May 12, 2008, which saw Dongfang Cheng's deposits plummet by 2/3, he remained unfazed, with only approximately $3 million in cash flow remaining. As a reincarnated being with foresight, Dongfang Cheng was acutely aware that shortly after this catastrophe, Lehman Brothers would declare bankruptcy on September 15, 2008, precipitating a global financial crisis. Moreover, the Olympic Games would present an opportunity for Dongfang Cheng to recuperate some losses. By the end of August 2008, buoyed by the indelible impressions of the Beijing Olympics, his cash flow had rebounded to around $8 million. Despite entering the market later due to the global financial crisis triggered by Lehman Brothers' collapse, Dongfang Cheng leveraged his position effectively. By mid-March 2009, he exited the market with a cash flow reaching an impressive $30 million. In comparative terms, even at the zenith of Old Wang's ambitions, Dongfang Cheng had already achieved multiple small goals. At merely 18 years of age, still a university student, he had already set forth several modest objectives. Could his wealth and charm be too alluring for the younger generation? This venture allowed Dongfang Cheng to reap the benefits of the knowledge gleaned from his past life, as the author meticulously gathered information to ensure precision and authenticity. Earning approximately $27 million within a year was not the peak of what Dongfang Cheng could amass during the Beijing Olympics and the ensuing global financial crisis. Yet it resided within a reasonable range. One should never aspire to extract the last copper coin. Such pursuits lead only to irrevocable ruin. Oriental Cheng profoundly resonates with this sentiment, adopting it as one of his guiding principles. In his previous life, there existed a proverb in his homeland that stated, "Virtue does not match position." However, when applied to America, Oriental Cheng believes an additional phrase should be appended: wealth does not match position. In a nation where firearms are ubiquitous, Oriental Cheng, an orphan without a safety net, finds that should his accumulation of wealth exceed the social status and fame he possesses, complications are likely to arise. The multitude of self-made billionaires he observed in his past life merely represents a case of survivor bias. Furthermore, in his youth, being an orphan left him without support, which compelled Oriental Cheng to exercise caution and conceal his riches. Only now, having garnered a measure of fame within the American basketball community, does he feel secure enough to gradually reveal his financial successes. Simultaneously, he aspires to cultivate an image of a far-sighted and astute investment prodigy. The more multifaceted and formidable his persona becomes, the more he can captivate diverse audiences, thereby attracting a plethora of positive emotional affiliations. In the landscape of American elections, where perceptions must be meticulously crafted, Oriental Cheng seeks to garner greater attention and belief by establishing as many robust and virtuous identities as possible. Consequently, at this pivotal juncture, he inadvertently disclosed his remarkable achievement of amassing millions through leveraged investments during the recent American real estate bubble. Chapter 6. Aligning with Jordan and Kobe. As the narrative gains traction, it naturally invites both supporters and detractors of Oriental Cheng. The dichotomy of opinions is a hallmark of every sensational event, much like the fervent debates among fans of popular novels in the comment sections. To avoid controversy, one must simply fade into obscurity. Without attention, there can be no dispute. Among the myriad critiques, the most vocal comes from a lengthy article penned by a critic, who lambasts Oriental Cheng for merely deflecting accountability in his gameplay, asserting that he only seizes opportunities to score, thus resulting in a shooting percentage higher than that of interior players like Thabeet. Prior to Stephen Curry's emergence, a prevailing truth in basketball was that proximity to the basket increased shooting accuracy and scoring ease. Oriental Cheng, as an outside shooter, having a higher shooting percentage than interior players, defies conventional wisdom of the era. Additionally, the critic further admonishes Oriental Cheng for his lack of courage in confrontation and absence of responsible accountability. This post has gained immense popularity in America, with over 10 million reads and more than 1 million likes. It has not only captured attention within the United States, but has also been widely shared across various international platforms. This post has caught the attention of Dongfang Cheng. In response to this post, Dongfang Cheng personally left a comment below: "Watch my performance next season." The 2007 to 2008 season saw the team achieve the status of runners-up in the NCAA tournament, followed by a championship victory in the 2008 to 2009 season. Although it is widely acknowledged both within and outside the circle that Thabeet, a 7 feet 2 inches center who recently earned the title of Most Outstanding Player in the NCAA tournament, is the primary contributor to the University of Connecticut's triumph. It is well understood that Dongfang Cheng's contributions are substantial as well, due to the presence of A.J. Price, a 6 feet 2 inches point guard who joined the team in 2005. Dongfang Cheng accepted the advice of the venerable coach Jim Calhoun to transition from point guard to shooting guard starting in college. In 2007, Dongfang Cheng, recognized as the 5th best 5-star high school recruit in the nation, was personally recruited by Coach Calhoun to join the Huskies. Upon recruitment, Coach Calhoun promised him a starting position and a degree of ball handling responsibility. Being granted such responsibility before entering the NBA allowed Dongfang Cheng to acclimatize to various positions, which was beneficial for his development. After joining the University of Connecticut's Huskies in 2007, during the 2007 to 2008 season, Dongfang Cheng experienced a noticeable decline in statistics due to the heightened intensity of NCAA competition compared to high school and the strength of his teammates, resulting in reduced ball handling opportunities. Nevertheless, maintaining a sound floor game, Dongfang Cheng's comprehensive abilities remained evident due to his extended playing time. Throughout the 2007 to 2008 season, he participated in all 37 games for the Huskies, averaging 32 minutes per game and contributing 15, 8 points, 5, 1 assists and 3 rebounds, with shooting percentages of 45, 4 from the field and 36, 7 from beyond the arc, helping propel the Huskies to the NCAA finals. In his sophomore season, as Dongfang Cheng's physical attributes and skills matured, and with increased experience, his statistics began to rise even without a tactical bias towards ball handling. In the 2008 to 2009 season, he again played in all 37 games for the Huskies, averaging 32, 3 minutes per game and contributing 17, 5 points, 5, 2 assists and 8 rebounds, with shooting percentages of 47, 2 from the field and 39, 1 from three-point range, ultimately leading the Huskies to the NCAA finals and securing the championship title. Such statistics may seem trivial for NBA stars. However, within the context of the NCAA, where offensive possession times are extended and player capabilities are comparatively limited, Dongfang Cheng emerges as a formidable weapon. It is noteworthy, though, that his dominance has significantly diminished when juxtaposed with his final year in high school. During the less efficient high school basketball league, Dongfang Cheng averaged 15, 8 points and 2 assists per game, contributing over half of the scoring for Horace Mann High School. Even in his second season in the NCAA, where his statistics rebounded to an average of 17, 5 points and 2 assists, his contributions accounted for merely 1/4 to 1/3 of the average points scored by the University of Connecticut Huskies. Nevertheless, this percentage remains considerable within the framework of a 5-player roster, including substitutes. In truth, had it not been for the University of Connecticut Huskies clinching the championship in 2009, Dongfang Cheng's versatility and efficiency would have positioned him as a contender for the NCAA tournament's Most Outstanding Player award, alongside Thabeet. Regrettably, the timeline coincides precisely with 2009. Much like Dongfang Cheng, the pursuit of efficiency and assists by the MVP Nash ultimately did not culminate in a championship. The performance of the Rockets and Yao Ming was subpar, and Yi Jianlian, who entered the NBA due to the Yao Ming effect, was proven unable to adapt to the league. Sun Yu, too, faced the ire of Kobe Bryant on the court, admonishing him not to commit fouls. Each incident has cast a shadow upon Dongfang Cheng, resulting in a negative impact on his reputation. The capabilities of those with yellow skin, both in basketball intelligence and emotional intelligence, have come under scrutiny within the NBA. It is important to note that many occurrences in this world are interconnected, particularly within the realm of American basketball, where both the NCAA and NBA coexist. The influence of the NBA on the NCAA is profound. Dongfang Cheng managed to ascend to the 5th position among 5-star high school players across the nation during his final year of high school, aided by the Nash and Yao Ming effects, despite the formidable presence of black and white players. However, he is also susceptible to skepticism due to the same influences. During the period of 2008 and 2009, the American basketball community began to harbor doubts regarding players of Asian descent. Nash's inability to secure a championship further fueled this skepticism, as the pursuit of efficient basketball began to wane in popularity. At this juncture, the American basketball scene favored lone heroes like LeBron and Kobe, with a particular admiration for Kobe Bryant's audacious and often irrational style of play, which embodied a relentless fighting spirit and an unwavering determination to persevere. This notion will reach its zenith following Kobe's leadership of the Los Angeles Lakers to consecutive championships next year. Currently, Dongfang Cheng's reputation in the East is insufficient, and his strength is lacking, rendering him unable to alter the world. Thus, adaptation is imperative. In the upcoming season, Dongfang Cheng has resolved to transform his playing style, shifting from a pursuit of efficient basketball to a more heroic approach that maximizes scoring, in order to cater to the preferences of the NBA management and global fans. Even if efficiency diminishes, an increase in statistics and fan engagement will likely be advantageous for Dongfang Cheng's draft prospects. Ultimately, the NBA is a commercial league, and often the management must bow to the will of the fans, for it is only through a burgeoning fan base, their satisfaction, and their willingness to invest that the NBA and its teams can sustain operations. Moreover, although Dongfang Cheng will complete all his college credits and graduate early next year, due to his continual advancement, he will only turn 19 on December 31st, making him still quite youthful. The NBA draft favors immediate contributors, yet it places greater emphasis on potential. In the new season, Dongfang Cheng believes that as long as he demonstrates sufficient potential, an unwavering competitive spirit, and a desire for improvement, even with lower efficiency, there will be NBA teams holding high draft positions willing to take a chance on his future and nurture his development. His playing style and determination will align closer to that of Jordan and Kobe, which is his aspiration for the upcoming season. However, while these goals are commendable, the immediate priority remains his academic pursuits and cultural education. The personas of a sports prodigy and investment genius are gradually taking shape, yet he does not intend to abandon his initial identity as a scholarly figure. Upon returning to the University of Connecticut, Dongfang Cheng reinstated his habitual routine, practicing basketball when his energy levels were high and studying when fatigued, resuming practice once he regained his stamina. Even after the conclusion of March Madness, while most of his teammates from the Yukon Huskies were resting or catching up on academics, Dongfang Cheng remained unwavering in his commitment to physical conditioning and skill development. Despite possessing exceptional physical attributes and the ability to maintain mental focus for extended periods, achieving his life goals still hinges on diligent study and relentless effort. The allure of an alternative immortality, an irresistible temptation for Dongfang Cheng, beckons him from the horizon. This immortality can encompass all desires. Even an unconventional form of it remains an unattainable aspiration for many. Now, Dongfang Cheng has the opportunity to attain this alternative immortality. He must cultivate a sufficient reservoir of positive emotions and beliefs. This necessitates that Dongfang Cheng must captivate as many eyes as possible on a global scale. To this end, he has chosen the NBA, a pinnacle of competitive sports, as his arena, where he aspires to reach the zenith of the league. In every domain, it is the elite that garners the greatest attention and focus. To progressively ascend to the apex of the NBA, it is imperative for Dongfang Cheng to demonstrate his dedication to the coaching staff of the University of Connecticut, particularly to head coach Jim Calhoun. In the upcoming season, Dongfang Cheng is poised to receive greater tactical emphasis, thereby achieving superior statistics. In competitive sports, individual prowess is undoubtedly significant. However, the team's tactics and the distribution of possession also play a crucial role in influencing on-court performance and statistics. Although Jim Calhoun has already pledged that Dongfang Cheng will be the sole core of the Eskimos in the new season, such verbal commitments cannot be wholly trusted until they manifest as reality. Furthermore, disparities can exist even among those designated as the only core player. The better Dongfang Cheng performs this season, the more likely he is to secure a higher draft position in next year's NBA draft. While entering the NBA guarantees a chance to make an impact, maintaining a high draft position undeniably opens up broader horizons. A higher draft selection not only signifies greater financial reward, but also indicates a higher degree of recognition once one joins the NBA. Teams are invariably more inclined to nurture high draft rookies, offering them greater tolerance and patience. As for the numerous teammates who, following the frenzy of March Madness, find themselves needing to catch up on academic knowledge before the academic year concludes, this poses no issue for Dongfang Cheng, even when studying under physical fatigue. His ability to concentrate at any time and in any place allows his academic performance to consistently rank among the top 3 in his major, often achieving the highest standard. There is no need for him to engage in last-minute cramming or to seek assistance from the Student Athlete Academic Services (SAS). The NCAA stipulates that if student-athletes do not meet academic performance standards, they will be ineligible to participate in competitions. This regulation aims to ensure that student-athletes prioritize their studies before their athletic endeavors, as exemplified by Dwayne Wade, who faced suspension from his college basketball team in 2000 due to academic issues. Such regulations are designed to maintain a balance between academics and athletics, despite occasionally resulting in players being sidelined due to academic challenges. To assist student-athletes in achieving this balance, the NCAA provides specialized academic support through the SAS, where professional educators and academic advisors help students complete their studies and meet competition standards. Nevertheless, this system proves unnecessary for Dongfang Cheng, as he is capable of keeping pace with his peers through self-study during recovery periods, even surpassing them and graduating early. Indeed, your diligence is commendable. Not long after Dongfang Cheng returned to Kangda, he trained in the gym for only a few days when head coach Jim Calhoun and the newly crowned MOP of March Madness, Thabeet, approached him. After winning the championship and being named the MOP, Thabeet felt no regrets in the NCAA. Moreover, as this year's top prospect, he had already announced his decision to forego his college studies and enter the NBA draft. Under such circumstances, Thabeet was naturally unburdened by concerns regarding his academic performance. Having resolved to abandon his studies and degree, he was no longer constrained by NCAA regulations. Thus, it was no surprise that Thabeet remained so carefree as the academic year drew to a close. Unfortunately for you, Thabeet, I cannot enter the NBA this year, and my draft prospects are not as favorable as yours. I must work harder. Dongfang Cheng responded with a smile. Coach Jim, you must fulfill your promise for the new season and grant me ample playing time. With Thabeet and Price gone, it will be challenging for Kangda to achieve success next year. You must give me enough opportunities to showcase my abilities and secure my draft position. After all, I will nearly complete my credits next year. It will be my final season at Kangda. Before Jim Calhoun and Thabeet could respond, Dongfang Cheng turned back to Coach Jim Calhoun, lightly mocking himself with a smile. His words left Jim Calhoun momentarily speechless. Hearing Dongfang Cheng, Thabeet cast a sympathetic glance at Jim Calhoun. Never mind. Kemba Walker is only a sophomore this year. By next year, Dongfang Cheng will be gone. I'll have to compensate Kemba Walker adequately when he is a junior. Jim Calhoun thought to himself. Cheng, rest assured, we will remember your sacrifices and contributions. Kangda will not shortchange you. Coach Jim Calhoun replied, gazing into Dongfang Cheng's eyes. Chapter 7. Dongfang Cheng. Continuously accumulating buffs after meeting with Coach Jim Calhoun and former teammate Thabeet, Dongfang Cheng continued to sweat it out in the university gymnasium. Even during his intermittent studies in academic subjects, Dongfang Cheng appeared considerably more relaxed compared to his teammates, who were scrambling to catch up at the Student Athlete Academic Services (SAS) Center for the end-of-year academic tests. Perhaps this highlights the disparity between a poor student and an academic prodigy. In early June, after the conclusion of the academic assessments marking the end of the school year, Dongfang Cheng departed from the University of Connecticut and returned to New York, having spent nearly 2 months in the university gymnasium. The Finalizing orphanage, where Dongfang Cheng's journey began, beckoned him to revisit. Director Jamal Phillips of the orphanage had reached out to Dongfang Cheng multiple times. In a gesture of gratitude and to cultivate a persona imbued with compassion and integrity, Dongfang Cheng, having amassed millions through leveraged investments amidst the recent American real estate bubble, generously donated $2 million to the Finalizing orphanage. Director Jamal Phillips had already coordinated with the media, intending to publicize this benevolent act extensively. While Dongfang Cheng feigned neutrality regarding Phillips' actions, inwardly, he was eager for such publicity. Phillips' initiative would not only elevate the orphanage's profile, but also enhance Dongfang Cheng's own reputation, rendering it mutually beneficial. In the digital age of the 21st century, fame equates to income and opens doors to myriad opportunities. In this era, prominent political figures and wealthy magnates share a common identity as influencers with substantial followings. Of course, upon returning to the Finalizing orphanage, Dongfang Cheng did not forget to bring back gifts for the management team, social workers, and his younger siblings at the orphanage. These gifts may seem inconsequential to Dongfang Cheng, yet they serve as a testament to his deep regard for each member of his family. These constitute the fundamental essence of Cheng from the East. Much like the benevolent Lord Xinling of the Warring States period, Cheng is a child of our Lin community, an everlasting source of pride for us. He embodies humility and kindness, treating others with goodwill. He is industrious and courageous, never yielding to defeat. He is upright and compassionate, loyal and righteous. Possessing extraordinary talents that surpass ordinary imagination, he excels in cultural scholarship, basketball, and economic investment alike. As the steward of the Lin community, my understanding of basketball is limited. Yet I have heard whispers of a so-called basketball deity, a fabled chosen one, and a king within the realm. In my opinion, Cheng is the true divine talent, the genuine chosen one. Once this child dedicates himself to learning, he becomes a god of knowledge. When he engages in sports, he transforms into a god of athletics. And when he delves into investments, he emerges as a god of economics. This notion is a consensus shared by all members of the Linshungren orphanage, a truth that has been substantiated by countless facts. In the face of the New York media, Jamal Phillips, who received a generous donation of $2 million, extolled Dongfang Cheng as a deity unparalleled in existence. Not only Jamal Phillips, but all the administrators and orphans of the Linshungren orphanage transformed into fervent admirers before the media. It is well understood that with the arrival of this $2 million donation from Dongfang Cheng, the conditions at the orphanage would significantly improve. The welfare of the administrators would be secured, the living standards of the social workers would elevate, and the orphans would enjoy a bit more meat on their plates, alongside new clothes and toys. Moreover, there were gifts previously bestowed by Dongfang Cheng to each individual. In the face of such tangible benefits, whether one had previously admired or disdained Dongfang Cheng, all became his loyal supporters in that moment. Mr. Cheng, it is known that you amassed millions through your astute investments following the bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers and the ensuing economic turmoil. May I inquire if you have donated all your earnings to Linshungren? The $2 million constitutes but a fraction of your ill-gotten gains, does it not? Yet, while the majority of American media were eager to partake in this deification and admired the fact that an orphan such as Dongfang Cheng made a one-time donation of $2 million, some journalists expressed their disdain. Greetings, dear reporter. Allow me to clarify a few points. Firstly, I do not perceive my previous earnings as ill-gotten gains. They are merely investment returns, akin to those of Warren Buffett. Secondly, the $2 million is not my entire income this time, as I must also sustain my livelihood. At this juncture, Dongfang Cheng deliberately paused, his tone melancholic. As you all know, I am an orphan, utterly without support. Although Linshungren is my home, children inevitably grow up and must leave their homes. With this, Dongfang Cheng shifted his narrative. Nevertheless, Linshungren is my family, and it is the inescapable duty of every child to contribute to the construction of a family. There are matters I had wished to keep unspoken, lest others think I am merely performing for show. However, since we have reached this point, I shall share my heartfelt thoughts and invite your oversight. Next year, should I successfully enter the NBA, I will donate my entire first-year salary, net of taxes, to Linshungren. In the subsequent years, I will also contribute half of my post-tax salary to Linshungren. Dongfang Cheng's expression turned resolute, his voice ringing with conviction. However, if my performance is commendable and I secure commercial endorsement contracts, I will retain those earnings as a personal incentive. As he concluded, his tone lightened, brimming with joy. Laughter of goodwill erupted from the reporters. The act of donating a fixed salary already sufficed to demonstrate Dongfang Cheng's compassion and loyalty. Commercial endorsement contracts? This is exclusive to NBA stars. How significant of a commercial endorsement can Dongfang Cheng secure? Does he truly believe he is on par with LeBron or Durant? Jamal Phillips gazed excitedly, his eyes misty, at the child who emerged from the orphanage in the woods. The sound of cameras clicking followed the reporter's kind laughter. Such news is truly sensational. While there are numerous NBA players, none have displayed the philanthropic spirit exhibited by Dongfang Cheng, who is willing to contribute such a substantial sum for charitable purposes. Although Dongfang Cheng's current pledge may merely be a promissory note, it is widely acknowledged that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he is poised to enter the NBA through the upcoming draft next year. Furthermore, the fact that he is able to allocate $2 million for donation serves as a testament to his generosity and benevolence. Should Dongfang Cheng successfully secure a place in the NBA, the likelihood of him fulfilling his promise is exceedingly high. Even if he were to later reconsider and retract his commitment, would it hinder these journalists from capitalizing on such news to garner attention and elevate their earnings? Regardless of whether Dongfang Cheng ultimately honors his promise, this story possesses significant value for ongoing coverage and follow-up reports. These are all about traffic and influx. The most compassionate basketball star in history. The man of the forest, who is grateful and remembers his roots. Mr. Cheng, to what extent can you move the people of New York? In the following days, it was no surprise that Dongfang Cheng dominated the front pages of major media outlets across New York State. Not only sports media, but also all media in New York State featured him prominently. Although New York is the most affluent place in America, it is still predominantly inhabited by the less fortunate. A populace yearning for heroes and benevolence. Where there is demand, there is a market. At this juncture, no one seems to concern themselves with how much Dongfang Cheng profited from the recently concluded real estate bubble. What the populace now recognizes is that Dongfang Cheng is a cultural, athletic, and economic prodigy, a super genius who, during his university years, generously donated $2 million to an orphanage, embodying both compassion and integrity, having risen from the depths of adversity as an orphan. Various accolades have accumulated around him, overshadowing any disparagement. All the critics, those who accused Dongfang Cheng of profiting from national calamities, have vanished without a trace. Whenever skepticism, slander, or accusations of exploiting national misfortunes arise, they are promptly countered by outraged New Yorkers. They assert, if profiting from national crises is indeed Dongfang Cheng, the same individual who donated $2 million to an orphanage at the tender age of 18, then they would prefer he profited even more. Some go so far as to suggest that Dongfang Cheng should be appointed as the Secretary of the Treasury of the United States. People have a penchant for heroes, particularly those who achieve what others cannot. Dongfang Cheng once remarked, I acknowledge my own selfishness, yet this does not preclude my admiration for those selfless heroes. This sentiment resonates perfectly with the citizens of America today, with Dongfang Cheng's popularity soaring. He has transcended the confines of the basketball community and the city of New York, garnering attention across various regions of the United States, and even in other nations. Amidst this fervor, the journalist who maliciously posed deceitful questions to Dongfang Cheng has found himself embroiled in scandal, facing allegations of solicitation and the exploitation of minors, leading to his notoriety. Chapter 8. Youth Without Regrets. Mr. Cheng, you have successfully passed both the written and practical driving tests. Your learner's permit will be upgraded to a provisional license. While Dongfang Cheng remains immersed in his driving studies, the commotion surrounding him in America, particularly in New York, continues unabated. The minimum age for obtaining a driver's license varies by state in the United States, but it generally comprises 3 stages. The permitted age for learning to drive. Most states allow teenagers aged 14 or 15 to learn to drive under the supervision of a licensed adult. This is typically referred to as a learner's permit or provisional permit, enabling them to practice driving before acquiring a formal license. The age for independent driving. Most states permit 16-year-olds to drive independently, though some states raise this age limit to 17. This age typically necessitates passing a driving test, which includes both a written and practical examination. Upon successful completion of the tests, most states issue a provisional license, which restricts driving hours and the number of passengers. The age for obtaining a full license. After holding a provisional license for a specified duration, commonly 1 year, teenagers are granted a full license. The specific age constraints and requirements may vary by state. For instance, California permits individuals aged 15 and a half to acquire a learner's permit, 16-year-olds to obtain a provisional license, and 17-year-olds to receive a full license. New York allows 16-year-olds to secure a learner's permit, 17-year-olds to attain a provisional license, and 18-year-olds to obtain a full license. Texas and Florida follow similar regulations. Dongcheng, applying for a driver's license in New York, adheres to the regulations of the state. It is essential to note that, in addition to state laws, numerous insurance companies impose age restrictions and additional conditions on young drivers. Thank you for your assistance. Dongcheng politely expressed as he accepted the provisional license presented by the staff of the Department of Motor Vehicles, DMV. America is a nation on wheels, where the concept of a national ID is virtually non-existent. In America, a driver's license, passport, and social security number serve as forms of identification to varying degrees, with the driver's license holding the most significance. Securing his license signifies that Dongcheng can finally establish his own bank account. The absence of a personal bank account renders many aspects of life inconvenient, even though he has privately acquired several accounts and cards under assumed names. Congratulations, Cheng. You have finally received your license. You are now an adult. As Dongcheng exited the DMV, he spotted a stunningly beautiful woman, resembling a daffodil, waiting at the entrance. The woman in question is none other than Min Xia, the apparent girlfriend of Dongfang Cheng. Min Xia was a classmate of Dongfang Cheng during their first year of high school, and she is of Korean descent. With her striking beauty, she was regarded as the class flower during their first year and also held the title of the school beauty at Horace Mann High School, which both she and Dongfang Cheng attended. As a Korean, Min Xia possesses a delicate visage and a graceful figure that rival those of top Korean celebrities. Despite Dongfang Cheng's appearance not entirely aligning with Western beauty standards that favor fuller figures and smoky makeup, she nonetheless succeeded in being crowned the school beauty at Horace Mann High School. If she captured the admiration of Westerners, one can only imagine the extent of her allure within Eastern aesthetics. Her beauty nearly transcended the boundaries of Eastern and Western ideals. However, despite her exceptional beauty and status as the school beauty, Min Xia found herself at a complete disadvantage in her relationship with Dongfang Cheng. Currently, she has been molded into the form that Dongfang Cheng desires through various means. During their student years, Dongfang Cheng's remarkable talents in both academics and athletics rendered him irresistibly attractive to female classmates. In her first year, witnessing many Western female classmates confessing their feelings for Dongfang Cheng, coupled with the news that he would soon skip a grade, advancing directly from first to third year, left Min Xia feeling a sense of urgency. Fearing that their paths might no longer cross, she summoned her courage and, towards the end of the first semester, joined the tide of her classmates by slipping a love letter to her dream boy, Dongfang Cheng. Min Xia had no expectations. She merely wished to avoid the regret of unfulfilled youth as her classmates often spoke of. To her astonishment, Dongfang Cheng actually accepted her love letter. In her bewilderment and joy, Min Xia naturally became Dongfang Cheng's official girlfriend. However, it was unfortunate that Min Xia celebrated prematurely. Dongfang Cheng was not a romantic at heart. His acceptance of Min Xia's confession did not stem from a deep affection for her. Rather, influenced by preconceived notions from a previous life, Dongfang Cheng found it challenging to embrace the Western ideals of voluptuous figures and smoky makeup. He preferred the innocence and purity embodied by Min Xia. At that time, Dongfang Cheng felt that his studies and training were somewhat monotonous and sought a girlfriend to add some flavor to his life, while also serving as a buffer against the types of beauty he did not favor. In recent years, due to their youth, in order to not hinder Dongfang Cheng's physical development as he embarks on his journey in competitive sports, he and Min Xia have maintained a pure and innocent love. When Dongfang Cheng accepted Min Xia's heartfelt confession through a love letter, he had just turned 14, while she was still quite young. Even without advancing a grade, Min Xia, poised to enter her second year of high school, was 2 years older than Dongfang Cheng, who was about to enter his final year, yet both were merely 16. This pure love over the years has proven beneficial not only for Dongfang Cheng's physical growth, but also for Min Xia's development. After all, overly immature cherries are hardly palatable. Dongfang Cheng stepped forward and gently kissed Min Xia. Subsequently, he embraced her and led her to his customized, extended BMW. As a tall and robust aspiring NBA player, Dongfang Cheng's vehicle necessitated special modifications. Unlike before, this time he took the driver's seat instead of the passengers. During their previous visit to the Department of Motor Vehicles, although Dongfang Cheng possessed the ability to drive independently, he had opted for Min Xia to take the wheel to avoid any unnecessary complications. Being nearly 2 years older, Min Xia now held a full American driver's license. Upon returning to New York, beyond the matters concerning the Linshungren orphanage, the most significant aspect for Dongfang Cheng was Min Xia. Although she was nearly 2 years his senior due to skipping grades, Min Xia would graduate from high school a year later than Dongfang Cheng. After graduation, she would not attend the University of Connecticut, where Dongfang Cheng was enrolled, but rather the esteemed Mann School of Music. Established in 1916, Mann's is one of the world's premier music conservatories, consistently ranked among the top 10 in the United States. Many musicians currently performing at the Metropolitan Opera and around the globe hail from Mann's. Min Xia's focus on vocal performance aligns perfectly with the institution's specialties, greatly benefiting her future career development. Chapter 9. The Shaking BMW in the Rain. Within the customized BMW, Dongfang Cheng and Min Xia engaged in a leisurely conversation, exchanging their experiences after a prolonged separation. As he casually gripped the steering wheel and turned his head, Dongfang Cheng's gaze was inadvertently drawn to Min Xia's long, snow-white thighs, captivating him unexpectedly. They possessed a purity that surpassed even the softest snowflakes, enchanting Dongfang Cheng profoundly. In pursuit of his aspirations, to fortify his willpower, and to avoid becoming a slave to desire, he had resisted temptation for several years, persevering until this moment. Now, with his provisional driver's license in hand and the self-imposed deadline having arrived, it was time to take action. Furthermore, in America, maintaining an innocent demeanor could easily lead to unforeseen complications. There was a chance Min Xia might question the suitability of Dongfang Cheng as her boyfriend. As his thoughts swirled, Dongfang Cheng abruptly turned the steering wheel, steering the BMW to the roadside and locating a nearby parking space. "Cheng, what are you doing?" Min Xia inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at her younger boyfriend. "Guess," Dongfang Cheng replied, his breath subtly becoming heavier. Upon finishing his words, he swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt and lunged toward the passenger seat. "Ah!" A startled exclamation escaped her lips, soon followed by soft gasps. Suddenly, rain began to pour down heavily from the sky, drenching the car windows. Within the confines of the customized BMW, an unspoken battle commenced. In the upcoming season, after the departure of players like Thabeet and A.J. Price, Dongfang Cheng was destined to emerge as a pivotal player. His skills had already begun to demonstrate their potential. The confined space of the battleground made movement arduous, rendering many complex maneuvers impossible to execute fully. Yet, the formidable physique of a top athlete, combined with the extraordinary flexibility of a dancer, allowed Dongfang Cheng and Min Xia to engage in a fiercely intense struggle. With world-class physical prowess, Dongfang Cheng managed to endure through 2.5 halves of NCAA play, even in this new arena. Ultimately, strength triumphed over delicacy as Dongfang Cheng secured victory in the final moments, delivering a decisive blow to Min Xia. Playing ball requires toughness. However, as he faced a new opponent in an unfamiliar arena for the first time, Dongfang Cheng felt the impact of this change. Otherwise, given his abilities, he would not have narrowly triumphed at the last moment. As the match concluded, following over an hour of warm-up and spirited competition, the once tumultuous scene gradually returned to tranquility. Dongfang Cheng and Min Xia deftly began to tidy up the battlefield and address the remnants of their intense encounter. While Min Xia's body exhibited remarkable flexibility, the ferocity of their recent skirmish had left some of her clothing in tatters, rendering it impossible to salvage. Even the most skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. In such circumstances, regardless of Min Xia's relentless efforts to recover, she always radiated a hint of springtime allure. "You have worked hard, Xia." Dongfang Cheng glanced at the crimson stain at the hem of his freshly donned white shirt, then at Min Xia, who occasionally furrowed her brow while tidying up the remnants of battle. He rose, gently pressed his lips to her enchanting eyes, his tone tender and filled with compassion. "Cheng, as long as you are happy." Min Xia leaned her head, wrapping her arms around Dongfang Cheng's neck, her voice soft and blissful. "I knew it. How could the robust Dongfang Cheng possibly have any health issues? Those doubts from your online followers are nothing but baseless chatter." Furthermore, her mother, too, had joined in the chorus of unfounded suspicions. To her astonishment, her mother even suggested that she dress provocatively when meeting Cheng, as a means of testing him. Now, Min Xia had witnessed the truth for herself. Dongfang Cheng was in excellent health. His performance on the court was equally formidable. The doubts of her mother and the online community had been thoroughly dispelled. Yet, the cost of this validation weighed heavily on Min Xia's brow, her lovely features contorting in discomfort. The pain was excruciating. Wasn't it said that a man's first time would lack endurance? However, considering Dongfang Cheng's multiple extraordinary talents and his physique as a prospective NBA star, his current prowess and vigor seemed hardly surprising. "Xia, let's not go home for the next few days. We shall take a break and then embark on a journey." Dongfang Cheng spoke, gazing at the charmingly delicate Min Xia. "All right." Min Xia's brow relaxed, and she offered a gentle smile. Such a request, which Min Xia yearned for yet could not obtain, would undoubtedly be met with strong approval from her mother and family, rather than opposition. After all, they have come to regard Dongfang Cheng, her prospective son-in-law, with greater esteem than their own daughter. Since Min Xia and Dongfang Cheng solidified their relationship, not only have her parents but also her friends and acquaintances begun to immerse themselves in the world of basketball, familiarizing themselves with terms such as scoring, assists, rebounds, steals, and blocks. They have also gained awareness of the so-called athletic prodigies from high schools, NCAA prospects, and NBA draft predictions. They understand the arduous journey of Dongfang Cheng, an orphan with yellow skin, as he ascended to become the fifth-ranked high school student in the nation amidst a predominantly black and white American sports landscape. They recognize that due to Dongfang Cheng's performances during his high school and freshman and sophomore years, a favorable impression has already been established. Provided he does not underperform in the upcoming season, he is likely to secure a first-round draft pick, even if the draft market fluctuates. It is improbable for NBA teams to base their confidence in a player solely on a handful of games. They assess a player's long-term performance across numerous matches. In fact, had it not been for the amendment to the collective bargaining agreement in the 2005 to 2006 season, which mandated that a player must be at least 19 years old in the draft year to qualify for the NBA draft, it is likely that the talented Dongfang Cheng would have entered the NBA immediately after high school. Nonetheless, even without having yet stepped into the NBA, the bright prospects for Dongfang Cheng's future are apparent. Everyone is aware that NBA players earn substantial salaries, and it is entirely feasible for one to become a member of the middle class after just a few years. Should one rise to stardom within the NBA, the wealth accumulated could reach millions or even billions. Furthermore, rumors have surfaced of Dongfang Cheng capitalizing on the American real estate bubble, earning several $1 million in a single venture. However, the reality of his generous donation of $2 million to the Linzhungren orphanage has caused great distress among Min Xia's family. They believe that once Dongfang Cheng and Min Xia are married, that money would rightfully belong to them. It is precisely due to this mindset that they urge their daughter to solidify her relationship with Dongfang Cheng, encouraging her to hasten their union. In the free and open society of America, the legal marriage age and the age of consent in most states are considerably lower than in Dongfang Cheng's previous country. There is no uniform national legal age in America, as each state determines its own regulations. In most states, the legal marriage age is set at 18. For individuals under 18, those who have reached the age of May 16 marry only with the consent of their parents or a local judge. Moreover, the marriage certificate is issued with a validity period, typically ranging from 30 to 60 days, during which the wedding must take place. Otherwise, the certificate becomes void. However, it is important to note that while most states adhere to this regulation, there are notable variances among them. For instance, in Washington, Idaho, Mississippi, and New Jersey, the statutory marriage age differs, allowing males to apply for a marriage license at the age of 14 and females at 12. In the United States, the legal age for consensual sexual relations also varies from state to state. According to various legal stipulations, the majority of states permit individuals to engage in sexual relations at the age of 16, while some states allow it at 14. Consequently, this indicates that in America, Min Xia, who remains a virgin at the age of 19, is considered quite an old maid. In the liberal and open society of America, it is unlikely that such a stunning beauty as Min Xia would have remained untouched until now, were it not for the profound influence of Dongfang Cheng. Viewed from another perspective, it is truly commendable that Min Xia has maintained her chastity amidst the freedoms of America for so long, in devotion to Dongfang Cheng. Chapter 10. The distinction between determination and the desire to win. On June 12, 2009, during the fourth game of the NBA Finals, Kobe Bryant scored 32 points at the Amway Center in Orlando, leading the Lakers to a remarkable comeback victory over the Magic, triumphing 99-91 in overtime after trailing by 12 points at halftime, thus taking a 3-1 series lead. Dwight Howard surpassed numerous predecessors, setting an unfortunate record with 9 blocks in a single finals game. On that day, both Kobe and Howard etched their names into the annals of history. Coincidentally, on the same day, Dongfang Cheng also broke his long-standing record of abstinence in a specially crafted BMW. Yet, after the intense battle, it is essential to practice moderation for the sake of physical development and future happiness. Moreover, Dongfang Cheng relishes the sensation of maneuvering under pressure. With the ball firmly in his hands, should the defense be too lax, allowing him to move freely, he would find little excitement in the game. Therefore, after some playful antics, Dongfang Cheng resolved to take a respite and fulfill a lingering regret from his original timeline, to witness an NBA Finals game in person. On June 15, 2009, after a few days of rest, Dongfang Cheng and Min Xia boarded a plane from New York to Orlando, desiring to avoid drawing attention and in accordance with Dongfang Cheng's current financial situation. They opted for mid to rear section tickets instead of front row seats at the Amway Center. From this vantage point, the central action was hardly discernible, leaving them reliant on the large screens for visibility. Given this circumstance, Minxia, experiencing this atmosphere for the first time, could hardly endure the live environment and leaned closer to Dongfang Cheng to whisper, "If the cheaper seats are not as good as the expensive ones, why are we here? We could simply watch it on television at home." Yet, their purpose for attending was not merely to watch the game, but to create a presence and generate excitement. After all, I have yet to step into the NBA and must frequently present myself before NBA teams and sports media. Reputation is reciprocal. NBA stars attend NCAA finals. So it is only fitting for me, an NCAA standout, to witness an NBA game. However, in terms of such social exchanges, not many young star players in the NCAA can comprehend this apart from myself. Dongfang Cheng explained to Minxia, his tone tinged with a hint of pride. It seems that the other NCAA stars have not failed to grasp the situation, but rather, they lack the financial means you possess. A mere ticket for the mid-court section costs several $1,000s, while front-row seats soar to tens of thousands. NCAA athletes not only receive no salary, but according to regulations, they are also prohibited from accepting endorsements, relying solely on a few $1,000s in designated sports scholarships. How could they possibly afford such exorbitant tickets? It was evident that Minxia was rather displeased with the steep ticket prices at the Amway Center, even if they were paid for by Dongfang Cheng. Yet, from another perspective, his money could very well be considered hers, especially since Dongfang Cheng's financial situation remains a mystery to Minxia, who has been by his side for 4 long years. Nevertheless, she believed that saving a bit where possible was wise. Regardless of financial status, necessary investments are imperative. For an NCAA star aspiring to join the NBA, attending the finals to enhance one's visibility offers more advantages than disadvantages. As Dongfang Cheng spoke, he playfully patted Minxia's fair thigh. Upon sensing the gentle touch on her thigh, she turned, and the familiar sensation, unsurprisingly, belonged to Dongfang Cheng. "Cheng." Minxia began to turn her head, only to find his lips descending upon hers. Although she was unsure of his intentions, after a moment's surprise, she chose to reciprocate. Just then, a thunderous wave of excitement erupted in her ears. It turned out that during a regular timeout, a photographer at the Amway Center had captured Dongfang Cheng and Minxia, projecting their image onto the large screen for all to see. The photographer possessed remarkable vision, managing to spot the rising star Dongfang Cheng amidst a sea of thousands of spectators, alongside the enchanting Minxia. However, the photographer's prowess was evidently overshadowed by that of the esteemed court photographer from a future timeline, renowned for capturing world-famous masterpieces. The positioning and lighting left much to be desired. Nonetheless, despite these shortcomings, the allure and charm of the handsome duo were sufficient to transcend all deficiencies. The sight of the attractive couple sharing a kiss inevitably incited a chorus of excitement from the audience. After a brief uproar, as the timeout concluded, the majority of the spectators redirected their attention to the court. The large screen ceased to showcase Dongfang Cheng and Minxia, returning instead to the ongoing game. Without the screen's projection, amidst such a crowd, few could discern the captivating pair. However, the spectacle of such striking individuals engaging in a passionate display at the NBA Finals would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. As the audience sought to learn more about Dongfang Cheng, his identity and achievements would inevitably come into focus, heralding a foreseeable rise in his fame and a surge in admirers. It was at that moment, when Dongfang Cheng discovered the angle of the camera had shifted, that he seized the opportunity to engage in a passionate kiss with Minxia in front of the gathered crowd. "Cheng, do you think the finals will conclude today?" Minxia inquired, turning to Dongfang Cheng after their lingering kiss, as the spectators momentarily diverted their attention. Under Dongfang Cheng's influence, Minxia had developed a significant understanding of the NBA, the pinnacle of basketball. Currently, the NBA playoffs, including the finals, follow a best-of-7 format. The Lakers held a 3-1 advantage over the Magic. Although Minxia appeared to be inquiring about the conclusion of the finals, her true question pertained to the outcome of the day's match. In Game 4 on the 12th, despite the Magic leading by 12 points at halftime, they were ultimately overturned by the Lakers in overtime. Today, the Magic faced either a desperate resurgence or a loss of spirit. Given their current deficit at halftime, it was evident that the latter scenario was unfolding. Moreover, the star players of each team presented a stark contrast. One, the youthful and exuberant beast, and the other, the indomitable Black Mamba at the peak of his career, exhibited vastly different levels of determination and desire to win. The impact of determination and ambition in competitive sports is monumental. A fervent spirit can propel a player to perform beyond their capabilities, while a lack of drive may reduce their potential drastically. Observing the scoreboard at halftime, with the Lakers leading the Magic 56-46, Dongfang Cheng remarked with a sense of resignation. Although he did not directly respond to Minxia's question, his inclination was unmistakable. The Lakers were likely to secure the NBA championship this season, just as they had in the original timeline. Indeed, the white-clad number 12 of the Magic appeared to lack the fighting spirit of the blue-clad number 24. Yet his physique was undeniably impressive, with muscles far more pronounced than those of his counterpart. Witnessing the fierce physical contest on the court, Minxia finally comprehended why Dongfang Cheng seemed so formidable. At merely 18 years of age, he had already overwhelmed her, and as he matured and grew stronger, she pondered how she would cope. It appeared that she would need to assist him in realizing some of his aspirations. This not only would bring joy to Dongfang Cheng, but also alleviate her own burdens. A perfect win-win situation, indeed. Some matters require collaboration. Without it, one may find themselves lacking in strength. Their paths differed significantly. Do not be deceived by the current bravado of that white-clad number 12. His peak was far shorter compared to that of the blue-clad number 24. This finals may well represent the zenith of his capabilities. Dongfang Cheng, with a smile, elucidated his perspective to Minxia, integrating insights from future memories. He remarked that Kobe Bryant's remarkable feat of scoring 81 points in a single game during the night of the Dragon Slayer far surpassed the peak of Dwight Howard, whose extraordinary physical talents were evident but fleeting. Kobe's peak spanned nearly a decade, whereas Howard's brilliance lasted merely around 5 years, if not less. This brevity in peak performance is a common affliction for those who rely solely on physical prowess. Different paths? Peak periods? Minxia gazed at Dongfang Cheng, eager for further elaboration. With their relationship having made substantial progress, she yearned to understand him more deeply. This is merely my personal summation, an opinion of one. He continued. Listen closely. I categorize NBA players into two distinct types, physically dominant and technically skilled. The current number 12 of the Magic, Howard, epitomizes the physically dominant category, as his explosive athleticism conceals his rudimentary basketball skills, allowing him to ascend to MVP status solely through his physical attributes. In stark contrast stands Kobe Bryant, number 24 of the Lakers. Although his physical gifts are not the most exceptional, his basketball skills have been honed to perfection, effectively bridging the gap created by his physical limitations. This mastery of technique enables him to attain MVP status as well, arguably making him even more formidable than Howard at the same elite level. Dongfang Cheng expressed his views further. MVP status? Immediate impact? Seizing the moment, Minxia appeared intent on delving deeper into the topic. In the NBA, immediate impact refers to a player's ability to contribute to the team's performance upon joining. According to my assessment, I have classified NBA players' immediate impact for the current season into categories: NBA fringe players, NBA rotation players, NBA core players, NBA star players, and NBA MVP-level players for that season. This tiered classification is quite comprehensible. If one struggles to grasp it, the allocation of playing time and salary provides a clearer insight. NBA fringe players are those who barely manage to enter the league. Although they rank among the top 1,000 basketball talents globally, within the hallowed confines of the NBA, they often find themselves relegated to guarding the water cooler. Typically, they may only see a few minutes of play during garbage time in each game, with their contracts predominantly consisting of non-guaranteed agreements, 10-day contracts, and minimum salaries. In stark contrast, the primary rotation players in the NBA exhibit significantly greater prowess. Considering the 30 teams in the league, with an average of 7 to 8 key rotation players per team, there are approximately only 200 to 250 players who meet or exceed this primary rotation level. As integral components of their respective teams, these players typically average no less than 18 minutes of playing time per game, with salaries generally ranging from minimum to mid-level contracts. The core players of NBA teams represent the heart and soul of their squads. Ordinarily, each team boasts just one core player. However, championship contending teams featuring dual or triple star lineups may possess 2 to 3 core players, such as Kobe Bryant and Pau Gasol of the Lakers. Conversely, some rebuilding teams might lack even a single core player. The number of core players and above in the NBA is estimated to be around 40 to 60, functioning as the backbone of the league, with the majority averaging over 30 minutes of playing time per season. Their salaries typically fall within the mid-level to near-max range. Star-level players in the NBA can be succinctly compared to the All-Stars selected each year, albeit excluding those merely filling out the roster. Consequently, the number of star players fluctuates seasonally, generally ranging between 10 to 20, which is fewer than the 24 All-Stars. These individuals serve as the driving force behind fan engagement with NBA games, acting as the pillars of the league, with their average playing time also exceeding 30 minutes per season. Their annual salaries are predominantly at the near-max or max level. MVP-level players in the current season are particularly straightforward to comprehend. They stand out among the stars, vying for the coveted MVP trophy. Typically, by the end of the season, one can ascertain the leading candidates by reviewing the official MVP rankings released by the NBA. Although the trophy is awarded to only one individual, the top 3 or 5 players on the MVP list, as well as those named to the All-NBA first team, provide a clear indication of which players have made the most significant contributions to their teams, boasting the best statistics and on-court impact. Generally, there are only about 3 to 5 players each season who possess the absolute star power worthy of MVP consideration. Dongfang Cheng continued to articulate his perspective, asserting that reality is not a game. It lacks quantifiable values, allowing only for rough estimations. These 5 categories represent the general classification of NBA players' immediate prowess, according to Dongfang Cheng. At this juncture, it is imperative to advocate for Kobe. His capabilities are remarkable, and his prime extended for a considerable duration. However, due to various factors including team performance, he astonishingly secured only one MVP trophy during his zenith as an MVP-caliber player. This disparity in such a prestigious accolade constitutes the primary shortcoming that relegates Kobe to merely a top 10 gatekeeper in NBA history. In this context, Min Shia felt she had drawn closer to Dongfang Cheng's insights. She then inquired about the players wearing the white jersey number 12 and the blue jersey number 24 on the court. Were they of MVP caliber? As her gaze shifted, she noticed the most captivating figures on the court, Dwight Howard of the Magic and Kobe Bryant of the Lakers, prompting her to continue her questioning. While Min Shia believed that both Howard and Kobe were indeed MVP-level stars this season, given that they had both led their teams to the finals, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind. What if she was mistaken? In the recently concluded 2008 to 2009 season, the NBA officially announced the top 5 in the MVP rankings: LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Dwayne Wade, Dwight Howard, and Chris Paul. Although the MVP ultimately went to LeBron James, I personally contend that based on their performances in the 2008 to 2009 season, all but the 5th-ranked Chris Paul could be considered MVP-level players. Chris Paul could be regarded as a half MVP-level player. Among those 4 MVP-caliber players, LeBron James and Dwight Howard primarily attained their status through physical prowess, with their basketball skills being comparatively lesser, particularly evident in Dwight Howard. Conversely, Kobe Bryant and Dwayne Wade achieved their MVP status chiefly through their basketball acumen. Observing Min Shia's gaze upon him, Dongfang Cheng remarked on this contrast. At this point, he also contemplated the impending decision that would emerge next year. In the original timeline, LeBron James maintained his position at the pinnacle of the MVP rankings, while Dwayne Wade had not significantly declined, still holding the 5th spot, with 2 players in the MVP top 5, alongside another all-star caliber player. It is no wonder that the NBA and the global basketball community were set ablaze following the formation of the Heat's Big Three in the original timeline. The reputation of the Heat's trio had plummeted to an all-time low. It is worth noting that during the first decade of the 21st century, the trend in the NBA leaned towards a dual-core system comprising one MVP-level player and one all-star caliber player, often supplemented by some aging former stars who had fallen from their peaks. Their immediate impact might even pale in comparison to that of several primary rotation players. While such a combination may indeed be formidable, it consistently offers other teams a glimmer of hope for victory on paper. And what of the Miami Heat's trio? 3-star players, all under the age of 30, are at the pinnacle of their careers, with 2 of them having secured positions among the top 5 in the MVP rankings for several consecutive years. Such a combination renders other teams devoid of any hope of victory on paper. Fortunately, the trio consistently advanced to the finals 4 times and secured 2 championships. Otherwise, their reputations and historical standings would have been quite different. However, next year, prior to the crucial decision, The Eastern Conference champion must first navigate through the draft to enter the NBA. In this realm of time and space, with the interference of Dongfang Cheng, what will be the ultimate outcome? Chapter 12. Next November, I look forward to facing off against esteemed predecessors. Cheng, having already clinched the championship in the NCAA, to what level has your basketball prowess ascended? Observing the suddenly profound gaze of Dongfang Cheng as he contemplated the future, Minxia could not suppress her curiosity and inched closer, softly inquiring. The NBA and NCAA are two entirely distinct arenas, not to mention merely claiming a championship. Very few NCAA mobs have successfully transitioned to the NBA. Nevertheless, after a few games to acclimatize, it would be no challenge for me to secure a position in the NBA's primary rotation given my current skill level. By next year, attaining a core role within an NBA team should also be within reach. Dongfang Cheng's eyes deepened further, as if he were envisioning himself competing alongside luminaries such as Kobe Bryant and Dwight Howard. Is being merely a primary rotation player all that you aspire to? Once Dongfang Cheng concluded, Minxia shifted her position, her tone tinged with skepticism and disappointment. Given Dongfang Cheng's reputation for genius and prowess on the court, Minxia had held certain biases regarding his capabilities. She had assumed he was already at least an NBA star-level talent. Do not underestimate the primary rotation players of the NBA. It is essential to recognize that the NBA is the pinnacle of global basketball. Leagues beyond the NBA are, at the very least, 1 to 2 tiers inferior in caliber. In the NBA, a primary rotation player would be a core player or even a star in other leagues. Furthermore, apart from the NBA, no other basketball league boasts the level of MVP caliber talent. League stars represent the highest level of ability in competitions outside the NBA. Dongfang Cheng sought to enlighten Minxia on this perspective. And what of the NCAA? How many tiers lower is it compared to the NBA? As their conversation continued, Minxia pressed on with her inquiries. Due to disparities in physical attributes, basketball skills, and on-court experience stemming from age, NCAA players typically lag behind NBA players by approximately 1 to 2 tiers. The specific magnitude of this gap depends on the caliber of NCAA players at that time. Last year, the difference was roughly 1.5 tiers. As for this year, with the 2009 draft approaching, the NCAA will lose several prodigies. In the upcoming season, the disparity between the NCAA and NBA is approximately 2 tiers. Dongfang Cheng continued to respond quietly. In other words, you, who can only secure a primary rotation role in the NBA, would almost be considered a top-tier star in the NCAA. Minxia finally grasped the distinction between the NBA and NCAA, and understood why Dongfang Cheng had made 2 appearances in the NCAA finals and had helped the Eskimo Dogs clinch the championship this year. This marks the pinnacle of the league. Moreover, according to Dongfang Cheng, his abilities are set to further enhance next year, while the NCAA's level is expected to decline. Thus, in the upcoming season, Dongfang Cheng will be virtually invincible in the NCAA, wouldn't you agree? Quite so. Unbeknownst to Dongfang Cheng, who overlooked the sudden shift in Minxia's gaze, he concurred with her assertion. Amidst their whispered conversation, the 5th game of the 2008 to 2009 NBA Finals came to a close. Everything unfolded as it would have in the original timeline without Dongfang Cheng's involvement. After a comeback in the previous game, Howard and the Magic lacked the spirit to compete. Kobe Bryant scored 15 points, grabbed 4 rebounds, and provided 4 assists in the first half, ultimately amassing 30 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists, leading the Los Angeles Lakers to dominate the Orlando Magic throughout the game. In the end, the Lakers triumphed over the Magic with a score of 99-86 at the Amway Arena, clinching the championship on their opponent's home court. As golden confetti rained down, on June 15, 2009, Kobe finally secured his first championship trophy after Shaquille O'Neal's departure and was duly named the Finals MVP. This allowed Kobe to establish his own legacy. Kobe's fame began to reach its zenith on a global scale. Dongfang Cheng observed this scene with a stirring gaze, standing in place against the backdrop of the triumphant Lakers. He captured a photograph and uploaded it to his personal Twitter account, captioning it with congratulations to the Lakers for winning the NBA championship for the 2008 to 2009 season, while encouraging the Magic to strive harder in the upcoming season. In October of the following year, he looked forward to facing off against his esteemed predecessors in the NBA. He then tucked away his phone, turned to Minxia, and said, "Let us depart. It is time for us to leave. Are you not going down to meet them?" Minxia inquired curiously, observing Dongfang Cheng's intent to leave. Having traveled so far, purchasing such expensive tickets, and merely watching the game before departing. Doesn't that seem a bit wasteful? Not at all. It suffices to prove that I was here. Moreover, the Lakers and Kobe have just claimed their championship. This is their moment of glory. It would be rather intrusive for someone like me, who is yet to enter the NBA, to disturb them. Dongfang Cheng replied, his expression serene. Documenting significant moments has become one of the few pleasures in Dongfang Cheng's rebirth. Oh, upon hearing his words, Minxia silently nodded. However, Dongfang Cheng waved his sleeve, departing without a trace of attachment. Yet, the tweet he sent captured a fragment of the fervor surrounding Kobe and the Lakers, particularly within the NBA management circles. The ripples caused by Dongfang Cheng were not insignificant. Having advanced 3 grades, he became the 5th 5-star high school player in the nation. Upon entering college, he led his team to the NCAA finals twice, ultimately clinching the championship in this year's tournament. Were it not for Dongfang Cheng's impressive performance, NBA management and scouts would hardly have paid attention to his accelerated progression. But now that he has excelled, achieving remarkable success, his continual advancement has become a significant highlight. The age advantage and immense potential resulting from his accelerated growth, along with the prestige of winning the New York State Championship and the NCAA title, render Dongfang Cheng an undeniable prospect in the eyes of NBA management. Had it not been for his Asian descent and a style of play lacking Kobe's relentless offensive drive, he would undoubtedly be a frontrunner for the top pick. At this juncture in 2009, emulating Kobe's playing style and sharing a similar fervor for victory would undoubtedly be advantageous. Beyond that, what constitutes reasonable basketball? It is, quite evidently, a lackluster form of play devoid of competitive spirit. This exemplifies the profound influence of the era on individuals. Nevertheless, even in the current circumstances, due to his remarkable performance in high school and the NCAA, Dongfang Cheng remains a guaranteed first-round pick, with a high probability of securing a top 10 selection in the NBA draft. If, in the upcoming season, Dongfang Cheng continues to lead his team to commendable achievements, NBA teams that find themselves unable to enter the playoffs next season and opt for a rebuilding strategy could very well take a gamble on Dongfang Cheng's leadership capabilities after obtaining a high draft position. After all, Dongfang Cheng's teams have consistently performed well during his high school and collegiate years. Initially, NBA team executives and scouts anticipated that the multi-talented Dongfang Cheng would complete his senior year and obtain a full-time bachelor's degree before entering the draft. However, it appears that Dongfang Cheng is contemplating declaring for the draft next year. While this revelation is surprising, it also aligns with logical expectations. After all, next year, Dongfang Cheng will be of suitable age. Moreover, it is not inconceivable that he may have skipped another grade. Yet, upon considering this possibility, many executives and scouts chuckle, deeming it improbable. Even if Dongfang Cheng is a prodigy, the sport of basketball demands an immense investment of time and effort. Despite being an academic genius who advanced 2 grades in elementary school, he has only managed to skip 1 grade in high school after commencing his basketball journey in middle school. Collegiate competitions are more rigorous, and American universities are notoriously known for their lenient admissions but stringent graduation requirements, making it unlikely for Dongfang Cheng to advance another grade. Nevertheless, irrespective of whether Dongfang Cheng advances in university, the crucial point is that it has been confirmed he will declare for the draft next year. In the upcoming season, both Dongfang Cheng and the Eskimo Dog team are poised to capture the attention of NBA franchises holding high draft picks. Chapter 13. Competing against opponents and comparing performance with teammates following the conclusion of the 2008-2009 NBA Finals. Dongfang Cheng spent approximately 10 days in Orlando with Minxia before returning to downtown New York City. Nestled in the heart of Florida, Orlando is renowned as one of the world's premier leisure and tourism destinations. The city boasts several sizable lakes, and its temperate climate renders it an ideal locale for travel, camping, aquatic activities, honeymoons, and family vacations, attracting numerous visitors each year. Orlando is home to the largest Disney theme park globally, rivaling Disneyland in Los Angeles, as well as the Orlando Museum of Art, the Orange County Regional History Center, and the nearby Harry P. Lou Gardens. Additionally, the largest SeaWorld in the United States is located in Orlando, alongside the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, a collaborative venture between Warner Brothers and Universal Studios, situated within a sprawling theme park that spans 787 acres. The city also features family-friendly attractions such as Walt Disney World, Universal Studios, islands of adventure, and countless other tourist spots, solidifying Orlando's reputation as one of the finest travel destinations in America. The allure of Orlando lies in its vibrancy, novelty, dynamism, and inviting warmth. Though small, this city encapsulates a vast world of experiences. The 2009 NBA Draft took place on June 25th at the Madison Square Garden Theater in New York City, broadcasted live by ESPN to 203 countries and regions worldwide. As the mentor of Thabeet, A.J. Price, and Jeff Adrian, Jim Calhoun was invited to attend the event by his prodigy, Thabeet, a member of the Green Room. The Green Room is a special term used in American sports drafts. Players officially invited to the Green Room for the NBA Draft are typically selected based on votes from team general managers, with final decisions made by the league's vice president according to the draft intentions of teams holding high picks. As the first 14 picks of the draft are designated as the lottery zone, the Green Room generally accommodates at least 14 players, depending on the intentions of the drafting teams that year. Players entering the Green Room may be accompanied by family and friends at the draft venue. Among the members of the Eskimo Dog team participating in the 2009 NBA Draft, only Thabeet received an invitation to the Green Room. It seems the NBA has a particular preference for towering players. This also indicates that it is not merely one or two teams' management that has failed to discern the true nature of Thabeet's lack of substance. Many have overlooked it. However, oftentimes, unless one is a genuine prodigy, the influence of draft positions and team dynamics is unavoidable. If, in this alternate timeline, Thabeet were to find himself in a different team and environment, would he still falter as he did in the original timeline? This is something that no one can predict. Aside from his esteemed mentor, Jim Calhoun, Thabeet also extended an invitation to Dongfang Cheng, who had assisted him for 2 seasons, to attend the event. After careful consideration, Dongfang Cheng agreed. One reason was his keen interest in making his presence felt at pivotal times and places. Another reason was that he had nearly hinted on Twitter that he would be entering the NBA Draft next year. So an early visit to observe the proceedings and make an impression in front of the management of various teams seemed advantageous. Upon returning to New York, Dongfang Cheng spent a wild night with Min Xia, and after practicing for 2 hours on his two-handed ball handling under pressure, he arrived at Madison Square Garden the next day, impeccably dressed in a suit. How did he get here? Shouldn't he have registered for the draft this year? Dongfang Cheng. What is he doing here? Upon seeing Dongfang Cheng's appearance, many reporters and players gathered outside Madison Square Garden whispered among themselves. However, Dongfang Cheng paid them no mind and walked straight into the arena. When he found Thabeet, he was joyfully conversing with his parents. "Hello, brother." Upon noticing Dongfang Cheng, Thabeet left his parents' side and approached him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Over the past 2 seasons, Dongfang Cheng and Thabeet had collaborated harmoniously, and as the core player on the perimeter, Dongfang Cheng had never shown any signs of rivalry or contention for leadership. Even during this year's March Madness, Dongfang Cheng publicly declared in front of the media that Thabeet was indeed the leader of the Eskimo Dogs, and he was there to support him. Such a statement rendered Dongfang Cheng entirely devoid of the opportunity to contest the MOP title with Thabeet, yet it also bestowed upon him the friendship of Thabeet. After all, Thabeet was unaware that Dongfang Cheng's decision stemmed from the constraints imposed by external factors and the tactical limitations set forth by head coach Jim Caron, leaving him with little choice but to concede the battle against Thabeet. From Thabeet's perspective, this was a demonstration of Dongfang Cheng's loyalty and willingness to sacrifice. Having been teammates for 2 years, and both being pivotal members of the Eskimo Dogs, Thabeet was well aware of Dongfang Cheng's capabilities. Had Dongfang Cheng been resolute in his desire to compete with Thabeet, the Eskimo Dogs' journey to victory would have been far less seamless, and Thabeet's path to being named MOP would not have been so unencumbered. In truth, Thabeet understood that. Were it not for Jim Caron's tactical bias and Dongfang Cheng's reluctance to contest, he might not have surpassed the exceptionally skilled Dongfang Cheng. Although Thabeet's height and physique afforded him significant physical advantages, Dongfang Cheng's remarkable skills were more than sufficient to offset much of that advantage, and even to excel beyond it, particularly in the recently concluded championship season. With Dongfang Cheng's physical growth and skill maturation, it became even more challenging for Thabeet to surpass him. Possessing great talent, yet displaying no desire to compete, Dongfang Cheng represented Thabeet's ideal companion. Being a professional basketball player is a challenging endeavor, as one must not only vie against opposing players for victory, but also compete with teammates for recognition. After all, everyone aspires to achieve impressive statistics, secure lucrative contracts, and earn substantial wealth, yet there exists but a single basketball on the court. In NBA teams, the so-called twin towers in the paint or dual sharpshooters on the perimeter often find their partnerships short-lived, primarily due to this dynamic. Personal friendships aside, the presence of one another inevitably influences performance on the court, impacting statistical outputs and the potential for future lucrative contracts, rendering separation inevitable. Dongfang Cheng recalled a common saying from his previous life: "One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, unless one is male and the other is female." In the context of the NBA, he believed it could be slightly modified. A team cannot harbor two MVP-caliber star players, unless one is seasoned and the other is young. Consider the San Antonio Spurs Twin Towers, Tim Duncan and David Robinson, who collaborated over a decade ago. Had Tim Duncan not just entered the league while David Robinson was gradually aging, their peak performance periods would have overlapped for a brief time. And it is likely that these two MVP-caliber stars would not have partnered until David Robinson's retirement. Similarly, in the original timeline, the formation of the Miami Heat's Big Three dictated the distribution of ball control. A single team cannot accommodate two stars both delivering MVP-level statistics. This principle holds true, especially for the overlapping dynamics of twin towers and dual sharpshooters. Even with a dual-core system, both internally and externally, prolonged collaboration may lead to conflicts arising from territorial disputes. This is reminiscent of the sole three-time champion of the 21st century, the Los Angeles Lakers, and their two pivotal figures, Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. Despite their initially harmonious relationship, they ultimately succumbed to discord fueled by competition for dominance, resulting in an inevitable separation. Presently, Kobe enjoys a fruitful partnership with Pau Gasol, a testament not only to Kobe's maturation but also to the absence of any threat to his leadership position within the Lakers from Gasol. This dynamic is equally applicable to NBA players and NCAA athletes vying for the opportunity to enter the NBA. In such circumstances, it is understandable that Dongfang Cheng could wholeheartedly support Thabeet for 2 seasons, thereby fostering a bond that would touch Thabeet, viewing Dongfang as a close brother and friend. In reality, when head coach Jim Calhoun persuaded Thabeet to remain for another championship run last year, Thabeet's primary concern was the impending issues of ball control and his standing within the team. Calhoun, perceptive to Thabeet's apprehensions, assured him that should he choose to stay and pursue another championship, he would undoubtedly be the cornerstone of the Eskimo Dogs for the upcoming season. Chapter 14. Still the second overall pick, Thabeet. Congratulations, Thabeet. May you enter the NBA as the first overall pick, join the Los Angeles Clippers, and embark on a resplendent professional career. After embracing Thabeet, Dongfang Cheng extended his heartfelt wishes. Although he has played a supportive role for Thabeet over the past 2 seasons, it is fair to say that Dongfang has not lost out. Given his youth, it was prudent for Dongfang not to rush into the NBA prematurely. He still possesses ample time and opportunity to showcase his talents. Moreover, Thabeet's presence has effectively masked some of Dongfang's shortcomings, granting him the necessary time to develop. Particularly during Dongfang's inaugural season at the University of Connecticut, his initial height limitations were mitigated by Thabeet's towering presence, which drew considerable defensive attention and emboldened Dongfang to take risks in shooting. Thus, the notion that one has achieved success at the expense of the other is misplaced. They have mutually flourished. Consequently, Dongfang Cheng's well wishes for Thabeet are both sincere and heartfelt. In this timeline, the lottery results of 2009 remain unchanged from the original timeline, with the Los Angeles Clippers securing the first overall pick and the Memphis Grizzlies obtaining the second. In the original timeline, merely reaching the Final Four and being projected as a guaranteed top 10 pick, Thabeet caught the attention of the Memphis Grizzlies. In the current timeline, having led his team to victory and being named the most outstanding player, Thabeet will undoubtedly attract the interest of the Memphis Grizzlies even more. At this moment, the Grizzlies have already solidified Marc Gasol's position, with Iranian center Hamed on the bench. If Thabeet were to join their ranks, it would be a formidable addition. These 3 centers share an identical style of play. At present, Pau Gasol's shooting proficiency has not yet reached the reliability it would attain in the future. He primarily dominates through sheer force in the paint. Similarly, Hamed relies heavily on his height and wingspan to make an impact. Introducing Thabeet into this equation intensifies the competition significantly. Should Thabeet underperform, he risks being marginalized with alarming ease. This also serves as the objective reason for Thabeet's eventual decline in the original timeline. Naturally, there are subjective factors contributing to Thabeet's downfall in that timeline, such as insufficient determination, a tendency to surrender easily, a lack of physical robustness, a slender build, slow lateral movement, and an absence of competitive spirit. In this dimension, if Thabeet is not favored by the Los Angeles Clippers and is instead selected by the Memphis Grizzlies with the first overall pick, he may unfortunately follow the same path as in his original timeline, ultimately leading to his decline. To alter the outcome of his original timeline, the most advantageous course of action for Thabeet would be to be chosen early by the Los Angeles Clippers. This is also the reason why Dongfang Cheng extends his best wishes to Thabeet, who has joined the Los Angeles Clippers as the first overall pick. Although there is a significant possibility that if Thabeet's performance declines rapidly after entering the NBA, the management and fans of the team may attribute this year's championship victory of the Eskimos to Dongfang Cheng. He is still willing to wish for Thabeet to be selected by the Clippers, embarking on a distinctive NBA career. After all, the triumph of the University of Connecticut this year may merely serve as an embellishment for Dongfang Cheng, who is set to participate in the NBA draft next year, without substantially altering his draft position. Given Dongfang Cheng's previous performances and established reputation, as long as he maintains his level in the upcoming season, he is almost assured of a top 10 selection. Moreover, with the absence of Thabeet and A.J. Price from the Eskimos next year, Dongfang Cheng's physical attributes and skills will undoubtedly improve with age and training, coupled with a tactical shift in the team. He firmly believes that his on-court performance and statistics will see a significant enhancement. The prospect of an elevated draft position is also foreseeable. It is nearly guaranteed that he will secure a top 10 pick. Any further improvement is merely a bonus. Thus, the championship victory of the Eskimos this year holds little importance for Dongfang Cheng. If that is the case, I shall take your good wishes to heart. The upcoming season is entrusted to you, Eskimos. You must perform well and strive for a similarly high draft position next year. Hearing Dongfang Cheng's blessings, Thabeet chuckled heartily and patted Dongfang Cheng on the shoulder. Thabeet is already aware of Dongfang Cheng's intention to declare for the draft next year. As a frontrunner for a top 3 pick, this moment marks a pinnacle in Thabeet's life, and he radiates enthusiasm and positivity towards Dongfang Cheng. Thank you. I will do my utmost. By the way, Thabeet, have you tried out in Los Angeles? Does the Clippers have an interest in you? The NBA draft is an exceedingly intricate process, encompassing both domestic and international players. Furthermore, even after declaring for the draft, players can retract their application to the NBA before a certain date. Once the final list of participants is confirmed, the NBA will select potential draftees for a collective tryout. In addition to the official NBA tryouts, teams may conduct individual workouts or collaborate with a few allied teams for small-scale joint trials. Of course, players can decline invitations from either the NBA or individual teams, or selectively accept them. For instance, this year, Stephen Curry opted to attend only the Knicks tryout to play in New York, thereby rejecting invitations from the Warriors and the Grizzlies. This realm of existence mirrors the original one. As previously reported by sports media, Stephen Curry declined a tryout with the Golden State Warriors prior to the draft, harboring aspirations of playing in New York, which he believed offered superior opportunities for growth. Furthermore, despite the Memphis Grizzlies general manager expressing a willingness to elevate Curry to the second overall pick should he join them, Curry ultimately chose to decline, prioritizing a compatible system and a larger market. Even though Curry's Davidson College team faced defeat against the multifaceted Eskimo Dogs in this year's March Madness, culminating in a bittersweet exit in the quarterfinals, his remarkable average of 28.6 points per game captured national attention. Not to mention, he further contributed with an average of 4 rebounds, 5.6 assists, and 2.5 steals. Consequently, numerous NBA franchises were keenly interested in Curry. The NBA draft often emphasizes individual talent and potential over team achievements. Yet, Curry's heart was set on New York. The Clippers, lacking discernment, seemed to favor Blake Griffin from the University of Oklahoma, a team we had defeated in the Final Four. Nevertheless, the Grizzlies had assured me that they would select me with the second pick in the first round. A second pick is commendable indeed. marking the highest selection for an MOP in the 21st century. Alas, the NCAA MOP designation conflicts with the NBA draft. Whenever the Los Angeles Clippers are mentioned, Thabeet feels a pang of discomfort. As a leading prospect in this year's NBA draft, it should be a moment of unparalleled brilliance for Thabeet. However, the Clippers' decision casts a shadow over his shining moment. Upon hearing Thabeet's response, Dongfang Cheng fell into silence. The trajectory of this temporal space continues to follow the original path. Naturally, the selection of Blake Griffin by the Los Angeles Clippers comes as no surprise. After all, born in March 1989, Blake Griffin is 2 years junior to Thabeet, who was born in February 1987. Moreover, Griffin's impressive average of 22, 7 points and 14 for rebounds far surpasses Thabeet's 15, 3 points and 11, 2 rebounds. It remains true that while NBA team management evaluates rookies based on their college team's performance and the positive impact they may bring, they also scrutinize the rookie statistics and on-court displays. Ultimately, statistical performance and court prowess serve as more accurate representations of a player's individual capabilities. Chapter 15, 2009 NBA Draft. Thabeet. The Grizzlies already possess players with overlapping positions and similar functions, such as Marc Gasol and Haim Haddadi. You should dedicate your summer to intensive training. Once you join the Grizzlies, ensure you perform well and do not get sidelined. Faced with this stark reality, Dongfang Cheng could only advise Thabeet in such a manner. Rest assured, I am the second overall pick. There will be no issues. In response to Dongfang Cheng's well-meaning counsel, Thabeet smiled dismissively. Although Thabeet perceived Cheng's concerns as somewhat excessive, he nonetheless felt a warmth in his heart from the care shown by his friend. Only true friends would express such sentiments at this moment. As Thabeet and Dongfang Cheng engaged in casual conversation, a familiar figure emerged. It was none other than Jim Calhoun, the head coach of the University of Connecticut, whom Thabeet had invited. With Calhoun's arrival, Thabeet and Cheng halted their chat to greet him. Thabeet, go forth and excel in the NBA. Jim Calhoun nodded with satisfaction at the sight of Thabeet and Cheng, subsequently offering words of encouragement to Thabeet. Fear not, coach. I will not bring shame to Yukon or to you in the NBA. Thabeet assured with a smile. Cheng, you too must strive to lead the Eskimo Dogs to consecutive championships in the upcoming season. Next year, aim for the top pick, just as Thabeet has this year, with the MOP in your sights. After encouraging Thabeet, Jim Calhoun turned to Dongfang Cheng. In the new season, you will be the cornerstone of the Eskimo Dogs. As the head coach, Jim Calhoun certainly would not overlook Cheng's contributions. Rest assured, coach, I will give my utmost effort. Cheng similarly vowed. After a few more exchanges among the trio, they parted ways to attend to their respective social engagements. The annual NBA draft is indeed a significant event within the realm of American basketball. Jim Calhoun is acquainted with the management of various teams, as well as other collegiate coaches. Thabeet and Kemba Walker have their own familiar players, including former teammates A.J. Price and Jeff Adrian, and the amicable rivals James Harden and Stephen Curry. Born in August 1989, James Harden and the ever-advancing Kemba Walker entered college in the same year. Albeit at different institutions, Walker at the University of Connecticut and Harden at Arizona State University. For 2 years, Walker and Harden were conceptual adversaries, yet they never faced each other on the court. In consecutive seasons, Harden and Arizona State were eliminated by other universities before they could meet Walker and the University of Connecticut. As for Stephen Curry, born in March 1988, he entered college in 2006 and had already played 3 seasons at Davidson College. Since 2007, Walker has encountered Curry twice during the NCAA March Madness, both times resulting in a decisive victory for the University of Connecticut over Davidson. Despite Curry's explosive scoring ability, Davidson College, lacking in athletic prowess compared to the University of Connecticut, could not match their strength. Interestingly, Stephen Curry's journey to Davidson has its own narrative. His father, Del Curry, is a former NBA player. When choosing a college, Stephen expressed a desire to play for his father's alma mater, Virginia Tech. However, the university declined to offer him an athletic scholarship due to concerns about his slender physique. Subsequently, Curry attended a basketball camp at Duke University, hoping to join the prestigious program. But the coaching staff, led by Coach K, believed he was too small and frail to withstand the rigors of NCAA competition, thereby passing on him. Ultimately, Stephen Curry found himself at Davidson out of necessity. The year 2009 marked a significant draft year, with talents like Blake Griffin, James Harden, and Stephen Curry, who had honed their skills over several years in the NCAA, departing together. This prompted Walker to inform Minshia that the previous year's NCAA talent level was merely 1.5 tiers below that of the NBA, but this season, the gap would widen to 2 tiers. Despite past tensions, Harden, Curry, and Griffin welcomed Walker warmly, as if forgetting the frustrations of their NCAA encounters. For them, the NCAA chapter had concluded, allowing all grievances to be laid to rest. The NBA and NCAA, after all, are worlds apart. Today's NCAA rivals may very well transform into allies in the NBA. With a limited pool of players, they often find themselves crossing paths, a reality that cannot be avoided. The NBA functions as a professional arena. Despite personal grievances, players frequently must uphold their relationships under unavoidable circumstances. At the very least, this is the faade they maintain. Amidst this social landscape, the 2009 NBA draft commenced in earnest. Thabeet, along with Dongfang Cheng and Jim Calhoun, subsequently returned to take their seats at the round table designated for Thabeet. During this period, members of the green room can invite 5 people to join them at the table. Although Dongfang Cheng is uncertain whether Thabeet from this timeline will experience a swift decline in the NBA, one thing he is certain of is that this version of Thabeet possesses remarkable social skills. The 5 individuals invited by Thabeet include his parents, his agent Jerry Daniels, head coach Jim Calhoun, and Dongfang Cheng, the team's second-in-command. As for A.J. Price, Jeff Adrian, and others who participated in this year's NBA draft, their draft prospects did not match that of Thabeet. Thus, they have been assigned to different positions and will not appear in the green room. In the realm of the NBA, hierarchy is omnipresent. Amidst a chorus of boos, David Stern ascended the stage with a smile. With the commencement of the 2009 NBA draft, the Los Angeles Clippers, as anticipated, selected the 206 centimeters forward Blake Griffin from the University of Oklahoma with the first overall pick. The Memphis Grizzlies likewise, without surprise, opted for the 220 centimeters center Thabeet from the University of Connecticut with the second pick. The Oklahoma City Thunder, mirroring the original timeline, selected the 196 centimeters guard James Harden from Arizona State University with the third pick, thereby achieving the celebrated feat of 3 MVP awards in 3 years that fans and later generations often discuss. However, with Dongfang Cheng as an X-factor in this timeline, it remains uncertain whether the Thunder trio, Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, and James Harden, will attain the same NBA regular season MVP trophies as in the original timeline. Beyond the widely scrutinized top 3 picks, the Golden State Warriors management, much like in the original timeline, disregarded Stephen Curry's personal preferences and chose to select a different player. This decision initiated an endeavor that, while perhaps unpalatable, was nonetheless gratifying. In addition to several star players who later gained renown in the original timeline, Dongfang Cheng also paid special attention to his teammates A.J. Price and Jeff Adrian. A.J. Price replaced Rodrigue Beaubois from the original timeline and was selected by the Oklahoma City Thunder at the 25th position in the first round. It remains to be seen whether A.J. Price in this timeline will share the same fate as Rodrigue Beaubois in the original timeline. After the Thunder selected Rodrigue Beaubois at the 25th position, they promptly swapped him with B.J. Mullins, who was picked by the Dallas Mavericks at the 24th position. During his tenure with the Mavericks, Rodrigue Beaubois' performance was lackluster, and after his 4-year rookie contract expired, he faded from the NBA and moved to play in European leagues. Nevertheless, through a 4-year rookie contract worth $51 million, Rodrigue Beaubois became a millionaire in America, transforming his destiny and ascending to a middle-class lifestyle. Afterward, he could pursue life as he wished. This sentiment resonates with many NCAA players. As for Jeff Adrian, he was selected by the Indiana Pacers as the 22nd pick in the second round, 52nd overall, stepping into the Pacers jersey to replace A.J. Price from the original timeline. In that timeline, A.J. Price wandered through the NBA after 3 seasons with the Indiana Pacers, eventually landing in the CBA. One wonders if this version of Jeff Adrian will fare better. With the Miami Heat selecting the 6'9" small forward Robert Dozier as the 30th pick in the second round, 60th overall, the 2009 NBA draft officially concluded. The ever-enthusiastic Dongfang Cheng, who relishes marking significant moments in pivotal locations, once again bore witness to history. Following this, everyone must prepare for the upcoming season and the 2010 NBA Draft. The cycle of new generations replacing the old is a universal process, whether in the NBA or any other domain. Chapter 16. The Imminent Blessings of Unity. A month after the conclusion of the 2009 draft, Dongfang and Min Xia departed New York once more, embarking on a journey to capture memories at various renowned landmarks across America. This could be considered as Oriental Cheng's premature revelation of the considerable profits he amassed during the American real estate bubble, amounting to millions of dollars. It provides a source for his current indulgences. While it is unlikely that anyone would pay significant attention to Oriental Cheng, it is prudent for him to exercise utmost caution. This caution serves as a guiding principle for Oriental Cheng, a reincarnated soul. Otherwise, should the world discover that the underage Oriental Cheng amassed over $10 million through illicit ventures and the real estate bubble yielded more than $20 million, it would undoubtedly lead to tumultuous consequences. After a month of revelry, I have found a little lover for my most loyal basketball star boyfriend, and it's time for you to meet them. One day, while Oriental Cheng was conversing with his girlfriend, Min Xia, she suddenly interjected. Her words took him aback. What's wrong? Can't bear it anymore? Seeking external assistance? Yes, indeed. But as you mentioned, rather than allowing you to uncontrollably seek out distractions, it would be better for me to assist you in selecting and overseeing your choices. Min Xia retorted, her expression laced with playful sarcasm as she observed her boyfriend. She had previously inquired of Oriental Cheng why he wished to find a lover. Was it because she was insufficient or something else? Moreover, why did he feel the need to inform her, the official girlfriend, about his desire for a mistress? However, Oriental Cheng's response was unexpected. He stated, I simply wish to experience the lifestyle of the affluent, to explore a way of living starkly different from that of ordinary people. Such thoughts rendered Min Xia speechless. After a prolonged exchange, the two transitioned from the hotel bedroom to the living room, then to the balcony, and ultimately returned to the bedroom, finally concluding their struggle. Have you given any thought to what I mentioned? Min Xia inquired softly, reclining in Dongfang Cheng's embrace, her right hand tracing gentle circles on his chest. Indeed, it was merely a weary beast, not a barren field. This was, of course, Dongfang Cheng's intentional design, allowing Min Xia the energy to converse, reminiscent of their first encounter. Otherwise, akin to a player in the NBA, she might have lacked the strength to engage in discourse. There had been an occasion when Min Xia had not managed to endure until the end, succumbing to slumber prematurely. Do elaborate, Dongfang Cheng urged, his gaze tenderly fixed upon the delicate visage and graceful form of Min Xia, a surge of indescribable pride blossoming within him. His training had borne fruit. Min Xia was now capable of actively seeking lovers for Dongfang Cheng. As a reincarnated soul, Dongfang Cheng harbored a peculiar inclination to experience all that he had missed in his previous life, to savor each moment. Although Min Xia possessed exquisite beauty and form, honed to his satisfaction under his guidance, men are ever desirous of more, particularly someone like Dongfang Cheng, who transitioned from an ordinary existence in his past life to one of success in this. Dongfang Cheng had long informed Min Xia that in his lifetime, he could not possibly have only her as his partner. Consequently, Min Xia found herself entangled in a series of separations and reconciliations with him. Ultimately, it became evident that the reincarnated Dongfang Cheng, buoyed by ample financial resources, possessed a myriad of means to keep Min Xia firmly under his control, leaving her unable to resist his manipulation. Upon initially discovering that Min Xia, who actively sought his attention, perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences, he resolved to educate her, meticulously crafting a companion that conformed to his ideals both in appearance and character. Since the inception of their relationship, Min Xia not only basked in the envious gazes of her peers, but also experienced a significant elevation in her material circumstances, receiving gifts from Dongfang Cheng valued in the thousands of dollars each academic year. It was not just Min Xia who benefited. Dongfang Cheng was equally generous towards those in her circle. Her parents, siblings, and close friends received gifts ranging from hundreds to thousands of dollars on various holidays. It is worth noting that Min Xia hailed from an ordinary middle-class family in America. In 2009, the average income in the United States was merely $37,610. Even though New York, as the economic hub, boasted higher averages, the cost of living correspondingly escalated. After Dongfang Cheng's emergence, the tens of thousands of dollars he spent annually on Min Xia's family significantly enhanced their standard of living, naturally aligning them with his interests. Moreover, As Dongfang Cheng progressively made a name for himself in basketball, coupled with his academic excellence and promising future, they perceived him as a suitable match. Due to a sense of embarrassment, Minxia found it difficult to discuss the nature of her relationship with Dongfang Cheng with her family. As for her close friends, who often became even more intimate than her parents during her teenage years, they too succumbed to Dongfang Cheng's various charms, acting as his ears, eyes, and strategists. In such circumstances, with no one to support her, the still maturing Minxia found it immensely challenging to resist Dongfang Cheng's pervasive influence. When she attempted to rebel or express a desire to separate, she was met not with support, but with scorn, being labeled as overly dramatic. Gradually, she resigned herself to accepting whatever Dongfang Cheng dictated. Even now, her initial defiance is viewed by her family as mere petulance, a failure to appreciate the fortune she has. Although Minxia harbored curiosity about how an orphan like Dongfang Cheng could possess such wealth and worried about his lavish spending potentially leading to future hardships, he always reassured her with a smile, urging her not to worry. In an effort to minimize the risk of revealing any irregularities, no one, not even his girlfriend Minxia or his friends from the orphanage, was privy to the specifics of Dongfang Cheng's income. After discussing it extensively, Minxia grew weary of the topic. Moreover, her parents, relatives, and close friends urged her to let it go. Although she understood that their entreaties stemmed from a concern that they might never again receive gifts from Dongfang Cheng, the persistent advice from everyone, including her young boyfriend, left her with little to counter. Furthermore, in an effort to reassure her, Dongfang Cheng displayed his scholarship and various awards, showcasing his tangible income. As long as it did not involve premature credit card spending, she could only console herself with that notion. When there exists a significant disparity in economic status and future prospects with one's partner, particularly when the partner is notably generous, one often finds that friends and family are no longer on one's side. This is something Minxia has personally experienced. Moreover, in her relationship with Dongfang Cheng, both her spiritual and material needs have been fulfilled. Gradually, Minxia found herself reluctant to part from Dongfang Cheng. However, she struggled to restrain her young boyfriend. Ultimately, Minxia felt that, as her young boyfriend jokingly remarked, it would be better for her to select a lover for him rather than allowing him to seek excitement on his own. Thus, she still maintained a semblance of control. Chapter 17. Anna's turmoil. Anna hailed from a prosperous Japanese family, originally a pampered heiress. However, due to the catastrophic impact of the Lehman Brothers bankruptcy, her family's company, after struggling for approximately 6 months, ultimately succumbed to insolvency. In a desperate bid to expand operations, her father had incurred substantial external debts. And unable to withstand the blow of bankruptcy, he tragically took his own life by jumping from a building. Now, she and her mother were all that remained of their once thriving family. Minxia recounted the basic circumstances surrounding the brokering she had conducted for Dongfang Cheng. External debts? How extensive? Dongfang Cheng furrowed his brow. Regardless of past or present, money is indeed the root of all evil. Although Dongfang Cheng was a reincarnated being with memories of a previous life and lacked for nothing, his current cash flow was quite limited. Moreover, Dongfang Cheng was emotionally detached. After all, he was merely seeking a change of pace and a lover. He was intent on pursuing value for money. It was said that after borrowing several $100 million and subsequently mortgaging and selling off the company, properties, and so on, there remained approximately tens of millions of dollars in external debt. As Minxia reached this point in her narrative, her brow also furrowed in concern. External debt was indeed a significant issue. Nonetheless, Anna was the most suitable candidate to meet Dongfang Cheng's requirements. Xia, you wouldn't be trying to make things difficult for me just because your boyfriend is doing too well, would you? Upon hearing Minxia's words, Dongfang Cheng's frown deepened further. Tens of millions of dollars was no trifling sum. It was nearly beyond Dongfang Cheng's capacity to manage. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, what are Anna's conditions? In America, children are not obligated to repay their parents' debts. Under the legal framework of the United States, parents, as adults, are responsible for their actions, including their debts. Children are only required to assume responsibility for debts under specific circumstances, such as acting as legal guardians for parents who lack civil capacity or inheriting an estate upon their parents' death, in which case their liability is limited to the value of the estate. This regulation reflects the fundamental principles of American law regarding personal independence and civil capacity. asserting that every individual should be accountable for their actions, including financial conduct. Anna has renounced her inheritance. The debts do not pertain to her. However, her mother cannot escape the obligations. The relationship between her parents and their kin had soured due to property disputes. Anna must care for her mother. I have spoken with Anna. She is willing to become your lover, but she hopes you can negotiate with her creditors and ideally reach an agreement to defer the repayments. Furthermore, Anna is currently pursuing her education, and she hopes you can provide for her and her mother's living expenses, cover her tuition, and offer her entrepreneurial funding upon her graduation. Min Xia's response took Dongfang Cheng by surprise. Although Anna is exempt from inheriting her deceased father's debts, her mother remains encumbered. For the sake of her mother, Anna is surprisingly willing to assume a staggering debt of tens of millions of dollars. This Japanese girl, Anna, exhibits an unexpectedly strong character. Suddenly, Dongfang Cheng cast a meaningful glance at Min Xia, perceiving her genuine concern for Anna. Their acquaintance likely extends over a considerable duration. Yet, Min Xia only now expresses her sentiments. Pondering this, Dongfang Cheng felt an increase in self-assurance regarding his allure and a deeper affection for Min Xia. It seems she has truly fallen for him, becoming unable to part from him. While Dongfang Cheng admires Anna's resilience, he has yet to see her appearance or physique, leaving him uncertain whether they would align with his preferences. There is also the matter of external debts. Even if merely a lover, Anna's familial debts could potentially affect Dongfang Cheng. Moreover, one of Anna's conditions is for Dongfang Cheng to engage with her creditors. Is it necessary for him to wade into such murky waters? After all, she is merely a lover. In the affluent paradise of America, as long as one possesses wealth, the search for companionship and the enjoyment of a life of luxury should not pose a challenge. As Dongfang Cheng and Min Xia discussed Anna, he contemplated whether to meet this strong yet troublesome Japanese girl. Although Min Xia seems to have been successfully guided, human emotions are fickle. Dongfang Cheng does not wish to dampen her enthusiasm. Meanwhile, not far from them, Anna tossed and turned in her apartment, unable to find slumber. She could never have anticipated that, having just entered university, she would not yet have the chance to relish a carefree student life. Her family had already succumbed to bankruptcy, burdened by debts, and now, astonishingly, they expected others to provide for her. At this thought, a profound sense of resentment welled up within Anna. Just as she tossed and turned in her bed, a muffled sobbing from next door pierced through the silence. In an instant, her feelings of discontent were cast aside. Her mother had always been maintained by her father. Although she possessed beauty, she was akin to a canary confined in a cage. After her father's incident, her mother was utterly lost, knowing only how to weep. If this continued, her mother would either perish or descend into a life of degradation. After all, her stunning mother had caught her father's eye at merely 16, giving birth to Anna at 17. Now, at 35, her mother still retained her allure. Yet, without a guiding figure to rely upon, coupled with the pressure of debt, it was likely that she would soon find herself in the depths of poverty in America. Anna, still in her youth, contemplated the prospect of becoming someone's mistress. Yet, if she dedicated herself to her studies and achieved success in her career, she could eventually repay the debts and reclaim her freedom. Furthermore, being a mistress to one man was undoubtedly preferable to her mother's fate of being a mere plaything for many. Additionally, should her mother fall into despair, Anna would undoubtedly find her own existence troubled. As the restless thoughts swirled in her mind, Anna reached for her phone and began to search once more for information on her prospective benefactor, Dongfang Cheng. After all, she had yet to secure the interview, and acquiring more knowledge about him could only be advantageous. Following the turmoil at home, Anna, who had inherited not only her mother's beauty but perhaps even surpassed it, had received numerous hints from various suitors. However, she ultimately chose Dongfang Cheng, for the other benefactors were either elderly or unattractive, and none compared to the tall and handsome Dongfang Cheng. Though she had tacitly accepted the burden of her mother's debts and prepared herself to become a benefactor's mistress, the allure of a handsome benefactor was far more appealing than that of an old or unattractive one. Moreover, while the other benefactors had approached Anna through their secretaries or directly, it was Min Xia, Dongfang Cheng's officially recognized girlfriend, who had personally sought her out. In such circumstances, Anna, as a mistress, need not fear the peril of being discovered by the legitimate partner, a concern that haunted all mistresses. With these two factors in mind, even though the conditions proposed by Min Xia were not the most favorable, Anna still decided to prioritize Dongfang Cheng as her first choice for a prospective benefactor. However, Minxia had also made it clear that this was her unilateral decision. Whether Dongfang Cheng would accept Anna as his mistress could only be determined after he conducted a personal interview. To this day, Anna vividly recalls her astonishment upon encountering Minxia and hearing her words. After all, what legitimate girlfriend would secretly seek out a mistress for her boyfriend? Moreover, Minxia, the primary wife, possesses an exquisite beauty. Not only is Minxia, who studies vocal music, strikingly attractive, but she also embodies a refreshing and gentle temperament that starkly contrasts with Anna, the only daughter raised with elite education and management training. It is utterly perplexing that a beauty, possessing both allure and grace, would secretly seek a mistress for her boyfriend. After becoming acquainted, Anna once posed this very question to Minxia: why conceal such actions from her partner? Minxia's response was revealing. Her boyfriend is quite the libertine. Although he currently has only her, she cannot guarantee that his interest will remain steadfast. Thus, Minxia intends to find a woman who is equally enchanting yet entirely different. To bind her boyfriend more deeply, she believes in taking proactive measures rather than leaving matters to fate. Anna was taken aback by Minxia's words. Such a notion. Minxia, of Korean descent, surprisingly exhibits a more profound devotion to her husband than any Japanese individual she knows, or perhaps one should say, more than all the Japanese individuals she has come to understand. Even her mother, who is sheltered by her father like a canary in a gilded cage, pales in comparison to Minxia. Conversely, it may be such women who captivate men the most. It is no wonder that the prodigious Dongfang Cheng finds himself utterly enchanted and disoriented by Minxia. Coming from an orphan background, he began shouldering all of Minxia's expenses the moment their formal relationship commenced. Chapter 18. A love that exhausts all the information Anna uncovered online. Alongside the insights gleaned from Minxia, reveals that Dongfang Cheng, a potential future benefactor, is not only extraordinarily gifted but also exceedingly generous. Since the inception of their relationship, he has taken on all financial responsibilities for Minxia. Though the high school basketball league may lack monetary rewards, it does offer prizes. Moreover, Dongfang Cheng's income extends beyond basketball. A diligent search online unveils tidbits about his academic awards and tutoring endeavors. Upon entering university, the horizon broadens significantly for a talent like Dongfang Cheng. Although the current NCAA regulations stipulate that college athletes receive no salary and cannot accept endorsements or market opportunities from third parties, scholarships abound. The broadcasting fees within the NCAA in America are substantial, yet they are allocated to the institutions, devoid of any direct benefit to the athletes. The NCAA forbids collegiate athletes from accepting third-party endorsements and market opportunities, with severe penalties including suspension or expulsion for violations. In the original timeline, as an increasing number of America's top high school talents bypassed college to join development leagues and subsequently the NBA, the NCAA was compelled to allow college athletes to accept endorsements and market opportunities starting from the 2021-22 season. So, what is the extent of the scholarships currently available to collegiate athletes competing in the NCAA? It is widely acknowledged that the United States is a sports powerhouse, with the government placing significant emphasis on student athletics. Consequently, American universities, in addition to conventional academic scholarships, have established exclusive scholarships for specially recruited athletes, known as athletic scholarships. Currently, over 180,000 student athletes in the United States receive approximately $3.6 billion in athletic scholarships each year. The allocation of athletic scholarships is distinct from other academic scholarships, designated for specific purposes. Athletic scholarships offered by American universities can be broadly categorized into four types: full-ride scholarships, partial scholarships, preferred walk-on offers, and multicolored shirts offers. Among these, full-ride scholarships are the most prestigious. A full-ride scholarship encompasses tuition and additional necessary expenses incurred during the college years, such as fees for accommodation, textbooks, and sometimes even living expenses and costs for study abroad programs. The primary objective of the full-ride scholarship is to ensure that students can concentrate their efforts entirely on their studies and sports, unburdened by concerns over tuition and living costs. Full-ride scholarship programs are regulated by the NCAA, NAIA, and NJCAA, and can only be awarded for certain major sports, including men's basketball. At present, The average amount awarded to full-ride scholarship recipients is approximately $18,000 per year. This amount is not insignificant. It is sufficient to cover the educational and living expenses of a student excelling in sports. The University of Connecticut is renowned for its formidable basketball program, and as a prodigious talent personally recruited by the illustrious coach Jim Calhoun to join the Huskies. Dongfang Cheng graduated high school ranked 5th among 5-star high school athletes nationwide. Thus, he naturally received a full scholarship. Moreover, the sum awarded to Dongfang Cheng exceeds the average amount of $25,000 granted to full scholarship recipients. The term average implies that not every full scholarship recipient receives an identical amount. Naturally, there exists a variation based on individual capabilities. Furthermore, due to Dongfang Cheng's consistent academic excellence, maintaining a position among the top 3 students in his school throughout both middle and high school, he is also eligible for academic scholarships. The amounts for academic scholarships can vary significantly, primarily depending on the type of scholarship, the applicant's background, and the institution to which one applies. The academic scholarship awarded to Dongfang Cheng by the University of Connecticut amounts to $18,000 per year. This has rendered Dongfang Cheng's scholarship income remarkably substantial. Coupled with additional earnings, he is not only able to cover his own tuition and living expenses, but can also fully support his girlfriend, Minxia, in her educational and daily needs. To outsiders, the young and underage Dongfang Cheng may appear to be thriving solely due to his innate talent. However, the burden of caring for 2 individuals is indeed a heavy one. Yet, despite this, Dongfang Cheng willingly shoulders all of Minxia's expenditures. Such loyalty is truly commendable, an unequivocal testament to genuine love. In truth, had Dongfang Cheng not financed Minxia's entirety of tuition and living costs, her family circumstances would likely have precluded her from attending such a prestigious music academy, where annual tuition ranges from $40,000 to $70,000. Even though Minxia's academic performance has improved significantly after their relationship, influenced by Dongfang Cheng, and despite the global renown of Mann's School of Music, an excellent choice for her vocal studies, her parents cannot afford to prioritize her education at the expense of their other children. Throughout Dongfang Cheng's unwavering support, many have advised him to exercise restraint in his spending and to save money. The cautionary tales of athletes who, after achieving fame, squander their wealth and end up in dire financial straits are not uncommon. One notable example is Scottie Pippen. Nevertheless, each time he encounters such well-meaning or perhaps ulterior motives in their counsel, Dongfang Cheng merely smiles in acknowledgement, while his actions remain unchanged. Among them, there are surely those who genuinely care for his well-being, but undoubtedly, there are also those with ulterior motives, hoping to see Dongfang Cheng and Minxia part ways. As time passes, not only does Dongfang Cheng's future grow increasingly promising, and his appearance more striking, but Minxia too begins to reach the pinnacle of her beauty. The number of men and women wishing to exploit any perceived weakness in their relationship is far from insignificant. However, as Dongfang Cheng steadfastly follows his own path, others gradually realize that he is impervious to their suggestions, and the entreaties to curb his spending eventually dissipate. Whether among them there exists a secret desire to witness his rise and subsequent fall, only they themselves can discern. Dongfang Cheng suspects that such sentiments are, indeed, likely present. Due to Dongfang Cheng's obstinate determination, Minxia's household not only experienced a reduction in expenses, but each member also received substantial gifts from Dongfang Cheng annually. It is no wonder that during the tumultuous ups and downs of Minxia and Dongfang Cheng's relationship, her family stood united in support of him, firmly opposing her decision to part ways. In the eyes of her family and outsiders alike, despite Dongfang Cheng's humble beginnings as an orphan, his exceptional academic and athletic prowess painted a picture of a bright future. Yet, even with various scholarships, financial aid, and tutoring compensations, his annual income while still studying barely reached several tens of thousands of dollars. In such circumstances, Dongfang Cheng resolutely rejected the counsel of others, stubbornly shouldering all of Minxia's expenses and nearly exhausting his resources for her and her family. What else could this be if not true love? How could this not further endear Minxia's parents and relatives to Dongfang Cheng? A true love, with a promising future ahead? Where can one find such a remarkable individual? Even if Minxia possesses a genetic mutation that endows her with extraordinary beauty, it remains exceedingly challenging to discover a better alternative. Naturally, they must prevent Minxia from causing turmoil and instigating a breakup with Dongfang Cheng. Little do Min Xia's parents and relatives know that by the time he entered high school at the tender age of 13, Dongfang Cheng already boasted nearly $1 million in savings. Even as an orphan, during his high school years, he was not lacking in financial resources. Furthermore, it is foreseeable that in the future, Dongfang Cheng will only amass greater wealth. Money, after all, is only valuable when it circulates and serves a purpose. Otherwise, it merely remains as paper. What they perceive as an extravagant expenditure is, to Dongfang Cheng, merely a trivial cost that can easily be compensated. As a reincarnated individual, he fully comprehends the principle that to attain, one must first invest. Of course, this investment must not jeopardize the fundamentals of his lifestyle. His ample cash reserves, which do not impact his daily existence, elucidate Dongfang Cheng's generosity towards Min Xia and her circle of friends. Chapter 19. A desire to experience an unconventional life of luxury. His affection and loyalty towards his girlfriend, coupled with his generosity, serve as significant reasons for Anna's choice of Dongfang Cheng as her benefactor. His girlfriend's remarkable qualities, alongside his steadfast devotion, indicate that Dongfang Cheng may simply be in pursuit of novelty. After enduring this challenging period, Anna is poised to leave without significant hindrance. If she is generous, she may secure a lucrative deal for herself. However, the success of this transaction hinges on two uncertainties: whether Dongfang Cheng will find her appealing during the interview, and whether he can offer a sum that meets Anna's expectations. Regarding the first question, Anna possesses confidence in herself, but concerning the second, "Anna, I will pick you up tomorrow. Come to my home. He wishes to meet you." Just as Anna tossed and turned in bed, a text message unexpectedly popped up on her phone. Upon opening it, she found, as anticipated, a message from the intermediary, Min Xia. Staring at the rows of English characters on her phone for what felt like an eternity, Anna finally typed the words, "All right, I will wait for you." The anticipated moment has finally arrived. In this economic crisis, while some face bankruptcy and degradation, others seize the opportunity to rise. Indeed, crisis breeds opportunity. As for whether Dongfang Cheng can amass the necessary funds to meet Anna's desired price, that will become evident after their initial encounter and direct communication. As for Anna's current residence, that need not be elaborated upon. After meeting with Min Xia and establishing a preliminary understanding, Min Xia became aware of the apartment where Anna and her mother reside. In fact, it was Min Xia who initially covered the rent for that apartment. Anna's thoughts are complex, and Min Xia's are no less so. Although she has enjoyed a month of comfort after the initial trials, Min Xia has yet to fully relish this world of two. Nevertheless, to maintain a relatively comfortable existence, Min Xia must adhere to Dongfang Cheng's wishes. Why must Dongfang Cheng enlist Min Xia, his official girlfriend, to seek a lover for him rather than pursuing his own preferences? A mistress is not the same as a legitimate girlfriend. In situations such as this, having a woman negotiate on his behalf softens the approach significantly more than if Dongfang Cheng were to confront it directly. Moreover, having Min Xia, his nominal girlfriend, handle the situation not only alleviates worries about being discovered by the legitimate girlfriend, but also provides a rationale if the other party declines. How many individuals in this world would believe that a stunningly beautiful girl, akin to a high school prom queen, would willingly engage in the act of procuring her own boyfriend? Dongfang Cheng requires a belief in positive emotions to enhance his own inner brilliance, thereby achieving an alternative form of immortality while maintaining a particular image in the eyes of the public. Enlisting Min Xia to step forward is the most judicious choice. Furthermore, this approach is Dongfang Cheng's method of further conditioning Min Xia, allowing his will to take root deeply within her psyche. Both Min Xia and Anna, each with their own motives, find themselves restless, while Dongfang Cheng, having released his desires, enjoys a rejuvenating slumber. The preceding month of intensive competition has left him utterly exhausted, even with his world-class physical prowess, necessitating a period of rest. When the restless Min Xia, who had not slept a wink the entire night, arrives at Dongfang Cheng's apartment to collect the equally sleepless Anna, he has only just risen. Having completed his morning routine, Dongfang Cheng takes a seat in the living room just as Min Xia enters with Anna. If Min Xia, as a vocal student, embodies the morning lark, warm and radiant, enveloping those around her in enchantment, then Anna, trailing behind her, resembles a cold moon in the night, aloof yet noble, inciting both admiration and desire. Both possess stunning beauty worthy of the finest actresses, Yet their essences are starkly contrasting, stirring Dongfang Cheng's interest. Please sit. Dongfang Cheng gestures for Min Xia and Anna to take their seats. At this moment, Anna appears somewhat apprehensive, needing Min Xia to give Dongfang Cheng a disapproving glance before she reluctantly takes a seat, regardless of her status as a wealthy heiress or her rational preparations. Facing such a situation inevitably renders Anna tense and reserved. After all, Dongfang Cheng could very well become her benefactor, and they are about to discuss her price. Moreover, Anna has only just turned 18 this January. I hear you have Japanese heritage? Dongfang Cheng initiates the conversation, sensing Anna's unease. My grandmother is of Japanese descent. My mother is half Japanese, my grandfather is Japanese, and my father is half Japanese. Thus, I possess half Japanese blood, a quarter American lineage, and a quarter German heritage. Anna succinctly articulates her background. From this brief statement, Dongfang Cheng can surmise that Anna has received specialized training and education. Indeed, she is the epitome of a refined young lady. Were it not for the economic crisis triggered by the bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers, which troubled Anna's family, a woman of her caliber would have been beyond Dongfang Cheng's aspirations for many years to come. With a trace of Japanese lineage, should a transaction be successfully completed, it begs the question of whether this would bring honor to her nation in a past life. Dongfang Cheng's thoughts were scattered. Since you have arrived here, it signifies that you have made a decision in your heart. If you were to accompany me, to what extent could you go, and what would I need to contribute? Anna's response prompted a subtle nod from Dongfang Cheng. Her clarity of thought and rational demeanor led him to the heart of the matter. I can be your lover. My demands are modest. I do not require you to repay my debts, merely to advocate on my behalf with those creditors and grant me a certain amount of time. Anna stated with a deep breath, her composure evident. You do not seek assistance in repaying your debts, but rather require someone to persuade the creditors to allow you some time? Dongfang Cheng gazed at the elegant and aloof lady before him, realizing the truth of her sheltered upbringing, untouched by the harsh realities of society. Does she truly believe that given enough time, she can amass sufficient wealth to settle her debts? The expansive platform and lofty vision of the past, do they endow this enchanting figure before me with the confidence of the strong or the arrogance of the ignorant? Nevertheless, Anna's self-assurance is precisely what Dongcheng requires. Might you share the total amount your family still owes? Who are the creditors, and which institutions are involved? Under what circumstances must I intervene, and how frequently? Am I required to act as a guarantor? What is the designated time frame? Do not conceal the truth from me. Reflect carefully and recount each detail. With his eyes fixed upon the noble lady, as radiant as a cold moon, Dongcheng inquired. Upon hearing his words, Anna felt her anxiety begin to ease slightly. Such inquiries indicate that her interview seems to have been successful, although she herself is uncertain how she managed to succeed. Perhaps, deep down, Anna comprehends the reasons for her success, yet she is reluctant to ponder them. If physical appearance and figure could dictate everything, it would imply that all her years of diligent study were in vain. Nevertheless, Anna's heart has eased, while Min Xia's heart has become increasingly anxious. Having been with Dongfang Cheng for 4 years, Min Xia understands the kind of person he is. If the burden of her mother's substantial debt, amounting to tens of millions of dollars, could not deter Dongfang Cheng, it signifies that he is genuinely pleased with Anna. Such a reality was not a favorable circumstance for Min Xia. Under the influence of her parents and relatives, Min Xia had gradually come to regard Dongfang Cheng as her reliance for the latter half of her life, her very support. If Dongfang Cheng were indeed profoundly satisfied with Anna, would she be supplanted? Would Dongfang Cheng forsake her? Unbidden, these thoughts began to swirl in Min Xia's mind. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt a warmth enveloping her right hand. It was Dongfang Cheng, placing his large hand atop hers. Dongfang Cheng merely sought amusement, a taste of the opulent life, and he remained content with Min Xia, whom he had meticulously nurtured. He had never contemplated replacing her as his legitimate girlfriend, let alone abandoning her. His gesture warmed Min Xia's heart, as if she could sense his intentions and resolve. Simultaneously, she recalled the contract she had signed earlier. Though she had entered into it with reluctance, it now appeared to be a genuine safeguard. Chapter 20. Go thine own way, thy wife and child. I shall provide for them. My father borrowed several $100 million to expand his business. However, following the bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers, which triggered an economic crisis, my father's overextended enterprise faced a shattered financial chain, leading him to declare bankruptcy within mere months of Lehman's collapse. Most of the bank debts were secured by collateral, and once they seized the collateral, it was considered settled, regardless of the amount. The money invested by investors had already been written off during the bankruptcy settlement, due to the inherent risks of investment. The predicament arose when, in an attempt to avert the company's collapse, my father sought assistance from friends and engaged in private lending. After careful scrutiny and court mediation, it was determined that my mother still bore a shared debt of approximately $50 million. Of this, $20 million was a personal credit loan under my mother's name. Another $20 million was owed to my father's friends, and the remaining $10 million was from private loans. The bank loans, as per court negotiations, could be deferred for 3 years, with interest beginning to accrue thereafter, and principal repayment required within 10 years. My father's friends indicated that they would waive interest, but insisted on annual repayments, to be settled within no more than 15 years. The most troubling matter remained the $10 million in private loans, although the interest had been reduced from 30 to 8 through court mediation. They mandated repayment within 1 year as per the contractual terms, with less than 2 months remaining. As for the time I require, I hope for 20 years. As the subtle exchanges between Dongfang Cheng and Min Xia unfolded, Anna suppressed the bewildering emotions within her and recounted her circumstances and current predicaments in detail. In 2008, the interest rate for bank loans in America was 6.25, with mortgage rates at 8.05, and personal loan interest typically hovering around 30. Following her family's bankruptcy, it seemed reasonable for banks and private lending companies to either lower interest rates or extend repayment terms in an effort to recoup their principal. 20 years. Dongfang Cheng nearly chuckled at Anna's statement. What of your father's friend? Given that he was able to lend your father $20 million back then, surely it would not be too much to ask for him to provide another $10 million to assist your family through this crisis. Holding Min Xia's right hand, Dongfang Cheng pondered for a moment before continuing his inquiry. Do not mention him. He could indeed muster tens of millions of dollars to alleviate my family's current troubles, assisting with both private loans and bank debts. Yet he insinuated that both my mother and I must become his lovers. That sanctimonious hypocrite is nothing but a beast. At this juncture, the once composed Anna suddenly became agitated. It was evident that this previously amiable uncle had repulsed her deeply. Go your own way. I shall take care of your wife and daughter. Upon hearing Anna's account, Dongfang Cheng was inexplicably reminded of a famous saying from a past life. From Anna's narrative, it seemed her father's friend might have harbored intentions towards both Anna and her mother long before. It was conceivable that her father's eventual downfall and bankruptcy were significantly influenced by this so-called friend. However, this was merely Dongfang Cheng's unsubstantiated speculation. The true facts remained known only to those directly involved. With his busy schedule, he had little interest in verifying each detail. I can offer you 2 choices. The first is to spend your life with me, and I shall bear all your debts. The second is to stay with me for 20 years, during which I will help you resolve your private debt totaling $10.8 million, including interest, and provide you with an annual living allowance of $200,000. As for the remaining debts, you will need to find a way to manage them yourself. What do you think? Dongfang Cheng said, gazing at Anna, reflecting on his proposition. Although Anna was undeniably beautiful, her allure differed greatly from that of Min Xia. Yet Dongfang Cheng's generosity had its limits. In terms of currency from his previous life, the annual expense of approximately $5 million was already astonishing. Despite currently possessing only about $30 million in cash flow, he maintained that, as a reincarnated individual with knowledge of future advantages, he would never find himself lacking in funds. After all, how much could one earn from minor gambling endeavors that avoid attracting the attention of the house? In America, to earn substantial and lawful wealth, one must ride the wave of opportunity, particularly by engaging in cryptocurrencies and stocks. During the global financial crisis that erupted in 2008, on November 1st of the same year, an individual claiming to be Satoshi Nakamoto published the Bitcoin white paper titled Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system on the P2P Foundation website, outlining a novel vision for digital currency, thus heralding the advent of Bitcoin. The Genesis block of Bitcoin was created on January 3, 2009. As an entity reborn from a past life, Dongfang Cheng is aware that the price of virtual currencies would eventually soar to over 50,000 each. However, at the inception of Bitcoin in 2009, its value was less than 1. The staggering disparity of 50,000 times compels one to ponder, how could Dongfang Cheng, as a reincarnated being, let such an opportunity slip by? Due to the limited supply of Bitcoin at its inception, Dongfang Cheng has only acquired several hundred coins to date. In 2009, when Bitcoin was born, the block reward was set at 50 Bitcoins. A mere 10 minutes after its creation, the first batch of 50 Bitcoins was generated, marking the total currency supply at that moment as 50. Subsequently, Bitcoin continued to grow at a rate of approximately 50 coins every 10 minutes. When the total supply reached 10.5 million, which is 50 of the 21 million cap, the block reward was halved to 25 coins. Once the total reached 15.75 million, the new output of 5.25 million or 50 of 10.5 million, the reward was halved again to 12.5 coins. This monetary system was designed to remain capped at around 21 million coins after a maximum of 10.5 million existed for 4 years. The reason Dongfang Cheng has only acquired several hundred Bitcoins is due to the intrinsic nature of currency. Only that which is recognized by others holds value. Otherwise, it is merely a pile of worthless tokens. The growing recognition and escalating price of Bitcoin stem from the continuous influx of influential figures into the market, who actively propel its development. If Dongfang Cheng were to dominate the Bitcoin supply, there would be no incentive for these influential figures to enter the market. They are not foolish. They toil to advance Bitcoin's progress while allowing Dongfang Cheng to reap the majority of the benefits. Should Dongfang Cheng possess an excessive amount of Bitcoin, the likely outcomes would either be the withdrawal of these influential figures from Bitcoin or a concerted effort to undermine Dongfang Cheng. In truth, Dongfang Cheng's current foray into Bitcoin is also bolstered by his burgeoning reputation in the basketball world, providing a certain degree of protection. With a modest quantity of Bitcoin in hand, he feels secure in his investments. It is undeniable that the timing of Bitcoin's inception was fortuitous. Naturally, as Dongfang Cheng's fame and societal standing increase, he will also augment his holdings of Bitcoin. However, Dongfang Cheng has imposed upon himself a limit, specifically 1,000th. The proportion of Bitcoin he holds must not exceed 1,000th of the total. After conducting a preliminary calculation, he realized that relying solely on this singular opportunity, by the time he reaches the pivotal moment of his rebirth, he would amass sufficient wealth to become a middle-class billionaire in America, with assets surpassing $1 billion. There exists a hierarchy of wealth. $100 million categorizes one as a lower-tier billionaire, $1 billion as a middle-tier billionaire, $10 billion as an upper-tier billionaire, and $100 billion as a top-tier billionaire. Once he steps into the realm of affluence, life in America would become exceedingly comfortable. It is worth noting that in the original timeline, the pinnacle figures within the American sports, music, and entertainment industries predominantly reside within the middle-tier billionaire bracket. Beyond that, they truly reach a ceiling. Chapter 21. Exorbitant demands. Repayment on the ground. 20 years is far too long. I can only accept a maximum of 10. Anna replied, gazing at the tall and handsome man before her. To be honest, given Dongfang Cheng's striking appearance and promising future, he would be a fitting match for Anna even before her family's bankruptcy, let alone now, when she is burdened with debt. Had her family not faced ruin, and had Dongfang Cheng been single, she would not have hesitated to explore the possibility of a genuine partnership, hoping to share a lifetime together. However, under the current circumstances, Anna felt it best not to become too entangled with Dongfang Cheng. What do you mean? Upon hearing Anna's words, Dongfang Cheng furrowed his brow. I do not require your assistance in repaying my debts. I merely need you to lend me money. Within 10 years, I shall be your lover, and you cannot press me for repayment. After 20 years, I will return both the principal and interest, Anna declared, meeting Dongfang Cheng's gaze unwaveringly. Dongfang Cheng, equally fixated on Anna, did not blink. After what felt like an eternity, he finally remarked, Miss Anna, your confidence is indeed remarkable. He suddenly broke into a smile. The fallen heiress had clearly not endured the harsh realities of life. She was far too self-assured, perhaps even arrogant. Just tell me, will you agree or not? Anna's voice remained steady, though a sense of trepidation lurked within her heart. This is the best solution that Anna came up with after a sleepless night. However, Anna felt uncertain whether Dongfang Cheng would agree. Since Miss Anna is determined to take the plunge and transform pressure into motivation, I naturally have no objections and no reasons to refuse. After all, her choice poses no disadvantage to me. Yet, there are two matters I must clarify first. Is this Anna's first time? How much does she wish to borrow from me? As Dongfang Cheng observed the dark circles under Anna's eyes, which her makeup could not completely conceal, he chuckled softly and remarked. Upon hearing Dongfang Cheng's final, weighty question. Anna was momentarily taken aback. Is this her first time? What a perplexing matter this is. Yet, Anna was reminded of the time when Min Xia approached her with a similar inquiry. To her astonishment, in the free and democratic United States, there exists an individual with such a fixation on virginity. Anna gazed at Dongfang Cheng with surprise, her heart filled with contemplation. In the open and liberated America, Dongfang Cheng's demand for a virgin truly necessitates seeking someone from high school or younger to have any reasonable chance of fulfillment. Moreover, the likelihood of finding a maiden from the East is significantly greater than that of encountering one from the West. In such a societal context, Anna's ability to retain her virginity until this day is not solely due to her own moral integrity, but more importantly, it is a consequence of her late father's stringent upbringing. Min Xia had once mocked Dongfang Cheng's conservative views on virginity, yet she found herself rendered speechless by his retort. Only the weak allow external circumstances to alter their essence. The strong adapt the world to their own will. After several years of acquaintance, Min Xia comprehended Dongfang Cheng's unwavering standards regarding virginity. Hence, when she assisted him in seeking potential candidates, she prudently inquired about the matter of purity in advance. I still possess my first time. As Anna spoke these words, an unexpected wave of emotions surged within her. She was uncertain whether to express gratitude for her father's strict upbringing that enabled her to preserve her virtue, or to resent him for his overbearing nature, which would result in her losing her first experience under such circumstances. The reason Anna has managed to maintain her virginity in this free and democratic land is rooted in the fact that her father was once a man driven by lust, leading to her mother conceiving Anna at a tender age, which ultimately affected her mother's fertility. The lessons from the past instilled in her father a desire to impose strict discipline on his only daughter. Little did he realize that his rigorous oversight would ultimately benefit Dongfang Cheng. Well, it is good that you still possess it. You may continue. Anna's response pleased Dongfang Cheng. Perhaps his fixation on virginity is not ideal and out of sync with societal norms, yet it embodies his inner convictions and personal inclinations. I need to borrow 80 million. No, 80 million will suffice. Over 50 million will be allocated to settle my debts, while the remaining 20 million will be invested in entrepreneurship. Anna inhaled deeply, articulating her borrowing request. Upon finishing her statement, she anxiously awaited Dongfang Cheng's reaction. Dongfang Cheng was momentarily taken aback by Anna's words. Then a mixture of amusement and exasperation washed over him. First, it was 20 million, and now she was asking for 80 million. Initially, it seemed she even contemplated requesting 100 million. Did she think he was a banker or a money printer? Did she truly believe her body was adorned with gold and diamonds? Yet soon, Dongfang Cheng pondered further. Miss Anna, you are not being entirely forthright. Miss Anna, now that you are present here, it is reasonable to assume that you have acquainted yourself with my background through various channels. Do you truly believe that someone of my humble origins, an orphan, could possibly present a sum of $80 million in one go? Miss Anna, it is not merely a matter of exorbitant demands. This is not how negotiations ought to unfold. To save us both time, let us engage in a candid discussion. Mr. Cheng gazed at Anna sitting across from him, shaking his head as he spoke. Indeed, Mr. Cheng is renowned as a genius in New York. My feeble tricks are no match for his astuteness. May I inquire how much Mr. Cheng profited during last year's economic crisis and how much liquid capital he currently possesses to cover my imminent repayment of $10,800,000 in private loans? Principal and interest? Upon hearing Mr. Dong's words, Anna relaxed a bit. The initial intentions have now been established. What remains is merely the negotiation of price between both parties. As for my earnings, it is of no concern to Miss Anna. Once the contract is finalized, even if it requires me to borrow from the bank, I shall meet the demands set forth by Miss Anna, provided that her requests are reasonable. Dongfang Cheng replied. After approximately an hour of protracted negotiation, Dongfang Cheng and Anna finally reached a mutually acceptable agreement. During the decade in which Anna served as Dongfang Cheng's clandestine lover, in the first year, which is this year, 2009, Dongfang Cheng lent Anna $13 million before the end of August to assist her in settling her personal debts. In the second and third years, 2010 and 2011, Dongfang Cheng extended a loan of $3 million to Anna each year by the end of August to cover the principal that needed to be repaid to her parents' friends, as well as Anna's tuition and living expenses for herself and her mother. In the subsequent 7 years, 2012 to 2019, Dongfang Cheng lent Anna $4 million annually by the end of August to cover the yearly bank interest, the principal owed to her parents' friends, Anna's tuition, and the living expenses for both Anna and her mother. Upon Anna's graduation from university, Dongfang Cheng would lend her an additional $10 million to support her entrepreneurial endeavors. All loans would incur an annual interest rate of 5%, lower than that of American banks. And Dongfang Cheng would not demand repayment from Anna before the expiration of the 10-year term, unless she defaulted. Throughout her 10 years as Dongfang Cheng's secret lover, Anna was permitted to have only him as her partner and was strictly forbidden from engaging in any form of flirtation with any other man, including but not limited to intimate encounters or kissing. Should Anna engage in any form of flirtation with another man, regardless of time, place, or reason, it would be deemed a total breach of contract, even in the event of being drugged. It would merely indicate that Anna failed to protect herself and safeguard Dongfang Cheng's interests, demonstrating a lack of vigilance. A total breach of contract would still apply. If Anna were to default, even in the 9th or 10th year, it would be considered a breach for the entire duration of the agreement. From the moment the breach occurred, Dongfang Cheng would possess the right to immediately cease further loans to Anna and demand the immediate repayment of all principal and interest within 3 days, alongside a penalty of $200 million. Upon hearing these conditions, Anna suddenly realized she had underestimated Dongfang Cheng's possessiveness and his inclination towards virginity. It is important to note that in America and Europe, a kiss can sometimes merely be a form of etiquette. Yet, it is this very gesture that Dongfang Cheng could not abide. Such demands will inevitably affect Anna's social life. Nevertheless, Anna ultimately chose to acquiesce to Dongfang Cheng's request, for she had no alternative. Dongfang Cheng had become the most agreeable benefactor in Anna's eyes. Chapter 22, The Natural Laws of the Body. 10 years, and Dongfang Cheng could barely accept it. This has already consumed half of Anna's most splendid years. In the original timeline, in the country where Dongfang Cheng resides, the age of 28 serves as a significant milestone. A member who has not joined the party automatically exits the organization at 28, becoming a part of the masses. Furthermore, 28 marks the transition from youth to middle age. Dongfang Cheng summarizes that 28 is the pinnacle of a person's physical beauty and vitality. Looking back and forward a decade, the ages of 18 to 38 encompass the entirety of one's peak period. Before 18, one is too naive. After 38, one is considered aging. This decade includes Anna's ages 19 to 29, representing half of her physical and aesthetic zenith. Dongfang Cheng feels satisfied. In truth, his perspective has been shaped by the NBA. At 18, one enters the prime of their physical condition, and the NBA grants a few additional years to showcase one's abilities and qualifications for the draft. After 2 decades of competition, at 38 or 39, when one can no longer cope with the rigors of the NBA, retirement becomes inevitable. This narrative chronicles the illustrious careers of most NBA superstars throughout their prime years. Spanning from ages 18 to 38, the Eastern Conference delineates these phases into distinct segments. The pinnacle at 28 years, the normal prime from 23 to 33 years, and the secondary peaks occurring between the ages of 18 to 23 and 33 to 38. Exceptional potential stars in the NBA typically commence their ascent at the age of 18, showcasing their talents in the NCAA for 1 year before entering the NBA draft at 19. Upon the conclusion of their 4-year rookie contract, they seamlessly transition into their normal prime at the age of 23. At this juncture, it is nearly evident whether the promising young talents can truly realize their innate potential. Such physiological patterns elucidate why, in the NBA, players generally secure only veteran contracts post the age of 33. In the original timeline, the transformations in abilities of athletes such as Kobe, LeBron, and Durant align with this phenomenon. Their capacity to command maximum salaries beyond the age of 33 is no longer attributable to their physical prowess or immediate effectiveness, but rather to their stature and influence. Ultimately, the NBA is merely a commercial enterprise, with profit as its paramount objective. With fame and clout, the willingness to invest naturally follows. Moreover, throughout the 2-decade pinnacle of their careers, the ages of 18 to 23 represent the most significant phase of personal skill enhancement, while the years between 23 and 28 see a markedly slower progression in personal development. The peak physical condition is typically reached by 28. From ages 28 to 33, there is a gradual decline in physical attributes. However, With proper maintenance during this period, and due to the retention of basketball skills coupled with an ever-deepening reservoir of experience, players generally do not perform significantly worse than they did at 28. In fact, they may even exceed their previous performances. Yet, once they surpass the threshold of 33, the decline in physical capabilities accelerates, rendering them increasingly unable to cope with the rigors of the NBA. This phenomenon is dictated by the objective laws of human aging and mortality, an inevitability that no one can elude. In the realm of Eastern philosophy regarding reincarnation, there exists a figure, Dongfang Cheng, who, through various technological means, has managed to decelerate the decline of his physical abilities. However, this merely postpones the deterioration rather than halting it altogether. Due to the circumstances surrounding his reincarnation, Dongfang Cheng's physical attributes are already among the elite on a global scale. By the age of 16, his physical prowess had reached the threshold of being a fringe player in the NBA. This year, his physical capabilities are rapidly advancing towards the standards of a key rotation player in the league. One should not find this astonishing. Consider the likes of LeBron James and Dwight Howard when they first entered the NBA. At the tender age of 18, their physical attributes were indeed remarkable. Nevertheless, it is important to note that both LeBron James and Dwight Howard truly began to assert their dominance in the league through their physical prowess only after several more years of development. Such facts align with the philosophy of Dongfang Cheng. For true geniuses, the physical disparities attributed to age can often be surmounted. This holds true in the realm of basketball as well as in football. The legendary footballer Pelé secured the World Cup title at the tender age of 17. Similarly, the young Spanish talent Lamine Yamal, still shy of 17, played an instrumental role in elevating Spain to the finals of the European Championship alongside his teammates. Spain triumphed in the semifinals on July 10th, while Yamal celebrated his 17th birthday just 3 days later on July 13th. Following Spain's victory, Yamal was awarded the accolade of Best Young Player at the European Championship on July 15th. In the NBA, the physical prowess of fringe players often approaches that of key rotation players, complemented by the basketball skills of those mainstays nearing the status of team linchpins. This explains why, even in the absence of Coach Jim Calhoun's tactical inclination last season, Dongfang Cheng's statistics and performance did not significantly lag behind that of the Eskimo Dogs' undeniable core, Thabeet. Despite Dongfang Cheng's commitment under Coach Calhoun to become the cornerstone of the Eskimo Dogs next season, he has relinquished the spotlight this season to Thabeet. Such prowess makes him a formidable force in the NCAA. With determination, he resolved to pursue a career as a professional basketball player in the summer of 2001. During his first year of junior high, by the summer of 2003, he had established a solid foundation. By the summer of 2005, having advanced a grade, he reached a level of basketball skill comparable to that of an NBA fringe player. By the summer of 2007, he had elevated his abilities to those of a key NBA rotation player. Provided he remains injury-free and encounters no unforeseen circumstances, it is foreseeable that as he matures and his tactical influence and ball possession increase, Dongfang Cheng, as the unequivocal core of the Eskimo Dogs next season, will experience a notable enhancement in both statistics and performance. In competitive basketball, individual capability is paramount. However, the influence of tactics can often prove even more significant. Otherwise, the term coughing would not have emerged in Dongfang Cheng's previous existence. Among those who have benefited from tactical support, Dongfang Cheng believes that neither the legendary Michael Jordan nor current stars like Kobe Bryant and LeBron James, nor future icons such as Nikola Jokic and Joel Embiid, can compare to the recently inducted NBA sensation Russell Westbrook. In the original timeline, a saying among fans asserted that only Westbrook could effectively defend against the formidable Kevin Durant during his peak form. Once Durant found his rhythm, Westbrook, as the ball handler, would often refrain from passing to him. Following Durant's departure, Westbrook, receiving greater tactical focus, even achieved 3 consecutive seasons of averaging a triple-double, ascending to the pinnacle of NBA history in that regard. Yet, what was the outcome? The regular season performance can only maintain a position in the lower middle tier of playoff teams. Even with the assistance of the All-NBA first-team member Paul George, the Oklahoma City Thunder, led by Russell Westbrook, could only falter in the first round of the playoffs. Throughout Westbrook's 3 seasons of averaging a triple-double, even during the year he secured the MVP title, the Thunder were consistently eliminated in the first round. This illustrates that Westbrook's presence has not significantly benefited the team. Fans of later generations often criticize LeBron James as a stat padder, while Joel Embiid and Luka Doncic dominate the ball too much. However, they fail to recognize that Westbrook surpasses LeBron, Embiid, and Doncic in this regard. Westbrook even set the remarkable record of an MVP winner being swept in the first round. Chapter 23. Team member Bis Crouch. Ding ding ding. Soon, there was a ringing at the door of the apartment where Dongfang Cheng, Minxia, and Anna resided. Dongfang Cheng approached the door and peered through the peephole. As expected, it was Bis Crouch, whom he had summoned with a phone call. Bis Crouch is an attorney and also a member of Dongfang Cheng's team. NBA stars, and even those potential stars aspiring to join the league, are supported by dedicated teams. Yao Ming's team, LeBron's team, Victor Wembanyama's team. These are teams well known among fervent fans. Upon deciding to enter the NBA and officially joining the NCAA as the fifth-ranked high school player in the nation, Dongfang Cheng intentionally sought to select his own team members. As the saying goes, a hero needs his companions. In the realm of American basketball, one cannot succeed alone. A team is indispensable. This principle extends beyond basketball. As in virtually every field, collaboration often proves more fruitful than individual effort. Although forming a team may result in sharing a substantial portion of the profits, having more allies ensures protection against adversity and grants one a voice. Moreover, the NBA draft necessitates collective support for generating momentum, and negotiating with team management requires the involvement of seasoned professionals. As for money, its essence lies in circulation. Without it, currency is merely paper. As a reincarnated individual, Dongfang Cheng does not fret over financial matters, especially after entering college with nearly $8 million, accrued through betting and other ventures. With capital to initiate his endeavors and approaching adulthood, he began to carve out a name for himself in the basketball world. Thus, the stock market and cryptocurrency became Dongfang Cheng's financial reservoirs. Upon his entry into the University of Connecticut around the latter half of 2007, he encountered the immensely talented yet relatively unknown Bis Crouch, who soon entered Dongfang Cheng's vision as he began to assemble his own team. In this world, individuals endowed with talent far outnumber those who can provide opportunities. Hence, the adage, while the galloping steed is common, the discerning judge is rare. After more than a year of acquaintance, in June 2009, Dongfang Cheng formally established a collaboration with Bis Crouch. At that juncture, Dongfang Cheng found himself in dire need of the exceptional expertise of the accomplished attorney, Bis Crouch. Upon receiving Dongfang Cheng's olive branch and after assessing his achievements in the basketball realm along with a forecast of his potential trajectory, Bis Crouch accepted the proposal with enthusiasm. After all, despite Bis Crouch's considerable capabilities, his career progression had not flourished, and Dongfang Cheng's offer was quite generous. Dongfang Cheng was not the type of emerging talent who required others to invest their funds first. The attorney-client agreement between Dongfang Cheng and Bis Crouch was established for a duration of 3 years. The annual retainer fee for legal representation was set at $50,000, with additional bonuses of $30,000, $10,000, and $3,000 allocated for successfully handling matters deemed difficult, medium, and easy, respectively. Such a legal representation contract is not particularly noteworthy within the American legal profession. However, for Bis Crouch, it is sufficiently enticing. The annual attorney fees from Dongfang Cheng alone would elevate Bis Crouch's income above the average standard in the United States. Moreover, should Dongfang Cheng successfully break into the NBA and make a name for himself, Bis Crouch, as his representative attorney, would also reap the rewards of fame. At that point, Bis Crouch's earnings would soar. After all, Bis Crouch possesses both talent and capability. It is merely a lack of recognition and opportunity that has held him back. To demonstrate his commitment to Dongfang Cheng, the contract stipulates that during its validity, Dongfang Cheng shall be Bis Crouch's sole highest priority client. While Bis Crouch has joined Dongfang Cheng's team, the latter is not the only client he represents. Much like Rich Paul, LeBron's agent, who is a member of LeBron's team but also manages other NBA players, Bis Crouch similarly prioritizes Dongfang Cheng above all others. The contract explicitly states that Dongfang Cheng is Bis Crouch's singular highest priority client, and this is reflected in Bis Crouch's actions. Whenever Dongfang Cheng makes a request, Bis Crouch promptly sets aside his current tasks to appear before him as swiftly as possible. Do not underestimate the significance of a $50,000 base salary. For a potential NBA star like Dongfang Cheng, it attracts opportunists who are willing to invest in his future earnings. They might even provide financial support to such a rising star before his entrance into the NBA. This reference pertains to LeBron James and Victor Wembanyama prior to their entry into the NBA. For Bis Crouch, during the dormant period before Dongfang Cheng stepped into the NBA, he was at least in a position of profit rather than expenditure. What could he possibly find unsatisfactory? Subsequently, as Dongfang Cheng ventures into the NBA to secure substantial earnings, the negotiations regarding the attorney's fees after the 3-year contract term are certainly open for discussion, are they not? It is precisely because Dongfang Cheng holds the highest priority in Bis Crouch's business endeavors that, upon concluding his phone call with Dongfang Cheng, Bis Crouch promptly arrived. Mr. Cheng, Miss Shirya, Miss Anna, good morning. Upon entering the apartment, Bis Crouch took the initiative to greet Dongfang Cheng, Min Shirya, and Anna. Although today marked his first encounter with Anna, taking into account the circumstances Dongfang Cheng had relayed over the phone, and having previously met Min Shirya, Bis Crouch could hardly be unaware that the individual seated opposite Dongfang Cheng was Anna, nor could he misunderstand the nature of the relationship between Dongfang Cheng and Anna. Thus, even in meeting Anna for the first time, Bis Crouch chose to extend a warm greeting. This greeting is not directed towards Anna herself, but rather because she is about to become the woman of Dongfang Cheng. A woman, endowed with beauty and charm, can indeed earn money far more swiftly and easily than a man. As Bis Crouch gazed upon Anna's serene and noble visage, his eyes then shifted to Min Shirya, seated beside Dongfang Cheng, and a myriad of emotions surged within him. He pondered how tirelessly he labored from dawn till dusk to earn but a meager sum, while Anna and Min Shirya could effortlessly amass tenfold or even 100-fold of his earnings simply by lying there in stillness. Truly, the scales of justice seem unbalanced. Women as stunning and graceful as Anna and Min Shirya appear to be favored by divine providence. Dongfang Cheng, this proprietor, certainly knows how to indulge in life's pleasures. Min Shirya is already remarkably beautiful, yet Anna's recent appearance proves to be equally striking. Warm and radiant like Min Shirya, and serene and noble like Anna. When a woman's figure and features reach a certain pinnacle of beauty, it is her aura that ultimately defines the upper limits of her allure. In this regard, both Min Shirya and Anna are evidently formidable, each possessing their own strengths. More significantly, Dongfang Cheng, this boss, dares to seek a mistress right in front of his legitimate girlfriend, Min Shirya. Such prowess left Bis Crouch thoroughly impressed. When he initially received a call from Dongfang Cheng, he presumed that Dongfang was merely the clandestine lover of his legitimate partner, Min Shirya. Little did he anticipate that the rendezvous was conducted in the presence of the very Min Shirya herself. Regrettably, despite the undeniable beauty of both Min Shirya and Anna, Bis Crouch dared not indulge in any lingering glances or thoughts. After all, they were both women of Dongfang Cheng. Presently, Bis Crouch was reliant on this employer for his livelihood. Should he incur Dongfang Cheng's displeasure, the nascent success of his career could swiftly revert to its former state, or perhaps even descend into a far more dire predicament. This is utterly unacceptable to Bis Crouch. Chapter 24, Alternative Contracts, Economic Constraints. Crouch, please take a seat. The Eastern businessman gestured for Bis Crouch to sit down. Mr. Cheng, I have brought the documents. Although Mr. Cheng invited him to sit, Bis Crouch did not immediately comply. Instead, he extracted several documents from his briefcase and handed them over to Mr. Cheng. Only after Mr. Cheng accepted the papers did Bis Crouch finally take a seat on a chair not far from him. With the rustling of paper, Mr. Cheng swiftly reviewed the contents of the contract, particularly familiarizing himself with the key clauses, which he committed to memory. In this contract, Bis Crouch, as always, demonstrated meticulous attention to detail without resorting to any tricks. The only deviation from the initial discussions between Dongfang Cheng and Anna lies in a singular stipulation. Should Anna fail to repay the loan and interest owed to Dongfang Cheng upon the completion of the 10-year term, the fact of her being Dongfang Cheng's clandestine lover shall persist. The terms remain unchanged, with interest accruing at an annual rate of 5, until Anna has settled the entirety of the loan and interest owed to Dongfang Cheng. After reaching a consensus between Dongfang Cheng and Anna, Dongfang Cheng instructed Bizi Keliochi to be included. I reviewed it and found no issues. Anna, please take another look. Dongfang Cheng handed several contracts to Anna, who carefully examined the documents. Although the contracts were drafted under different titles, Anna was still able to comprehend their specific meanings. The use of alternative titles was intended to bestow legal efficacy upon the contracts. Otherwise, directly stating the term keeping within the documents would appear rather unseemly. Nonetheless, such contracts, upon thorough scrutiny, reveal their true nature, albeit with a minimal veil of discretion. The stipulated penalty for breach, set at $200 million, was also aimed at ensuring legal validity. Penalty clauses cannot be arbitrarily determined, even with mutual consent and signatures. For instance, if someone is employed with a monthly salary of $1,000, yet the breach penalty is $100 billion, it would undoubtedly be deemed unreasonable and devoid of legal standing. To ensure the enforceability of the penalty, it must maintain a relative balance with the contractual obligations. As it stands, within this agreement, the total cash that Dongfang Cheng is required to lend Anna amounts to $57 million. This barely allows for the penalty to be set at a sum of $200 million. In response, Anna expressed her dissent. However, upon witnessing Dongfang Cheng's unwavering stance and realizing her own lack of intent to breach the agreement, she ceased to press the matter. After all, Dongfang Cheng was indeed her best option. Having sought assistance, Anna had already secured numerous concessions, and now, when the opportunity arose to yield, she chose to do so, granting Dongfang Cheng, her benefactor, a semblance of grace. Due to familial circumstances, compounded by her father's bankruptcy and her mother's indebtedness, Anna regarded this contract with utmost seriousness and scrutiny. Coming from a lineage of merchants, she held little faith in the constraints of emotional ties, placing far greater trust in contracts that are legally binding and inked on paper. This sentiment was mirrored in Dongfang Cheng as well. For a full 30 minutes, Anna meticulously examined each word of the several pages before finally looking up at Dongfang Cheng and affirming, "No problem, let us sign." Dongfang Cheng did not resort to trickery, a fact that brought Anna considerable relief. Should he have attempted any deceit under diminished trust, it is conceivable that Anna might have reconsidered her position. Min Xia recorded the proceedings, and under the guidance and witness of Bis Crouch, Dongfang Cheng and Anna affixed their signatures and seals on 3 identical 10-year contracts. Subsequently, Bis Crouch inscribed his name in the witness section, rendering the agreement formally effective. The contract existed in triplicate, with the witness lawyer Bis Crouch, Party A Dongfang Cheng, and Party B Anna each retaining a copy. "Mr. Cheng, Miss Xia, Miss Anna, I shall take my leave now." With the matters concluded, Bis Crouch bid farewell to Dongfang Cheng, Min Xia, and Anna before departing. Dongfang Cheng accompanied Bis Crouch to the entrance of the apartment. Although he had financed the endeavor, he intended to reward Bis Crouch with an additional $3,000 on top of his base salary. Often, it is the nuances of such gestures that serve to maintain relationships. In navigating society, a balance of kindness and respect is paramount. While Cheng is undoubtedly a prodigy who has profited significantly during the economic downturn, his entry into the NBA seems almost assured. Yet, given his proclivity for indulgence and rapid spending, can he truly sustain such expenses? Approximately a month prior, he had signed an alternative contract with Min Xia totaling around $20 million. Now, he faced another contract with Anna, amounting to nearly $57 million. Though Min Xia's contract spans 20 years and Anna's is for 10, both are structured for staggered payments rather than a lump sum. Moreover, unlike Min Xia's grant, Anna's agreement constitutes a loan. Nevertheless, the upfront costs must still be met in hard currency. Added to this, there is also Cheng himself, along with our team members. Can he genuinely support so many individuals? Moreover, the extent of his lasciviousness is noteworthy. It is uncertain whether these 2 instances signify an end. Dongfang Cheng remains oblivious to the fact that Bis Crouch, who has just stepped out of the apartment, has begun to fret over his benefactor. After all, since choosing to join Dongfang Cheng's team, Bis Crouch has become deeply entwined with this employer. The prosperity of Dongfang Cheng directly influences the income and reputation of his agent. The contract with Anna is not the first agreement involving Dongfang Cheng and a woman that Bis Crouch has managed. In June of this year, following the commencement of a relationship with Min Xia, Dongfang Cheng sought out Bis Crouch to draft another contract under a different guise. This served as a final test for Bis Crouch before their formal collaboration. The essence of the contract stipulated that Min Xia would remain with Dongfang Cheng for 20 years, akin to the contract with Anna, allowing for no other man under any circumstances. Any infidelity would constitute a breach, incurring a penalty of $100 million. In return, Dongfang Cheng would bear all tuition expenses during Min Xia's studies and provide her with an annual allowance of $100,000, supporting her throughout her educational journey. Within 3 months of the contract signing, Dongfang Cheng was to procure a luxury vehicle valued between $300,000 and $500,000 for Min Xia's transportation. Additionally, within the same time frame, he was to purchase a Manhattan apartment worth between $2,500,000 and $3 million, with all property taxes during the 20-year contract to be covered by him. Upon Min Xia's completion of her studies, Dongfang Cheng would provide her with $3 million in cash to help her establish herself in society. Should she wish to embark on an entrepreneurial venture, he would generously offer an additional $3 million in startup capital. If, halfway through the contract, Min Xia adhered to its terms, Dongfang Cheng would contribute $2 million to improve her parents' housing. Upon the conclusion of the 20-year term, provided there was no breach on Min Xia's part, regardless of whether Dongfang Cheng and Min Xia remained together, he would be obligated to remit $10,000 monthly to her for the rest of her life. According to the philosophy of Dongfang Cheng, Min Xia, who joined him at the age of 16 and signed a 20-year contract at 19, has devoted her entire youthful splendor to Dongfang Cheng. He has monopolized her entire being, and at the zenith of her beauty, it is only natural that he assumes responsibility for the latter half of her life. While it is termed a 20-year agreement, in essence, it resembles a lifelong commitment. However, even in the liberally open society of America, a perpetual servitude contract lacks legal efficacy, necessitating a modification. Concurrently, due to Crouch's successful formulation of an economically binding contract under a different pretext, which passed scrutiny, Dongfang Cheng was thus able to formally establish collaboration with Crouch. Chapter 25. Reluctance to become a fool. As for why Dongfang Cheng compelled Crouch to draft such a contract and his reasons for signing it with Min Xia, those remain to be explored. However, Dong Cheng wished to be with Min Xia, yet he harbored no desire for marriage. Thus, it is through such a contract and economic constraints that Min Xia is tethered to him. Marriage binds too deeply. Furthermore, should a divorce occur, she would be entitled to half of the assets. With Dongfang Cheng's identity and advantages as a reincarnated being, it is certain that he will grow increasingly affluent in the future. Although they have been in a relationship for several years, which can be deemed a successful cultivation, Min Xia has indeed transformed into the form that Dongfang Cheng desires. However, human hearts are not impervious to trials, especially when confronted with immense financial incentives and prolonged time spans. Dongfang Cheng has no intention of becoming a fool. Therefore, he harbors no plans of marrying Min Xia, nor does he intend to wed anyone in this life, as long as marriage is avoided, even if children were to be born. Should Min Xia betray Dongfang Cheng and depart from him, she shall not claim a single penny from him. Unlike the country where Dongfang Cheng once resided, most states in America do not recognize so-called common law marriage, as such a notion does not exist. Common law marriage is an informal form of marriage, wherein both parties cohabit as a married couple without formal registration and are regarded by law as married. Only a few states in America acknowledge common law marriage, and the criteria for recognition and legal validity vary significantly across states. As long as Dongfang Cheng remains unmarried, Min Xia will merely be his girlfriend. Should they part ways, she would have no claim to his assets. Whether cautious or suspicious, this is the true essence of Dongfang Cheng. Crouch once made a simple calculation. If the contract is executed and Min Xia does not breach it during the contract period, Dongfang Cheng would nearly be obliged to bestow upon her between $15 to $25 million. This is no trivial sum. It nearly implies that Min Xia receives approximately $1 million annually from Dongfang Cheng, a salary that is difficult for even the high-income earners in America to attain. It is an income that remains out of reach for Crouch. However, through this matter, Crouch perceives Dongfang Cheng's meticulousness and ruthlessness. By the standards of a lover, Dongfang Cheng treats Min Xia exceptionally well, embodying loyalty and affection. After all, with a contract in place, even if Dongfang Cheng were to lose interest in the future, as long as Min Xia upholds her end of the agreement, her later life remains safeguarded. As a lawyer, Crouch has witnessed numerous situations and has heard countless tales. It is commonplace for the free-spirited Americans to have lovers, yet few are seen who would support their lovers until death. Even among America's affluent elite, It is rare to find individuals willing to bind their partners through such contracts, while simultaneously restricting their own freedom. The upper echelons tend to impose constraints on others rather than themselves. Yet, Menxia is not merely Dongfang Cheng's lover. She is his legitimate girlfriend, having been by his side for several years. To treat even a legitimate girlfriend with such coldness and distrust, resorting to a contract for restraint, reveals that Dongfang Cheng is not a man of genuine affection and loyalty. Concurrently, it illustrates that Dongfang Cheng is an exceedingly cautious individual. It is precisely due to this awareness of Dongfang Cheng's meticulous nature that Bis Crouch approaches every matter arranged by him with utmost diligence, striving to avoid any mishaps and to leave no negative impression on Dongfang Cheng. Nevertheless, although Dongfang Cheng may not be a truly affectionate man, it seems unjust to label him as entirely devoid of compassion or loyalty. As long as the 20-year term concludes and Menxia does not breach the contract, Dongfang Cheng is obligated to provide her with a monthly allowance of $10,000 until her demise. This is not a clause that a heartless individual would willingly add. Regarding Dongfang Cheng, who has been involved in several of his personal affairs, Bis Crouch can only remark that he is a complex individual, one who possesses a certain loyalty yet is excessively cautious. Bis fervently hopes that Cheng will achieve remarkable success in the upcoming season, securing a higher draft position into the NBA, and signing an endorsement deal for sneakers akin to those of LeBron or Durant. Such a significant expenditure weighs heavily on his mind. Should Cheng falter in the next season, it would indeed spell trouble. Nevertheless, both Miss Xia and Miss Anna are exceptionally beautiful. Even if Cheng were to face bankruptcy, the years of their companionship would still hold great value. Bis, lost in prayerful hopes, finds himself reminiscing about the radiant smiles and voices of Min Xia and Anna, lamenting silently. Beautiful women are indeed the domain of the affluent. Moreover, those adorned with diamonds are aspirations far beyond my reach. I shall focus on earning instead. With that thought, Bis Crouch shook his head, dispelling unwarranted distractions from his mind. His concerns for Dongfang Cheng are, in truth, quite unnecessary. In the realm of reincarnation, for Dongfang Cheng, the matter of finances is seldom a concern, especially with the wealth harvested from the economic crisis in America. Moreover, with Dongfang Cheng poised to enter the NBA, he can certainly afford to support two women, even as he prepares to purchase a vehicle and an apartment for Min Xia. He is set to lend Anna a substantial sum of $13 million by the end of August. Dongfang Cheng is more than capable of sustaining such expenses. While many are aware that he has profited significantly during the economic downturn, few recognize that his current cash reserves have reached approximately $30 million. Remarkably, by the end of his sophomore year, his liquid assets had already surpassed this amount, equivalent to over 2 modest goals in the currency of his previous life. Dongfang Cheng has not brought shame upon those who have reincarnated. Naturally, compared to those narratives where individuals become the world's wealthiest at a mere 18, his journey pales in comparison. His decision to set the loan to Anna at $13 million for the end of August is a deliberate misdirection intended to lead certain individuals to believe that he requires time to gather such funds, or even to secure a bank loan. In reality, he could easily access $13 million at present, and such a withdrawal would exert minimal impact on him. To avoid drawing attention, he cannot introduce excessive capital all at once. Furthermore, at this juncture, the cryptocurrency market is burgeoning. With a thicker capital base, he cannot neglect stocks either. Companies like Apple, Alibaba, Tencent, Amazon, and Tesla are ripe for acquisition and long-term holding. The price of Apple stocks has already surged. Purchasing them at the time of Dongfang Cheng's previous life would yield returns exceeding tenfold, although he must be cautious not to accumulate too much. Amazon offers returns of around 30 times, similarly warranting restraint in holdings. The focal points are Tesla and Nvidia, both of which, by the time of Dongfang Cheng's reincarnation, could offer returns exceeding 200 times. Tesla began its ascent in 2010, while Nvidia followed suit around 2013 or 2014. A strategic investment of $10 million in each at these pivotal moments, combined with cryptocurrency, would elevate Dongfang Cheng's net worth to over $5 billion by the time of his previous life. This sum would surpass the fortunes of both Jordan and LeBron during their prime, establishing him as the wealthiest basketball player globally. In capitalist America, a player's financial standing inevitably influences their historical stature, alongside their performance on the court. With a burgeoning fortune, A multitude of individuals will naturally gravitate towards him for their own gain, rallying to bolster his image. The reason the Vice Goat holds such a title is that he is the wealthiest NBA player after Jordan. What could be the potential earnings from participating in such ventures? Cryptocurrencies and stocks represent a legitimate pathway to wealth in America. Given Dongfang Cheng's current prominence in the United States, a net worth of tens of millions would not be incongruous. In the future, as he establishes his reputation in the NBA, figures in the hundreds of millions, or even billions, will undoubtedly fall within his grasp. When Dongfang Cheng presented Biscrouch with an apartment, Minxia and Anna, both remarkable in their own right and previously acquainted, found themselves inexplicably silent. After all, with the contract finalized, Anna officially became Dongfang Cheng's paramour. The dynamics of Anna's relationship with Dongfang Cheng had transformed, thereby altering her rapport with Minxia. Even though Minxia had been the catalyst for these developments, the reality of the situation inevitably stirred complex emotions within her. However, Minxia was taken aback by Anna's choice to incur debt rather than offer a gift as she had, with a staggering principal of $57 million, compounded by interest. Anna certainly exhibited a remarkable audacity. Both Minxia and Anna were enveloped in inexplicable emotions. The past few months have been an overwhelming upheaval for Anna. Furthermore, she has officially transitioned from a privileged young lady to someone else's lover. How could her heart not be in turmoil? Chapter 26. The contest of femininity. Upon returning to the apartment after bidding farewell to Biscrouch, Dongfang Cheng was greeted by a scene of profound silence and unspoken tension. Moved by an impulse, he approached and seated himself beside Anna, their proximity strikingly close. Startled, Anna lifted her gaze to meet his. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Dongfang Cheng seized Anna and pulled her onto his lap. The once serene and noble Anna lost her composure, gasping in surprise. This marks the first occasion since Anna became aware of her surroundings that she has sat upon the lap of a man other than her father. Even after Anna turned 10, she had not reclined on her father's lap again. In the next moment, Anna's gasp was stifled, for Dongfang Cheng had sealed her mouth with his own. 4 years had elapsed since Dongfang Cheng and Minxia had solidified their relationship, and many actions were now permissible that had previously required time to cultivate pure affection while awaiting physical maturity. Furthermore, both Dongfang Cheng and Minxia had engaged in countless matches on the court, their experience ample and their bodies having undergone significant development. With the deal now established, Dongfang Cheng was naturally inclined to reap his rewards. Struggling for breath, Anna fought desperately. Although she had anticipated this, the rapidity and suddenness of the event were overwhelming. Unfortunately, the princess of the castle stood little chance against the knight who dominated the NBA in close combat. Seizing a fleeting moment while Dongfang Cheng paused to catch his breath, Anna managed to secure a brief respite, only to be swiftly silenced again. Dongfang Cheng began to shed the unnecessary constraints of his attire. After all, wearing a suit was not conducive to performance on the court. As he discarded his encumbrances, Anna, still wrestling against her fate, seized another opportunity to breathe. "Do not speak," he admonished. "The deal has been struck. You have no chance for retraction." Dongfang Cheng gasped as he spoke, his eyes cast down toward the now fragile young woman in his arms, a mixture of compassion and brutality stirring within him. He yearned to protect her, yet simultaneously felt an urge to utterly dismantle, destroy, and conquer her. "I shall keep my promise." Dongfang Cheng's words were laced with temptation, his gaze brimming with desire. With that, he lifted Anna and carried her to the sofa in the living room. "No, not here. Shia is still present." Although Anna had ceased her struggles, an involuntary glance revealed a familiar figure, prompting her to begin thrashing once more. While she had accepted the reality of becoming Dongfang Cheng's woman, the thought of engaging intimately before Minxia, who had been his legitimate girlfriend for 4 years, was insurmountable for her. "Shia, your sister Anna is calling for you." Dongfang Cheng turned, his gaze filled with longing as he addressed Minxia, his voice hoarse yet forceful. "Fine, you two enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave." Minxia retorted with irritation, her anger propelling her to turn away. Indeed, it seemed that the new had forgotten the old. Minxia mumbled softly. Her words brought a profound sense of relief to Anna. Although Anna sensed that something was amiss with Minxia's emotions at that moment, the current situation left her with little room for concern. In comparison to the embarrassment of broadcasting live in front of Minxia, who was Dongfang Cheng's legitimate girlfriend, Anna preferred to temporarily offend Minxia and find a way to make amends later. Even if reconciliation proved impossible, it mattered not. For Anna's relationship with Menxia was merely superficial. Although Menxia had invited her to be Dongfang Cheng's mistress, the establishment of a contract between Anna and Dongfang Cheng inevitably diminished any potential bond with Menxia. After all, lovers and primary partners exist in a state of inherent opposition. With this thought, Anna turned her gaze back to Dongfang Cheng, who was pressing down on her. Dongfang Cheng's influence and guidance over Menxia were indeed remarkable. "Xia, what are you leaving for? I want you to join us." Just as Anna turned to look at Dongfang Cheng, he uttered those very words. His statement caused Anna's heart, which had just begun to relax, to race anew. What did he mean? What was Dongfang Cheng implying? He wanted her to join? No, that was unacceptable. Absolutely not. Anna, pinned beneath Dongfang Cheng, emitted a reluctant murmur of protest. Unfortunately, the distressed princess could not command the wayward knight, which only stirred his emotions further. Seizing the opportunity during their exchange, Dongfang Cheng, having freed himself from his restraints, pressed down upon her. Their lips met, silencing Anna's words once more. Simultaneously, Dongfang Cheng's gaze shifted sideways, fixating on Menxia, who was preparing to leave. The intention reflected in his eyes was unmistakable. Yet, Menxia, understanding the meaning behind Dongfang Cheng's gaze, appeared somewhat hesitant. Is this truly acceptable? Just as she hesitated, Menxia caught sight of Anna, who was struggling beneath Dongfang Cheng. In an instant, all her doubts dissipated. Why should there be any reservations? After all, she was merely a lover, a concubine. Menxia was the rightful wife. Moreover, this was an invitation extended by Dongfang Cheng himself. It is often said that men possess an inherent nature, urging prostitutes to reform and condoning virtuous women to descend into depravity. Yet, little do they realize that women are equally capable of such desires. Ultimately, Menxia approached with determination, a fierce competition, an unadulterated rivalry. 2 hours, a full 2 hours, passed before the external and internal conflicts finally reached a conclusion. "We were both young when I first saw you. I closed my eyes and the flashback begins." The following morning, the blaring ringtone of a phone awoke the three, unguarded and exposed. The ringtone of this phone is none other than Love Story, a song by the recently debuted Taylor Swift, currently reigning supreme in popularity. It is evident that the individual who selected this melody as their ringtone is a fashion-forward trendsetter. "Hello?" Dongfang Cheng, with his eyes closed, fumbled for the ringing phone. However, after he spoke, silence enveloped the other end of the line. "Hello?" Dongfang Cheng inquired again. Yet still, no response emerged. "Who are you? If you don't speak, I will hang up," he said impatiently. "Who are you? Where is my daughter?" Upon hearing Dongfang Cheng's words, a voice finally resonated from the other side. Confounded by the unfamiliar voice, Dongfang Cheng retorted, "Your daughter? Why are you calling my number?" Just as he was about to terminate the call, a thought struck him. Opening his eyes, he saw the contact name displayed on the screen. "Mom. Anna, it's your call. Your mother is looking for you." Dongfang Cheng reached out to awaken the exhausted Anna from last night, handing her the phone before returning to his own affairs. Since she was already disturbed from her slumber, she might as well rise. "Did you not foresee this? If I hadn't done so, how could I assist you in repaying that exorbitant debt? You didn't oppose it back then, so what is the significance of faint concern now?" As he groomed himself in the bathroom, Dongfang Cheng vaguely heard Anna's emotionally charged words, but he chose to ignore them entirely. He neither inquired nor intervened. Thus, after a week of revelry in New York with Menxia and Anna, Dongfang Cheng opted to depart, returning to the University of Connecticut. Naturally, throughout those 7 days, remnants of their playful antics lingered in the bedroom, living room, balcony, bathroom, and kitchen. Chapter 27. Reluctant to become the top loser again after leaving New York, Dongfang Cheng drove for approximately 4 hours, arriving back at the University of Connecticut, which is located in New London, Connecticut, roughly 150 miles. 1 mile is approximately 1.6 kilometers from downtown New York City. Due to his time spent with Menxia and Anna, Dongfang Cheng had squandered a considerable amount of training time. He could no longer afford to indulge in frivolity. He must dedicate himself to honing his personal skills. Basketball was not merely his chosen profession. It embodied his greatest aspirations. Having neglected focused training for nearly 2 months was an unprecedented occurrence since he entered the realm of basketball at the age of 10. Returning to the gymnasium of the University of Connecticut, Dongfang Cheng resumed his vigorous training, sweat cascading down his brow. During this summer vacation, He found himself alone in the vastness of the gym, accompanied only by the rhythmic sound of the basketball echoing against the court, creating an atmosphere that felt eerily desolate. The American academic calendar differs significantly from that of Dongfang Cheng's previous life. Here, students have but one lengthy holiday, the summer break. There is no winter vacation, or rather, no extended winter holiday. In his former homeland, summer vacations typically last around 2 months, but in America, the absence of a protracted winter break results in a longer summer respite, commencing in mid or early June and extending for 2.5 to nearly 3 months. This effectively redistributes the time usually allocated to winter breaks into the summer. American students enjoy 2 shorter holidays during the academic year, winter break and spring break. The winter break is a brief interlude, usually starting in late December, just before Christmas, or early January, following the new year, lasting for 1 to 2 weeks. With variations depending on the region, some states extend this period. Spring break occurs during the last 2 weeks of March, lasting approximately 14 days. In addition, there are numerous shorter holidays scattered throughout the year, such as Labor Day, Thanksgiving, and Independence Day, most of which last only a single day, with a few extending to 3 days, akin to a long weekend. Thus, throughout the year, the summer break stands out as the longest period of respite. During this expansive summer, students often indulge in their freedom, typically not returning to school until the vacation concludes. NBA players, too, share this sentiment. For basketball athletes are human as well, needing their moments of relaxation. The harmonious balance of work and leisure is epitomized by the exemplary figure of the 3-time MVP, Coach Jim Calhoun, from the original timeline. Even among college athletes aspiring to enter the NBA, few engage in additional training during the summer. Are you back to practice? In a matter of days, Jim Calhoun, who found himself without companions, inevitably noticed the diligence of Dongfang Cheng, the sole core player of the Eskimo Dogs for the forthcoming season. Participants in the 2009 NBA draft, regardless of whether they were selected, seldom returned to the University of Connecticut for extra practice. As for the other teammates of the Eskimo Dogs who chose not to enter this year's draft, after the frenzied March schedule and the intense academic assessments that followed, they have now embraced a more liberated lifestyle. As members of a championship team that has reached the NCAA finals twice and claimed victory this year, the players of the Eskimo Dogs enjoy considerable popularity, with most of them in romantic relationships. While Dongfang Cheng is tirelessly honing his skills at the Yukon gym, it is likely that his teammates are elsewhere refining their dual-hand ball handling techniques under pressure. The majority of the Eskimo Dogs players may struggle to master this skill on the NCAA stage, but that does not imply they cannot achieve it in other settings. Thus, when Jim Calhoun inadvertently wandered into the Yukon gym, he was unsurprised to find Dongfang Cheng as the sole individual engaged in extra practice. Having led the Eskimo Dogs for over 2 decades, Jim Calhoun has grown old. Not every elder in America resembles those 2 stubborn old men from the future, reluctant to accept their age or retire. Nor can every senior create masterpieces at the age of 78. For Jim Calhoun, contemplating the right moment for retirement has become a pressing consideration. In the original timeline, following the championship victory led by Kemba Walker in the 2010-11 season, Jim Calhoun chose to pass on the coaching reins and officially retire in September 2012. As a 65-year-old man, Jim Calhoun shares the common traits of elderly individuals, notably a lack of sleep and a penchant for reminiscing about the glorious days of yore. This leads Jim Calhoun to frequently revisit the gymnasium of the university where he has devoted over 2 decades of his career. Dong Cheng, who has been under Jim Calhoun's guidance for 2 seasons, possesses an intimate understanding of his coach's habits. To make a mark in the NBA, one must never relax their standards. After all, Los Angeles is home to individuals who rise at 4 in the morning to witness the dawn, determined not to become the foremost losers again. He does not wish to be labeled as such, and neither do I. Dong Cheng picked up a basketball from beside him and threw it towards the hoop, thus responding to Coach Jim Calhoun. With a profound understanding of Jim Calhoun, Dong Cheng knows that at this moment, it is unnecessary to pause and engage in dialogue with him, as a sign of respect. At this moment, continuing the training might indeed further satisfy Jim Calhoun. The number 1 loser, Los Angeles, at 4 in the morning? Could it be Kobe Bryant, the champion you mentioned this year? With this crucial information, Jim Calhoun immediately realized whom Dongfang Cheng was referring to. The terms number 1 loser and 4 in the morning, uttered by Kobe in 2008, have become widely known in the American basketball community. Even a veteran like Jim Calhoun has heard of them. However, one aspect took Jim Calhoun by surprise. Dongfang Cheng was likening himself to the notorious number 24 from Los Angeles. That number 24 is infamous in American basketball for his relentless spirit and insatiable desire to win. No one could make that number 24 yield, neither opponents nor teammates. In the past, Dongfang Cheng, who advocated for rational basketball and shunned competition, surprisingly exhibited such a fervent will to win today. Coach, basketball is a competitive sport. In competitive sports, victors are exalted while the vanquished are scorned. Dongfang Cheng declared, his eyes gleaming with unmistakable intensity. This is a side of Dongfang Cheng that has never been exhibited before. Cheng, with this in mind, ensure you perform splendidly in the new season. In the upcoming season, you shall be the undeniable cornerstone of the Eskimo Dogs. Witnessing Dongfang Cheng's piercing gaze and observing him once again sinking a basketball from beyond the arc, Jim Calhoun was reminded of his past commitments to Dongfang Cheng. Jim Calhoun pondered whether Dongfang Cheng had been influenced by witnessing Kobe's championship triumph at the Amway Center or if he had merely been concealing his true nature until now. Nevertheless, Dongfang Cheng's transformation in mindset and determination bodes well for the Eskimo Dogs. With the departure of numerous key players from the Eskimo Dogs for the next season, it is imperative for someone to rise and shoulder the responsibility. If Dongfang Cheng demands tactical focus and the ball, then let it be granted to him. Entering Yukon as the 5th-ranked student in the nation, Dongfang Cheng, under Jim Calhoun's persuasion, played as the second-in-command to Thabeet for 2 seasons, thereby showing respect to Coach Jim Calhoun. Dongfang Cheng extended this courtesy, and in turn, Jim Calhoun must reciprocate. Furthermore, Dongfang Cheng was a crucial contributor to the Eskimo Dogs championship victory last season. Chapter 28. Height and position in the forthcoming season, aside from Kemba Walker and Stanley Robinson, who require a certain degree of ball possession to enhance their statistics. The remaining players in the Eskimo Dogs roster are unlikely to penetrate the NBA, thus providing ample opportunities for Dongfang Cheng to assert his influence on the game. Indeed, apart from Kemba Walker, who remained as a substitute last season to bolster his statistics and draft prospects, even Stanley Robinson, whose draft predictions have risen to the tail end of the first round in this timeline, remains discontent with such prospects and has chosen to stay for another year. As last season's swingman for the Eskimo Dogs, Jim Calhoun has resolved to position the 206 centimeters tall Stanley Robinson as the successor to Thabeet in the coming season, establishing him as the core of the interior. A height of 206 centimeters is more than adequate to serve as a formidable presence in the NCAA. Of course, during Thabeet's tenure, the core of the exterior was led by Dongfang Cheng, supporting the interior core of Thabeet. In the new season, it will be the interior core of Stanley Robinson aiding the exterior core of Dongfang Cheng, coupled with the addition of Kemba Walker, whom Jim Calhoun greatly admires. As the starting point guard, the team is poised for an exciting season ahead. This marks the new triangular formation of the University of Connecticut Huskies for the upcoming season, featuring 1 core player and 2 supporting players. As for the other Huskies players, their limited talent and abilities render them unlikely candidates for the NBA, destined to be mere cannon fodder. The standard heights for various positions in the NBA are as follows. Point guard, PG. The primary role of this position is to control the ball and orchestrate the team's plays. Due to the physics of the game, the player's hand position relative to the ground significantly affects ball handling. Consequently, this position is typically occupied by the shortest player on the court, with a standard height of approximately 190 meters. Shooting guard, SG. Tasked primarily with scoring and offensive thrusts, shooting guards are generally taller than point guards, though not excessively so, as speed is crucial for breakthroughs. Those who are too tall often lack the necessary finesse. The standard height for shooting guards is 198 meters, a height shared by the 2 highest-ranking shooting guards in NBA history. Small forward, SF. This position requires a blend of finishing ability and organizational skills, with players usually standing around 2.03 meters. This height allows small forwards to maintain an advantage during matchups while also providing them with a degree of mobility. Power forward, PF. Occupying a pivotal role in both offensive and defensive strategies, power forwards are responsible for securing rebounds in the paint. Their standard height is 2.08 meters. Center, C. As the tallest players on the team, centers are primarily tasked with defending and attacking in the low post, with a standard height typically exceeding 2.10 meters. This is the standard of the NBA. In the NCAA, due to the lack of numerous exceptional talents and the relatively younger age of players. The height requirements are generally slightly lower than those in the NBA. For instance, Dongfang Cheng, who currently stands at an impressive 196 centimeters, was only 180 centimeters when he first entered university at the tender age of 16, yet he still excelled as a shooting guard. Therefore, although Stanley Robinson, standing at 206 centimeters, can only play as a swingman in the NBA, he is more than capable of being the core of an interior defense in the NCAA. In the past, it was merely because the Eskimo Dogs had a taller option in the form of the 220 centimeters Thabeet that they did not utilize Stanley Robinson in that capacity. With Thabeet, Robinson's direct competitor, having departed this year, it is perhaps understandable why numerous American sports websites predict that should Stanley Robinson enter the draft in 2009, he is likely to be selected towards the end of the first round. This may also explain why he has chosen to spend another year in college. After all, Stanley Robinson missed several games last season and was overshadowed in both playing time and performance by Thabeet, who played a similar role. If he plays another year, Robinson believes his draft stock will undoubtedly rise once more. For some players, the order of the draft is far more significant than entering the NBA a year or two earlier. After all, for certain players, the sole objective is to secure that first contract post-draft. With just that initial contract, they can become millionaires or even multimillionaires. But will reality truly unfold as Stanley Robinson wishes? This is a truth known to none. After all, Stanley Robinson, born in July 1988, is about to turn 21 this year and will reach the age of 22 next year. This year, his participation in the NBA draft primarily reflects his readiness for immediate competition, with little room for potential growth, not to mention next year. Furthermore, Stanley Robinson lacks the drive to improve. Having secured a spot in the first-round predictions for the NBA draft, he has caught the attention of numerous socialites, who anticipate that his draft prospects will only enhance next year, believing he will secure a lucrative position in the NBA. As a result, many socialites have started to surround Stanley Robinson. Under this siege, he succumbed to the allure of romance as soon as summer vacation began. No, it was not merely summer vacation. To be precise, following the conclusion of the exhilarating March Madness finals, aside from frantically bolstering his academic knowledge to achieve barely passing grades, Stanley Robinson devoted himself wholeheartedly to moonlit rendezvous with these socialites, engaging in deep conversations and neglecting his training altogether. This aspect stands in stark contrast to Eastern Cheng. While Eastern Cheng also enjoys maneuvering the ball with both hands to break through tight defenses and has engaged in numerous profound exchanges with Minxia and Anna, he fully comprehends the essence of his primary vocation and the foundation upon which he relies, allowing him to withdraw timely and return to the Connecticut University Gymnasium. Despite the captivating charm, beauty, and splendid figures of Minxia and Anna, Eastern Cheng has merely arranged for them to visit Connecticut University once a month in the new season, delivering their services, with each visit limited to a mere 2 days. However, the mature-minded Eastern Cheng is adept at distinguishing priorities, while the youthful and renowned Stanley Robinson finds himself completely enmeshed. Much like the NCAA, the NBA is home to numerous talented players, yet those who possess self-discipline are indeed scarce. Naturally, Stanley Robinson's audacity to engage in such behavior stems from his awareness that, following Thabeet's departure, there are no suitable candidates to assume the role of core player in the Eskimo Dogs interior lineup, aside from himself. In Stanley Robinson's perspective, should he play another year, he is destined to become the next Thabeet after Thabeet's exit, thereby securing a high draft position into the NBA. In this world, no one is purely foolish. Each individual harbors their own intricate thoughts. Regrettably, while many possess such subtle intentions, few are endowed with profound wisdom. Stanley Robinson ought to consider that Coach Jim Calhoun has overseen the Eskimos for over 20 years. What kind of players has he not encountered? As both a seasoned leader and a skilled tactician, how could Jim Calhoun fail to discern which players possess the potential to excel? He knows precisely which athletes deserve an opportunity. It is precisely this understanding that leads Coach Calhoun to reaffirm that Dongfang Cheng will be the unequivocal cornerstone of the Eskimos for the upcoming season, especially upon witnessing Dongfang Cheng's unwavering dedication to training. Currently, nearly everyone who follows Dongfang Cheng is aware that he amassed a fortune during the real estate bubble and is accompanied by a remarkably beautiful girlfriend. Under such circumstances, It is commendable that Dongfang Cheng returned to the University of Connecticut for additional training more than a half-month early. Typically, females cease growing by the age of 18, while males stop by 20. However, this is not an absolute rule, as it also depends on whether the epiphyseal plates have closed. Once these plates close, further height growth ceases. In his freshman season, despite standing at just under 6 feet, Dongfang Cheng, at 180 centimeters, managed impressive statistics of 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists as a shooting guard. In his sophomore season, without any tactical bias towards retaining Thabeet and A.J. Price for an additional year, Dongfang Cheng further seized opportunities to elevate his performance, achieving 17 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. Now, standing at 196 centimeters, he no longer finds himself at a disadvantage. In fact, he possesses an edge in the NCAA. Given that his epiphyseal plates have yet to close before the new season commences, there exists a possibility for further growth. Coupled with tactical adjustments, one can only wonder what remarkable achievements and statistics Dongfang Cheng may attain in the forthcoming season. Coach Jim Calhoun himself expresses anticipation for this, pondering the possibility of consecutive championships. After all, one must harbor dreams. A championship not only enhances Dongfang Cheng's draft prospects but also elevates Coach Jim Calhoun's standing within the basketball community. Chapter 29. The American Taxation. As the new academic year approached, in mid-August 2009, Kemba Walker returned to the University of Connecticut for additional training ahead of schedule. His early return demonstrates Kemba's desire to increase his presence in front of Coach Jim Calhoun and secure a greater share of the ball. Unfortunately, the Eskimos already have a standout player in Dongfang Cheng. Prior to Kemba Walker's early return, Dongfang Cheng had already been training at the Yukon gym for over a week. In light of Dongfang Cheng's dedication, Kemba Walker's mere week-long early return to Connecticut pales in comparison, rendering him somewhat unremarkable. He finds himself outmatched in ability, statistics, and now even in commitment to training. Dong Cheng returned to practice at Yukon earlier than Kemba Walker, which perhaps explains why Jim Calhoun so readily reiterated that Dong Cheng is the sole linchpin of the Eskimos for the upcoming season. Aside from Dong Cheng and Kemba Walker, no other players from the Eskimos have returned to campus for additional training. Even Stanley Robinson, who opted to stay for another year, did not return early for practice, despite being a senior with no opportunity for an additional year. By the end of August, after spending nearly half a month at the Yukon gym, Dong Cheng departed Connecticut and returned to New York. Firstly, Dong Cheng missed Min Xia and Anna, yearning to cultivate deeper feelings. Secondly, after a substantial hiatus, it was time for him to lend Anna the $13 million. With Anna's private loan nearing its due date, although she had not directly pressed Dong Cheng, he could sense her urgency through their occasional communications. Furthermore, Min Xia had reminded Dong Cheng several times during their conversations. It was evident that after their candid discussions, both Min Xia and Anna had emerged from their rivalry, and their relationship was gradually improving. At least that was the impression Dong Cheng received. Upon returning to New York, Dong Cheng invited Anna and Min Xia to his apartment for a night of shared intimacy. After a night of exuberance, Dong Cheng transferred the $13 million to Anna. When transferring the funds, he advised her to consider repaying the private lending company through the court. Anna perceived the underlying meaning in Dong Cheng's words and accepted his wise and cautious counsel. Once Anna's affairs were settled, Dong Cheng embarked on a shopping spree with Min Xia, acquiring a custom luxury red BMW valued at $400,000 and a grand apartment in Manhattan worth $7 million. According to the stipulations of the contract, Dongfang Cheng has facilitated the early selection made by Min Xia. The payment has been executed seamlessly, and the entire process has proceeded with remarkable smoothness. The luxurious BMW, valued at $400,000 is hardly inferior to the bespoke BMW customized by Dongfang Cheng. As for the apartment purchased, its location is conveniently situated near the Man's School of Music, where Min Xia is currently enrolled. Without Dongfang Cheng's assistance, acquiring an apartment in Manhattan would have remained an unattainable dream for Min Xia for many years. Manhattan, renowned as a wealthy enclave in New York, boasts exorbitant real estate prices. During the boom period from 1997 to 2008, the price of Manhattan apartments surged from $328 per square foot to an astounding $251 per square foot in 2008, quadrupling in value. This growth has facilitated the evolution of Manhattan's apartment prices from hundreds to thousands per square foot. However, in 2008, The year before last, the bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers in Manhattan triggered a global financial crisis, which significantly impacted the real estate market in Manhattan. Nonetheless, the decline in Manhattan's property prices has been relatively modest compared to other regions in the United States. As of now, the average price of real estate in Manhattan has decreased by 14, with the price per square foot of apartments dropping from $1,251 in 2008 to the current $1,073. Although the decline appears significant, when considering that property prices in other regions of the United States have plummeted by 35 to 50%, the performance of Manhattan's real estate remains relatively resilient. In the United States, 1 square foot is approximately equal to 0.093 square meters. Consequently, the current average price per square meter in Manhattan is approximately $11,538. The size of apartments in New York's Manhattan varies among different properties. Some apartments are relatively small, such as a one-bedroom unit with an area of 577 square feet, about 54 square meters. Others are considerably larger, such as a 3-story apartment with an area of approximately 13,500 square feet, about 260 square meters. The apartment chosen by Min Xia has a total area of approximately 250 square feet, about 209 square meters, and is a spacious flat. This apartment boasts an excellent location, layout, and natural lighting. Although the real estate market in Manhattan has been adversely affected by the collapse of Lehman Brothers, this apartment still commanded a sale price of $1,200 per square foot. To secure this residence for Min Xia, Dongfang Cheng invested nearly $2.7 million. However, in Dongfang Cheng's eyes, this expenditure is justified. After all, Min Xia has been his legitimate girlfriend for several years, and she holds a 20-year contract. Dongfang Cheng is never parsimonious when it comes to his own. Furthermore, once the apartment is acquired, he can terminate the lease on the current apartment he is renting. In the United States, property ownership is not documented with a title deed, but rather with a certificate of ownership. To establish the ownership of an apartment, one must demonstrate the property's provenance, including loan documents and various essential payment receipts. These materials constitute the fundamental documentation required for purchasing a home. To reassure Min Xia and ensure that the apartment genuinely belongs to her, Dongfang Cheng will transfer the purchase costs and subsequent property taxes to Min Xia for her to pay. With these payment records, the newly acquired apartment will be lawfully attributed to Min Xia. The United States is a nation where taxes are paramount, and its tax authorities wield more power than both the police department and the FBI combined. Purchasing a home entails not only the initial tax upon acquisition, but also annual property taxes thereafter, which are included in the sale price and paid by the seller to the tax authorities. In addition to the acquisition tax, homeowners in the U.S. are required to pay property taxes annually. The property tax rate typically ranges between 1 and 3 of the property's assessed value, varying by region. For instance, the property tax rate in New York, where Dongfang Cheng and Min Xia reside, is the highest in the nation at 3, whereas Hawaii boasts a remarkably low rate of 0.28. The calculation of property taxes is based on the assessed value of the home. Should the value appreciate, the annual tax obligation will correspondingly increase. In cases of tax delinquency, ownership of the property reverts to the U.S. government, which reserves the right to reclaim the asset. To maintain ownership of such an apartment, Dongfang Cheng and Min Xia must annually remit over $80,000 in property taxes to the U.S. tax authorities, with future increases in property value also resulting in higher tax liabilities. Each year, this property tax obligation will be managed by Dongfang Cheng, who will transfer the necessary funds to Min Xia for her to remit. Regarding rentals, in many areas of the United States, monthly rents can reach 1 of the total property value, while in Manhattan, monthly rents can soar to approximately 1/3 of the total property value. Given that Dongfang Cheng purchased this apartment outright for Min Xia, if it were to be rented out, the annual rental income would exceed $400,000. Even the current apartment occupied by Dongfang Cheng, spanning approximately 1,000 square feet, commands an annual rental fee of $150,000. Once this apartment is vacated, the savings on rent will not only sufficiently cover the annual property taxes of a new residence, but also yield a surplus. If one possesses financial means, purchasing property in America proves to be more advantageous than renting. However, how many individuals in America possess the ability to buy a home? The current average annual salary in America hovers around $30,000. Certainly, New York as the most economically advanced city in the United States, boasts a higher average salary of nearly $100,000. Nonetheless, such earnings are unattainable for anyone outside the elite upper-income bracket. It is nearly impossible to acquire an apartment in Manhattan without being part of this exclusive echelon. This is the paradise of the wealthy and the hell of the impoverished in America. In this land, becoming a homeowner is an arduous endeavor. It cannot be achieved merely through frugality. The property tax policies in America compel many NBA stars, including LeBron James, to sell their previous residences upon changing teams, rather than retaining them as landlords. In America, if a luxury home fails to attract tenants or fetches a reasonable price, landlords risk incurring significant losses. In an alternate reality, the world's richest man, Elon Musk, sold all his properties and opted for renting, which may be seen as a form of protest against such property tax regulations. Although Musk publicly stated that he sold all his properties to facilitate his relocation to Mars and to establish a real estate business there, such reasoning seems rather dubious. Nevertheless, even after spending approximately $16 million on Min Xia and Anna, Dongfang Cheng still possesses nearly $14 million, sufficient for a comfortable life and to support his aspirations of entering the NBA through the upcoming draft next year. Dongfang Cheng does not favor saving. For him, enjoying life and achieving goals outweigh all else. Amassing excessive savings merely contributes to inflation. Having a reasonable amount of savings to sustain a prosperous life is enough. The remainder of the funds should be utilized and circulated. Chapter 30. Ensuring the core. After spending 3 days in New York, Dongfang Cheng returned to Connecticut. The new academic year was about to commence. Meanwhile, his teammates, including Stanley Robinson, began returning to campus. The day before the Eskimo Dogs training camp commenced, a sharply dressed Stanley Robinson entered the Connecticut gymnasium and found Dongfang Cheng, who was diligently practicing. "Cheng, why are you working so hard? With your talent, and with me by your side, if you perform at the same level as last season, we are guaranteed victory." Stanley Robinson was likening himself to Thabeet. He wished for Dongfang Cheng to assist him as he had supported Thabeet last season, becoming his second in command. Unfortunately, due to his lack of height, coupled with the distractions of newfound fame and a lackadaisical training regimen, Stanley Robinson was destined to fall short of Thabeet's caliber. "Robinson, I have already accumulated 70 college credits. The upcoming season will be my final year with the Eskimo Dogs. Moreover, with Thabeet and the others gone, I must work even harder to lead the Eskimo Dogs to consecutive championships." Dongfang Cheng's words were laced with subtle rebuke, effectively countering Stanley Robinson. Robinson had miscalculated. Even if Thabeet were still present in the new season, Dongfang Cheng would not be relegated to a supporting role as he had been previously, let alone with Stanley Robinson. After all, next year, Dongfang Cheng would be eligible for the NBA draft. Fortunately, basketball is a sport that requires the collaboration of 5 individuals. Even the deity of basketball needs assistance. Otherwise, what Dongfang Cheng has offered Stanley Robinson would be far more than merely a soft tap. "You? Leading the Eskimo Dogs to consecutive championships?" Upon hearing Dongfang Cheng's words, Stanley Robinson cast a displeased glance at him. Yet, he found himself unable to articulate his dissatisfaction directly. During the previous season, rumors circulated within the Eskimo Dogs that to placate the outstandingly performing Dongfang Cheng and prevent him from competing for ball possession with Thabeet and A.J. Price, head coach Jim Calhoun had assured Dongfang Cheng of his position as the sole core of the team this season. Moreover, the veteran players of the Eskimo Dogs were well aware that Jim Calhoun had made numerous promises during his recruitment of the nationally renowned 5-star high school player Dongfang Cheng to bring him to the University of Connecticut. In his freshman year, Dongfang Cheng held the position of the second or third option on the team. By his sophomore year, without vying for ball possession or relying on tactical advantages, he outperformed A.J. Price through sheer performance and statistics, rightfully claiming the position of the second option on the Eskimo Dogs, even challenging the primary option, Thabeet. After all, even if Jim Calhoun refrained from providing Dongfang Cheng with tactical advantages, as long as Dongfang Cheng excelled on the court for the sake of the championship, Jim Calhoun would inevitably have to grant him a measure of ball control. The fundamental purpose behind Coach Jim Calhoun persuading Thabeet and A.J. Price to stay for another year was ultimately centered around the pursuit of the championship. This season, following the departure of Thabeet, it is only natural for Dongfang Cheng to seamlessly assume the role of the unequivocal linchpin of the Eskimo Dogs team. Yet, in the past, Dongfang Cheng has consistently embodied the demeanor of a modest gentleman, unambitious and easygoing. This demeanor has fostered a flicker of hope in Stanley Robinson, who aspires to persuade Dongfang Cheng to assist him. Once Dongfang Cheng consents, Coach Jim Calhoun would find it difficult to voice any objections. After all, who desires to be second in command when one can ascend to leadership? Stanley Robinson, however, did not anticipate encountering a formidable obstacle in Dongfang Cheng. Furthermore, it is astonishing that Dongfang Cheng has already completed 70 credits towards his degree, preparing to graduate ahead of schedule this academic year. Although many laud Dongfang Cheng as a rare academic prodigy among athletic stars, this achievement seems almost surreal, especially in light of the numerous NCAA competitions he has participated in. How could he possibly manage to graduate early during his college years? Is this the epitome of true genius? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Cheng's words rendered Stanley Robinson's numerous persuasive arguments futile. This includes, but is not limited to, the notion that this year Dongfang Cheng would assist him, and that next year he could once again take the helm as the unequivocal core of the Eskimo Dog team. To be candid, even as a teammate, Stanley Robinson had seldom shown concern for Dongfang Cheng's academic progress, who among athletic champions pays heed to scholarly pursuits, especially those of others. Academic prodigies often disdain athletic prowess, while the physically gifted are not particularly fond of scholarly pretentiousness. For many athletes, their sole interest in academics lies in whether they can pass and whether it will affect their ability to compete. Although Stanley Robinson had witnessed Dongfang Cheng studying during training breaks, he had previously dismissed it as mere posturing. After all, how could one concentrate on books in the midst of such physical exhaustion? However, now, Senior Cheng, it is astonishing that you have amassed all your university credits this academic year and are set to graduate early. Congratulations! You truly embody the renowned dual talent of our university. I had an inkling from the tweet you posted earlier. It appears I was not mistaken. Upon overhearing the exchange between Dongfang Cheng and Stanley Robinson, and noticing Robinson's apparent discomfort, Kemba Walker swiftly approached them with a smile. Kemba Walker was interjecting in an attempt to ease the tension. Of course, Kemba's calm demeanor stemmed from the fact that he had only joined the university last year and still had time to showcase his brilliance and comprehensive stats. Although Kemba had spent last season as a sixth man, this year he has emerged as a key player. Should the draft market falter once more this year, Kemba Walker could simply play another season. Next year, both the senior Stanley Robinson and the early graduating Dongfang Cheng will depart from the university, leaving Kemba Walker to fill the roles once held by Thabeet last season and Dongfang Cheng this season. It is precisely because Kemba Walker is not as anxious as Stanley Robinson and Dongfang Cheng that he can maintain his composure. Even though Kemba Walker, born in May 1990, is actually about a year and a half older than Dongfang Cheng. You are right, Robinson exclaimed. I nearly forgot to extend my congratulations. Cheng, you truly are the distinguished genius of our university. After a brief moment of astonishment, Stanley Robinson accepted the ladder that Kemba Walker extended and descended. After all, the rivalry for the team's leadership had merely been a fleeting whim for Robinson, now that he could not prevail. Being content as a reliable second-in-command did not seem so bad. Regardless of the departure of Thabeet, Stanley Robinson firmly believes that his statistical enhancement in the upcoming season is almost a foregone conclusion. After all, he and Dongfang Cheng occupy the positions of interior and exterior players respectively. While there is competition, it is certainly not overwhelming. Should his statistics improve alongside a commendable team performance in the new season, Stanley Robinson is convinced that his draft position will likely ascend. Therefore, he contemplates the necessity of maintaining a cordial relationship with Dongfang Cheng. Should discord arise between them, it is not merely the fact that head coach Jim Calhoun would likely side with Dongfang Cheng, who has already secured his commitment, but also the repercussions of such discord on the team's performance, consequences that Stanley Robinson cannot afford to bear. In the realm of NBA team management, player selection hinges not solely on statistics and performance, but also significantly on team success. After all, this reflects the dynamics and chemistry among players. There is little to celebrate. Merely trivial matters at hand. If congratulations are in order, it would be more fitting to exchange them after our triumphant defense of the championship. Dongfang Cheng responded with a smile to the congratulations directed towards Kemba Walker and Stanley Robinson. Just as Kemba Walker and Stanley Robinson navigate their circumstances, Dongfang Cheng would naturally not hold grudges. Once again, it must be emphasized, Basketball is fundamentally a team sport involving 5 players. While Stanley Robinson worries about potential conflicts with Dongfang Cheng that could affect the team's performance, he remains oblivious to the fact that Dongfang Cheng harbors even greater concerns regarding this matter. Not far away, observing Dongfang Cheng and Kemba Walker in conversation, Jim Calhoun's gaze was inscrutable. There is no room for compromise. The current Dongfang Cheng does not quite align with the benevolent persona of the past. Nevertheless, this transformation in Dongfang Cheng is advantageous both for him and for the Eskimo Dogs team. A team leader ought to embody the obsessive confidence akin to that of Jordan or Kobe, commanding the allegiance of all team members and unifying the team as one cohesive force. Chapter 31. The housing controversy at Min Xia's home. While Dongfang Cheng was diligently honing his skills at the University of Connecticut's arena, ensuring his core position, he remained unaware that his decision to purchase an apartment for Min Xia nearly sparked a familial dispute. Xia, I heard that Cheng has acquired an apartment in Manhattan. Moreover, it exceeds 2,000 square feet. Min Xia, who was in her new Manhattan apartment discussing renovation styles with the designer, received a call from her mother residing in Queens. Her mother's voice was tinged with barely concealed excitement. That is an apartment exceeding 2,000 square feet. Moreover, it is located in the prestigious and highly coveted Manhattan, an area where real estate is as precious as gold. To possess such an apartment in Manhattan is indeed a remarkable achievement in America. It is worth noting that Min Xia's parents, hailing from a typical American middle-class background, only own a modest apartment of approximately 1,000 square feet in the bustling and diverse Queens district of New York. In America, apartments are typically sold as completed properties, with most being fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. However, this time, Min Xia opted for a bare shell apartment, one that she would personally renovate to her taste. This is, after all, Min Xia's first apartment, and it is situated in the affluent area of Manhattan, New York. Min Xia wishes to decorate this abode to her liking. Even a bare apartment exceeds the average price in Manhattan, which attests to the fact that the location and layout of the apartment she has chosen are indeed commendable. Of course, Min Xia's ability to finance her own renovation stems from the additional support of $500,000 provided by Dongfang Cheng. Mother, how did you find out? Upon hearing her mother's inquiry, Min Xia was momentarily taken aback. She had not disclosed her new apartment purchase to her family. This was due to the lingering resentment she harbored towards her parents and siblings, who had consistently sided with Dongfang Cheng during the tumultuous phases of their relationship. Although Min Xia had, under various pressures, gradually lowered her standards to conform to Dongfang Cheng's desires, her feelings of discontent towards her family had not entirely dissipated. Moreover, in recent months, as the underage Dongfang Cheng played a pivotal role in leading the Eskimo Dog team to victory, showcasing his potential to become a star in the NBA, and capitalizing on the real estate bubble in America to amass considerable wealth, his future appeared increasingly bright. Min Xia's family, having recognized this, often positioned themselves as benefactors in her eyes, believing that without their initial persuasion, Min Xia might have parted ways with Dongfang Cheng and missed the opportunity to be with such a promising partner. As Dongfang Cheng's prospects soared, Min Xia's family placed ever greater importance on him, and particularly after learning of his significant financial gains during the recent financial crisis. Their admiration had escalated to a near sycophantic level. This particular matter greatly displeased Min Xia. Consequently, she refrained from disclosing to her parents the fact that Dongfang Cheng had purchased an apartment for her, nor did she inform them about the contract she signed with him. It was a secret shared solely between Min Xia and Dongfang Cheng, with perhaps one witness, the lawyer. Furthermore, Min Xia had another reason for concealing this from her family, Anna. Although the funds for the new apartment briefly passed through Min Xia's bank account, which could validate her ownership, the existence of a 20-year contract meant that Dongfang Cheng, having no other properties in Manhattan, would inevitably return to this new apartment. With Dongfang Cheng residing there, Anna would unavoidably be present as well. Despite being influenced by her family, which led Min Xia to continually acquiesce to Dongfang Cheng's wishes and ultimately seek out a concubine for him. Culminating in her discovery of Anna, she wished to keep Anna's existence hidden from her parents and siblings. Should Min Xia decide to inform her family about the new apartment, they might drop by unannounced, significantly increasing the likelihood of encountering Anna. Is that so? Does this mean the news is true? Min Xia's mother exclaimed, her voice growing increasingly agitated. Initially, when she first heard the news, she assumed it was mere gossip spun by journalists. To her astonishment, it turned out to be true. "Mother, please don't be so excited. It's true. I am currently discussing the renovation of the new apartment with the designer. I will call you back shortly," Min-Shia replied, offering an apologetic smile to the beautiful designer beside her. Out of respect for Dongfang Cheng's preferences, Min-Shia, who placed great importance on his desires, would never engage in actions that might raise suspicion. Even when selecting a designer for the new apartment, she chose a woman to avoid any private interactions with men. "What do you mean? Don't be excited. You didn't even tell me about such a significant matter. And I had to learn about it through gossip on a sports forum," Min-Shia's mother retorted, her emotions becoming even more heightened. "Min-Shia, do you not care for me as your mother?" The words of Min-Shia did little to soothe her mother. Rather, they only intensified her agitation. Such a significant matter. Yet Min-Shia surprisingly did not inform her family. How could they possibly remain calm? Fortunately, their attention to sports news, due to their son-in-law Dongfang Cheng, who is all but destined for the NBA, led them to discover the rumors circulating in the sports forum. Min-Shia explained at length. And it was only when her mother learned that the funds for the new apartment had passed through Min-Shia's bank account, covering the purchase price, renovation costs, and property taxes, all of which would be dispersed from her account, that she finally breathed a sigh of relief and ceased her relentless inquiries. In every corner of the world, parents invariably hope for their children to lead better, more secure lives. The parents from Dongfang Cheng's former homeland share this sentiment, as do those in this foreign land of America. In conclusion, Min-Shia's mother expressed her admiration for the choice of boyfriend, cautioning Min-Shia to avoid conflicts with Dongfang Cheng, insisting that the tumultuous breakup drama from years past must not be repeated. Eventually, Min-Shia's mother hung up the phone. "I had assumed that Cheng, in a moment of impulsiveness, had donated most of his money to the orphanage in the woods. Little did I realize that he had strategically retained funds for acquiring a spacious apartment in Manhattan." After ending the call, Min-Shia's mother remarked to her husband, "What a remarkable young man Cheng is, able to contribute towards Shia's Manhattan apartment even before marriage." Knowing that the proof of ownership was in Min-Shia's hands, her father felt immense pride in their decision to prevent her from breaking up. With a promising future, generous gestures, and the ability to provide ample security for his girlfriend, such a man is truly hard to find, especially given that last year's economic crisis had led to Min-Shia's mother's unemployment, causing a notable decline in their living standards solely reliant on Min-Shia's father's income. Upon receiving the news, Dongfang Cheng discreetly gifted Min-Shia's parents 100,000. Without her knowledge, such a soft-handed approach towards others is fundamentally rooted in Min-Shia's parents' almost sycophantic regard for Dongfang Cheng. In such a reality, how could they possibly adopt a stance of confidence in the presence of the East? Not only do they begin to bear the entirety of their girlfriend's expenses after entering a relationship, but they also present gifts during every festive occasion. Moreover, should issues arise within the girlfriend's family, without a moment's hesitation, they would offer a substantial six-figure sum to her parents, despite not yet being married. Such a devoted and considerate son-in-law is indeed hard to find. It is no wonder that Min-Shia's parents have consistently supported Dongfang Cheng. After all, they remain oblivious to the manner in which Dongfang Cheng has influenced their daughter, and they are entirely unaware of his lack of intention to marry Min-Shia. Perhaps, even if they were informed, their perspectives, shaped by the liberal and open ideals of America, would render them indifferent. With a binding contract in place, Dongfang Cheng and Min-Shia are already intricately linked. Ultimately, Dongfang Cheng will become Min-Shia's support for the latter half of her life, as well as for their shared future. Chapter 32. The 2009-10 season commences with both the NBA and NCAA competitions, typically beginning around November. However, the NBA regular season generally kicks off at the end of October or the beginning of November, while the NCAA regular season usually starts at the end of November. Due to the vast expanse of America and the numerous member institutions within the NCAA, it is impractical for all colleges scattered across the nation to participate in a singular league with home and away matches. Consequently, the NCAA's top-tier institutions, numbering over 300, are divided into more than 30 leagues, either by geographical considerations, such as the Atlantic Coast Conference and the Pac-10, or academic prestige, such as the Ivy League, comprising illustrious institutions like Harvard and Yale. Each league forms its own committee to arrange schedules, venues, broadcasting, and various other matters, with occasional changes in membership. Smaller schools with commendable performance aspire to join more competitive leagues in pursuit of greater broadcasting revenue and the attraction of superior players. The NCAA basketball season begins in late November each year, spanning 4 months, and concluding around early March with the regular season. Following this is the single-elimination NCAA postseason known as March Madness. In the initial matches of the new NCAA season, head coach Jim Calhoun fulfilled his promise, exhibiting a distinct tactical shift that heavily favored Dongfang Cheng, transforming Kemba Walker, the point guard, into nearly a dribbling guard. Initially, Jim Calhoun sought merely to experiment with this approach. Should the results falter, he would possess an excuse to redistribute ball control, steering the Eskimo Dogs back toward his familiar team-oriented strategy. Nonetheless, Jim Calhoun believed that while the balance of ball control could tilt, it should never be excessively so. This reflects the playing style of the Eskimo team from the previous season. It is precisely due to Jim Calhoun's philosophy that even without tactical adjustments, Dongfang Cheng was able to exert pressure on the absolute cornerstone, Thabeet. Unfortunately, head coach Jim Calhoun harbored his own ideas, while Dongfang Cheng, as the undeniable focal point of this season, had his own considerations as well. No one anticipated that Jim Calhoun would grant almost all ball possession to Dongfang Cheng with minimal tactical intervention, yet it surprisingly yielded commendable results. Dongfang Cheng seized this influx of opportunities with remarkable tenacity. In the first 10 games of the new season, he averaged 34.2 minutes on the court, contributing 29. 5 points, 4 assists, 7 rebounds, and 5 steals, leading the team to an impressive 10-game winning streak. It is noteworthy that in NCAA, where each half lasts 20 minutes, totaling merely 40 minutes per game, with each offensive possession capped at 30 seconds and average scores per team hovering around 60 to 70 points. Evaluating just the performances of these initial 10 games, Dongfang Cheng's scoring prowess rivals that of last year's national scoring champion, Stephen Curry. In reality, Dongfang Cheng's current abilities are undoubtedly on par with, if not superior to, those of last year's Stephen Curry. Having honed his skills since the age of 10, established a solid foundation by 12, reached the level of an NBA fringe player by 14, and attained the proficiency of a key NBA rotation player by 16, Dongfang Cheng's basketball skills have, at the start of this season, barely reached the core level expected of NBA teams. The level of skill exhibited in this period is 2 tiers below the NBA, found within the unique realm of NCAA basketball. Furthermore, Dongfang Cheng possesses a slight advantage over Stephen Curry in terms of physical attributes. Stephen Curry faced rejection from several universities, as they asserted that he would struggle to adapt to the intensity of NCAA competition. In contrast, Dongfang Cheng, influenced by the effects of reincarnation, boasts a foundation of unparalleled physical prowess, coupled with the awareness of training cultivated from a young age. Dongfang Cheng's physical capabilities reached the threshold of an NBA fringe player by the age of 16. This season, just before and after Dongfang Cheng's 18th birthday, his physical attributes have barely reached the standard of a primary rotation player in the NBA. The physical prowess of an NBA rotation player is undoubtedly among the elite in the NCAA as well, even if Dongfang Cheng only turns 18 midway through the new season. Making him one of the youngest players in the NCAA, his exceptional physicality, unparalleled basketball skills, and tactical dominance render him nearly invincible, sweeping through all competition. In the realm of competitive sports, the victor reigns supreme. The Eskimo Dogs' remarkable 10-game winning streak has compelled head coach Jim Calhoun to abandon any notions of redistributing Dongfang Cheng's ball-handling responsibilities. Despite his personal reservations regarding Cheng's current style of play, Jim Calhoun understands Dongfang Cheng's aspirations, the desire to showcase his talent, to secure consecutive championships, and to enter the NBA with a higher draft position. Nevertheless, Calhoun remains an advocate for team-oriented basketball. In his view, basketball is inherently a collective endeavor. Only through unified effort can the Eskimo Dogs advance further. Yet, a 10-game winning streak. This remarkable achievement of securing 10 consecutive victories comes despite the departure of 3 key players from last season's championship starting lineup, Thabeet, A.J. Price, and Jeff Adrian. If, while in this state of triumph, the tactics are altered to undermine the momentum of the Eastern teams, what might become of the Eskimos' performance in the new season? Will the fans turn their ire towards Jim Calhoun? At this juncture, American basketball enthusiasts exhibit a pronounced preference for Dongfang Cheng's exceptional display of individual heroism through his distinctive style of play. In merely 10 games, Dongfang Cheng has amassed a burgeoning following that rivals the total he garnered over the past 6 months. Ultimately, Jim Calhoun decided to relinquish control, asserting that the method of play is inconsequential. Victory is paramount. Moreover, this aligns with Jim Calhoun's commitments and tactical arrangements. As long as Dongfang Cheng continues to lead the Eskimo Dogs to triumph, entrusting the majority of the ball possession to him is an acceptable strategy for Jim Calhoun. Concerning the statistics of other players, the head coach's sole pursuit is the team's victory. If the team succeeds while certain players' statistics remain subpar, it merely reflects those individuals' deficiencies in skill, much like the later emergence of Boyan Bogdanovic. Thus, this approach persisted for several months, resulting in Dongfang Cheng guiding the Eskimo Dogs to an impressive NCAA Big East championship with only a single loss. Following last year's accomplishments, he once again earned a spot on the NCAA Big East first team. However, unlike the previous year, this season, Dongfang Cheng was also honored as the NCAA Big East Player of the Year. The University of Connecticut, exhibiting even greater prowess than during their championship season, made a formidable run in March Madness, leaving many professionals and fans within the American basketball community astounded. It is noteworthy that although the University of Connecticut Eskimo Dogs clinched the championship last year, 3 of their starting players departed in the subsequent NBA draft, including the team's absolute core from the previous year, MOP Thabeet. This team of Eskimo Dogs can almost be regarded as a brand new squad. Chapter 33. The Unique Flow Technique, the Data Manipulator. Speaking of Thabeet, where is Thabeet? Upon closer inspection, the media and fans have discovered that last year's second overall pick, Thabeet, barely manages to secure a spot as a backup center for the Memphis Grizzlies. During this period, Thabeet in this timeline, much like in the original timeline, has been met with unforeseen challenges. The persuasive efforts of Dongfang Cheng fell on deaf ears, as Thabeet, basking in the glory of being a second overall pick, paid no heed to the advice offered. Last summer was a time of revelry, and his rookie season was indeed exhilarating. In truth, aside from Thabeet, there are precedents in NBA history of top 3 draft picks who were either traded shortly after selection or found themselves with scant playing time on their respective teams. A notable example is Darko Milicic, the second overall pick in 2003. Regrettably, despite the existence of such precedents and the counsel from Dongfang Cheng, Thabeet failed to garner the attention he needed, nor did he manage to alter the course of his fate. Thabeet possesses considerable talent. While he may not emerge as the cornerstone of a franchise, he is certainly capable of shining as a valuable asset off the bench. Had the team exhibited patience and afforded him a modicum of ball control, nurturing Thabeet over the years could have seen him evolve into a key rotation player during his prime. After all, his physical advantages are undeniable. Unfortunately, the Memphis Grizzlies already boasted players like Marc Gasol and Haim Haddadi, who occupy similar positions and fulfill comparable roles. Moreover, Thabeet's underwhelming performance and limited potential left the Grizzlies thoroughly disheartened, extinguishing any lingering patience for his development. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. For many rookies with average abilities, being selected too high in the draft order may not bode well for their career trajectories, with the exception of those solely focused on securing their initial contract. As Thabeet faltered, a closer examination of the new Eskimo Dog team reveals that their undeniable linchpin, Dongfang Cheng, has been astonishingly productive. In approximately 30 games leading up to the madness of March, he averaged 33. 2 minutes on the court, contributing 28. 4 points, 5. 5 assists, 6. 5 rebounds, and 1. 4 steals per game. What is this astonishing data? An average of 28 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists per game, leading the team to the exhilarating March finals? Is this the yellow-skinned orphan of America, or has Jordan donned a new guise? Moreover, this yellow-skinned orphan was one of the pivotal figures in the Eskimo Dogs team during their remarkable journey into March Madness in the first 2 seasons. In the championship season of the previous year, his statistics were hardly inferior to those of Thabeet. Unsurprisingly, numerous media outlets and fans dissatisfied with Thabeet's performance have begun to assert that he unjustly claimed the MOP from Dongfang Cheng last year, suggesting that Thabeet was merely a bystander elevated by his teammates. Some fervent fans have even gone so far as to claim that Dongfang Cheng faced undue pressure and scrutiny from the so-called bust Thabeet in the past 2 years, which has rendered Dongfang Cheng's performance rather lackluster. They seem to disregard the factors of age and physical disadvantage that Dongfang Cheng has faced in the past. This is the essence of competitive sports. The realm of athletics is indeed ruthless. With the same subpar statistics, a victory signifies sacrifice, while a defeat renders one an insurmountable failure. Similarly, with commendable performance metrics, winning denotes well-roundedness, while losing equates to mere stat padding. Influenced by the exaggerated fervor surrounding the Eskimo Dogs and Dongfang Cheng, even those NBA fans who typically pay little heed to NCAA events, or who do not follow March Madness at all, have received notifications regarding these developments. Many fans, driven by curiosity, clicked on links to explore the sudden emergence of the Eskimo Dogs and Dongfang Cheng, only to be astounded by Dongfang Cheng's striking statistics and leadership achievements. Upon consulting major American sports media websites, it was no surprise to find Dongfang Cheng prominently featured among the top 3 predictions for the 2010 NBA draft, even securing the top spot in several forecasts from prominent outlets, including ESPN, the largest sports website in the United States. Has the number 1 draft pick truly been preordained without a single game being played this March Madness? They further examined ESPN's rationale for predicting Dongfang Cheng as the number 1 pick, highlighting his explosive scoring ability, exceptional team synergy, and immense potential. The specific assessment noted that unlike last year's national scoring champion, Stephen Curry, who was limited to three-point shooting due to physical constraints, or last year's first overall pick, Blake Griffin, who struggled with his shooting touch and relied solely on his physical prowess in the paint, Dongfang Cheng possesses a remarkably versatile and outstanding scoring ability, effortlessly executing three-pointers, mid-range jump shots, and dunks alike. Most importantly, Dongfang Cheng not only exhibits explosive scoring capacity, but also embodies an indomitable spirit reminiscent of legends such as Jordan and Kobe. An average of 33.2 minutes per game serves as a testament to this. Of course, Dongfang Cheng is not without his flaws. His susceptibility to physical confrontations and potential injury risks pose significant challenges to his draft prospects. American sports media often adopt a mixed approach when evaluating an NBA player or a potential draftee. Just as the media scrutinized Tim Duncan, who sparked a race among NBA teams to secure the number 1 position, they also identified his shortcomings, such as age and perceived lack of potential. While praising Duncan as a finished product with formidable immediate impact, they simultaneously questioned his age and developmental prospects. Truly, the American sports media has left no stone unturned in their assessments, both commendatory and critical. In 2010, the NCAA championship featured a total of 65 participating teams. Among these 65 teams, 32 were champions from their respective conferences, while the remaining 33 were selected by the NCAA committee based on specific criteria. According to the historical timeline, the number of teams in the NCAA championship was set to expand to 68 starting in 2011. Prior to the tournament, a preliminary game eliminated 1 team, serving as a prelude to the NCAA championship. Subsequently, the 64 teams were divided into 4 regions, competing in a single elimination format to determine the ultimate national champion of the NCAA. All matches, including those in the Final Four, were held at neutral sites, eliminating the traditional home and away advantage. Beginning with the preliminary rounds, venues were spread across various locations throughout the United States. In the game transitioning from 64 to 32 teams, Dongfang Cheng exhibited an offensive fervor reminiscent of basketball legends Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, achieving an impressive 23 out of 35 shooting, with three-pointers and free throws included. He amassed a staggering 55 points, leading the Eskimos to a commanding 82-62 victory over Baylor University, outscoring the entire Baylor team by a mere 7 points. This match has swiftly transformed many newly attentive fans of Dongfang Cheng into ardent supporters. Within the shorter duration and extended offensive time of the NCAA's March Madness, the feat of scoring 55 points is nearly as formidable as Kobe's legendary 81 points in a regular NBA season game. Advancing from 32 to 16, Dongfang Cheng experienced a dip in form. However, with an impressive tally of 28 attempts, he still accumulated 30 points, along with 12 rebounds and 4 assists. In this match, every rebound fortuitously bounced towards Dongfang Cheng's position, compelling him to transform into a fervent enthusiast of rebounds. This match illuminated for fans and scouts alike that Dongfang Cheng possesses not only remarkable offensive prowess, but also exceptional defensive capabilities and innate talent. Chapter 34. The NBA teams beginning to falter. In the round of 16, Coach Jim Calhoun approached Dongfang Cheng prior to the game, conveying that the season was nearing its conclusion and urging him to afford his teammates some opportunities to shine. Consequently, Dongfang Cheng primarily focused on orchestrating the team's play during this match. Naturally, there existed an unspoken understanding between Jim Calhoun and Dongfang Cheng. Relinquishing a degree of shooting opportunities to his teammates was permissible. However, should the situation demand it, Dongfang Cheng was poised to reclaim his offensive authority, restoring the game's rhythm to that which the Eskimo Dogs were accustomed to this season. Yet, in this encounter, every other player on the Eskimo Dogs erupted, dominating their opponents from the outset, rendering Dongfang Cheng's plan to regain control of the ball utterly futile. This season, the other players of the Eskimo Dogs have also faced significant suppression. Throughout the game, Dongfang Cheng attempted only 7 shots, making 5 of them, including 1 out of 2 from beyond the arc, thereby scoring 11 points. However, in terms of assists, Dongfang Cheng surpassed his record from his final year of high school, achieving a remarkable 16 assists, the highest since entering the University of Connecticut. Additionally, due to a reduction in his offensive focus, Dongfang Cheng also secured 10 rebounds on the defensive end. This marks the first time in 3 years that Dongfang Cheng has achieved a triple-double during the NCAA March Madness. A comprehensive and utterly thorough performance. Following these 3 games, Dongfang Cheng's draft predictions across major American sports websites have ascended to the top position. He is the unequivocal first overall pick, such as the consensus among American sports media. They speculate that even if Dongfang Cheng were to encounter a setback in his next game, his previous performances and the display in these 3 matches would leave no room for doubt regarding his claim to the first pick. Leading his team to the Elite 8 almost single-handedly, Dongfang Cheng has ample reason to take pride in his accomplishments. It is noteworthy that the current NBA superstar, Tim Duncan, the cornerstone of the San Antonio Spurs, was also the indisputable first overall pick in the NBA draft, with his best collegiate achievement being a solo effort that brought his team to the Elite 8. However, the dazzling performance of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, with their soaring star, Tim Duncan, during his senior season, averaging 28 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 blocks, was what solidified his position as the top choice, prompting numerous NBA teams to vie for a losing record. Presently, Dongfang Cheng's on-court performance, statistical data, and singular leadership achievements are not inferior to those of Tim Duncan in his day. Thus, his status as the unequivocal first overall pick seems entirely justifiable. Furthermore, while Dongfang Cheng, like Tim Duncan, will complete his college education and obtain a full-time bachelor's degree before entering the NBA, he is significantly younger than Duncan at the same stage. Despite lingering doubts about whether his Asian descent might affect his adaptation to the NBA, the allocation of the first overall pick appears to be settled with over 90% certainty. Even before the commencement of March Madness, certain teams had begun to deliberately position themselves for a chance to draft Dongfang Cheng. As the tournament progresses, the number of teams angling for him has only increased. With Stanley Robinson in the mix, though perhaps we need not dwell on him, there is also Kemba Walker, who, in another timeline, could lead the University of Connecticut to a championship and earn the MP title. Remarkably, this team, the Eskimo Dogs, is still recognized by media and fans as a single-star squad, highlighting the significant impact of a solo play style on the data of teammates and the detrimental effects it may impose. Yet, one must also concede that such a singular approach often yields the most impressive statistics. The 16 teams in the NCAA championship are referred to as the Sweet 16, the Final 8 as the Elite 8, and the last 4 as the Final 4. In the quarterfinals, the Eskimo Dogs faced a formidable challenge against the University of Michigan, a team that had previously advanced to the finals. The Eskimo Dogs found themselves in a precarious position, trailing by as many as 8 points at halftime. Michigan executed a merciless strategy against Dongfang Cheng, the declared linchpin of the University of Connecticut. They relentlessly shadowed him throughout the game, striving to prevent him from even touching the ball. Whenever Dongfang Cheng managed to gain possession, he was immediately met by 2 or 3 defenders. They opted to leave other players unguarded rather than allow Dongfang Cheng to thrive. Unfortunately, his teammates struggled to contribute, missing numerous open shots. This was hardly surprising, as for most of the season, the ball had predominantly been in Dongfang Cheng's hands, leaving them out of rhythm. A prior explosion of talent did not guarantee consistent performance. Ultimately, Dongfang Cheng had to take matters into his own hands, driving through defenders or attempting shots while being heavily guarded. Thanks to his relentless efforts, the Eskimo Dogs gradually clawed their way back into the game and even managed to take the lead in the second half. He recorded an impressive stat line of 22 points, 7 assists, and 7 rebounds on 9-4-25 shooting, an admirable performance, albeit lacking in efficiency. Nevertheless, this game solidified Dongfang Cheng's status as the projected first overall pick, demonstrating that even if he and the Eskimo Dogs were to falter in the madness of March, his position would remain unassailable. The world witnessed his insatiable desire to win and his ability to break through double teams. Reminiscent of the competitive spirit and scoring prowess of legends like Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. Despite facing constant pressure from multiple defenders, his shooting percentage and statistics were commendable, especially considering his youth and potential for growth. Teams that overlooked the talents of Jordan and Kobe have been ridiculed by fans worldwide for eternity. Given this historical context, major sports media outlets in America believe that no team management would be foolish enough to bypass Dongfang Cheng. After all, should a team select incorrectly, it would merely indicate a collective misjudgment. However, if the consensus is that Dongfang Cheng is exceptional and a particular team's management stubbornly chooses not to draft him, only for him to excel in the NBA, that management would likely bear the brunt of criticism, becoming yet another entity inscribed on the annals of NBA history's shame. They might even risk their positions as a result. Speculation abounds that, given past occurrences, no management would dare to act foolishly after securing the first overall pick. This year, both the semifinals and finals were held at the Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis. In the semifinals, the Eskimo Dogs team performed significantly better than in the quarterfinals. As Eastern Cheng's teammates regained their shooting form, their opponents, burdened by previous game experiences, were compelled to continuously double-team Eastern Cheng. Ultimately, Eastern Cheng led his team to a resounding victory with a score of 76-66. He once again delivered a modest performance, contributing 18 points, 11 assists, and 6 rebounds. The opponent in the finals was none other than Duke University, the reigning champions from the original timeline of this season. Indeed, this is the same Duke University whose coach, Mike Krzyzewski, famously rejected Curry due to concerns over his slender physique not being suited for the intensity of NCAA competition. Coach K, as he is affectionately known, shares a reputation for excellence akin to that of Jim Calhoun, the head coach of the Eskimo Dogs team. Mike Krzyzewski, of Polish descent, is recognized as a legendary figure in American collegiate basketball, having been mentored by the father of dynamic offense, the esteemed Bob Knight of Indiana University. Renowned for his consistent success, Coach K has already eclipsed the NCAA postseason victory record held by the legendary Dean Smith of North Carolina. Despite still being in the midst of his coaching career, he has won multiple NCAA championships, maintaining a remarkable regular season winning percentage exceeding 75%, making him the coach with the most number 1 seeds in NCAA postseason history. On April 5, 2010, on the day of the NCAA Finals, the NBA paused its games to honor the significance of this event. This is the grandeur of the NCAA Finals. Even though this marks the third occasion of such an event, the sentiment felt by Dongfang Cheng is distinctly different this time. This is not only his final journey in the NCAA, but also his inaugural appearance as the unequivocal leader of his team on the prestigious stage of the NCAA Finals. Chapter 35. Once again in the madness of the finals. The Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis. The atmosphere is electric as Connecticut University faces off against Duke University in the NCAA Championship Final, with attendance at full capacity and additional seating even squeezed into the aisles. As the teams engage in their pregame warm-ups, the cameras pan to the front rows of the audience. There, at the commentary booth, the renowned basketball analysts Charles Barkley and Carl Schmidt have taken their positions. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the NCAA Finals. A wave of cheers erupts from the crowd. Charles Barkley, celebrated for his outspoken nature, was born in 1963 and is a former professional basketball player from America. He was honored as the most valuable player of the regular season in 1993 and was inducted into the NBA's 50 Greatest Players in 1996, earning the nickname the Round Mound of Rebound. Following his retirement, he became a prominent commentator for TNT. Carl Schmidt, born in 1949, is an esteemed basketball coach in America who has held positions as head coach for both NBA and collegiate teams, as well as serving as a television commentator. He was appointed by TNT as a commentator during the 2009 playoffs and also provided live commentary for the 2010 NCAA Championship. Connecticut University is poised for victory. In previous games, Dongfang Cheng has demonstrated unparalleled dominance in the NCAA. Currently in peak form, with no one from Duke capable of containing him. Much like last year's NBA Finals, when no one could restrict Kobe Bryant. Barkley has already made his prediction, placing his faith in Dongfang Cheng and his yellow-skinned compatriots. It all began in the year 2002 during Yao Ming's rookie season. Charles Barkley wagered that Yao would not score 19 points in a single game. Otherwise, he would have to kiss Kenny Smith's Rivalry. On November 17, 2002, as the Rockets faced the reigning champions, the Los Angeles Lakers, Yao scored 20 points and grabbed 6 rebounds, leading the Rockets to victory. Barkley lost the bet. According to the terms of the wager, he was obliged to kiss Smith's backside. In the live broadcast, Smith brought in a donkey, and ultimately, Barkley kissed the donkey's rear for the camera. From that moment on, Barkley never dared to underestimate those with yellow skin again. In a nation that reveres the strong, it is easier for greatness to emerge from among the strong. In this instance, Dongfang Cheng has undoubtedly received the benefaction of Yao Ming's assistance. Charles, I must remind you, refrain from invoking Kobe, even when Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal united. They succumbed to the Detroit Pistons in 2004. While star players are indeed significant, one must not underestimate the championship spirit of underdog teams. Carl Simo does not concur with Charles Barkley's perspective. After Charles Barkley opted for the University of Connecticut, Carl Simo found himself compelled to side with Duke University. These represent their individual perspectives, yet simultaneously serve the purpose of garnering viewership. Only when commentators exhibit divergent opinions and engage in spirited debates do fans commence discussions, thus elevating the ratings of the match. Ultimately, it all boils down to profit. The playoffs serve as a grand stage for star athletes. Charles, this is the NBA. Now it is the NCAA. The NCAA and the NBA are vastly different. The most outstanding player of the 21st century has never ascended to become the most valuable player or the finals MVP in the NBA. Carl, every accomplishment has its first. Basketball is a sport played by 5 individuals. Charles, has the performance of Eastern Cheng on the court not yet captivated you, Carl? Eastern Cheng is indeed commendable, yet he has yet to establish his worth in the NBA, and there is but one Eastern Cheng from the University of Connecticut. Unwarranted. Carl Simons and Charles Barkley found themselves embroiled in a debate at the commentary booth. Their pregame banter has become a customary warm-up routine for these two commentators. As the argument between Carl Simons and Charles Barkley drew to a close, the warm-up concluded, and the event transitioned into the opening ceremony, unveiling the starting lineups for both teams. The NCAA opening ceremony features an introduction of all participants. Duke University's 12 players included the starting 5. The 216-centimeter center, Brian Zubek, averaging 5 points, 7 rebounds, 0 assists, 7 blocks, and 2 turnovers. With a shooting percentage of 64 and a free throw percentage of 55. The 203 centimeters power forward, Lance Thomas, averages 8 points and 9 rebounds, and was selected for the Atlantic Coast Conference, ACC, all-defensive team, though the reason remains unknown. The 203 centimeters small forward, Kyle Singler, averages 7 points and 9 rebounds. The 196 centimeters shooting guard and team captain, John Shire, averages 14 points, boasting a 3-point shooting percentage exceeding 38. Lastly, the 188 centimeters point guard, Nolan Smith, averages 17 points. In the original timeline, the Duke Blue Devils emerged victorious. However, the professional trajectories of the players were less than stellar. At least during their tenure as athletes, this held true. The captain, John Shire, averaged 4 points per game with a 3-point shooting percentage exceeding 38. In the 2009-10 season, he led Duke to the NCAA National Championship and was honored with selections to both the NCAA All-American team and the ACC All-Conference team. Nevertheless, as a senior, his potential appeared limited, and his immediate impact left much to be desired. John Shire went undrafted in the 2010 NBA draft, subsequently playing overseas for Maccabi Tel Aviv in Israel and Gran Canaria in Spain for 2 seasons before his career was cut short by injuries. In 2013, he returned to Duke as a special assistant, and a year later, he was elevated to assistant coach, eventually serving as associate head coach alongside Nate James in 2018. Following James' appointment as head coach of Austin Peay, Shire succeeded the legendary Mike Krzyzewski upon his retirement at the conclusion of the 2021-22 season. In the original timeline, Small forward Kyle Singler was the standout player for Duke in the 2010 NCAA championship game, where he played a pivotal role in securing a narrow 61-59 victory over Butler University. Singler recorded 19 points, 9 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 blocks, earning the title of Most Outstanding Player, MOP, of the Final Four. Curiously, despite his MOP accolade, Singler opted to play an additional year at Duke. In the 2010-11 season, he averaged 16, 9 points and 8 rebounds, witnessing a decline in his performance, which resulted in selections to the NABC All-American Second Team and the All-Atlantic Coast Conference First Team. Over his collegiate career, Singler accumulated a total of 392 points, ranking 4th on Duke's all-time scoring list. On June 24, 2011, during the NBA draft, he was selected 33rd overall in the second round by the Detroit Pistons. But his subsequent performance on the court could only be described as that of a typical second-round pick. In the original timeline, Lance Thomas declared for the 2010 NBA draft, but went undrafted. In the summer of 2011, he participated in the New Orleans Hornets summer training camp and successfully secured a spot on the team's roster for the 2011-12 season. However, his performance thereafter was merely that of an ordinary undrafted player. Meanwhile, Nolan Smith entered the 2011 NBA draft and was selected 21st overall in the first round by the Portland Trail Blazers, standing out as the most highly regarded player among Duke's starting 5 that season. At this juncture, it was a notion unconsidered by many. However, merely 1 year after selecting Nolan Smith, on October 31, 2012, the Portland Trail Blazers announced their decision to decline the option for the 2013-14 season outlined in Smith's contract, rendering him an unrestricted free agent at the conclusion of the 2012-13 season. According to the current NBA regulations, first-round draft picks are eligible to sign a 4-year contract, with team options for the 3rd and 4th years and salaries determined by draft position. Second-round picks and undrafted players may also sign a 4-year contract. Yet the minimum salary can only be secured for 2 years, while two-way contracts may span 1 or 2 years. Nolan Smith was discarded after just 1 season in the NBA, and his continued association with the Trail Blazers in his second season was solely due to existing regulations, indicating that he was far from being a competent first-round selection. Starting center Brian Zuback, despite entering the NBA as a second-round pick, remained a relatively obscure figure within the league. As Duke University's head coach Mike Krzyzewski remarked, this Blue Devils team was both ordinary and remarkable, lacking any standout superstar. The primary takeaway from this discourse is to highlight that none of the players on this Duke University Blue Devils roster could rival Dongfang Cheng. Even if Cheng were to struggle in the finals, there remained no player among Duke's ranks capable of challenging his position as the top pick. Nevertheless, despite this reality, Cheng still yearned for victory. Youth should not be marred by regret. Whether winning would lead to regrets, Cheng could not ascertain, but he was certain that losing would indeed leave him with a sense of loss. The 12 players from the University of Connecticut, with Cheng as the unequivocal linchpin of the team, prepared for the climactic showdown. On paper, the University of Connecticut held a distinct advantage, bolstered by a star player like Cheng. Last season, Connecticut had triumphed over the same Duke roster. It is little wonder that, leading up to the game, over 70 of fans and media anticipated a championship victory for Connecticut. As the starting lineups were announced, the cheers from the crowd reached a fever pitch. Chapter 36, a harmonious attack and assist. Showcasing excellence after the ceremonial opening concluded, the match was poised to commence. In the frenzy of March Madness, the final showdown would determine the victor and the vanquished. Neither side could afford to falter. Who would emerge as the ultimate champion? And who would bear the weight of defeat? This night would unveil the answers. The core of Connecticut's interior, Stanley Robinson, faced off against Duke's center, Brian Zuback. In the jump ball at center court, with the sound of the whistle, Robinson, despite a 10-centimeter height disadvantage, utilized his leaping ability and wingspan to tip the ball back to Connecticut's half, officially commencing the contest. In an astonishing turn of events, Stanley Robinson surged forth, making the first significant impact in the finals. In the initial play, Dongfang Cheng took direct control of the ball. To this, Kemba Walker, the defensive stalwart for the Eskimo Dogs, expressed no dissent. Although the fervor of March Madness has yet to conclude, Kemba Walker has already resolved to follow in Dongfang Cheng's footsteps, assuming the role of the secondary player this season while planning to extend his career for another year next season. The venerable coach, Jim Calhoun, has made a promise to Kemba Walker akin to the one he extended to Dongfang Cheng last season, assuring that Walker will be the unequivocal cornerstone of the Eskimo Dogs in the forthcoming season. Thabeet, after 3 years at the University of Connecticut, emerged as the second overall pick. Dongfang Cheng, likewise, during his tenure at the University of Connecticut, became the undisputed first overall choice. The number 3 holds a significant connection to the University of Connecticut. Kemba Walker is a believer in the divine. Dongfang Cheng advances the ball into the offensive zone. Let's go, Eskimo Dogs. The fervent cheers of the University of Connecticut fans resonate with enthusiasm. Defense. Defense. The fans of Duke University's Blue Devils equally refuse to be outdone. Amidst the cacophony of encouragement, Stanley Robinson set a high screen, allowing Dongfang Cheng to penetrate the defense seamlessly. With 3 powerful strides, he executed a thunderous dunk. Roaring. Dongfang Cheng directed a fierce shout towards the stands. Aerial acrobatics is a style that Dongfang Cheng typically strives to avoid. Yet, at times, it becomes a necessity. For a slam dunk is the most effective means to ignite the atmosphere and bolster morale in the arena. What a play! Charles Barkley in the commentary booth waved his fists, exclaiming with excitement, as the transition between offense and defense unfolded. Duke University passed the ball several times before suddenly dropping it into the paint. Bang! In this season, Duke University center, Brian Zobek, who averages a mere 5 points per game, astonishingly executed a thunderous dunk right over Stanley Robinson. The score stands at 2-2. Although Brian Zobek is 10 centimeters taller than Stanley Robinson, he is a player who is unlikely to even make it into the second round of the draft. While Stanley Robinson was heralded as a first-round prospect by major sports media last year, a year has passed, and with physical maturation and skill development, one would expect Stanley Robinson's abilities to have improved. However, the reality is that his performance this season has not surpassed that of the previous one. Even in the absence of the imposing Thabeet, who once overshadowed him, Stanley Robinson's average statistics have barely seen an increase. His teammates have not been particularly supportive, and the only player who could provide some assistance, Kemba Walker, overlaps with Robinson's role. This has significantly contributed to head coach Jim Calhoun's tolerance of Robinson's solitary playing style. Excellent play. Charles, I have always maintained that basketball is a game played by 5 individuals. This time, it is Carl Simons who observes Charles Barkley, standing at the sidelines amidst disagreement and debate. These are indeed splendid means to captivate the fans. As Carl Simo's words lingered in the air, in the next round, Dongfang Cheng received the serve and executed a long pass into the penalty area, assisting Stanley Robinson, who had already made a run back, to score effortlessly in the open basket. Stanley Robinson and his fellow teammates of the Eskimo Dogs have long been accustomed to Dongfang Cheng's precise long passes. Stanley Robinson responded with a point. Dongfang Cheng's assist was duly noted. It seems the world is swiftly forgetting the foundation upon which Dongfang Cheng built his career. What a remarkable pass. It reminds me of that old chap, John Stockton. Charles Barkley leaped up with renewed excitement, casting a smile at Carl Simo. His gestures and words were exceedingly exaggerated, epitomizing Charles Barkley's distinctive commentary style. John Stockton, the star player of the Jazz, was the premier point guard of Charles Barkley's era, making this comparison a high accolade for Dongfang Cheng, who is yet to enter the NBA. Charles, I concede that this young man, Dongfang Cheng, is indeed formidable, playing with tenacity and possessing a well-rounded skill set. However, this is neither the Delta Center, home of the Jazz, nor the Staples Center, home of the Lakers. And certainly not the NBA. We are in the Boris Lucas Ollie Gymnasium, in a decisive NCAA match. In such a critical context, I still favor the Duke Blue Devils, who, despite lacking superstars, have no glaring weaknesses. It was evident that with just this one attack and assist, Dongfang Cheng's performance on the court had already captivated Carl Simo. Both seasoned veterans on the basketball court, though their abilities may have waned over time, their experience remains intact. How could Carl Simo overlook Dongfang Cheng's exceptional maturity and prowess that belies his age? Yet, constrained by his position and the need to foster fan discussions and viewership, Carl Simo felt compelled to support the Duke University Blue Devils. Carl, it seems you have forgotten that for the past decade, superstars Shaquille O'Neal, Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, and Kobe Bryant have dominated the entire NBA. Charles Barkley reiterated his belief that championships in basketball belong to superstars. The higher the superstars are exalted, the loftier the position of the basketball deity above them, thereby elevating the status of those who reach the finals against the basketball god. Charles, No Asian player has ever proven themselves in the NBA. Even Yao Ming, the most accomplished among Asians, has scarcely any substantial accolades to boast, whether MVP, Finals MVP, or All-NBA First Team. And Dongfang Cheng happens to be Asian. Carl Simo articulated the prevailing concerns within the NBA and American basketball circles regarding Dongfang Cheng. Carl, do not underestimate Asians, nor belittle Yao. Yao is an outstanding, Hall of Fame caliber player. Charles Barkley swiftly interjected, overshadowing Carl Simon's somewhat racially charged remarks. Carl, let's not engage in debate. Instead, let us refocus our attention on the game. Performance speaks for itself. Barkley interrupted Simons, demonstrating that his emotional intelligence and insight far surpass those of Simons. In light of viewership ratings and the overseas market, the NBA will undoubtedly fervently promote the outstanding performance of the emerging star from the East, especially considering Yao Ming's impending retirement due to injury. Moreover, this new talent possesses two significant advantages over Yao Ming. First, his American nationality, and second, his status as an orphan. Although he is undeniably of Asian descent with yellow skin, prior to discovering his biological parents, neither he nor anyone else could ascertain which country he belonged to. Notably, during this competition, not only did a renowned commentator from that vast Eastern nation attend, but even several neighboring countries dispatched their most esteemed basketball commentators. In a situation where no one can definitively determine the nationality of this emerging star, it is inevitable that basketball-centric nations will vie for his heritage rights. Given various influencing factors and the unprecedented performance he exhibited in the NCAA, Barkley opines that this prodigy's prospects may even eclipse those of past legends such as Shaquille O'Neal, Tim Duncan, and LeBron James at the outset of their careers. Being part of the American basketball community, Barkley is keenly aware that he must avoid offending this promising talent, or more accurately, alienating the entire Asian market that stands behind him. The NBA, after all, is a commercial league. This is also the primary reason Charles Barkley is confident that Yao Ming will enter the NBA Hall of Fame following his retirement. Yao Ming has played a significant role in promoting the NBA. Chapter 37, leading by 9 points at halftime. Duke University's second offensive play continues to exploit the interior, delivering the ball to the cutting small forward, Kyle Singler, who adeptly scores despite the defensive pressure from the opponents. Persistently attacking the paint may seem simplistic and brute force, yet it proves effective. Dongfang Cheng privately scoffs at this strategy. Coach Jim Calhoun of the opposing team shouts from the sidelines, "The previous defense was solid. Maintain that intensity." Calhoun understands that, in contrast to the formidable perimeter duo of Dongfang Cheng and Kemba Walker, the interior is the Achilles heel of the Eskimo Dogs this season. However, he remains optimistic that victory will ultimately favor the Eskimo Dogs, just as it has in numerous past contests. After all, Duke's frontcourt is not particularly strong. When it comes to perimeter play, no team in the NCAA can match the synergy between Dongfang Cheng and Kemba Walker. As predicted by Jim Calhoun, in the next possession, after a series of swift passes between Dongfang Cheng and Kemba Walker, Dongfang Cheng seizes the opportunity to launch a three-pointer, successfully sinking the shot. In the NCAA, a three-pointer is akin to a long two-pointer in the NBA. For a player of Eastern Cheng's caliber, who has reached the core level of the NBA, achieving a shooting accuracy exceeding 80 is feasible as long as there are no significant disruptions. In a swift transition from defense to offense, Duke University sought to score a three-pointer. However, under the pressure exerted by Eastern Cheng, the captain of the Duke Blue Devils, John Shire, whose three-point shooting rate exceeds 38 this season, unfortunately misfired. Nevertheless, the rebound was secured by Kyle Singler, the standout performer for Duke University in this game. Upon landing after collecting the rebound, Singler attempted to rise again and score, only to be met with a resounding rejection from Eastern Cheng, who had come to assist in defense. In the ensuing chaos, Kemba Walker seized the ball and sprinted towards the frontcourt. Faced with an unguarded area, Walker effortlessly laid the ball into the basket. Just under 3 minutes into the game, Duke's head coach, Coach K, called the first timeout. Kyle Singler, John Shire, you both need to embody the tenacity and fervor that Tyronn Lue displayed while defending Allen Iverson. Take turns positioning yourselves against Eastern Cheng, whether on offense or defense. Engage him physically and do not conserve your energy. Ensure that Eastern Cheng does not receive the ball easily, even if your stamina only allows for 25 or 20 minutes of such exertion. As long as you can deplete him to a comparable level of playing time and reduce his shooting percentage to 40, Victory shall be ours. During the timeout, Coach K swiftly devised tactics for the Duke Blue Devils. Beyond their offensive efforts, Eastern Cheng's defensive pressure on the Duke Blue Devils was indeed formidable. In the early years of the 21st century, basketball superstars emphasized a holistic approach to offense and defense, be it Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Tim Duncan, or LeBron James. They all adhered to this principle. Limited by the era, Eastern Cheng, too, aspired to emulate his predecessors. Cheng, be mindful of your stamina. Do not overexert yourself. The game lasts 40 minutes. On the other side, Yukon's head coach, Jim Calhoun, echoed similar concerns to Eastern Cheng. Although Cheng had performed admirably in recent plays, both offensively and defensively, Calhoun worried that such intensity might compromise Cheng's endurance. At not yet 19 years of age, and with the added challenge of being of Asian descent, stamina and physicality posed significant challenges for Eastern Cheng. Understood. Eastern Cheng nodded. The current score stood at 9-4, with the University of Connecticut leading by 5 points, affording Eastern Cheng some leeway to play with ease. As the game progressed, Duke University intensified their full-court press and double-teaming against Eastern Cheng. However, with Kyle Singler averaging 7 points and John Shire averaging 14. For points, both being Duke's primary scoring threats, they directed their focus on defense. The question remained, how would they manage their offense? Would it rest solely on the shoulders of Nolan Smith, who averaged 17 for points per game? In truth, Coach K finds himself in a predicament. Nolan Smith, averaging 17 for points per game, stands as a principal scoring asset for Duke University, serving also as the orchestrator of the team's offense. Despite his modest height of merely 188 centimeters, assigning Nolan Smith to defend against the towering Dongfang Cheng, who measures a striking 196 centimeters, seems decidedly imprudent. As for center Brian Zubek and power forward Lance Thomas, while their abilities may vary, their physical attributes are distinctly evident. They are quintessential interior players, robustly built yet lacking in lateral mobility. Tasking them with defending Dongfang Cheng would likely lead to a depletion of their stamina and insufficient defensive pressure, resulting in an unprotected paint area. Upon reflection, it appears that only the commendable Kyle Singler and team captain John Shire are suitably equipped for the challenge. However, in the subsequent matches, Dongfang Cheng, having drawn considerable defensive attention, opted to facilitate the team's play, focusing on assisting his teammates rather than solely seeking his own shots. Although Kemba Walker's average score this season does not eclipse that of Nolan Smith, it is primarily due to Dongfang Cheng's dominance over ball control and shot opportunities. In terms of individual prowess, Kemba Walker is undoubtedly on par with, if not superior to, Nolan Smith, with the remaining players engaging in a 3-on-2, or at best 3-on-2, 5 situation. How could the University of Connecticut possibly falter? As the first half drew to a close amidst a cacophony of missed shots, Connecticut led Duke by a margin of 9 points, 28-19. In the first half, Dongfang Cheng recorded 10 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists on 3 of 5 shooting. During halftime, Coach K wore a furrowed brow. The threat posed by Dongfang Cheng was formidable and could not be ignored. Duke University would need to assign at least one player to shadow him throughout the game, with another ready to provide assistance. Once Dongfang Cheng received the ball, the other Connecticut players would inevitably find themselves in open positions, though the capabilities of Connecticut's other players may not rival those of Dongfang Cheng. This is nonetheless the pinnacle of collegiate basketball, the NCAA. Open shot opportunities present a reasonable chance of success, even if the odds are not in their favor. Should they neglect to closely guard and provide help defense, they would witness the initial striking performance of Dongfang Cheng. Even with defensive efforts, he managed to sink 3 additional shots in the first half, including a 3-pointer, while another shot was earned through a foul, resulting in 2 successful free throws. The emergence of a player like Dongfang Cheng in the NCAA is akin to the appearances of legends like Jordan and Shaquille O'Neal in the NBA. Nay, it is even more formidable. However, should too many defensive resources be allocated to Dongfang Cheng, what of the other Connecticut players? There is no need for excessive concern. We shall maintain our defense, and with Dongfang Cheng playing at this level, his stamina will surely falter in the second half. That is when our opportunity will arise. Coach Old K clapped his hands and confidently addressed his players. Although he harbored concerns within, as a seasoned and distinguished coach, he understood that he must remain the pillar of composure, the one who cannot afford to display any lack of confidence among the Duke Blue Devils. Cheng, Take a breather in the second half and conserve your energy. Just as Coach Old K anticipated, Dongfang Cheng's stamina was indeed waning. This observation was not only made by Coach K, but Jim Calhoun was also acutely aware of it. Indeed, Dongfang Cheng comprehended his most significant vulnerability and chose not to strain himself in overcoming it. In the NCAA, a 9-point deficit is considerably substantial. While it cannot be said that victory is assured, staging a comeback is no simple task. Dongfang Cheng could afford to take a breather. Chapter 38. The fierce controversy triggered by Yukon upon the resumption of play, the game continued. Dongfang Cheng rested on the sidelines. However, during his respite, Duke University astonishingly opted not to rotate their key players for rest, instead keeping all their starters on the court. Coach K truly embodied the spirit of Tom Thibodeau in this match, relentlessly exhausting his primary athletes. Faced with the necessity of narrowing the score, Duke was left with no alternative. Within just 2 minutes of the opening, Duke University had already reduced the deficit against the University of Connecticut to 10-2, closing the gap to a mere 1 point. Under pressure, Jim Calhoun was compelled to gradually substitute Kemba Walker and Stanley Robinson into the game, attempting to temporarily stabilize the situation and afford Dongfang Cheng additional time to recuperate. Due to Dongfang Cheng's ball-handling prowess and formidable defensive appeal, the physical exertion of other players on the University of Connecticut team was not excessively taxing. While Dongfang Cheng rested, relying on Kemba Walker or Stanley Robinson, or both, to momentarily withstand Duke's advance had become a customary strategy for the season. Even if Kemba Walker and Stanley Robinson experienced fatigue, Dongfang Cheng's capabilities would still enable him to maintain a commendable level of competitiveness, even with a cadre of substitutes. Unexpectedly, perhaps due to nerves or a decline in stamina, Kemba Walker and Stanley Robinson failed to halt the downward trend of the Huskies. In another 2 minutes, Connecticut was struck again, this time trailing Duke 10-4. Merely 4 minutes into the second half, the University of Connecticut found themselves behind by 5 points. At this moment, Jim Calhoun, who had been pacing restlessly along the sidelines, could no longer contain himself and took the opportunity during a dead ball situation to substitute Dongfang Cheng into the game. A dead ball, a term specific to basketball, refers to a state in which play is halted due to a violation, foul, or the expiration of time, indicated by the referee's whistle. According to the rules of basketball, substitutions can only occur during this dead ball state. Dongfang Cheng, now on the court at the behest of Coach Jim Calhoun, found himself at a loss for words. While one might not dwell on the performance of others, Kemba Walker was the most outstanding player, MOP, who had led the Eskimo Dogs to victory in the previous season in his original timeline. His current underwhelming performance was concerning. Though Kemba Walker and his teammates' lackluster display might inadvertently elevate Dongfang Cheng's stature as a solo player, this was not the outcome he desired. Dongfang Cheng had already secured his position as the top pick. What he yearned for most was victory. Basketball is a team sport, and if Kemba Walker and his teammates continued to falter, the game would be at risk. However, while Dongfang Cheng felt a surge of anxiety, Kemba Walker and the other players of the Eskimo Dogs breathed a collective sigh of relief upon witnessing Coach Jim Calhoun's decision to bring Dongfang Cheng into the game early. Over the past season, the Eskimo Dogs had relied heavily on Dongfang Cheng to control the ball, orchestrate plays, and tackle defenses, while they merely followed his lead. At the very least, they benefited when he attracted the majority of the defensive attention, creating opportunities for them to shoot. Yet, while the Eskimo Dogs players relaxed, the atmosphere grew tense for their opponents, the Duke Blue Devils, upon Dongfang Cheng's re-entry onto the court. Having finally gained a narrow lead of 5 points, could they still be bested? They must not lose their composure. After all, Dongfang Cheng was merely one individual. Every individual has their limits. The University of Connecticut had also known defeat in the previous season. They needed to apply pressure on defense and exhaust him. Having forced Dongfang Cheng back onto the court early was already a significant achievement. If they could wear him down, the Eskimo Dogs would pose no threat. Observing the shifting emotions and serious expressions of his players, Coach K roared from the sidelines, continuously rallying his team. His words rang true. Dongfang Cheng, no matter how formidable, was still just one person. The warriors of the Duke Blue Devils also motivated themselves fervently. In the finals, surrendering before the battle was not an option. Their season-long effort could not be diminished by a lack of resolve. As the play transitioned, the Eskimo Dogs players wasted no time, passing the ball directly to Dongfang Cheng. Noticing him in possession, Kyle Singler and John Shire, under the psychological pressure of the moment, advanced toward him. No one wished to be the primary loser. Dongfang Cheng did not wish for it, nor did Kyle Singler and John Shire, along with the other Duke Blue Devils players. Faced with the fervor and competitive spirit of Kyle Singler and Joan Shire, Dongfang Cheng lost possession of the ball. It was not a mere blunder, but rather a long pass towards the front court. The duo surrounded Dongfang Cheng, inevitably leaving someone unguarded in the front court. Just as Kemba Walker found himself beyond the three-point line, he received the pass, executed a screen, and unleashed a shot from the wide-open space. 3 points. The ball swished through the net. Returning to a familiar style of play, with newfound confidence in his heart, Kemba Walker finally reclaimed the form of a future MOP. Transitioning between offense and defense, the Duke Blue Devils were under pressure. A mere 2-point lead was anything but secure. It could vanish in the blink of an eye. Their offensive sequence could not afford any missteps. Yet, paradoxically, the more one strives to avoid mishaps, the more likely they are to occur. After several swift passes, attempting to create an offensive opening, a figure suddenly materialized. It was Dongfang Cheng. Charles Barkley, from the commentary booth, erupted with excitement. Witnessing Dongfang Cheng intercept the ball, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing towards the unguarded front court. With a resounding slam dunk, he scored. The game was tied. This is the formidable prowess of supermodel athletes on the court. Reluctantly, Coach K called for Duke Blue Devils' first timeout in the second half. Remarkably, it appears Cheng has continued his fiery momentum. Charles Barkley offered his compliments. Beyond Barkley, the ecstatic crowd erupted in cheers for Dongfang Cheng's stellar performance. Meanwhile, at the Manhattan School of Music, a sickly Min Shia gazed at her tablet, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Coincidentally, not far from the Manhattan School of Music, a young woman at New York University was also captivated by the NCAA Finals today. Anna never imagined her benefactor could ascend to such heights in the realm of sports. This year's NBA draft undeniably crowned him as the #1 pick. In the realm of athletics alone, her benefactor stands as one of the most remarkable young men of the American new generation. If one were to add the persona of a scholarly genius and an investment prodigy, then, alas, such a man is not her boyfriend, merely her benefactor. Anna's thoughts wandered inexplicably. Cheng, a perennial pride of the Yamato nation. Go to hell. Chung Simi-da is from the Republic of Korea. 8 Yakus. Chung is Japanese-American. Ugly peninsula dwellers should refrain from meddling. K-sorry. Chung Simi-da is Korean-American. Across the ocean, a fierce verbal battle ensued among fans from numerous countries vying for Dongfang Cheng's heritage. The aforementioned is but a trivial fraction of the online quarrel. Chung, continue playing like this. At the University of Connecticut, head coach Jim Calhoun decided to adopt the tactics of the NBA Lakers and Cavaliers, entrusting that damn basketball to Dongfang Cheng. Well done, but for the remaining time, we must subject Cheng to greater physical confrontation when he receives the ball. We can provide more assistance defense, and Kemba Walker can also share some of his focus. Furthermore, other players from the University of Connecticut may remain open as long as they do not enter the paint. Coach K orchestrated the forthcoming strategy for Duke University. Now, for Duke and Coach K, it is merely a gamble on the shooting accuracy of Connecticut's role players. As for Cheng's shooting percentage and organizational skills, Duke and Coach K cannot afford to take that risk. Chapter 39. A startling awakening in the midst of illness. Coach K, a true maestro, has successfully devised a strategy to counter the University of Connecticut. 2 players will engage with Cheng, one closely following Kemba Walker, while the other 2 suppress Stanley Robinson in the paint. The remaining 2 players from Connecticut should observe if possible, but if not, they are to remain entirely unguarded. Such tactics have led to a significant increase in psychological pressure for the remaining 2 players from the University of Connecticut on the court, particularly in light of several missed open shots. This has further exacerbated their inability to score, with some players even becoming hesitant, thereby squandering golden opportunities. While those capable of competing in the NCAA possess foundational skills, they still fall short when compared to borderline NBA players, who, if given the chance, can capitalize on open shots with a certain level of confidence. After all, those who reach the NBA are typically among the top 1,000 basketball talents globally, a level that NCAA borderline players have yet to attain. Generally, NCAA borderline players maintain a shooting accuracy of approximately 50 on open shots. However, during the championship game, the immense psychological strain has caused their shooting percentage to plummet dramatically. Fortunately, their subpar performance is mitigated by the presence of Dongfang Cheng. With his defensive support, strategic assists, and double teams, Duke University's Blue Devils have been thoroughly countered by Dongfang Cheng's efforts. Yet, regrettably, the exhaustion of the Blue Devils' primary players, who have not had a chance to rest, has become apparent. There are moments when they simply cannot keep pace with Dongfang Cheng. Despite Dongfang Cheng's relative youth and stamina limitations, the Duke University players face similar challenges. Although the average age of the Blue Devils is 2 to 3 years older than Dongfang Cheng, his superior physical attributes place him on par with them in terms of sheer athleticism. Exceptional physical conditioning is not something everyone possesses, and with adequate rest, Dongfang Cheng enjoys a comparative advantage over the Duke players in terms of stamina. By seizing opportunities to support several plays and securing rebounds for putbacks, Dongfang Cheng has effectively bolstered his team. Meanwhile, the Duke players, burdened by the defensive pressure on their 3 primary scoring threats and their own fatigue, have found themselves frequently missing shots, allowing Connecticut to gradually extend their lead. With Dongfang Cheng providing crucial support, the score stabilized and began to widen, alleviating the psychological pressure on the other players of the Eskimo Dogs team, who then found their shooting touch returning. Dongfang Cheng's burden has lessened considerably. Coach K has also attempted to allocate rest for his primary players, allowing substitutes to take the court. However, while the substitutes possess greater stamina, their skill disparity is pronounced. Upon entering the game, the score remains stagnant, locked within a certain range. Timeouts, strategies, and substitutions. Coach K has exhausted every possible tactic. Yet with only 1 minute remaining in the game, Dongfang Cheng's University of Connecticut still held a 7-point lead over Duke, with possession of the ball. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Duke resorted to a strategy of fouling. Dongfang Cheng stepped up to the free throw line, converting both attempts and extending the lead to 9 points. Duke quickly initiated a fast break and launched a 3-point shot from beyond the arc. This is a matter of chance. With merely 50 seconds remaining in the game, a 2-pointer would prove insufficient. Only a 3-pointer could salvage the situation. The basketball swished through the net soundlessly. John Shire, the captain and shooting guard of the Duke Blue Devils, embraced his responsibility. In the next possession, with no space available for a pass, the ball was directed to point guard Kemba Walker. Duke University continued to employ a strategy of fouling. Under immense pressure, Kemba Walker made 1 out of 2 free throws. Connecticut led by 7 points. As the transition between offense and defense unfolded, Dongfang Cheng meticulously guarded John Shire, denying him the opportunity to receive the ball easily. Shire had boasted a 3-point shooting percentage exceeding 38 this season. However, in this moment, Kyle Singler, who had been the standout performer of the day, erupted, launching a shot from beyond the arc. The basketball swished through the net once more, narrowing the deficit to 4 points. In the subsequent possession, Dongfang Cheng successfully executed a pick-and-roll maneuver, receiving the basketball amidst a double team. After securing the ball, he opted not to attack but instead sprinted across the court, aiming to prolong the passage of time. Yet ultimately he was caught. A foul was inevitably called. Dongfang Cheng stepped to the free throw line. Regrettably, despite having a free throw percentage exceeding 90 this season, he converted only 1 out of 2 attempts. Connecticut led by 5 points. As possession changed hands, John Shire and Kyle Singler, both of whom had recently scored 3-pointers, faced staunch defense from Connecticut. Duke University's point guard Nolan Smith chose to take matters into his own hands. The trajectory was perfect. The basketball struck the rim, then bounced and eventually fell through the net. Nolan Smith clenched his fist, exhaling deeply in relief. Remarkably, he had made 3 consecutive 3-pointers. The margin was reduced to a mere 2 points. Only 15 seconds remained. The Duke Blue Devils still had a chance. In the commentary booth, Carl Simo shouted with fervor. The atmosphere in the arena was charged to its zenith. At that moment, both Duke and Connecticut fans held their breath in anticipation. The match was indeed a tumultuous affair. Dongfang Cheng continued to shine like a supermodel in the NCAA. Throughout the game, Duke Blue Devils only managed a brief lead when Dongfang Cheng was resting. Once he returned to the court, the score was quickly leveled. Under Dongfang Cheng's orchestration, the University of Connecticut consistently pressured the Duke Blue Devils. However, the consecutive 3-pointers from Duke in the final moments added a layer of suspense to the game. Would it all come to naught for Yukon and its supporters? Or could a miraculous comeback be in store for the Blue Devils and Coach K? During a pivotal moment, Yukon opted for a play initiated by Dongfang Cheng himself. With exceptional passing skills, he sent the ball directly to the front court, where Stanley Robinson received it. Without waiting for a foul from Duke, Stanley Robinson took 3 swift steps, driving towards the basket. With a resounding thud, he completed a 2-1 play. Stanley Robinson landed and roared, transforming into a fierce dragon. Duke's center, Brian Zubek, could only lament as he slapped the floor in frustration. Witnessing Stanley Robinson's aggressive move, Brian Zubek had merely intended to defend a shot, hoping for a subsequent three-pointer to push the game into overtime. Little did he expect the outcome. Unexpectedly, Stanley Robinson's free throw ricocheted off the rim and fell in. His low free throw percentage had been the driving force behind his decision to attack the basket without waiting for a foul from Duke. Brian Zubek clenched his fist in dismay, feeling as though he had become the villain for the Blue Devils. In the next sequence, Brian Zubek executed an inbounds pass to his captain, John Shire. Shire took a shot from beyond the arc, but Dongfang Cheng's presence altered the trajectory, causing the ball to veer off course. Fortune seemed to favor the Duke Blue Devils at that moment, as 188 centimeters tall Nolan Smith inadvertently secured the rebound. He dashed beyond the three-point line and attempted a shot, but under Kemba Walker's defense and the pressure of urgency, the ball missed again. Three-pointers are not so easily made. The earlier trio of three-pointers had merely been a stroke of luck, a momentary explosion of fortune for Duke. Had their three-point shooting been consistently flawless, they would have long since subdued Yukon. Yet, in a fray for the ball, Duke's power forward, Lance Thomas, who averaged only 8 points and 9 rebounds per game, managed to leap amidst the chaos and inadvertently tipped the ball into the basket. The score gap was reduced to 3 points. With merely 6 seconds remaining, Yukon prepared for the inbound pass, with Dongfang Cheng positioned close to the baseline to receive it. At this pivotal moment, Duke University is bound to commit a foul, and when it comes to free throws, Dongfang Cheng stands as the most reliable player for the Eskimo Dogs. As expected, the Duke Blue Devils continue to falter. Positioned at the free throw line, Dongfang Cheng takes a deep breath. Under the intense gaze of the anxious crowd, he sinks both shots, narrowing the score to a mere 5 points. No surprises here. A 5-point deficit with only 5 seconds remaining. The Duke Blue Devils are devoid of hope. In the commentary booth, Charles Barkley lamented. Although Barkley was rooting for Connecticut, he was moved by the Duke Blue Devils' final surge of spirit. Regrettably, their resurgence came too late. The Eskimo Dogs have another Dongfang Cheng. This is the essence of competitive sports. Regardless of the individuals involved, the harsh reality of competition inevitably yields its share of losers. The spectators present at the venue, along with those watching the live broadcast, are engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, tinged with a sense of melancholy. Whether they are supporters of the Duke Blue Devils or the University of Connecticut Huskies, the atmosphere is palpable. Just as Charles Barkley proclaimed that the outcome was decided, even the typically dissenting Karl Malone found himself in agreement. Yet, a twist unfolded once more. The season's most outstanding player, Kyle Singler, received a pass from Nolan Smith and, without hesitation, launched a shot from his position, seamlessly sinking a three-pointer. The opportunity arose, narrowing the margin to a mere 2 points. A chance. Quick, foul. This particular ball caused Carl Simon to sit up in shock, leaving him at a loss for words. Chapter 40. Dongfang Cheng, have no blood relatives in this world. The consecutive three-pointers left the spectators in the arena in a state of astonishment. This match proved to be worth the ticket. The twists and turns, while causing the hearts of Duke and Blue Devil fans to race, undeniably made for an exhilarating game. As anticipated, Dongfang Cheng positioned himself near the baseline to receive a pass from Kemba Walker. In a familiar turn of events, the Duke Blue Devils opted to commit a foul once again, as Dongfang Cheng stepped up to the free throw line. The audience in the arena and the viewers at home collectively held their breath, their hearts momentarily stilled, awaiting the verdict from the fates. With a mere 2-point deficit and only 1 seconds remaining in the game, the stakes were monumental. Following his free throw attempt, regardless of the outcome, the Duke Blue Devils would only have 1 shot left. Should Dongfang Cheng make both free throws, the conclusion would be sealed. If he were to make one and miss the other, the Blue Devils would have to rely on a three-pointer to force overtime. Conversely, if he were to miss both, the options for Duke would multiply. Dongfang Cheng glanced at the hoop and closed his eyes. The large screen vividly captured his moment of concentration, eliciting a wave of astonishment from the crowd. Swish! The first free throw was successful. Dongfang Cheng opened his eyes and received the basketball tossed by the referee. Amidst a tense anticipation, he closed his eyes once more. In that fleeting moment, the cacophony faded into oblivion. 3 years of perseverance coalesced within, while 9 years of training infused his arms. Dongfang Cheng lifted his hand. Whoosh! Amidst the collective gaze of the multitude, the ball went in. Hope had vanished. Everything was lost. The players from Duke and Connecticut, who were previously vying for position beneath the basket, simultaneously relaxed. The Connecticut players leaped in jubilation, embracing one another in premature celebration. The Duke players, however, suddenly appeared dazed, as if bereft of their spines, like soft clay. Only upon the referee's reminder did they regain their senses to inbound the ball from the baseline. The celebrating Connecticut players had neglected their defense. Duke's captain, John Shire, ceased his shooting and, in a fit of frustration, hurled the basketball down the court. Just as the ball left his hands, the final whistle echoed throughout the arena. The crowd paid no heed to the fortunate bank shot from beyond the arc. Perhaps some did notice. Yet the focus had shifted from Duke and John Shire to the Eskimo Dog and Dongfang Cheng. With Shire's last desperate long-range attempt included, Connecticut triumphed over Duke 65-64, clinching the NCAA championship for the 2009-10 season. Amidst a flurry of streamers, the most outstanding player trophy was rightfully bestowed upon Dongfang Cheng. Despite Duke's stringent defense against him, a series of tactical free throws inadvertently elevated Dongfang Cheng's score to 30 points. In the final match, he played for 36 minutes, achieving 30 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. In the semifinals, he also recorded 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 11 assists. Undoubtedly, the most valuable player of the Final Four was Dongfang Cheng. No, perhaps it was not just the Final Four. Throughout the entirety of March Madness, Dongfang Cheng was the most valuable player. In the round of 64, he contributed 55 points, showcasing a scoring feast. In the round of 32, he added 30 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 assists. In the round of 16, he shot 5 of 7, efficiently delivering a triple-double with 11 points, 10 rebounds, and 16 assists. In the quarterfinals, he made 9 of 25 shots, contributing 22 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists. In the semifinals, he scored 20 points, collected 6 rebounds, and provided 11 assists. In the finals, he achieved 30 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. Throughout the entire March Madness, over 6 games, Dongfang Cheng averaged 34.5 minutes of playtime, contributing 28 points, 7 rebounds, and 7.5 assists, compared to his regular season averages of 33.2 minutes, 28.4 points, 5.5 assists, and 6.5 rebounds. He demonstrated remarkable improvement. Such dominance inevitably evokes thoughts of several illustrious figures: Elvin Johnson, Michael Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Tim Duncan, and LeBron James. Cheng has triumphed in college for 3 years, reaching the finals thrice and securing 2 championships. Do you have anything to express? Dongfang Cheng has just been awarded the MOP trophy and the championship trophy, completing a group photo with his teammates when a multitude of reporters encircled him. Amidst the throng of cameras, a beautiful reporter from ESPN was the first to receive Dongfang Cheng's attention. I would like to express my gratitude to the American Sports Department for providing me with this platform to showcase my talents in the realm of sports. Additionally, I must thank Lin Zhongren, Kangda, and Coach Jim. Lin Zhongren enabled my survival. Kangda offered the finest conditions, and Coach Jim bestowed upon me his profound trust. Furthermore, I extend my appreciation to our teammates, whether they have already entered the NBA, have moved on, or continue to strive in the NCAA. It is they who have contributed to my success. Lastly, I am deeply thankful to the fans who have accompanied me throughout this journey. You are the witnesses to my life and growth. As a reincarnated individual steeped in the oratory of past leaders, Dongfang Cheng navigated this acceptance speech with ease. However, the American media and fans listening to his words fell into a profound silence. Such a statement is exceedingly standard, so flawless that one could scarcely detect a single imperfection. This is entirely unlike the utterances one might expect from a brawny basketball player with a simplistic intellect. In the past, American basketball athletes, who among them did not exude confidence, proclaiming themselves as the pinnacle of success, attributing their triumphs solely to their own efforts in overcoming poverty and fate. Who, I ask, speaks with such eloquence as Dongfang Cheng? Should one suggest that Dongfang Cheng is delivering a speech, some might indeed be persuaded. Nonetheless, it is quite innovative. It is only upon hearing Dongfang Cheng express such gratitude that many of his followers are reminded of his exceptional academic prowess. Having skipped grades throughout both elementary and high school, this cannot be blamed on them. The match was so exhilarating, and Dongfang Cheng's performance was so flawless that it momentarily overshadowed all other aspects of his persona, leaving only the identity of a basketball player in the minds of the spectators. Cheng, during last year's NBA Finals, you tweeted your anticipation of facing off against esteemed predecessors this November. May I inquire if you have already made the decision to participate in this year's NBA draft? This is a journalist who has encountered Dongfang Cheng on numerous occasions. Indeed, I will complete my university credits this year. I am set to participate in the NBA draft this year, officially entering the NBA. For the first time, Dongfang Cheng has directly addressed the question of whether he will enter the NBA draft this year, although he had previously hinted at it nearly overtly. It is only after Dongfang Cheng's own declaration that we can arrive at a definitive conclusion regarding his participation in this year's NBA draft. With the completion of your university credits this year, have you perhaps advanced a level during your time in college, Cheng? The journalist, a seasoned acquaintance of Dongfang Cheng, was adept at probing for deeper insights. In response, Dongfang Cheng merely smiled, offering no answer and leaving ample room for speculation among the crowd and fans. Adhering to the established protocol of one question per person, he was disinclined to disrupt the norm. He then invited the next journalist to pose their inquiry. Cheng, may I ask if you are of Asian descent? If so, which nationality do you represent? This is a sports journalist of Indian descent. India has long been attentive to the NBA. 3 years later in the original timeline, Vivek Ranadive, an Indian-American, even acquired ownership of the Sacramento Kings. This entire situation arises from the long-standing interest of the Indian populace in the NBA. The presence of an NBA team would significantly enhance Vivek Ranadive's prominence in India, thereby allowing him to amass greater wealth. Businessmen are inherently driven by profit. This, I confess, is a fact I was unaware of. Since the dawn of my memory, I have resided in the orphanage of the forest people, oblivious to the identities of my biological parents. Dong Cheng articulated a response he had long prepared. May I inquire, Mr. Cheng, do you have any intentions of searching for your family? The journalist pressed further. However, Dongfang Cheng merely smiled and offered no response. It is customary for each individual to pose a single question. Dongfang Cheng then nodded towards another reporter. Mr. Cheng, do you have any intentions of seeking your family? Unexpectedly, this reporter posed a similar inquiry. The journalist in question is also of Asian descent. No, since my parents have abandoned me. They may walk their own path under the sun while I traverse my solitary bridge. I wish to make it unequivocally clear that I will not seek out my biological family, nor will I acknowledge any claims of kinship. I outright refuse to accept anyone who promotes themselves as my relative for the sake of profit. To my devoted fans, remember that I, Dongfang Cheng, have no blood relatives in this world. The individuals closest to me are Jamal Phillips, the director of the Linshungren orphanage who adopted me, my coach Jim Calhoun, and my girlfriend Min Shia. Anyone who profits by claiming to be my blood relation is a fraud. Dongfang Cheng's words are laced with palpable emotion. Simultaneously, he is issuing a reminder to his supporters. For the sake of gain, fraudsters employ a myriad of tactics, and Dongfang Cheng is determined to avoid any unwarranted calamities that might tarnish his image. After all, one's image is intrinsically tied to their beliefs and is of utmost importance to Dongfang Cheng. Chapter 41. Dongfang Cheng is destined to be this year's #1 draft pick. At the Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis, in another corner, Kobe Bryant is asked, "Do you think Dongfang can become this year's top pick?" This year's NCAA finals attract numerous basketball stars, and Kobe Bryant, fresh off a championship win last year, has taken the time to attend, especially since Dongfang Cheng supported him last year. Often, just because Kobe does not speak on certain matters does not imply ignorance on his part. With Kobe's presence, he naturally becomes a darling of the media. In terms of visibility, Kobe Bryant is undoubtedly the foremost figure at this juncture, unless the team holding the #1 draft pick is utterly blind. Dongfang Cheng is bound to be this year's top selection. Kobe holds Dongfang Cheng in exceptionally high regard. Currently, both media and fans assert that Dongfang Cheng's skills and competitive spirit closely resemble Kobe's, leading many to speculate he may become the next Kobe. Under such circumstances, how could Kobe fail to bestow high praise upon Dongfang Cheng? After all, to commend Dongfang Cheng is to commend himself. Given Dongfang Cheng's on-court performance, The likelihood of him faltering after entering the NBA is minimal. The basketball deity's draft acumen, however, has been questionable. The Black Mamba believes that aside from the debate over whether his championship rings can surpass those of the basketball god, he is confident he will surpass the deity in recognizing rookie talent. So, will the Lakers opt to trade up to secure this prodigious young talent? A reporter, eager for drama, presses on with the inquiry. The journalist's question left Kobe momentarily speechless. A team cannot accommodate two Kobes. The issue of ball possession is indeed significant. Unless the management of a team with the first overall pick is utterly irrational, this year's top draft selection will undoubtedly be deemed untouchable. In response, Kobe has learned to be astute after facing countless media pitfalls. Coincidentally, during today's NCAA championship, another superstar from the NBA's elite, the reigning MVP and the unequivocal linchpin of the Cavaliers, LeBron James, was also present. LeBron James is not only a successful basketball player, but also a shrewd businessman off the court. Possessing a keen sense for attracting attention, he is also discerning in recognizing talent. He has previously attended high school games to observe players like Durant and Curry, scouting rivals and assessing potential teammates. This year, with the immense buzz surrounding Eastern Cheng, LeBron certainly did not want to miss out. As the game concluded, when Kobe found himself surrounded by reporters, LeBron experienced a similar scene. LeBron, do you believe Cheng will become your rival in the NBA? A journalist inquired. The attention on Eastern Cheng this year has been overwhelming, even surpassing the hype of 2003. After all, the 2003 draft boasted talents like Carmelo Anthony and LeBron James. But this year, it seems Eastern Cheng stands alone at the pinnacle. While prodigies emerge every year, the anointed one and the king are rare. LeBron, possessing high emotional intelligence, could not afford to back down in the face of such a question. As this season comes to a close, LeBron's contract is set to expire, and he must undoubtedly exhibit a considerable degree of confidence. Furthermore, his unprecedented 7-year endorsement deal with Nike, valued at $90 million, will also reach its conclusion this year. LeBron, are you suggesting that this does not pose a significant impact on you? A reporter gazed at LeBron with curiosity, for such statements are seldom heard from a player renowned for his emotional intelligence. The journalist, however, fails to comprehend that LeBron's emotionally intelligent remarks are predicated on the condition that they do not adversely affect his own vested interests. Indeed, his prowess is formidable. Yet, let us first await his ascension to the NBA and subsequent acquisition of the MVP title before making further assessments. The regular season MVP trophy presently stands as LeBron's most significant accolade. Ray Allen, the most illustrious star hailing from the University of Connecticut, where he too served under Jim Calhoun, graced the event today to support his alma mater. In fact, prior to the match, Ray Allen ventured into the locker room to inspire the younger players, including Dongfang Cheng. Ray Allen, whose full name is Walter Ray Allen Jr., was born on July 20, 1975, in Merced, California. He is a professional basketball player, primarily occupying the position of guard, and is affectionately known as the Gentleman. In 2003, he was honored with the NBA Sportsmanship Award, celebrated for his exceptional three-point shooting ability, and, in the original timeline, was regarded as the preeminent three-point shooter before Stephen Curry's emergence. In the 1996 NBA draft, Ray Allen was selected 5th overall by the Minnesota Timberwolves, only to be traded shortly thereafter to the Milwaukee Bucks. In February 2003, he was traded to the Seattle Supersonics, now the Oklahoma City Thunder, and on June 27, 2007, he was traded to the Boston Celtics, making way for Kevin Durant, the core of the Thunder's foundation. Prior to his NBA career, Ray Allen attended the University of Connecticut from 1993 to 1996, where he played 3 seasons, 1993 to 1994, 1994 to 1995, and 1995 to 1996. In 1995, he was honored as the captain of the University of Connecticut's Century team. During his final collegiate season in 1996, he was selected for the All-American First Team and received the Big East Player of the Year award. As the game concluded, Ray Allen, inevitably, found himself pursued by reporters eager to pose questions. Allen, you were once the finest player at Yukon, and now a series of records you set have been surpassed by your successors. Do you have anything to say regarding this? This journalist possesses an uncanny ability to identify pivotal moments, adeptly navigating the realm of discomfort and annoyance. Ray Allen accumulated a total of 922 points during his collegiate career, ranking third in the history of the University of Connecticut, and set a record of 115 three-pointers in a single season during the 1995 to 1996 campaign. However, due to the emergence of a remarkable talent from the East, all of Ray Allen's records at Yukon have been eclipsed. For instance, Eastern Cheng, who participated in every game throughout his 3 years of college, led his team to 3 consecutive NCAA finals, consistently averaging over 30 minutes on the court, has amassed a total of 281 points, thus securing the title of the highest scorer in Yukon history, relegating Ray Allen's 922 points to 4th place. In a span of 37 games, Eastern Cheng's scoring totals were 585 points in his first season, 648 points in his second, and a sudden surge to 1,048 points in his third season. While this remarkable increase can be attributed to Cheng's enhanced abilities, it must be acknowledged that tactics and ball distribution significantly influence a player's statistics. Regarding Ray Allen's three-point record, this season, the prolific Eastern Cheng, who led his team to victory, averaged 7 three-pointers per game over 37 contests, thereby shattering Yukon's single-season three-point record with a total of 137. This record is unlikely to be surpassed, relegating Ray Allen's remarkable tally of 115 three-pointers to a humble second place. In the endeavor to surpass Ray Allen, the Eastern player has outpaced Stephen Curry. I can only rejoice at the accomplishments of my juniors. What more is there to say? Perhaps, in the future, my own achievements in the NBA may also be eclipsed by those of my successors. When confronted with an awkward question from a reporter, Ray Allen merely smiled and responded. Truly, he embodies the grace of a gentleman, displaying remarkable magnanimity. In the original timeline, when Stephen Curry shattered his record as the NBA's three-point king, Ray Allen was even present to offer his congratulations. In that same timeline, Ray Allen emerged as the most successful player from the University of Connecticut in the NBA, achieving the highest accolades. Over the course of his illustrious career, Ray Allen was selected for the NBA All-Star Team 10 times, earned a spot on the All-NBA third team in 2001, and was named to the All-NBA second team in 2005. He played a pivotal role in securing the NBA championship for the Boston Celtics in 2008 and again for the Miami Heat in 2013. In this temporal realm, it remains uncertain whether Dongfang Cheng can surpass the NBA achievements of Ray Allen. Chapter 42, The Conclusion of University. Following the tumult of championship victory, Dongfang Cheng returned with his team to the University of Connecticut. This season, he stood as the sole cornerstone of the Eskimo Dogs, enduring immense physical exertion on the court. Concurrently, he must hasten his academic progress to transform the prospect of early graduation into a tangible reality. Not only must he graduate ahead of schedule, but he must also maintain a position within the top 3 of his entire program. Thus, the persona of the prodigious scholar in the East remains unscathed. As for Min Xia and Anna, there is ample time during the summer to engage in friendly competition. Women may serve as a mere seasoning, while one's career is the main course. In this regard, Dongfang Cheng remains quite discerning. Moreover, his relationships with Min Xia and Anna transcend mere physical gratification. They also fulfill a deeper emotional need. Now that his spiritual satisfaction has been attained, the significance of Min Xia and Anna has somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, even while accelerating his academic pursuits, Dongfang Cheng has not relaxed his commitment to honing his basketball skills. The improvement of basketball techniques is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses. A single day without practice can lead to a loss of touch. At present, basketball stands as Dongfang Cheng's primary vocation and pillar of support. Many players, after the frenzy of March Madness, refrain from training to avoid injuries that could adversely impact their draft prospects, much like last year's second overall pick, Thabeet. This point is one that Dongfang Cheng vehemently disagrees with. A person's golden period of progress is limited to just a few years. Once lost, it is exceedingly difficult to recover. Setting aside the issue of improvement, the time wasted must be accounted for, as it takes considerable effort to regain one's previous state. Only after that can one seek to elevate beyond their past best. Once complacency sets in, efforts yield diminishing returns. Naturally, this divergence in purpose distinguishes Dongfang Cheng from others. While many enter the NBA primarily for monetary gain, Dongfang Cheng's motivation lies in a quest for positive belief. Financial freedom is well within his reach through various means. as Dongfang Cheng diligently worked to enhance his abilities and expedite the accumulation of credits at Khan University. The non-playoff teams in the NBA embarked on a frenzied quest for failure in the remaining few games, aiming to increase their chances of securing the first overall draft pick. The last rookie that sparked such rampant tanking among multiple teams was Tim Duncan. In early June 2010, Dongfang Cheng successfully completed his college education ahead of schedule, fulfilling all academic requirements for graduation. By mid-June 2010, he participated in the graduation ceremony, earning a bachelor's degree in economics with a focus on financial management. On June 18, 2010, he departed from Khan University, accompanied by Min Xia and Anna, to the Staples Center in Los Angeles to witness the climactic Game 7 of the NBA Finals. This year, the finals featured the Los Angeles Lakers, boasting a record of 57 wins and 25 losses, positioned first in the Western Conference, against the Boston Celtics, who held a record of 50 wins and 32 losses. Ranked fourth in the Eastern Conference, thus, the decisive game was held at the Lakers' home court, the Staples Center. The NBA Finals format consists of a best-of-7 series, currently employing a 2-3-2 structure. In the original timeline, in October 2013, the NBA board unanimously approved a proposal to alter the finals format, transitioning from the 2-3-2 structure that had been in place for nearly 3 decades to a 2-2-1-1-1 format. NBA Commissioner David Stern announced that the new structure would be implemented starting in the 2013-14 season. However, that is a matter for another time. In this temporal realm, whether the NBA Finals format will undergo any alterations remains an enigma. In the first 6 matches of this year's Finals, the Lakers secured a triumph in the opening game, only to falter in the second. However, they redeemed themselves with a victory in the third match on the road. In the fourth game, Davis and Nate Robinson emerged as unexpected heroes, assisting the Celtics in equalizing the series. The fifth encounter saw the Celtics triumph once more, taking a 3-2 lead. Yet, upon returning to their home court, the Lakers claimed victory in the sixth game, leveling the series at 3-3. Now, the focus shifts to the pivotal seventh match. The victor shall emerge as the ultimate champion, while the vanquished will bear the title of the foremost loser. Moreover, this year's NBA Finals are intertwined with the themes of vengeance from 2 years past and decades of rivalry between the Celtics and the Lakers, amplifying the drama. Consequently, the tickets for today's decisive Game 7 are exorbitantly priced. In contrast to last year, the Eastern region's prestige has surged, poised to re-enter the NBA arena. Thus, the affluent Dong Cheng opted to purchase front-row tickets directly. The cost for tickets for himself, Min Xia, and Anna alone amounted to tens of thousands of dollars. The atmosphere at the venue was overwhelmingly boisterous. For Anna, who was experiencing such an environment for the first time, the cacophony was unbearable, prompting her to lean closer to Min Xia and quietly express her discontent. To maintain discretion in a public setting, although the trio sat closely together, Min Xia occupied the central position. To the unknowing onlookers, it appeared as though Dong Cheng was attending the game with his girlfriend and her close friend. The objective remained the same: the power of belief and public image. The more fervent the fans, the greater the NBA's profits, consequently elevating player salaries and star endorsements. Min Xia turned to Anna, leaning in to whisper. Having been with Dong Cheng for several years, she possessed a considerable understanding of the fan economy. After absorbing Min Xia's explanation, Anna fell silent for a moment before responding, indeed. Subsequently, Anna gazed thoughtfully at the surrounding throngs of exuberant fans. At this moment, they no longer appeared to Anna as merely boisterous roughnecks or foolish madmen. Instead, they transformed into potential benefactors capable of offering her a modicum of financial assistance. After all, Anna was burdened with debts amounting to tens of millions of dollars. Although there was an agreement stipulating that Dongfang Cheng could not press for payment during the contract period as long as Anna did not default, this debt could not simply vanish because of his forbearance. It was imperative for Anna to devise a strategy without delay. The fervent fans, willing to part with thousands of dollars to witness a basketball game, indicated that their income was substantial and that they were not averse to spending. If she could cultivate them into clients and financial supporters, perhaps the staggering debt would no longer be an insurmountable obstacle for Anna. After a year of persistent setbacks, she gradually began to comprehend the arduous nature of earning money. This year's finals, in comparison to the last, revealed a decline in Kobe's dominance. Even someone as dedicated as Kobe Bryant could not conquer the relentless passage of time. now in the twilight of his career. Kobe had reached the final vestiges of his prime. Born in August 1978, he was now 32 years old. His performance aligned with Dongfang Cheng's theory. In this seventh game, Kobe's display was particularly lackluster. With a dismal shooting accuracy, he managed only 6 out of 24 attempts, scoring a mere 23 points. This elucidates the NBA's preference for dominant interior players. The closer one is to the basket, the greater the stability of their performance. Even legendary perimeter players such as Jordan and Kobe may encounter moments of poor shooting. Errant shots are sometimes unavoidable. However, the likelihood of mishaps during layups is significantly diminished. Nevertheless, despite a lackluster offensive display, Kobe exhibited exceptional effort on the defensive end. He secured a total of 15 rebounds, including 4 offensive boards, whereas the Celtics collectively managed only 40 rebounds, with a mere 8 on the offensive end. This exemplifies Kobe's unwavering attitude towards the game. The Mamba mentality, characterized by an obsessive dedication to victory, is palpable. In truth, this match was not solely about Kobe. The majority of players on the court exhibited a similar tenacity. On the opposing side, Pierce managed only 5 successful shots out of 15 attempts, while Ray Allen converted a mere 3 out of 14. On Kobe's team, Artest's performance was also lackluster with 7 successful shots from 18 attempts, and Gasol managed only 6 out of 16. From the outset, the match devolved into a fierce battle, with Gasol often relying on his tenacity to secure offensive rebounds and capitalize on second-chance points. Intriguingly, despite Kobe's struggle throughout the game, it was he who scored the pivotal 4 points that not only allowed the Lakers to overtake the Celtics, but also to extend their lead. Kobe's unwavering commitment to his style of play, undeterred by his poor shooting performance, exemplifies a rare quality. He refrained from disrupting the Lakers' strategy, even when his shots were off. As long as Kobe retained his offensive drive, the Celtics' defensive focus remained fixed on him, thus alleviating some of the pressure on his teammates. Conversely, if Kobe were to lose his desire to shoot, the defensive burden on the Celtics would shift, making it increasingly difficult for other players to step up and assist the team. This factor also accounts for the frequent victories of the Eskimo team this season. As long as Dongfang Cheng remains on the field, even if he encounters a few challenging matches, the prior established impressions from other games linger. Opponents are acutely aware that Dongfang Cheng possesses the potential to erupt at any moment, which prevents them from completely disregarding him. His presence on the court is an undeniable threat, akin to the prominence of Dongfang Cheng in this season's NCAA and Kobe Bryant in the NBA. Chapter 43. The bold aspirations of the top draft pick. The final outcome of this match mirrored that of its original timeline. After all, Dongfang Cheng had yet to enter the NBA, thus impacting the league. In the dying moments, Kobe executed a decisive drive that led to a crucial offensive foul, subsequently converting one of 2 free throws to stabilize the score. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Celtics with a score of 83-79, securing a 4-3 victory in the series. Under Kobe's leadership, the Lakers claimed the championship title for the season. Although the final game was somewhat lackluster, Kobe's performance throughout the series was remarkable, averaging 6 points, 0 rebounds, 9 assists, and 1 steals, earning him the coveted FMVP award once again. However, in comparison to the previous year's finals where he averaged 32 for points, 6 rebounds, 7 for assists, 1 for steals, and 1 for blocks, it was evident that Kobe's dominance had slightly diminished. Due to the inevitable effects of age and physical decline, his abilities had begun to wane. Nevertheless, Kobe remained an undeniable MVP-caliber force this season. Amidst the jubilant celebration of confetti, Dongfang Cheng's attention was not solely captivated by Kobe as it had been the previous year. Instead, he noticed the despondent figure of his senior, Ray Allen. With a lackluster performance of 3 out of 14 attempts, the veteran struggled far more than the iron-willed Kobe. Born in July 1975, Ray Allen was 3 years Kobe's senior, and it was only natural for his abilities to diminish with age. The match, along with the championship trophy that the Celtics missed, perhaps served as a catalyst for the renowned reluctance of point guard Rajon Rondo to pass to Ray Allen. As Ray Allen departed with his head bowed in desolation, Dongfang Cheng silently offered him a blessing in his heart before turning away, choosing not to approach and greet Allen. "Aren't you going to comfort him?" Min Shia inquired with curiosity, having noticed Dongfang Cheng's gaze directed at the veteran Ray Allen. "For those who have tasted defeat, What they need most is merely someone to quietly tend to their wounds. At such a moment, words of consolation may only come across as mockery. Dongfang Cheng replied, revealing his own aversion to being consoled in times of failure. This will merely lead Dongfang Cheng to believe they are laughing at him. After all, the human heart is a mystery. Who can truly fathom the thoughts of those who outwardly comfort you? Are they not secretly reveling in your misfortune? The triumphant Kobe, amidst a shower of confetti, cast a fleeting glance at Dongfang Cheng's seat. Unsurprisingly, all that remained for Kobe was a solitary silhouette. Kobe harbored a sense of camaraderie towards Dongfang Cheng's demeanor, for he too detested the notion of basking in the glory of others' victories. Kobe cherished his own triumphs above all. In this regard, Dongfang Cheng and Kobe are kindred spirits. Upon witnessing Kobe's championship, did your blood not surge with excitement, Cheng? Outside the Staples Center, a reporter intercepted Dongfang Cheng. There was no shortage of journalists surrounding Kobe and the Lakers. Some sports reporters, unable to penetrate the throng, sought alternative avenues to garner attention. As the recently crowned MOP, leading the Eskimo Dogs to victory, and the most favored prospect in this year's NBA draft, Dongfang Cheng's prominence was undeniable as the draft approached. Major newspapers have their headlines, while smaller publications find their own means of survival. They can be replaced. Dongfang Cheng adeptly employed a well-known adage from his past life. America does not cherish humility, but rather values the assertive. While humility may intrigue fans, an occasional display of confidence allows them to perceive Dongfang Cheng's self-assurance. Upon hearing Cheng's words, a reporter from a great nation nearby became animated, eager to interview him. From this single statement, he sensed Dongfang Cheng's considerable understanding and recognition of that great nation. Cheng, indeed, exudes confidence. Is your goal the FMVP? The American reporter paused momentarily, then smiled and pressed on. Not long ago, you posed a question to Derrick Rose regarding his expectations in his third season. Rose responded with high aspirations for himself, wondering why he could not be the league's MVP. Today, I wish to utilize your platform to pose a question to all fans and the NBA management. During the 1959-60 season, Wilt Chamberlain claimed the regular season MVP in his rookie year. If Chamberlain could achieve this, why cannot I? Dongfang Cheng? Has the era shifted such that the NBA no longer permits rookie players to win the regular season MVP in their debut season? Dongfang Cheng inquired earnestly, gazing intently at the reporter before him. The young reporter, upon hearing Dongfang Cheng's words, was initially inclined to laugh. Who was Wilson Chamberlain? An ancient deity. The legendary Chamberlain. He famously claimed in his 1990 autobiography to have engaged in relations with over 20,000 women, openly acknowledging his fondness for multiple partners. However, when Wilson Chamberlain entered the league and began his first NBA regular season game, he was already over 23 years of age, born in August 1936. He joined the NBA in 1959, his physique and skills fully developed. But what of Dongfang Cheng? He was not yet even 19 years old. Despite the tumult of thoughts in his mind, the young reporter, observing Dongfang Cheng's expression and considering his achievements and current popularity, found it impossible to laugh. Cheng, are you serious about what you've just said? The reporter's demeanor grew serious. Before long, numerous other reporters had gathered around, including those from the great Eastern nation and other Asian countries. The shutters of their cameras clicked incessantly, their microphones and recorders poised and ready. Why not? Duncan won the Finals MVP in his second year, and Johnson claimed it in his rookie year. With such precedent set, why should I not aspire to the same? Moreover, records are meant to be broken. Dongfang Cheng continued to utter bold proclamations. As he spoke, the camera shutters of the surrounding reporters clicked rapidly once more, heralding the audacious declarations of a player heavily favored to be the #1 draft pick, vying for both MVP and Finals MVP in his rookie season. Such remarks, whether grand in ambition or merely the antics of a jester, resonate profoundly. This signifies both traffic and sales, ultimately translating to revenue. At this moment, the two stunning women trailing behind Dongfang Cheng had long been overlooked. How could a woman with a vibrant allure be deemed attractive? Kobe, just moments ago, Cheng remarked that you could take his place, stating that his aspirations for his rookie season were the MVP and FMVP titles. What are your thoughts on this? Less than 10 minutes after Dongfang Cheng's statement, a reporter had already grasped the context and posed the question before Kobe Bryant. There exists a network of communication among NBA players, and sports media journalists also share their own relationships and collaborations. Upon hearing the reporter's words, Kobe's gaze momentarily faltered. Truly, such youthful audacity. He mused inwardly. However, he soon recalled his own youthful self, an era that even Shaquille O'Neal could not sway. If he desires it, let him seize it himself. The championship trophy and the FMVP are within reach. Everything must be proven through performance, not mere empty words. Kobe responded. That young man is indeed quite reminiscent of you. This is a journalist with a close relationship with Kobe. Indeed, he resembles the younger version of myself. At the words of his dear friend, Kobe chuckled softly. Not only in his youth, but his current experiences also mirror yours. The runner-up of the 2007 to 2008 season, followed by back-to-back championships in the 2008 to 2009 and 2009 to 10 seasons. The journalist continued, stating that upon hearing his friend's words, Kobe was momentarily taken aback, as were several others present. It was only upon closer examination that one could discern the striking similarities in the achievements of Dongfang Cheng and Kobe over the past 3 years. One in the NCAA and the other in the NBA. This year, Dongfang Cheng is set to depart from the NCAA, unable to secure another NCAA championship. Does this not foreshadow a similar fate for Kobe, the young and inexperienced journalist, whose presence remains a mystery? Had barely begun to speak when he was met with the collective glare of the Los Angeles Lakers. Surrounding colleagues turned their heads in unison, eager to discern the identity of this so-called prodigy from the media. The Cleveland Cavaliers report, affiliated with the same owner as the Cleveland Cavaliers. An epiphany struck the onlookers. The young reporter's assessment had come far too prematurely. What a naive fool this is. This is undoubtedly the seasoned veteran. It is distinctly different. Kobe Bryant is a 2-time Finals MVP, while that young man has only recently ascended to the status of the leader of the Eskimo Dogs this season. The reporter who initially broached this subject, visibly anxious, quickly attempted to mitigate his statement. He was acutely aware of Kobe's insatiable thirst for victory and his desire to surpass Jordan. Should his words come to fruition and Kobe, along with the Lakers, fail to secure another championship, his friendship with Kobe might very well be affected by the topic he had dared to introduce today. Without the formidable presence of Kobe, where would he find those elusive NBA insider insights? His esteemed position within the company might also be jeopardized. Sensing his friend's unease, Kobe flashed him a reassuring smile, signaling that he remained unfazed. Ultimately, it is performance on the court that speaks volumes. I shall not be defeated. With this declaration, Kobe encapsulated the discussion. Chapter 44, The Metropolitan Area of America. On June 22, 2010, the Lakers championship parade had just concluded in Los Angeles, and on June 23, Kobe received a phone call from the team's general manager, Mitch Kupchak. For the players, the season had come to an end, heralding several months of respite. However, for the team management, the new season had already commenced. The NBA draft and the summer trading market, set to open on July 1st, along with player contract renewals, were already on the horizon. The management of the team must contemplate these matters well in advance. Hello, Kobe. Do you think there is a possibility of us trading up to secure the first overall pick? Or do you believe that young man possesses sufficient readiness to aid us in achieving a three-peat? As the call connected, Mitch Kupchak promptly articulated the purpose of his call. The ambition for the upcoming season is to strive for a second consecutive three-peat, establishing a new cornerstone for the team in the post-Kobe era. Mitch Kupchak is burdened with countless considerations. Dongfang Cheng evidently stands out as a commendable choice. The Wizards are highly unlikely to part with their coveted first overall pick. After a moment of contemplation, Kobe responded. He has attended several of Dongfang Cheng's games and understands that, even with his current level of readiness, he is more than capable of being a starting player for a championship-contending NBA team. Securing Dongfang Cheng could indeed bolster the Lakers' pursuit of a second three-peat. Furthermore, given his youth, a few years of development could prepare him to take the helm. Thus, the Lakers' prestigious status would remain unassailable. This scenario starkly contrasts with Kobe's earlier trade demands in 2007, when he pressured management to enhance the team. In 2007, Kobe was pushing for reinforcements. However, following 3 finals appearances, 2 championship victories, and consecutive finals MVP awards, Kobe has genuinely embraced the Lakers as his family. He aspires for the Lakers to maintain their competitive edge into the future. After Michael Jordan's second retirement, the Chicago Bulls fell into disarray. If the Lakers can sustain a formidable competitiveness post-Kobe's retirement, it could serve as a testament to Kobe's superiority over Jordan. Yet, will the Washington Wizards be willing to trade their first overall pick? it is essential to recognize that they are in dire need of foundational players. In this temporal realm, a peculiar phenomenon has arisen as multiple non-playoff teams concurrently engage in an unprecedented act of deliberate decline. Remarkably, this has resulted in a draft position that bears little significant divergence from that of the original timeline. At the very least, the coveted top draft pick still belongs to the Washington Wizards. However, in comparison to the original timeline, the Wizards' record has deteriorated further, culminating in a disheartening 24 wins and 58 losses. While the Wizards' performance is lackluster, it is by no means the most abysmal. The team with the worst record in the NBA, mirroring the original timeline, is the New Jersey Nets, with a dismal 12 wins and 70 losses. Following closely are the Minnesota Timberwolves at 14 wins and 68 losses, and the Sacramento Kings at 22 wins and 60 losses. The Washington Wizards, with their 24 wins and 58 losses, find themselves tied for the fourth-worst record alongside the Golden State Warriors. Astonishingly, with this shared fourth-worst standing, the Wizards have once again secured the top draft pick in this timeline, underscoring the formidable inertia of history. On April 26, 2010, the deadline for early entry registration for the 2010 NBA draft was reached. By May 8, 2010, the deadline for withdrawal from the draft passed. Subsequently, on May 19, 2010, the NBA draft lottery took place, followed by the physical examinations for the draft prospects on May 20, 2010. Upon learning of the lottery results, Dongfang Cheng felt a sense of contentment during his physical examination. He mused that the draft positions for the 2010 NBA draft in this world might witness some alterations. However, to his surprise, the outcome was rather ambivalent. While the basketball market in Washington may not rival that of the New Jersey Nets, which resides in the New York metropolitan area, ranked first nationally, nor that of the Philadelphia 76ers, who secured the second pick from the Philadelphia metropolitan area, ranked fifth nationally. It certainly surpasses that of the Minnesota Timberwolves from the Minneapolis-St. Paul metropolitan area, approximately ranked 30th, and the Sacramento Kings from the Sacramento metropolitan area, also around 30th. This is evident when considering the population size of Washington. After all, the larger the population base, the more developed the economy, leading to a greater number of individuals willing to spend on attending sporting events. As of 2010, approximately 77% of the American population resided in urban areas, with more than half concentrated in 37 major metropolitan cities. These cities have significantly shaped American culture, traditions, and economy. Ranked by population: 1. New York metropolitan area, approximately 19 million inhabitants. 2. Los Angeles metropolitan area, around 13 million inhabitants. 3. Chicago metropolitan area, about 9.5 million inhabitants. 4. Dallas metropolitan area, approximately 6.4 million inhabitants. 5. Philadelphia metropolitan area, around 6 million inhabitants. 6. Houston metropolitan area, about 5.9 million inhabitants. 7. Washington metropolitan area, approximately 5.6 million inhabitants. 8. Miami metropolitan area, around 5.5 million inhabitants. 9. Atlanta metropolitan area, approximately 5.3 million inhabitants. 10. Boston metropolitan area, about 4.6 million inhabitants. While Washington ranks 7th nationwide in terms of metropolitan population, it falls to around 20th when considering the city's population alone. Nevertheless, whether in metropolitan population or city population, or even economic development, Washington ranks at least in the middle tier among the 30 NBA teams. The metropolitan population combines the city's population with that of surrounding towns and rural areas. Although the political and economic centers of America are distinctly separated, Washington, as the capital, maintains a necessary semblance of prestige. However, it must be noted that the New Jersey Nets have indeed been favored by the fates. With such a dismal record, they managed to secure only a third overall pick. Prior to the league's introduction of the lottery system, the team with the worst record would receive the first overall pick, leading many non-playoff teams to deliberately underperform toward the end of the season in pursuit of that coveted top draft position. To alleviate this situation, the league instituted the lottery system in 1985. The general process and principles are as follows. Before the lottery, teams that did not qualify for the playoffs are ranked in reverse order of their regular season records, receiving a corresponding number of combinations, odds, to win the first overall pick. Among the teams participating in the lottery, the team with the worst regular season record is allocated 250 combinations, while the best team is granted only 5 combinations, with a total of 1,000 combinations distributed among all teams. Furthermore, the lottery solely determines the allocation of the top 3 picks, while the remaining teams that missed the playoffs are ranked in reverse order of their regular season records. As long as we are willing to pay the price. I believe the Wizards would agree. Mitch Kupchak responded thus to Kobe. Although Dongfang Cheng performed remarkably in the NCAA, he possesses one significant drawback: his Asian descent. Individuals of Asian descent have yet to prove themselves in the NBA. Even Yao Ming's impact was more significant than his immediate on-court prowess. It is simply due to market dynamics and fan perceptions that no one has dared to articulate this openly, particularly in the context of the June 2007 draft, where high-ranking Asian rookies swiftly faded from prominence. NBA teams grew increasingly skeptical regarding players of Asian descent. Jilian's ascension to a high draft pick in 2006 can be attributed not only to his own capabilities, but also to the influence of his agent, Dan Fagan. Prior to the 2007 draft, few anticipated that he would be selected 6th overall. In the bi-weekly draft predictions leading up to the event, he hovered between the 9th and 14th positions, which led to considerable excitement among domestic media when he was invited to the green room the day before the draft, suggesting a high likelihood of being a lottery pick. On the day of the draft, discussions predominantly revolved around whether he would be chosen by the Bulls, Warriors, Celtics, or Hawks, with the Bulls holding the 9th pick, the Hawks the 11th, the Warriors the 18th, and the Celtics the 5th. This indicated that fans had lowered their expectations for E to the 18th position. In a comparative analysis, both Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi dominated the CBA before leaving, whereas he had just suffered a defeat to Wang's returning bye team in 2007. So what accounted for he becoming the 6th pick? Firstly, the wealth effect generated by Yao Ming's tenure with the Rockets played a significant role. Before Yao's arrival, Rockets owner Leslie Alexander ranked 3rd from the bottom among NBA owners with a net worth of $125 million. Following Yao's signing, the Rockets swiftly established commercial partnerships with several major Chinese enterprises, and by the time of Yao's retirement in 2011, Alexander's fortune had surged to over $1.2 billion, elevating him to the 10th position among NBA owners. This success did not go unnoticed by other team owners, thereby enhancing Jilian's value as a fellow Chinese player. Secondly, he possessed remarkable physical attributes, including height, wingspan, vertical leap, and speed. For instance, he stands at 2.10 meters with a wingspan of 2.22 meters and a vertical leap of 78 centimeters, while Kevin Garnett measures 2.11 meters with a wingspan of 2.26 meters and a leap of 90 centimeters. Many fans, both domestically and internationally, viewed Garnett as a model for E, which instilled considerable confidence in various NBA teams, particularly the Milwaukee Bucks, who selected him in 2007. Lastly, we must acknowledge the strategic maneuvers of agent Dan Fagan. Yi's strengths lay in his exceptional physical attributes. However, his weaknesses included a slow shooting release, rudimentary post skills, and a tendency for his movements to become distorted during physical confrontations, all stemming from his extended tenure in the CBA. To mitigate these deficiencies during workouts, Fagan ingeniously arranged for E to practice around a chair without any direct opposition, effectively masking many of his shortcomings. Chapter 45. Winning the championship and securing the 1st overall pick, demonstrating both strengths and weaknesses, and possessing the ability to persuade the team to conduct tryouts that favor the opposing players, speaks volumes about Dan Fagan's capabilities. In the original timeline, many fans claimed that Dan Fagan nearly derailed Jilian's career. However, Dongfang Cheng does not entirely concur with this sentiment. Ultimately, it is only oneself who can ruin their own future. Dan Fagan merely elevated Jilian to a draft position that did not align with his true potential. Consequently, he could not acclimate to the formidable intensity of the NBA, leading to the gradual erosion of public expectations placed upon him. Nevertheless, what he could not adapt to does not imply that Dongfang Cheng would face the same fate. Mickey, have you already been in contact with the Washington Wizards? They are surprisingly willing to trade their 1st overall pick. What is their asking price? Upon hearing Mickey Kupchak's words, Kobe immediately grasped the situation, invigorated by the revelation. He was astonished that there existed a management team so naive as to consider trading this year's coveted 1st overall pick. This has taken Kobe by surprise. However, if a transition between the old and the new can occur, with the veteran Mamba guiding the emerging Kobe, it would indeed be splendid. After all, Many assert that Dongfang Cheng embodies the closest resemblance to Jordan. We owe much gratitude to Dan Fagan, Yi Jianlian, and Dongfang Cheng's extraordinary aptitude for learning. In pursuit of completing his university education ahead of schedule and obtaining a full-time bachelor's degree, Dongfang Cheng astonishingly declined the opportunity to participate in the joint workouts in mid-May. Presently, all NBA team management possesses only Dongfang Cheng's medical examination report. The management of the Washington Wizards appears to harbor concerns that Dongfang Cheng may become the next E, prompting them to consider selling their coveted first overall pick. When Mitch Kupchak broached this topic, he couldn't help but chuckle slightly, feeling a twinge of disdain for his colleagues in Washington Wizards. American University similarly offers both full-time and part-time educational paths. Full-time students graduate with both a degree certificate and an academic credential, dual certification. In contrast, part-time students only receive a degree certificate upon graduation, lacking the academic credential, single certification. Under the current NBA regulations, draft-eligible players may refuse to participate in joint workouts. The NBA has stated that players will not forfeit their draft eligibility for not attending joint workouts, unless they themselves declare for withdrawal. This indicates that although the joint training session serves as a significant opportunity for players to showcase their talents, they still possess alternative avenues to demonstrate their abilities and potential to NBA teams. This aspect remains unchanged in this timeline until 2024. For instance, Cui Yongxi was unable to participate in the Chicago Combine, yet he still retains the opportunity to enter the NBA draft and will not lose his eligibility as a result. The NCAA is not the CBA. The NCAA is right before our eyes. With 3 years in high school leagues and 3 years in NCAA competition, Dongfang Cheng has already proven himself. There was simply no necessity for him to attend the Combine. However, the notion entertained by the new owner and management of the Wizards may not be without the clandestine machinations of Mickey and certain others. Kobe found the considerations of the Washington Wizards management to be utterly astonishing. Yet, a thought quickly crossed Kobe's mind. In response to Kobe's latter remarks, Mitch Kupchak merely smiled, choosing not to engage further. Some matters are better left unspoken, especially over the phone. Although Mitch Kupchak trusts Kobe, one can never be too cautious. However, the successful and harmonious collaboration among Mitch Kupchak and his associates is significantly attributed to the current turmoil surrounding the Washington Wizards. In late November of last year, the long-standing owner of the team, Abe Polin, passed away in Washington at the age of 85. Following his departure, the Wizards have been engaged in discussions regarding ownership transition, culminating in the acquisition of a majority stake by Ted Leonsis, the owner of the professional hockey team, the Washington Capitals. Polin purchased the then Baltimore Bullets in 1964, and the team later relocated to the capital, rebranding as the Washington Wizards. At the time of his passing, Polin had held the position of owner for an impressive 45 years, a record that remains unparalleled among NBA proprietors. For many years, Polin managed his professional sports franchise akin to a family business, even clinching an NBA championship in 1978. However, the Wizards have struggled to achieve success since that time. Furthermore, the Wizards were the final team for the legendary Michael Jordan, whose complex relationship with the franchise is well documented. In 1999, the same year Jordan retired for the second time, he acquired a 5% stake in the Wizards for over $20 million, becoming a minority owner. Following the tragic events of September 11, 2001, the United States was engulfed in panic, leading to an economic downturn that severely impacted the valuations of NBA teams, resulting in a sluggish basketball market. In an effort to rejuvenate this faltering market, then NBA Commissioner David Stern personally reached out to Jordan, imploring him to make a comeback and restore vibrancy to the basketball landscape. At the age of 38, Jordan still possessed the ability to score effortlessly on the court, instilling confidence and courage in the populace, making him the ideal candidate for this role. After becoming a minority owner of the Wizards, Jordan spent his days in the office, sipping tea and perusing newspapers. Observing the media's excessive adulation of emerging players left him discontented, prompting thoughts of a return to the game. However, NBA regulations stipulate that players cannot hold ownership stakes in teams. To facilitate his comeback, Jordan opted to sell his shares back to owner Abe Polin, agreeing to repurchase them at the original price upon retirement, only to find himself outmaneuvered by Polin. Jordan's return undeniably infused the entire NBA with renewed vigor, revitalizing the basketball market. Thanks to his presence, ticket sales and prices for the Wizards soared, with arenas filled to capacity for every game, resulting in nearly a tenfold increase in the team's stock within 2 years. Although Jordan did not replicate his previous miraculous performances, he still brought immense commercial value to the NBA. During his 2-year tenure with the Wizards, despite averaging over 20 points per game, he was no longer the youthful player he once was. His failure to lead the Wizards to the playoffs for 2 consecutive seasons intensified the pressure on him, forcing him to confront the reality of his advancing age and declining performance. Subsequently, he announced his retirement after the 2002 to 2003 season. Jordan initially believed that after retiring, Wizards owner Abe Pollin would sell him back his original shares and allow him a role in the team's management. However, Pollin betrayed this expectation and dismissed him. Upon learning this outcome, Jordan was furious, leading to a complete rupture in their relationship. In an interview, he expressed that he had not felt an urgent need to return to the basketball court, but rather aimed to assist the Wizards in their resurgence. Yet, he felt his goodwill was met with ingratitude, as they simply informed him, "We no longer require your services." Consequently, he felt that, in a sense, his return to the Wizards had been a means for others to exploit him. It is evident that Jordan has long harbored resentment regarding his time with the Wizards, feeling deceived by Pollin. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have refrained from returning to assist the team. Later, Jordan acquired the Charlotte Bobcats, finally gaining the highest level of authority within an NBA franchise. In summary, one should not place trust in American capitalists or engage in emotional appeals. Only profit and binding contracts hold true weight. Influenced by the broader environment, this underscores why, in this lifetime, the East only believes in contracts with legal efficacy. On June 8th, the NBA board convened in New York, unanimously approving Leonsis' acquisition of the Wizards. Currently, during this tumultuous transition of ownership for the Washington Wizards, the management is in disarray. Is there indeed a possibility for the Los Angeles Lakers to both win the championship and secure the first overall pick? Kobe pondered. "Mitch, what is the asking price for the Washington Wizards?" Kobe inquired. In recent years, Kobe had sensed a decline in his physical condition and performance. Even if the Lakers selected Dongfang Cheng, the competition would not be overly fierce. As for legacy, it must occur when the old king is no longer able to reign. Otherwise, it would not be a legacy but a usurpation of power. Negotiations are currently ongoing, with the Wizards management having only expressed their intention to sell the first overall pick while awaiting offers from various teams. "Kobe, I am calling you now to seek your opinion. Your insights will determine the final bid I present." Mickey Kupchak's words are expressed with great humility. This reflects the current state of NBA teams, where star players invariably sway the decisions of the management. Moreover, this individual is none other than Kobe Bryant. A gamble is possible, but Pau Gasol must remain untouchable. After a moment of contemplation, Kobe responded to Mitch Kupchak. Kobe and Gasol had fostered a delightful partnership. While the height of the Eastern player precluded him from guarding the paint, relegating him at best to a swingman role, the Lakers must possess a star-caliber big man to collaborate with Kobe in order to ensure championship contention. At present, a three-peat is what Kobe desires most fervently. "Understood," Mitch Kupchak replied after a brief silence. Little did Mitch anticipate that Kobe's regard for the Eastern player had reached such depths. It is essential to note that the Los Angeles Lakers are a team aspiring for a three-peat championship. Despite this, Kobe astonishingly agreed to the management's proposal to gamble on the Eastern player, excluding only himself and Gasol. It seems that in Kobe's eyes, the Eastern player is more than capable of filling any void left by others. For a novice, the level of recognition is already exceedingly high. Chapter 46. Words can be rumored, but actions cannot deceive. June 24th, 2010. New York, Hilton Hotel. "What is the current situation?" inquired Ted Leonsis, the new owner of the Wizards, as he took a puff from his cigar, striving to calm his nerves while gazing at Ernie Grunfeld beside him. The 2010 NBA draft is set to commence tonight, June 24th, at Madison Square Garden, the home of the New York Knicks. The management teams of nearly all franchises have already arrived in New York. The Hilton Hotel, merely a few steps away from Madison Square Garden, is the preferred choice for team executives during the NBA draft each year. Ernie Grunfeld, born on April 24, 1955, in Sutomere, Romania, is a former professional basketball player who played as a shooting guard and small forward. He was selected by the Milwaukee Bucks as the 11th overall pick in the first round of the 1977 NBA draft, and throughout his career, He also played for the Kings and the Knicks. In 1986, at the age of 31, Grunfeld announced his retirement. By 2003, at the age of 48, he joined the Washington Wizards as general manager. Due to his ownership of multiple ventures beyond the Wizards, Ted Leonsis chose to retain Grunfeld as the president of basketball operations and general manager after acquiring a majority stake in the team. In the original timeline, it wasn't until 2019 that Grunfeld would lose Leonsis's trust and be dismissed. At this juncture, Grunfeld was indeed in a position of favor. Boss, all 28 other teams in the NBA have presented us with offers. Although their justifications vary, some appearing somewhat plausible while others are utterly absurd, it is undeniable that the true intent behind their myriad reasons is singular. Otherwise, they would not fixate so intently on our coveted first overall pick. It is evident they understand that only the top pick holds the potential to fulfill their ambitions. Grunfeld articulated. Deep down, he harbored reservations regarding the new owner Ted Leonsis's decision to showcase this year's first overall pick. This not only invites skepticism from the public regarding the professionalism of the Washington Wizards president of basketball operations and general manager, but may also stir thoughts in the nearly certain first overall pick. Dongfang Cheng. Even if they have no genuine intention to sell the top draft pick. 28 teams. Ted Leonsis gazed in astonishment at Ernie Grunfeld. He was aware that their first overall pick this year would be highly coveted, yet he never anticipated such overwhelming interest. Indeed, 28 teams. Aside from the talent-rich Oklahoma City Thunder, who lack neither perimeter nor swing players, every other NBA team has presented offers to us. With the draft rapidly approaching, the majority of teams' offers have nearly reached their limits. Several non-playoff teams have even proposed trades involving any player and draft rights. And even the two-time champion Los Angeles Lakers have offered all their players except Kobe and Gasol. Ernie Grunfeld recounted the offers he had collected. Among other contending teams, the Celtics have also proposed conditions allowing selection of any player and draft rights, excluding Pierce, Garnett, and Rondo, including Ray Allen. The Spurs, too, have offered any player and draft rights, aside from their trio of Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, and Manu Ginobili. The Magic have gone so far as to allow selection of any player aside from the formidable Dwight Howard, seemingly aiming to replicate the legendary Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant partnership. Meanwhile, Assistant General Manager Tommy Shepard echoed Ernie Grunfeld's sentiments, asserting that the first overall pick should not be placed on the trading block. Historically, such unsurprising first overall picks as Elvin Hayes, Hakeem Olajuwon, Shaquille O'Neal, Tim Duncan, and LeBron James have proven invaluable. Dongfang Cheng is undoubtedly the cornerstone for the future of the Washington Wizards, even without a sincere desire to trade. Such a course of action should be avoided. After offending nearly every other NBA team, the Washington Wizards may find it exceedingly challenging to enhance their roster through trades. However, Tommy Shepard finds himself constrained, as the new owner, Ted Leonsis, has recently assumed control, and even his superior, Ernie Grunfeld, is hesitant to voice many opinions. As the assistant general manager, Tommy Shepard joined the Wizards management alongside Ernie Grunfeld in 2003. In the original timeline, he was elevated to interim general manager in 2019 before assuming the full role. By 2021, Tommy Shepard had taken over all duties from Ernie Grunfeld, becoming the president of basketball operations and general manager of the Washington Wizards. Nevertheless, the duration of Tommy Shepard's favor with Ted Leonsis was noticeably shorter than that of Ernie Grunfeld, leading to his dismissal in 2023. It remains uncertain whether this timeline, influenced by Dongfang Cheng's intervention, will unfold similarly. It seems they are indeed playing mind games with me. Ted Leonsis paused momentarily before letting out a light chuckle. Words may be subject to rumor, but actions cannot lie. Even if there are whispers suggesting that Dongfang Cheng's absence from the joint workouts is a strategic move to avoid embarrassment, the reality of his reputation being inflated is likely to dwindle. However, following the emergence of trading intentions regarding the first overall pick within the Wizards, the actions of various teams reveal their true sentiments. When it comes to their own vested interests, their actions speak volumes about their genuine thoughts. There are trade intentions from 28 teams, not including the Washington Wizards themselves, and it is worth noting that the entire NBA comprises only 30 teams. Ernie, Tommy, I comprehend your perspective, yet you must understand mine. I had initially negotiated with the Polin family to acquire 95 of the Wizards for $550 million, leaving 5 as a keepsake for them. However, due to the unexpected acquisition of the first overall pick, My purchase price has escalated to $630 million, an additional $80 million. Moreover, I must still allocate 10 to the Poland family. Even so, the Poland family appears to be dragging their feet, as though I have somehow taken advantage of them. Had it not been for our prior agreement, they would not be so reluctant to sell their shares in the Wizards. Furthermore, with Dongfang Cheng's refusal to participate in the joint workouts, I feel compelled to probe the true sentiments of the NBA teams. Ted Leonsis has revealed the genuine objective behind the Wizards' intention to sell the first overall pick. In the original timeline, Ted Leonsis indeed acquired the majority stake in the Wizards for $550 million. In this realm, due to the existence of Dongfang Cheng, and considering the disparity in shares, Ted Leonsis nearly expended over $100 million when acquiring the Wizards. This substantial investment is precisely why the new owner, Ted Leonsis, personally attended the NBA draft. The impact of Dongfang Cheng on the NBA is beginning to reveal itself. However, it must be acknowledged that investing in NBA teams is indeed a commendable venture. In 1964, Pollen acquired the Washington Wizards for $1 million, and by 2010, the Pollen family sold the team for a staggering $630 million, retaining 10 of the shares. Even considering the original timeline's valuation of $550 million, the return exceeded 500 times. Boss, the first overall pick signifies Dongfang Cheng. The Wizards' acquisition of this coveted position will undoubtedly enhance their valuation. Even Cleveland, that remote corner, saw its franchise sold by Gordon Gund to Dan Gilbert for $375 million after acquiring LeBron in 2005. It is noteworthy that Gordon Gund purchased the Cleveland Cavaliers in 1983 for merely $20 million, and even in 2002, prior to acquiring LeBron, the franchise's valuation was less than $200 million. The Washington market is far superior to that of Cleveland, and moreover, Dongfang Cheng is of Asian descent. His commercial value is certainly not inferior to that of LeBron. Ernie Grunfeld was thus persuading Ted Leonsis. After all, it was Ernie Grunfeld who personally drew the first overall pick, making him a direct catalyst for Ted Leonsis's significant expenditure exceeding $100 million. Ernie, do not overthink it. I am grateful that you secured the first overall pick. I understand everything you have said. Otherwise, I would not have been so willing to concede to the Pollen family after the trade intentions were established and preliminary contracts signed. I merely wish to convey that releasing hints about trading the first overall pick has its strategic considerations. However, now it is settled. Let us wholeheartedly pursue Dongfang Cheng. Ted Leonsis smiled and remarked. The various trade applications from the 28 teams within the NBA, whether overt or covert, instilled immense confidence in Ted Leonsis. It is possible for one individual to misjudge, but surely not all NBA team managements and scouts could be mistaken. Chapter 47. Granting him greater authority than LeBron and Kobe Boss. What concerns me most now is Dongfang Cheng's perspective. As an individual excelling academically, athletically, and in investments, he is undoubtedly proud. Upon hearing whispers of our intentions to trade the first overall pick, he may very well have his own considerations. Ernie Glanfield expressed another concern. NBA players, particularly the stars, wield considerable autonomy within the league. After all, they are the primary motivation for fans purchasing tickets and the main source of revenue for the NBA. The league operates primarily as a commercial entity. According to the NBA's regulations, during the draft, only the teams possess the authority to select players, while players themselves lack the right to choose their teams. Ted Leonsis glanced at Ernie Glanfield and remarked, indeed, Ted Leonsis embodies the archetype of an American capitalist. Although the NBA draft allows teams to select players, the rules stipulate that if a rookie player is chosen by a team but does not wish to play for them, they can achieve their goal through trade or by refusing to sign. However, if a rookie declines to sign with the team that selected them, they cannot sign with any other NBA team for a year, as the selecting team retains exclusive negotiation rights for that duration. Nonetheless, the rookie may participate in the following year's draft. There are precedents for such refusals. For instance, in 1999, the second overall pick, Steve Francis, was drafted by the Vancouver Grizzlies, who disregarded his wishes and selected him. He subsequently refused to report to Vancouver. To avoid a detrimental situation, the Grizzlies were compelled to orchestrate a three-way trade involving the Orlando Magic and Francis's preferred team, the Houston Rockets, which included 11 players. At the age of 22, Steve Francis had the audacity to take such a stand. Now, with Dongfang Cheng, who is not yet 19 and whose performance surpasses that of Steve Francis. There will surely be teams willing to wait a year for him. Ernie Glanfield was conveying the intricacies of the NBA's rules to Ted Leonsis, the new owner who had recently transitioned from hockey to basketball. The NBA indeed presents challenges, Ted Leonsis remarked, furrowing his brow. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "Let us afford Dongfang Cheng, this so-called prodigy, the respect he deserves. Currently, it seems that the players with the most influence within the league are LeBron and Kobe. Therefore, let us grant Dongfang Cheng powers akin to theirs. Nay, let us bestow upon him even greater authority. Ernie Glanfield, Tommy Shepard, ensure that you consult Dongfang Cheng's opinions during trades. Philip Sanders, your strategies should revolve entirely around Dongfang Cheng, with the ball predominantly in his hands." The president of basketball operations and general manager, Ernie Grunfeld, along with assistant general manager Tommy Shepard and head coach Philip Sanders, gazed in astonishment at the new owner, Ted Leonsis. Concurrently, both Tommy Shepard and Philip Sanders cast a discreet glance at Ernie Grunfeld, who wore a bittersweet smile. Ernie Grunfeld could scarcely have anticipated that his casual exposition on the NBA draft would lead Ted Leonsis to make such a consequential decision. Isn't this merely inviting discomfort upon themselves? Ted Leonsis, the owner, is a man of diverse ventures, overseeing more than just the Washington Wizards basketball team. The true architects of the Wizards are Earl Gelfand, the president of basketball operations and general manager, along with assistant general manager Tommy Shepard and head coach Flip Saunders. The notion of boss, a rookie in the field, raises doubts in Saunders' mind. On November 25, 2008, following a dismal start to the 2008-2009 season with a mere 1-10 record, the original head coach, Eddie Jordan, was dismissed from his position. Ed Tapscott, the director of player development, was appointed as the interim head coach. On April 20, 2009, Tapscott was relieved of his duties, paving the way for Flip Saunders, who had previously held the roles of general manager and head coach for the Minnesota Timberwolves and head coach for the Detroit Pistons, to become the 22nd head coach in the history of the Wizards. Saunders entered into a 4-year contract worth $18 million. Although the ownership has changed, Saunders' coaching contract remains intact, and Ted Leonsis, as the new proprietor, is inclined to afford Saunders the opportunity to showcase his coaching prowess. Dongfang Cheng's current prominence rivals that of former stars like Shaquille O'Neal and LeBron James, and he embodies the potential of an Asian athlete, possessing both on-court talent and commercial appeal. Do not mistake my resolve for a fleeting whim. These thoughts have long been brewing within me. It is merely now that I have decided to articulate them. The path taken by Rockets owner Alexander is one I could very well tread again. Moreover, while Yao Ming was confined to a single national market, Dongfang possesses the potential to captivate the entire Asian market, despite the obscurity of his parents' origins. The 4 years of a rookie's tenure are pivotal for Dongfang. The entire Wizards organization must revolve around him as the central figure. Should his on-court performance and commercial value align with our expectations, the Wizards will continue to pivot around him. Conversely, if his contributions fall short, alternative strategies will be contemplated. In pursuit of the Asian market, we have resolved to trade Quentin Ross from the New Jersey Nets for E. Jianlian and some cash once the trading season commences. In light of this, why not take a bolder gamble? Ted Leonsis surveyed the upper echelons of the Washington Wizards, his eyes gleaming with determination. A quintessential capitalist, Leonsis prioritizes profit above all. If granting Dongfang Cheng the reins of leadership yields benefits, what objection could there possibly be? Simultaneously, Ted Leonsis exhibits a boldness for gambling, much like his audacious bid to acquire the Washington Wizards. The Poland family, appearing reluctant to part with their asset, has, in reality, lost their ambition and risk-taking spirit following the demise of Abe Poland. Otherwise, even with a desire for a transaction and preliminary agreements in place, the Poland family could easily have opted to pay a certain penalty for breach of contract, thereby retaining the Washington Wizards as an asset. Ultimately, they seem solely intent on selling the Washington Wizards for a higher price, hesitating to gamble on whether Eastern can indeed thrive and elevate the valuation of the team. Understood, boss. Earl N. Glanville, the president of basketball operations and general manager, along with assistant general manager Tommy Shepard and head coach Philip Sanders, exchanged glances, all expressing their willingness to heed the directives of their owner. Ted Leonsis, the proprietor, has personally elucidated his intentions. This has sufficed to command their respect, leaving them with little to say. Moreover, It is indeed time for the Washington Wizards to undertake a comprehensive overhaul. During the 2005 to 2006 and 2006 to 2007 seasons, while the Wizards made it to the playoffs, they were swiftly eliminated in the first round by the Cavaliers, led by LeBron James. In the subsequent seasons of 2007 to 2008, 2008 to 2009, and 2009 to 10, the Wizards failed to qualify for the playoffs for 3 consecutive years. In the recently concluded 2009 to 10 season, the Wizards recorded a dismal performance with only 24 victories against 58 defeats, marking one of the worst records in the league. Although there were factors contributing to a deliberate decline in the latter half of the season, it was already evident in the first half that the players were ill-equipped to lead the team to the playoffs. The influence of the foundational trio of the Wizards significantly diminished, resulting in a continued decline in the team's performance. To exacerbate matters, during the season, the long-awaited return of Gilbert Arenas from injury was marred by the infamous gun incident, resulting in a 50-game suspension. Indeed, prior to the gun-related controversy involving Ja Morant, the General Gilbert Arenas had already set a precedent. There is nothing new in the NBA, it is merely that newcomers fail to learn from past mistakes. These facts had long since discontented the new owner, Ted Leonsis, and the dissolution of the Three Musketeers had become an inevitable conclusion. Chapter 48. The Washington Wizards awaiting a new era. The trade of Arenas must be expedited, even if it entails some losses. Earl, as you mentioned, our previous ruse about the willingness to trade the first overall pick may have left Eastern feeling disgruntled. Player trade consultations and tactical adjustments require Eastern's incorporation into the team before they can be realized and observed. The first step in demonstrating our sincerity is to swiftly part ways with the former team leader, allowing Eastern to witness our commitment to building the team around him. Isn't it true that the Magic are interested in Arenas? Previously, we were unable to reach an agreement regarding Lewis. Thus, we should lower our demands. Michael Pietrus, Marcin Gortat, or even draft picks could suffice. Once the trading market opens this year, we must promptly facilitate Arenas' departure. After all, in the preceding seasons, at least the initial 1 or 2 seasons, were merely opportunities for Eastern, this prodigious talent, to develop. I have no aspirations for immediate success. Even the likes of Jordan, O'Neal, Kobe, and LeBron required time to acclimatize and evolve. Eastern is still not yet 19 years old. We can afford to be patient. The original plan for the Washington Wizards was to wait until the suspension due to the gun incident had elapsed, allowing the previous season's suspended star, Gilbert Arenas, who averaged 22, 6 points and 7.2 assists, to return, enhance his trade value through a few games, and then trade him away. In the original timeline, on December 18, 2010, the Wizards finally reached a trade agreement with the Orlando Magic, exchanging the criticized Arenas for Rashard Lewis, another high-profile contract. However, in this timeline, due to Eastern's unexpected emergence, the Wizards would certainly not follow the same course as before and retain Arenas until October for a trade. With the precedent set by Ricky Davis, the Wizards had already resolved to build their team entirely around Eastern in the coming years. It is well known that the Wizards' former leader, Gilbert Arenas, would undoubtedly be sent away by the management. Therefore, it is better to sever any lingering thoughts of Arenas being chosen to assist me, allowing Eastern to perceive their sincerity. Understood, boss. General Manager Ernie Grunfeld and Assistant General Manager Tommy Shepard nodded in tacit agreement with the arrangements made by owner Ted Leonsis. As for the other 2 members of the Big Three, Anton Jameson and Karen Butler, on February 14, 2010, the Washington Wizards orchestrated a trade centered around the 2008 All-Star Eastern Conference reserve forward Karen Butler, who was averaging 16.9 points per game. Alongside center Brendan Haywood and guard Deshaun Stevenson, they acquired swingman Josh Howard, power forward center Drew Gooden, the seldom-used guard Quentin Ross, and small forward James Singleton from the Dallas Mavericks. Karen Butler was the first to depart from the Wizards' triumvirate. In the original timeline, this trade fortuitously led to Karen Butler securing a coveted championship ring with the team. This championship ring holds the same value as that of Sun Yu, with both possessing a merit and contribution rate to the team that is effectively non-existent. In the original timeline, Karen Butler represented the Mavericks in 29 regular season games before sustaining a right knee injury during the first quarter against the Bucks, leading to a season-ending diagnosis. In subsequent matches, particularly during the playoffs, Karen Butler offered no assistance whatsoever to the Mavericks. His contributions on the court mirrored those from his tenure with the Washington Wizards. The second of the big three to be traded was Anton Jameson. On February 17, 2010, he was traded to the Cleveland Cavaliers as part of a three-team, six-player trade, in exchange for Zydrunas Ilgauskas, who was subsequently bought out. This transaction not only served as a favor to the Cavaliers, but also allowed for salary cap relief. In the NBA, a buyout is a unique method of contract termination that enables a team to free up salary space while providing the player with financial compensation. The terms and conditions of the buyout are generally negotiated between the team and the player. However, regardless of whether the team initiates the buyout or the player requests it, once the buyout is finalized, the player will no longer count against the team's salary cap. This is because a buyout signifies that the team relinquishes all claims to the player, while the player, in turn, surrenders a portion or the entirety of their salary in exchange for freedom. Consequently, following a buyout, the team's salary cap is correspondingly augmented, as there is no longer a need to compensate the bought-out player. In this transaction, the Cavaliers executed a remarkable maneuver. On February 17, 2010, Zydrunas Ilgauskas was traded to the Washington Wizards. On February 26th, the Wizards bought out Zydrunas Ilgauskas' contract. On March 25th, Zydrunas Ilgauskas rejoined the Cavaliers. This transaction caused a stir among the NBA league and its fans, prompting the league to implement a new regulation. If a player is traded and subsequently waived, they cannot return to their original team within the same season after becoming a free agent. This is due to the league's initiative to implement relevant provisions aimed at preventing similar incidents from occurring. The notable performance of Zydrunas Ilgauskas has undoubtedly secured his name in the annals of NBA history. The Washington Wizards have served merely as a backdrop for this historic trade, while Ted Leonsis continues discussions with Ernie Grunfeld, Tommy Shepard, and Philip Sanders regarding their stance on the situation. Dongfang Cheng, impeccably dressed, is preparing to depart from a Manhattan apartment under the attentive guidance of Min Xia and Anna. Following Dongfang Cheng's departure, Min Xia and Anna also set out. After several days of candid interactions, it is time to attend to more pressing matters. As the unequivocal frontrunner for this year's top draft pick, Dongfang Cheng was predictably invited into the green room. Members of the green room have the privilege to invite 5 close friends and family to share in the joy and glory. As an orphan, and a precocious one at that, with memories of a past life, Dongfang Cheng has few friends in America. The 5 individuals he chose to accompany him into the green room are Jamal Phillips, the head of the Linshungren Orphanage; Jim Calhoun, the head coach of Yukon; his high school coach, Steele Lida, last season's second overall pick, Hashim Thabeet, who had invited him into the green room, and his teammate, Kemba Walker, who has decided to play for another year. Hashim Thabeet, who brought him into the spotlight last year, is a favor Dongfang Cheng intends to repay. Much like in the original timeline, this season has not been kind to Hashim Thabeet, as he finds himself on the verge of becoming an NBA fringe player, averaging less than 5 points per game. Kemba Walker, on the other hand, represents a legacy, a passing of the torch. Dongfang Cheng hopes to amplify his influence within the American basketball community through this connection. Historically, there were groups like the Secretary Gang and the Honda Gang, so it seems only fitting that Dongfang Cheng would establish a Yukon gang in this alternate America. Chapter 49. The Yukon gang is poised for greatness before heading to Madison Square Garden. Dongfang Cheng first stopped by a nearby hotel to pick up the recently awakened Hashim Thabeet, Kemba Walker, and Stanley Robinson. This year, Dongfang Cheng has much to celebrate. It is well known that he profited significantly from investing in the real estate bubble last year, and he stands to earn even more this year. Consequently, Hashim Thabeet, Kemba Walker, and other alumni and teammates arrived in New York in advance, showing no hesitation in accepting Dongfang Cheng's hospitality. They enjoy his provisions, food, and lodging generously. A handful of individuals expended over $100,000 within just a few days. The previous day and the day before that, they resided directly within a bar. All expenses covered by Dongfang Cheng. He harbored no objections to this arrangement. Hashim Thabeet has recently encountered difficulties, while Kemba Walker has yet to enter the NBA. Stanley Robinson, another teammate who also declared for the NBA draft this year, is experiencing a draft stock that pales in comparison to that of Dongfang Cheng. Perhaps at this moment, they take it for granted that Dongfang Cheng is footing the bill, but as they gain more experience, they will inevitably come to understand what it signifies to have a brother willing to support them financially. In due course, they will surely speak in favor of Dongfang Cheng. Those who do not plan for the future are insufficiently equipped to navigate the present. Furthermore, Covering the expenses serves as Dongfang Cheng's expression of gratitude towards these three teammates, particularly Stanley Robinson and Kemba Walker, for their assistance. This season, due to the singular core strategy of Eastern Cheng, Stanley Robinson's statistics have not seen a significant enhancement, averaging 2 points and 9 rebounds per game. Such figures, with 8 and 8, have rendered Robinson's draft stock this year nearly stagnant compared to last year. While there has been a slight increase in his statistics, the passage of another year has counterbalanced any advancement. In the projections from various American sports websites, Stanley Robinson remains poised for a similar late first-round selection as last year, comparable to Kemba Walker, who has only recently become a starter at Yukon. Although the sample size is smaller and his height is lesser, Walker's youth and greater potential have led these sports outlets to forecast that if he were to enter the draft this year, his average of 5 points and 1 assist per game would likely secure him a spot at the end of the first round. Once again, we encounter another 8 and 8. At this juncture, one cannot help but marvel at Kemba Walker's remarkable abilities. Given the opportunity, he truly seizes it. In an alternate reality, standing at 183 centimeters, he has astonishingly become a 4-time All-Star in the height-dominant NBA. What a pity that you missed out last night. You have no idea of the fervor of New Yorkers. Kemba Walker, abruptly awakened, wore an expression of nostalgia. This marks the inaugural experience of Kemba Walker indulging in the life of an NBA star. Walker, you won't be entering the draft until next year, so don't get carried away, cautioned Dongfang Cheng. While New Yorkers are indeed fervent, one must remember that the New York Knicks have not reached the finals in many years. Observing Kemba Walker's nostalgic expression, Dongfang Cheng felt a tinge of worry. He hoped that introducing Walker to the dazzling allure of New York would not lead to the untimely demise of the future MOP and 4-time NBA All-Star from the original timeline. Rest assured, I won't lose sight of my priorities. At the very least, I want to secure my first significant contract and become a millionaire before I slack off. Just like Thabeet, Kemba Walker replied, quickly regaining his focus upon hearing Dongfang Cheng's advice. As a 4-time All-Star who has made a name for himself in the NBA, Kemba is certainly capable of distinguishing between what is essential and what is not. You little rascal, are you mocking me? Thabeet shot him a disapproving glare. Had he not just experienced one of life's 3 great ironies? Thabeet would have surely imparted a lesson to the younger Walker about the perils of speaking recklessly and the notion of severing ties with a single ill-placed comment. Reminiscent of the infamous Shaquille O'Neal. I was merely expressing admiration. Kemba Walker chuckled. Had he not recently navigated the trials of life with candor, he would never have dared to make such a jest. However, observing Thabeet's demeanor reassured him that his instincts were correct. The senior, Thabeet, remained unchanged, maintaining his consistently positive outlook, making him a worthy companion for continued camaraderie. You little rascal, it's quite possible that your contract this season will surpass mine. Thabeet cast a light chuckle at Kemba Walker before turning his gaze towards Dongfang Cheng. Unbeknownst to Kemba Walker, who envied Thabeet, Thabeet himself harbored a sense of envy towards Dongfang Cheng. According to the NBA collective bargaining agreement, rookie contracts are standardized. The typical contract for the second overall pick in 2009 amounted to 4 years and $85 million, with team options for the final 2 years. Given the current circumstances, Thabeet was acutely aware that the team options for those latter years were precarious. Moreover, not only were the team options uncertain, but the full guarantee of the first 2 years of the rookie contract cast doubt on any subsequent agreements. Indeed, the trajectory of events in the original timeline unfolded as the had feared. As he was traded from the disappointing Memphis Grizzlies to the Houston Rockets during his second season under the rookie contract. Following the conclusion of Thabeet's second year, the Rockets opted not to exercise his third and fourth year options, rendering his rookie contract null and void. In the original timeline, Thabeet's second contract was signed after his trade to the Oklahoma City Thunder, spanning 3 years and totaling a mere $65 million. Thereafter, Thabeet was unable to continue his career in the NBA, concluding his journey with a brief 5-season tenure across 4 different teams. His cumulative earnings barely exceeded $10 million, and after accounting for taxes and agent fees, he was left with approximately $5 million. While this sum was modest, it was sufficient to transform Thabeet's life for the better. Yet, human nature is often insatiable, especially after having glimpsed a broader horizon. According to the collective bargaining agreement, to keep pace with inflation, the maximum amount for this year's NBA rookie contracts has increased. The first overall pick now commands 4 years at 24.36 million, surpassing last year's first overall pick Blake Griffin's 23 million by 1.36 million. The second overall pick now garners 4 years at 21.52 million, exceeding last year's second pick Thabeet's 20.85 million by 670,000. The third pick now receives 4 years at 19.34 million, surpassing last year's third pick Harden's 18.70 million by 640,000. Although the maximum salary for rookie contracts has risen, it was not this aspect that Thabeet envied most about Dongfang Cheng. Rather, Thabeet's greatest envy lay in the possibility that Cheng might find himself in an environment where he could fully realize his potential, unlike Thabeet, who struggled to secure even a modicum of playing time on the struggling Memphis Grizzlies. Indeed, to this day, Thabeet believes that the Memphis Grizzlies have hindered his progress, depriving him of the opportunity to showcase his talents. As last year's second overall pick, Thabeet's rookie season saw him averaging a mere 13 minutes on the court, which is less than half of what he played at the University of Connecticut. It is worth noting that an NBA game lasts for 48 minutes, which is longer than the 40 minutes of NCAA play. Thabeet contends that it is the abysmal performance of the Grizzlies and the shortcomings of their head coach that have stifled his potential. After all, he was last year's most outstanding player and a second overall draft choice. Given the right opportunities, how could his performance and statistics have been so lackluster? His dissatisfaction with the Grizzlies and their coach is precisely why Thabeet accepted Dong Cheng's invitation to Madison Square Garden. He can no longer remain with the Grizzlies and wishes to explore the potential of alumni basketball following his selection by Dong Cheng. Without such a purpose, it is inconceivable that Thabeet would come to New York merely to be a supporting player, providing media with opportunities to criticize him. Alumni basketball, as suggested by Thabeet's agent, represents a viable path forward for him. And it is also a consideration for Dong Cheng in inviting Thabeet and Kemba Walker as close friends to the NBA draft, while others may overlook Thabeet. His former teammate Dong Cheng, who has collaborated with him for 2 seasons, recognizes his potential. With the right strategy and a bit of adaptation over a year or two, Thabeet could emerge as a significant contributor at the NBA level, especially given his physical advantages such as height and wingspan. Furthermore, with established rapport and familiarity alongside Dong Cheng, Thabeet might even perform at a level close to that of a team core player. Additionally, Kemba Walker, in his prime, was a 4-time NBA All-Star and an undeniable star player. Coupled with Dong Cheng, who has already secured 3 of the starting 5 positions, including a dynamic backcourt, even a player like Stanley Robinson, considered the weakest link, could excel in a designated role if he adheres to Dong Cheng's game plan. The court is not merely about raw talent. It encompasses strategy that includes various tactics. Some aspects may be optional, but certain elements are essential. Ultimately, the court will feature both conventional and unconventional approaches, all orchestrated by Dong Cheng. Furthermore, Dong Cheng had extended an invitation to last year's 25th overall pick A.J. Price and the 52nd pick Jeff Adrian, both of whom did not attend. The University of Connecticut has produced a considerable number of players entering the NBA in recent years. The Yukon contingent in the NBA holds significant promise. Of course, this remains a potential consideration for Dong Cheng, contingent upon the unfolding of events. Chapter 50. In what ways does Dong Cheng fall short compared to LeBron? After receiving Thabeet, Kemba Walker, and Stanley Robinson at the hotel, the group proceeded to the station to welcome more individuals. Coach. Upon spotting Jim Calhoun, several individuals approached to greet him. Observing the arrival of Dongfang Cheng and his 3 companions, Jim Calhoun was momentarily taken aback, followed by a sense of gratification. His disciples appeared to share a commendable camaraderie. Cheng, Thabeet, Walker, Robinson, you all made the journey? What brings you such a distance? I could simply meet you at Madison Square Garden. We could convene there. Jim Calhoun remarked with a smile as he graciously accepted the luggage from Dongfang Cheng. Meeting directly at Madison Square Garden had been the customary arrangement for Jim Calhoun and his disciples the previous year. Coach, if you do not grant us disciples the opportunity to showcase our skills, how could we ever find the audacity to seek your guidance in times of difficulty? Dongfang Cheng responded with a grin. Hearing Dongfang Cheng's words, Jim Calhoun was momentarily startled, his expression subsequently turning grave as he inquired, "What is it? Has there been an issue with your number 1 position?" The number 1 disciple. This was a vacancy in Jim Calhoun's coaching career. Coach, I have indeed caught wind of something. It seems the Wizards are contemplating trading their top draft pick. At that moment, Thabeet interjected. This news. Thabeet had long since shared with Dongfang Cheng. In recent days, although Dongfang Cheng did not align himself with Thabeet and his companions, he maintained a candid demeanor, for he did not wish to face the same fate as Magic Johnson. Of course, he refrained from articulating these reasons directly, instead fabricating an excuse of accompanying his girlfriend. Though Thabeet and the others expressed mild discontent, they ultimately showed understanding, recognizing that Dongfang Cheng had been cultivating a romantic persona since high school to avoid indulging in revelries with his teammates. However, with Thabeet and his comrades present, it was inevitable for Dongfang Cheng to dine and socialize with them. It was during these convivial moments that Thabeet imparted relevant information to Dongfang Cheng. Having already entered the NBA, Thabeet was undoubtedly more acquainted with the dynamics among NBA teams than Dongfang Cheng. "Oh, do elaborate," Jim Calhoun exclaimed in disbelief. How could the Washington Wizards choose to trade their first overall pick, given Dongfang Cheng's stellar performance and comprehensive statistics from the previous season? After the results of the NBA draft lottery were revealed on May 19th, Jim Calhoun had already assumed that Dongfang Cheng would showcase his talent in Washington next season. "Now, let us get going," Dongfang Cheng replied with a smile, his words calm. Jim Calhoun, taken aback once more, chuckled. Dongfang Cheng was a clever prodigy, and this statement might merely serve as an excuse for engagement. Perhaps he had already anticipated the draft situation. Moreover, the Wizards were only trading their first overall pick, not bypassing Dongfang Cheng entirely. Thus, the likelihood of his selection at that position remained high, with the only difference being where his career would commence. "Let us get going then." Having come to this realization, Jim Calhoun set aside his thoughts and joined Dongfang Cheng and the others in a rented coach. Due to the number of people and the presence of several towering basketball players, Dongfang Cheng's vehicle could not accommodate them all. To force a fit would result in discomfort. Hence, renting a vehicle proved to be the wisest choice. Indeed, while draft position is significant, a conducive environment is equally vital. Just look at Thabeet. Jim Calhoun could not resist engaging in conversation with Dongfang Cheng as he boarded, directly attributing Thabeet's struggles during his rookie season to the environment. Whether in this timeline or the original one, Jim Calhoun, the head coach of Yukon, was consistently protective of his players. Indeed, Cheng, sometimes, the team's environment truly outweighs the importance of draft position. Thabeet echoed, having experienced this firsthand. It is no wonder that last year's NCAA scoring champion, Stephen Curry, declined the Memphis Grizzlies' invitation for a tryout to avoid playing there. This is the advantage of having a father who was a former NBA player and the guidance that comes with it. Coach Thabeet, I understand everything you and the others have said, but ultimately, the NBA draft is the team's selection of players. Dongfang Cheng expressed his helplessness. Cheng, participation in the NBA draft allows rookies to refuse to report to teams. Thabeet revealed a regretful sentiment after reviewing the information. However, Thabeet, such an impression with the NBA team's management may not be favorable. Dongfang Cheng articulated his concerns. Cheng, what do you mean by that? Jim Calhoun glanced at his disciple and inquired. Given Dongfang Cheng's maturity and wisdom, Jim Calhoun suspected that his disciple must have had plans in mind for quite some time. Coach, if a team that selects me after the draft has acquaintances of yours, please do reach out to them and introduce me. Dongfang Cheng remarked half-jokingly. Jim Calhoun, having navigated the American basketball scene for decades and being a renowned NCAA coach, is acquainted with many influential figures within the American basketball community and NBA management. Although Dongfang Cheng possessed the confidence to excel in the NBA, sometimes a little extra preparation is never unwelcome. Upon hearing this, Jim Calhoun chuckled lightly and did not decline. Everything was understood without saying a word. Observing Dongfang Cheng's directness in discussing connections, Thabeet, Kemba Walker, and Stanley Robinson were all taken aback. Was he truly that forthright? Was there no regard for the image of the top draft prospect? This exemplifies the distinction between maturity and naivety. As Dongfang Cheng and his companions engaged in casual conversation in their vehicle upon receiving Jim Calhoun, Menchia and Anna arrived at Horace Mann High School. Due to the constraints of time, Dongfang Cheng arranged for his girlfriend, Menchia, who also graduated from Horace Mann, to go to the school and meet with Dongfang Cheng's high school head coach, Steele Lida. The presence of his girlfriend was sufficient to demonstrate sincerity. Both Horace Mann High School and Madison Square Garden are situated in Manhattan, New York City, in close proximity to one another. Furthermore, with Anna accompanying her, the likelihood of unforeseen circumstances was virtually non-existent. As for the final acquaintance from the little greenhouse whom Dongfang Cheng invited, Jamal Phillips, the director of the Linshungren orphanage. Dongfang Cheng assigned his agent, Philo Spencer, to pick him up. NBA stars operate as a cohesive unit, and Dongfang Cheng was no exception. Since it is a team endeavor, it naturally involves more than just Dongfang Cheng and Bis Clouch. For instance, LeBron boasts 3 formidable allies, and together they once held the title of the Four Cavaliers. This circle, established in 2002, included Carter overseeing commercial ventures, Mims managing James's personal affairs, while Paul, supported by LeBron, ascended to become a titan among NBA agents. With such a stellar team backing him, the outcome was that LeBron James successfully hoisted his flag upon the Mount Rushmore of NBA players and commenced a rivalry with Michael Jordan in the pursuit of the title of GOAT, an acronym for greatest of all time. Regardless of whether LeBron ultimately surpasses Michael, the fierce competition signifies that LeBron James is on the verge of securing a place among the top 2. Thanks to the support of his team, LeBron's commercial empire has continuously expanded. In the original timeline, LeBron consistently occupied the top spot among active NBA players in terms of earnings, with his total assets reaching the second highest in NBA history, exceeding $1 billion. With such successful precedents, Dongfang Cheng was naturally inclined to follow suit. Especially for basketball players, the significance of a proficient agent cannot be overstated. Dongfang Cheng had contemplated this long before embarking on his basketball journey, even earlier than he considered legal advisors, such as Bis Clouch. Renowned agents of the future were also among his considerations, yet ultimately, Dongfang Cheng resolved to cultivate his own talent. If someone with only a high school diploma, who once resorted to selling jerseys for a living, like Rich Paul, could be nurtured and elevated by LeBron, then what shortcomings did Dongfang Cheng possess compared to LeBron? Chapter 51. Philo Spencer, the Jewish orphan with a disability. After much deliberation, Dongfang Cheng ultimately chose to nurture Philo Spencer. Philo, a Jewish orphan, grew up in the Linshungren orphanage, just like Dongfang Cheng, but he is 5 years older. The shared background in the orphanage is the reason why Dongfang Cheng, in his time of need, decided to send his agent, Philo Spencer, to fetch director Jamal Phillips from the Linshungren orphanage. Philo Spencer has a slight disability that affects his legs, causing him to walk with a noticeable limp. Despite his intelligence from a young age, no one ever considered adopting him. In stark contrast to Dongfang Cheng, who was sought after by many for adoption but consistently declined their offers, Philo remained overlooked. From an early age, Dongfang Cheng recognized the brilliance of this elder and had long harbored intentions of taking him under his wing. Under Dongfang Cheng's deliberate approach, Philo, who had endured scorn due to his disability, came to regard Dongfang Cheng as his closest friend and brother. Upon entering middle school and deciding to pursue a career in basketball, Dongfang Cheng began contemplating future agents, such as the yet-to-be-famous Rich Paul. During their 3rd year, Dongfang Cheng's burgeoning basketball talent became evident. One day, during a casual conversation, director Jamal Phillips learned of Dongfang Cheng's thoughts about potential agents. While marveling at Dongfang Cheng's precociousness, Jamal Phillips suggested that perhaps Dongfang Cheng should consider nurturing a companion from the orphanage, someone he already knew and trusted. After all, an agent is the closest ally to a sports star and must be someone worthy of trust. Director Jamal Phillips' words opened a new realm for Dongfang Cheng. Following careful consideration and assessment, he selected Philo Spencer. Faced with the invitation from his dear friend, Philo was overwhelmed with emotion, though he cast a conflicted glance at his own legs. However, Dongfang Cheng reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder, declaring, "Good brother, for life." This statement has become the most significant beacon of hope for Philo Spencer since he attained self-awareness. In that moment, Philo Spencer perceived Dongfang Cheng as a radiant figure. Although Philo Spencer was 5 years the senior, Dongfang Cheng's accelerated progression through elementary school meant that when he sought out Philo Spencer after graduating from junior high, Philo was merely on the cusp of completing his senior year and preparing to transition into a 4th year. Naturally astute, Philo Spencer found renewed motivation in Dongfang Cheng's words, leading to a remarkable improvement in his academic performance. Upon the conclusion of his senior year, Philo Spencer, having achieved the 2nd highest marks in his school, made the resolute decision to forego numerous prestigious universities in favor of enrolling in the Sports and Entertainment Management program at the American Basketball Academy. Situated in Eugene, Oregon, on the west coast of the United States, this institution is renowned as the global capital of athletics and the birthplace of Nike. The American Basketball Academy maintains collaborative relationships with the National Basketball Association, various European basketball associations, the Asian Basketball Confederation, the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame, and other specialized associations and institutions. In America, the Sports and Entertainment Management Program focuses on the operational management of the sports industry, investment analysis, event organization, and marketing communications, commonly referred to as sport management or sports administration. This discipline encompasses various facets of the sports industry, including the cultivation of basketball agents. Due to his exceptional academic performance, Philo Spencer was awarded a scholarship from the American Basketball Academy. After completing his 4-year undergraduate studies, Philo Spencer chose to disregard his professor's advice and forego further academic pursuits, fully aware that his close friend Dongfang Cheng was on the brink of entering the NBA. Following graduation, Philo Spencer interned for over 6 months at the National Basketball Players Incorporated, a commercial entity established by the National Basketball Players Association, NBPA. This organization primarily manages the collective commercial rights of NBA players, further underscoring the significant role that NBA players and their agencies play in commercial and legal matters. During this period, while gaining experience and nurturing relationships, Philo Spencer also acquired all the necessary credentials to become an NBA basketball agent. In May 2010, Philo Spencer departed from the National Basketball Players Incorporated. In June 2010, Dongfang Cheng founded Shia Investment LLC, a private enterprise solely owned by Min Shia. In addition to Min Shia, Shia Investment employed only 2 individuals, an accountant and a financial officer. In the same month, Shia Investment contributed $8 million to establish Dongfang Agency LLC in partnership with Philo Spencer. Shia Investment, investing $8 million, held a 65% stake, while Philo Spencer, contributing his expertise, held a 35% stake. Philo Spencer initially refrained from taking shares, stating that he had not made a financial investment. The sum of 35 was forcibly offered to him by Dongfang Cheng. Initially, Dongfang Cheng intended to present 49 to Philo Spencer, yet Philo Spencer resolutely declined. Ultimately, after Dongfang Cheng's heartfelt and persistent entreaties, Philo Spencer reluctantly acquiesced to the amount of 35. Presently, Dongfang Cheng and Philo Spencer share a bond akin to brotherhood. But what of the future? Dongfang Cheng must contemplate the days to come. The share of 35 not only intertwines their affections, but also binds their interests profoundly. As for the rationale behind such complexity, why employ an investment company to hold shares in the agency? Why must the investment company be associated with Min Shia? The current NBA collective bargaining agreement explicitly prohibits players from owning shares in teams or agencies during their active years, a measure designed to avert potential conflicts of interest and lawsuits, such as the signing of dubious contracts. This provision is often referred to as the James Clause. Yet, who is James, and how could he ever be constrained? LeBron James established the LRMR Marketing Company, a synthesis of the initials of his name and those of 3 friends, utilizing LRMR to exert control over the agency Clutch Sports. Of course, the shares in LRMR are held by his relatives to navigate the so-called James Clause. In the original timeline, in 2017, LeBron James was investigated by the NBA for potential ownership of Clutch Sports shares. But the investigation ultimately concluded that he did not possess any stake. In light of this precedent, Dongfang Cheng might follow suit. Moreover, having Min Shia hold shares in the investment company is more compliant than LeBron's arrangement with his relatives, although it is well known that Dongfang Cheng has no blood relatives. His girlfriend Min Shia is his closest confidant. However, Min Shia is not a blood relative of Dongfang Cheng, nor have they formalized their union through marriage. They are merely in a romantic relationship. As an independent entity, what is amiss with Min Shia owning an investment company? To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Dongfang Cheng and Min Shia entered into a supplementary contract in the presence of Bis Crouch, ensuring that Min Shia would not betray him. They guarantee that the shares held by Min Shia and Shia Investment will remain unblemished. This is Dongfang Cheng, the cautious and prudent Dongfang Cheng. Chapter 52, The Treasure of Kongda, Jim Calhoun. Cheng, you need not worry. The Washington Wizards' first overall pick is yours. Moreover, the new owner of the Wizards has declared that they will build the team around you as the absolute core. As they traveled to Madison Square Garden, Jim Calhoun, who had been engrossed in his phone, suddenly lifted his head to address Dongfang Cheng. In that fleeting moment, astonishment lingered in Jim Calhoun's eyes. He had never anticipated that the new owner of the Wizards, Ted Leonsis, would possess such audacity. despite Dongfang Cheng's rising popularity, having yet to play a single NBA game. The new owner had already resolved to establish him as the foundational pillar of the team, granting him trade authority akin to that of legends like LeBron and Kobe, alongside unfettered freedom on the court. "Coach, how do you know this? Is what you say true?" The voice of Stanley Robinson, tinged with skepticism, echoed as he questioned Jim Calhoun's words, although he had resolved not to dwell on it any longer. The core player of the inside line still felt a twinge of discontent as he remained in the shadows of Dongfang Cheng. Stanley harbored unexpressed grievances against head coach Jim Calhoun, and he could not help but feel a flicker of envy and jealousy towards his former teammate, Dongfang Cheng. However, constrained by reality, Stanley could only bury these feelings of resentment, admiration, and jealousy deep within his heart. Yet, unbeknownst to him, both Jim Calhoun and Dongfang Cheng had already discerned the turmoil within him. Last season, Stanley had indeed made sacrifices, and both Jim and Dongfang believed that as long as they maintained their high standings, Stanley's emotional struggles would remain concealed. Thus, they chose to ignore it collectively. Reality is not a fantasy. The moment one feels a hint of resentment, admiration, or jealousy, they may resort to suppressing or attacking others. If that were the case, one could hardly pursue any other endeavors. In the end, it is likely that everyone else would begin to harbor grievances and become targets of such suppression. Excessive scrutiny can ultimately lead to isolation. After all, human emotions are complex, and even the closest of relationships can be fraught with conflict and feelings of resentment. As Zirin once stated, one must possess the capacity to embrace others, fostering friendships while minimizing enmity. "Thank you for your concern, Coach," Dongfang Cheng interjected, placing a reassuring hand on Stanley Robinson to halt his further elaboration. He then turned to Jim Calhoun with gratitude. As the saying goes, having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. Jim Calhoun is indeed a gem for all aspiring professional basketball players at Yukon. Since taking the helm of the Yukon Huskies in the 1986-87 season, Jim Calhoun has presided over the program for over 2 decades. Throughout these years, he has led the Huskies to multiple Big East championship titles, numerous NCAA tournament appearances, Elite Eight, and Final Four berths, achieving the NCAA championship title several times. Such achievements have established Concordia University as a prestigious basketball institution and elevated Jim Calhoun to the status of an esteemed NCAA basketball coach. While countless players from the Eskimo Dogs have ascended to the NBA, to date, Calhoun has mentored dozens of players who have made their way into the NBA, with over 10 currently active. Among them, the most accomplished and renowned is undoubtedly Ray Allen, the 5th overall pick in the 1996 draft, who has recently faced challenges as the top loser of the year. Additionally, there is Richard Hamilton, the 7th overall pick in 1999, who earned a championship ring during the 2003-2004 season and continues to play for the Pistons. Jack Voskuhl, the 33rd overall pick in the 2002 round, who, despite currently lacking a contract in the NBA, has not relinquished his aspirations of returning. Karen Butler, the 10th overall pick in 2002, who is known as one of the former trio from the Wizards recently traded away. Emeka Okafor, the 2nd overall pick in 2004, who currently plays for the New Orleans Hornets. Ben Gordon, the 3rd overall pick in 2004, who now shares the court with his fellow alumnus Richard Hamilton on the Pistons. Charlie Villanueva, the 7th overall pick in 2005, who similarly plays for the Detroit Pistons. Rudy Gay, the 8th overall pick in 2006, had a commendable season with the Memphis Grizzlies, averaging 19.6 points and 5.9 rebounds, and is now a free agent, with high prospects for a lucrative contract renewal. Hilton Armstrong, the 12th overall pick in 2006, was recently waived by the Rockets, but remains hopeful of an NBA opportunity, with rumors of interest from the Wizards. Marcus Williams, the 22nd overall pick in 2006, played alongside former teammate Rudy Gay on the Grizzlies last season, but his performance has been subpar, leading to speculation that Memphis will not renew his contract. Josh Boone, the 23rd overall pick in 2006, has faced limited offensive capabilities, and, with his rookie contract expiring, it appears that the New Jersey Nets have no intentions of extending his tenure, nor do other NBA teams seem inclined to pursue him. Hashem Thabeet, the 2nd overall pick in 2009, is currently playing alongside his predecessors with the Memphis Grizzlies, though his prospects seem to be dwindling. In the 2009 NBA draft, A.J. Price, selected as the 25th overall pick by the Oklahoma City Thunder, with a team option of 2-2, was promptly traded to the Dallas Mavericks in exchange for B.J. Mullins, who had been chosen at 24th overall by the Mavericks. Price now plays alongside his former collegiate teammate, Karen Butler, in Dallas. Jeff Adrian, the 52nd overall pick in the second round of 2009, currently plays for the Indiana Pacers. A statistical analysis reveals that the majority of Jim Calhoun's prodigies are concentrated within the Detroit Pistons and the Memphis Grizzlies. This is largely due to Richard Hamilton's significant influence within the Pistons and Rudy Gay's outstanding performance with the Grizzlies. As for Ray Allen, despite being the most accomplished and renowned among this group of Yukon alumni, his voice within the Boston Celtics holds little weight, a fact well acknowledged by all. In this light, does it not become more comprehensible that last year the Memphis Grizzlies selected Thabeet with the second overall pick? The concept of the NBA conglomerate has, in fact, long existed. It is merely that no one has articulated this notion until now. The numerous disciples still active in the NBA, along with the intricate web of relationships they have cultivated, bestow upon Jim Calhoun a remarkable influence within the league. For instance, even though Karen Butler has been traded from the Wizards, he remains a source of valuable information. It is, of course, Jim Calhoun's ability to gather such detailed insights that underscores the goodwill being deliberately extended by the new ownership and management of the Wizards. They are pondering how to establish a connection with Dongfang Cheng, conveying their unwavering commitment to building the team around him as the unequivocal centerpiece. Now, they have been informed that Jim Calhoun is inquiring about the Wizards' developments and the fate of the first overall pick. Isn't it the perfect moment for a nap? Coinciding with the arrival of a pillow? They are undoubtedly seizing the opportunity. Chapter 53. Those who plant trees benefit future generations. Having consumed a calming elixir and understanding his belonging, Dongfang Cheng grew increasingly composed as he engaged in casual conversation with Jim Calhoun and others. He had gleaned some insights regarding the new owner and management of the Wizards, the Yao Ming effect and the LeBron effect. Dongfang Cheng was reaping the benefits laid down by his predecessors. The saying, "those who plant trees benefit future generations," aptly describes the current situation. Comparable to the status and authority of LeBron and Kobe within their teams, Dongfang Cheng understood that this privilege was likely time-sensitive. If he performed well, the duration of this privilege would naturally extend, perhaps indefinitely. Conversely, should his performance falter, this privilege might expire within 1 or 2 seasons, or even less. Ultimately, the status and authority within the team must be dictated by on-court performance and the advantages he brings to the team. Lost in thought, he inadvertently raised his gaze and once again caught the eager eyes of Thabeet. Along with Jim Calhoun's hesitant demeanor and the complex expressions of Kemba Walker and Stanley Robinson. After a moment's contemplation, Dongfang Cheng discerned the reasons behind their behaviors. What a clever calculation. The Wizards seemed to fear that he, like some past rookies, might refuse to serve the team that selected him, compelling the organization to trade him. But now they are attempting to bind him with the camaraderie of former teammates and alumni. Dongfang Cheng chuckled inwardly. Familiar alliances are inevitable in any field, not least in the competitive realm of basketball. As for the Wizards' stratagem, he did not take it to heart. They were already attempting to restrain him in this manner. This suggests that, perhaps, the reality is as Jim Calhoun, the well-connected coach from Yukon, has relayed, the new owner of the Wizards indeed holds him in high regard. The beginning is akin to the privileges currently enjoyed by LeBron and Kobe. All of this signifies that Dongfang Cheng will embark on a journey surpassing both LeBron and Kobe. In his rookie season, Kobe humbly occupied the bench, while LeBron, despite being a starter, still had the Cavaliers' veteran leader, Ricky Davis, alongside him. Only Durant, in the post-Jordan era, had a rookie season experience comparable to that of Dongfang Cheng. Upon joining their respective teams, both saw the departure of the established team leader, immediately establishing themselves as the cornerstone of the franchise. This can be seen as the management of the team learning from the lessons of their predecessors after LeBron. The same applies to the NBA, those who have paved the way for others to follow. Coach, grant me 2 to 4 years. And once I establish my footing with the Wizards, I will certainly assist my esteemed seniors and future juniors from Yukon. Thabeet, do not be anxious. Even if you do not step onto the court next season, focus on enhancing your training. Given the opportunity, I will advocate for the management to trade you to Washington. Dongfang Cheng glanced at Jim Calhoun and Thabeet in succession. Jim Calhoun nodded in satisfaction. Cheng, it is settled then. Hurry up and get me out of Memphis. Though Washington may not rival New York or Los Angeles, it is undoubtedly far better than Memphis. At that point, you and I shall dominate the NBA just as we did in our past at Yukon. Thabeet exclaimed with enthusiasm. He had long grown weary of the remote corner that was Memphis and the struggling Grizzlies. However, he failed to notice the faint furrow of Jim Calhoun's brow as he spoke. Calhoun merely observed Dongfang Cheng smiling nostalgically at Thabeet, revealing no sign of discontent, which is why he refrained from interrupting Thabeet. Calhoun had long understood that basketball players often possessed a simple mindset coupled with physical prowess. Alas, he sighed softly to himself. Senior Cheng, what about me? Have you considered my situation? Just as Calhoun was lost in thought, Kemba Walker interjected. Walker's timing was impeccable, and his tone and body language were quite appropriate. Walker, you are still early in your journey. Focus on how to lead the team to a three-peat. With Robinson and me gone, the challenges you will face next season will be even greater than what I encountered last year. Perhaps by then, your development will surpass mine, and I might find myself relying on you. Dongfang Cheng playfully chided. Senior Robinson, sometimes draft position is crucial, while at other times it is not. With hard work, anyone can shine. By then, I may even seek your collaboration. After conversing with Jim Calhoun, Thabeet, and Kemba Walker, Dongfang Cheng did not forget about the quiet Stanley Robinson. I hope so. Robinson's response, though sparse, brought a flicker of joy to him, as he appreciated Dongfang Cheng's initiative to engage him. As they chatted, they arrived at Madison Square Garden. Dongfang Cheng, he has arrived. This year, unlike the last. A swarm of reporters surrounded Dongfang Cheng as he appeared outside the arena. Names like Thabeet and Jim Calhoun were momentarily overlooked. In competitive sports, the victor claims the crown. In the realm of media, popularity reigns supreme. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my friends in the media and to the vast community of basketball enthusiasts for their unwavering support. I, Dongfang Cheng, shall strive with utmost dedication to ensure that I do not disappoint you all. After striking several poses, Dongfang Cheng smiled confidently and made this promise to the public. His resounding words resonated through the live broadcast, reaching the ears of fans not only in America, but across the globe. Intriguingly, he exhibited a maturity surpassing that of LeBron, handling media interviews with an ease that belied his youth. At that moment, as Dongfang Cheng was engulfed by a throng of reporters, the new owner of the Wizards, Ted Leonsis, happened to stroll by with Early Glenfield, Tommy Shepard, and Philip Sanders. Boss, the draft is about to commence. We need to prepare. A secretary reminded Ted Leonsis as he paused. Raising his hand, Ted gestured for his secretary to cease speaking. Today, for Ted Leonsis and the Washington Wizards, Dongfang Cheng represented their utmost priority. Ted Leonsis and the management team of the Wizards observed from the sidelines as Dongfang Cheng conversed eloquently with the media, received his medical report from agent Philo Spencer, and exchanged pleasantries with his high school coach, Steele Lidar. Indeed, he was a man of deep loyalty and affection. Ted Leonsis reflected inwardly, sensing a connection. At that moment, Dongfang Cheng appeared to perceive something, turning to glance in the direction where Ted Leonsis stood. They exchanged nods of acknowledgement. Everything was understood without words. Chapter 54. Dongfang Cheng's draft report. Is there still no news from the Wizards? Are they dissatisfied with our offer? At Madison Square Garden, the NBA team executives who had entered early awaited the new owner of the Wizards. They sought to ascertain what price would compel the Wizards to part with their coveted first overall pick. Meanwhile, they found themselves lost in thought, staring at Dongfang Cheng's medical examination report. The NBA rookie evaluation consists of medical reports, physical tests, shooting assessments, team interviews, and media engagements. Medical reports are distributed uniformly to teams within specific draft ranks. For instance, the first pick is allocated to teams within the top 10 ranks, the 26th pick to teams within the top 15, and the 710th pick to teams within the top 25 ranks. This section aims to ensure that the physical health of rookie players meets the requirements of the NBA. As a predicted top draft pick, Dongfang Cheng's medical examination report is known by all teams that draw a position within the top 10. A secret, once known by a second person, ceases to be an absolute secret. Moreover, Dongfang Cheng's medical report is at least known to 10 teams and numerous executives. Given the intricate web of relationships within the NBA, those with intent have long since acquired their own copies of Dongfang Cheng's medical examination report. Name, Dongfang Cheng. Gender, male. Age, 18. 5 years, born December 31st, 1991. Height, 199 centimeters. The skeletal growth plates are nearly completely closed, suggesting he may only grow about 1 centimeter more. Weight, 96 kilograms as a rookie eligible for the NBA draft, apart from voluntarily participating in the 5v5 combine. He must complete all other assessments, including physical examinations, shooting tests, team interviews, and media training. The physical tests encompass a series of fitness evaluations to assess the rookie's physical conditioning and athletic prowess. Shooting test. Rookies are required to undertake shooting tests to evaluate their basketball skills and accuracy. Team interviews and media sessions. Rookies must also participate in team interviews and media sessions to assess their communication skills and adaptability to the team environment. Furthermore, if a rookie is unable to attend the combine, they must later make up for the missed testing to retain eligibility for the draft. Although Dongfang Cheng did not participate in the combine, he completed other medical assessments on May 20, 2010. Dongfang Cheng's measurement data includes barefoot height of 199 centimeters, approximately 6 feet 6 inches, weight of 96 kilograms, approximately 212 pounds, wingspan of 215 centimeters, 7 feet 1 inch. Body fat percentage of 7. 3. Vertical leap of 197 centimeters, approximately 40 inches, running jump of 119. 73 centimeters, approximately 47 inches. Maximum bench press of 156 kilograms, approximately 345 pounds, 100-meter sprint time of approximately 10.6 seconds, 3-second lane agility time of 10.89 seconds, 34-yard sprint, 22.86 meters, in 2.79 seconds, and 1.031 consecutive jump rope skips. The physical assessment data is remarkably comparable to that of a young LeBron James. Both individuals are of similar age, one having a birth registration date of December 31st and the other December 30th. In terms of physical prowess, they exhibit strengths and weaknesses. Yet overall they are quite comparable. Most notably, in shooting tests, Dongfang Cheng has significantly outperformed LeBron James during his rookie season. The shooting evaluations consisted of dribble shots, catch-and-shoot attempts, and stationary shots, with each method involving 25 attempts, culminating in a total of 75 three-point shots. Dongfang Cheng achieved 23 out of 25 for dribble shots, 23 out of 25 for catch-and-shoot, and 24 out of 25 for stationary shots. Furthermore, during team interviews and media sessions, Dongfang Cheng exhibited a level of maturity surpassing that of the young LeBron James. In summary, Dongfang Cheng is a physically comparable athlete, lacking in weaknesses, yet possessing advanced shooting skills and elevated basketball IQ, akin to an enhanced version of LeBron James. The draft report on Dongfang Cheng states the following strengths. 1. His vision and passing abilities set him apart. An athlete who combines height with ball handling skills is exceedingly rare. Historically, only a select few, like Magic Johnson, have possessed such traits. 2. Most importantly, his physique is exceptional. The sky is truly the limit for him. He has sculpted his body to be extraordinarily powerful, with a weight of precisely 212 pounds and a remarkably low body fat percentage. At 18, Dongfang already boasts an NBA-ready physique. 3. Throughout high school and college, he has demonstrated proficiency in all aspects of the point guard and shooting guard positions, and even possesses the necessary talents for the small forward role. 4. When you have a player with exceptional passing skills, you instinctively want him to lead every offensive play, making the point guard position his natural domain. Likewise, with a scoring specialist capable of clutch performances, you desire him to be the one to conclude each possession, establishing the shooting guard role as his true realm. As a prodigious talent embodying both skill sets, Dongfang has navigated and triumphed over the media's sensationalism. 5. Among all draft candidates this year, none surpassed Dongfang in talent. And he has also secured an NCAA championship and MLP. His advantages over contemporaneous draftees are starkly evident. Weaknesses. 1. As a gifted individual excelling academically, athletically, and in investments. How long can Dongfang maintain focus in the realm of sports? Will he continue to strive for improvement in his game? 2. Dongfang must alter his playing style. Prior to the release of his physical assessment data, I found it almost unbelievable that he could possess a vertical leap and reach comparable to LeBron's. A floor-bound playing style fails to captivate audiences. 3. At times, Dongfang tends to coast during games, especially when his team has a commanding lead, which could detract from the viewer's experience. Ceiling. Michael Jordan floor. Carmelo Anthony. The management teams of various NBA franchises are undoubtedly salivating over the information at hand. Such prodigious talents are coveted by every NBA team. Whenever there exists even the slightest opportunity, they will exert their utmost efforts to seize it. Even the Cavaliers exemplify this fervor. The king of the Cavaliers, LeBron James, has long lamented the inability of his team to provide him with adequate support. If he were to welcome an exceptional rookie capable of rivaling his prowess, could he still bemoan the lack of assistance? This year marks the final year of LeBron James's contract. Should he return the Eastern prodigy to Cleveland, it would significantly aid in his re-signing. Moreover, even if LeBron James, who now seems inclined to depart, were to leave, the Cavaliers would have a new king to cultivate. LeBron James, the current monarch, appears to be contemplating an exit. Cavaliers owner Dan Gilbert has issued a stringent directive to the management. Securing this year's first overall pick from the Wizards is imperative. The Cavaliers are resolute in their pursuit of the Eastern talent. Boss Ted Leonsis, the new owner of the Wizards, alongside his basketball operations president and general manager Ernie Grunfeld, assistant general manager Tommy Shepard, and head coach Phil Sanders, has arrived. As team owners and management await with bated breath, the Wizards' new owner and his entourage have finally concluded their evaluation of the Eastern prospect and entered Madison Square Garden. Let us proceed to meet them. This represents the initial reactions of various NBA team owners and management. Only by meeting with the new owner of the Wizards, Ted Leonsis, can one truly ascertain the genuine value of the Wizards' coveted first overall pick. No, I cannot proceed. Such hasty actions would only arouse suspicion within the Wizards, allowing them to exploit the situation to inflate their asking price. Inquire discreetly about whether the Wizards still harbor intentions to trade the first overall pick and what their actual valuation might be. Once many NBA team owners and executives grasped the situation, they began issuing instructions to their subordinates. Boss, the Wizards have just publicly declared that their first overall pick is not for sale. They are determined to utilize it to select that prodigious talent from the Eastern Conference. This is the response from the subordinates to numerous NBA team owners and management. Chapter 55, selected as the first overall pick in the NBA draft. What a shock. Did the Wizards just pull a fast one on us? If the first overall pick was never for sale, what was the point of initially hinting at a trade? Many team owners and executives were left infuriated upon receiving this news. Did they explain the sudden change in their decision? Once they regained their composure, several owners and management personnel began to inquire into the reasons behind the Wizards' shift in stance, quickly brainstorming potential responses. The Wizards had just clarified their reasoning for this change of heart. They expressed their belief in the collective judgment of the management across the 28 teams in the NBA. They did not believe that all 28 teams were lacking in insight. The subordinate reported this back. What do the Wizards mean by that? Wait a moment. Could it be that all 28 teams have made offers for the first overall pick? If that were the case, even a fool would recognize the absurdity of it. No one would willingly part with the coveted pick. Wasn't it agreed that there was a high probability of the Eastern prospect underperforming? Upon receiving this information, many team owners and executives continued to curse their counterparts in other organizations while feeling utterly defeated. They understood that the Wizards' first overall pick was now unattainable. The Eastern prospect was also out of reach. The Wizards would undoubtedly use the first overall pick to secure the Eastern talent and bring him to Washington. The revelation that all 28 teams had made offers for the first overall pick was a deliberate strategy by the Wizards' new owner, Ted Leonsis, aimed at alleviating the pressure he had placed on the management of all NBA teams. He intended to convey to the other NBA team owners and executives that he had initially fallen into their trap. However, they had not coordinated well and revealed a flaw in their plan. It became evident that Ted Leonsis' approach was effective. At the very least, the other NBA team owners were not solely cursing him. They were also blaming their fellow colleagues for their lack of success. In reality, even if they realized that the new owner of the Wizards was merely testing them with the notion of trading the first overall pick, they were hesitant to voice their concerns, as they had been the ones plotting against the Wizards' coveted pick in the first place. It was merely a game of wits between old foxes, and they had miscalculated. However, their scheming, coupled with the Wizards' probing, surprisingly led to a scenario where all 29 NBA teams, including the Wizards, vied for the first overall pick in the Eastern talent, which ultimately was publicly acknowledged by the new owner of the Wizards. This truly is a remarkable opportunity for the Washington Wizards and Dongfang Cheng. They have unwittingly garnered a wave of attention and set new records. The new owner of the Wizards certainly knows how to seize the moment and create a buzz. Fortunately, there remains a solitary team that has refrained from making an offer for the Wizards' coveted first overall pick. Otherwise, the situation might have been quite different. However, is it genuinely the case that only one team has abstained from bidding? Or could the Wizards be engaging in a clever ruse to generate excitement? As reason prevails and the broader picture becomes clear, many team owners and executives are beginning to contemplate their next strategic moves and alternative plans. As proprietors and management of NBA teams, they have long been accustomed to devising multiple strategies. Alas, alternatives invariably fall somewhat short compared to the original plan. Amidst the bustling activities of NBA team management, the 2010 NBA draft commenced. Dongfang Cheng and his entourage occupied the most prominent spot in the green room. When Davidson stepped onto the main stage, the atmosphere instantly erupted into a cacophony, followed shortly by a chorus of boos. The jeering of the president has become a customary feature of the NBA draft. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2010 NBA draft. Stern's address was succinct, swiftly arriving at the crux of the matter. The first pick belonged to the Washington Wizards, who were granted 5 minutes to deliberate. Stern proclaimed the allocation of the first overall pick. As the overwhelming favorite, Dongfang Cheng, with his extraordinary performance and comprehensive statistics in the NCAA, was almost entirely captured by the broadcast cameras at that moment. In those fleeting 5 minutes, time seemed to accelerate, for the Washington Wizards had already made their decision. Indeed, after a brief interlude, Stern returned to the stage to announce the recipient of the coveted first overall pick. In the 2010 NBA draft, the Washington Wizards selected the shooting guard from the University of Connecticut, DeAndre. Positioned at the center of the stage, DeAndre was fully prepared as Stern concluded his announcement. He rose with a smile, embraced those around him, accepted the cap handed to him by the staff, and with a buoyant stride, ascended the stage to share a moment with League Commissioner Davidson before participating in an interview. These are the established procedures for the NBA draft. The audience is applauding for Dongfang Cheng, their admiration evident. After all, Dongfang Cheng, the first overall pick, has demonstrated unparalleled dominance during his time in the NCAA. This contrasts sharply with the original timeline's prodigy, John Wall. Eastern Cheng feels no remorse for usurping Wall's position as the first overall pick, for it is a triumph earned through merit. During the 2009-10 NCAA regular season, Eastern Cheng participated in all 31 games, averaging 33.2 minutes, contributing 28.4 points, 5 assists, and 6.5 rebounds. In the exhilarating month of March, he played an average of 34.5 minutes across 6 games, delivering 28 points, 7 rebounds, and 7.5 assists. In stark comparison, John Wall averaged only 6 points, 6.5 assists, and 4.3 rebounds that same season, overshadowed by Eastern Cheng's remarkable performance. Nevertheless, in the original timeline, Wall's achievements are commendable. He is not merely a lackluster first pick. His career honors include being named to the NBA All-Defensive Second Team in the 2014-15 season, the NBA All-Star Third Team in the 2016-17 season, and a 5-time NBA All-Star. It remains uncertain which team would acquire such a talent in this timeline. However, these considerations are of little consequence to Eastern Cheng now. As the chosen rookie and undoubtedly the favored first pick, his immediate concern lies in navigating the fervent inquiries of the journalists before him. Cheng, you have made history. There have been persistent rumors regarding the incompatibility of MOP and the NBA draft, suggesting that a 21st century MOP could never become the first overall pick. As the first MOP first pick of the 21st century, what message do you wish to convey to the aspiring athletes of the NCAA? This is the official reporter for the NCAA, an immensely significant voice within the realm of American basketball. The NBA and NCAA naturally draw upon each other's popularity. Personally, I believe that the NBA draft places excessive emphasis on data. The players of championship teams are undeniably formidable when teammates are equally strong. The statistics of championship players will inevitably be influenced. Dongfang Cheng articulated the most prevalent explanation and viewpoint regarding this issue among American basketball fans. Nonconformity is not Dongfang Cheng's style. Rather, harmony with the crowd is. Cheng, what is your situation then? The NCAA journalist wished to press further. Yet how could Dongfang Cheng publicly confront the media with such remarks that might offend his teammates? Does one truly believe that Dongfang Cheng would stoop to such levels? He simply bypassed the journalist and pointed to the next reporter. One question per person serves as an effective excuse to evade malicious inquiries. Cheng, you stated last year that upon successfully entering the NBA, You would donate your entire first-year salary, after taxes, to the Linshungren orphanage. Furthermore, in the subsequent years, you pledge to contribute half of your salary, after taxes, to the same institution. Will you honor this commitment? This is a reporter from the host city, New York. Clearly, he attended the press conference held last year at the orphanage of the forest people. Upon hearing the reporter's question, the other journalists fell silent. Even the NCAA reporter, who had just spoken, was rendered mute, gazing intently at Dongfang Cheng. The rest were merely indulging in trivial entertainment gossip. Now, this is the essence of true value. People only comprehend heartache and reluctance when faced with matters that directly affect their own interests. In response to the New York reporter's inquiry, Dongfang Cheng chuckled lightly and replied, "Of course." A wave of astonishment swept through the reporters below, quickly followed by the sound of camera shutters. However, upon further reflection, they began to understand Dongfang Cheng's choice. Given his current popularity, his salary may not constitute his primary source of income. Endorsements are where the substantial earnings lie. Nevertheless, Dongfang Cheng's ability to fulfill his promises is indeed worthy of attention. Chapter 56. The Thunder owe the NBA a historic record with the dust settled on the first overall pick. Ted Leonsis departed the Wizards draft office. In preparation for the NBA draft, Madison Square Garden had already designated 30 offices of similar size for the management of the 30 NBA teams. The Wizards' subsequent draft affairs could be entrusted to President of Basketball Operations and General Manager Ernie Grunfeld, Assistant General Manager Tommy Shepard, and Head Coach Flip Saunders. As Ted Leonsis approached the interview area, he witnessed Dongfang Cheng fulfilling his promise from last year, which garnered widespread acclaim from the journalists present, sacrificing small gains for greater recognition. This young man, Dongfang Cheng, is an astute investor. Ted Leonsis nodded to himself. Intelligent individuals are often easier to negotiate with, provided their interests are adequately met, much like Ted Leonsis himself. What he fears most are those impulsive, naive youths. Ted. Dongfang has just stated he will uphold his promise. Will you be transferring his salary directly to the orphanage of the forest people? Ted, we heard you initially considered trading the first overall pick. What prompted you to change your mind? Ted, has the Wizards already committed to rebuilding around Dongfang? Will arenas be traded? As Ted appeared, the reporters gathered in front of Dongfang Cheng began to disperse. The newly appointed owner of the Wizards, Ted, found himself at the center of numerous inquiries, with many fans eager to learn the answers to these pressing questions. These are all about traffic, popularity, and currency. Ladies and gentlemen, let us engage one at a time. I have appeared here to communicate with you all. Ted Leonsis extended his hands, pressing down as though to calm the assembly. I previously lingered in the NHL, but this marks my inaugural foray into the NBA. At this pivotal moment, the Wizards have secured the first overall pick, a divine sign bestowed upon me. I assure all fans that I will diligently manage the Wizards and strive to bring the championship trophy back to Washington. Taking a breath, Ted Leonsis continued, addressing the pressing concerns of the journalists present with a unified response. Regarding the commitment made by Dongfang to donate to the orphans of the forest, should Dongfang agree, the Wizards are prepared to allocate his entitled salary entirely to the orphans of the forest. The Wizards will adhere to tax regulations, ensuring that the donation tax deductions maximize the benefits for the orphans of the forest. As for the much-discussed trade concerning the Wizards' first overall pick, I must first extend my apologies to Dongfang. At this juncture, Ted Leonsis bowed slightly towards Dongfang Cheng, who was similarly surrounded by reporters not far away. It must be noted that Ted Leonsis possesses an understanding of the art of performance. As a newcomer to the NBA, my comprehension of Dongfang's value was insufficient. However, the trade inquiries from other NBA teams have bolstered my confidence. At this point, Ted Leonsis inhaled deeply. Of the 30 teams in the NBA, apart from our own Wizards, a remarkable 28 teams have either made offers for the first overall pick or inquired about its trade value. What are their intentions, and who is their target? I believe the journalists present are well aware. Ted Leonsis gazed at the reporters encircling him and then glanced back at Dongfang Cheng, breaking into a light smile. I am a rookie in the NBA. Had it only been the opinions of the Wizards management, I might have harbored doubts. Yet, with the consensus of 29 teams' management echoing the same sentiments, it has become abundantly clear to me the capability and value of Dongfang. I have reached a mutual understanding with the Wizards management. In the new season, we shall undoubtedly build the team around Dongfang as the absolute core. We will not allow the injustices faced by LeBron to be repeated with Dongfang. This summer, As the trading period commences, Arenas will depart Washington. Ted Leonsis' words resonated powerfully. As he continuously surveyed the reporters surrounding him while occasionally monitoring Dongfang Cheng's movements from a distance. Upon hearing Ted Leonsis' declarations, the surrounding reporters erupted in astonishment. Given the performance of the Wizards trio over the past few seasons, the team's rebuilding process had long been anticipated by all journalists. However, no one expected that the owner, Ted Leonsis, would explicitly state that Gilbert Arenas would undoubtedly be traded during this summer's transaction period. Such a declaration will undoubtedly prompt other NBA teams interested in Gilbert Arenas to seize the opportunity to drive down the price. Even in a bid to establish an undisputed authority for Dongfang Cheng within the Wizards, team owner Ted Leonsis should refrain from such actions. Furthermore, while Dongfang Cheng may hold the title of first overall pick, he is yet to substantiate his prowess in the NBA. Is it truly warranted for the Wizards to forge an absolute dominance for him among players? What astonished journalists the most was Ted Leonsis' assertion that a remarkable 28 teams had expressed interest in acquiring the first overall pick. Do NBA teams genuinely hold Dongfang Cheng in such high regard? Or could it be that this is merely a fabrication by Ted Leonsis, aimed at generating buzz? After all, the fact that Leonsis did not disclose which NBA team refrained from bidding for the Wizards' top pick suggests that not all NBA teams are vying for it. Those teams that did not place a bid may believe they are the sole ones abstaining from pursuing the Wizards' top selection. The management of the Oklahoma City Thunder has deprived the NBA of a crucial record: the collective contention among the league's 30 teams for the first overall pick, vying for Dongfang Cheng's talents. The Thunder owe Dongfang Cheng, and indeed the NBA, a historic record. As journalists ponder these developments, Ted Leonsis' voice, imbued with a blend of laughter and pride, resonates. Upon Leonsis explicitly identifying which team had not bid for the Wizards' first overall pick, the speculations swirling in the minds of some journalists were swiftly dispelled. A mere ploy for attention would not dare to name names so directly. While Ted Leonsis was engaged in an interview with reporters, Dongfang Cheng was simultaneously being interviewed by journalists from Washington State, Connecticut, and numerous official reporters from over a dozen countries across Asia. Ultimately, the NBA is simply a sport designed for public entertainment. The media and fans constitute the foundation of the NBA. Moreover, in light of the power of belief, Dongfang Cheng cannot decline opportunities that would enhance his renown. Even as the number of journalists increases and their questions become increasingly offbeat, Dongfang Cheng must maintain a commendable patience in addressing each inquiry. In this world, there are no effortless occupations. Even for NBA players, their path is fraught with challenges. Naturally, their remuneration far surpasses that of 99% of jobs worldwide. The effort invested is indeed well worth the reward. Once the requisite interviews concluded, Dongfang Cheng momentarily found himself with some leisure time. At this juncture, the first round of the 2010 NBA draft has long since concluded, and over half of the second round's roster has been disclosed. Chapter 57. The conclusion of the 2010 NBA draft. Unsurprisingly, among all the players from the University of Connecticut Huskies, aside from the illustrious Dongfang Cheng, only Stanley Robinson was selected in the first round at the 23rd position by the Minnesota Timberwolves. This 23rd pick is slightly more favorable than what American sports websites had forecasted for the tail end of the first round, positioning it within the mid to latter section of the first round, surpassing the original timeline. In this alternate timeline, Stanley Robinson supplanted Trevor Booker, who in the original timeline was a competent NBA rotation player during his prime. Over a decade in the NBA, he appeared in 532 games, averaging 23 minutes per game with contributions of 6, 9 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 assists. In the original timeline, after the Minnesota Timberwolves selected Trevor Booker, they promptly packaged him along with the 56th overall pick of the second round to trade with the Washington Wizards, acquiring the 30th overall pick of the first round and the 35th overall pick of the second round in return. In reality, Stanley Robinson's selection mirrored this exact narrative. Exceeding expectations with his draft position, he was chosen early by the Minnesota Timberwolves, who leveraged him in a trade with the Washington Wizards. The rationale behind the Wizards' acceptance of this trade is all too evident. Moreover, this was not the Timberwolves' first transaction at this draft. They had previously bundled the 16th pick, Luke Babbitt, along with forward Ryan Gomez to acquire Martell Webster from the Portland Trail Blazers. Despite Dongfang Cheng being selected as the first overall pick and Stanley Robinson being chosen at the 23rd position, The University of Connecticut did not emerge as the primary victor of this draft. The true champions, akin to the original timeline, were the University of Kentucky. Even though Kentucky reached only the Elite Eight this year, just as in the original timeline, they produced the first overall pick of the 2010 draft, John Wall, and astonishingly had 4 additional players selected in the first round. This achievement renders them the first university in history to have 5 players simultaneously selected in the first round of a single draft. It has indeed created a remarkable milestone. In the NBA draft, it is not solely the NCAA performance of a university that determines the number of players recognized by NBA teams. Rather, it is contingent upon the potential of the players and the specific needs of the NBA teams. For instance, in 2006, despite the University of Connecticut only reaching the Elite Eight, the number of players chosen was astonishingly high. In this temporal realm, although Eastern Cheng has eclipsed John Wall's position as the first overall pick through his performance on the court and impressive statistics, John Wall was nonetheless selected as the 4th pick in the first round by the Minnesota Timberwolves, due to previous trades over the past few seasons. The Timberwolves possessed a considerable number of draft picks in this year's NBA draft. The original first overall pick falling to the 4th position serves as a testament that the NBA draft does not strictly adhere to a descending order. Each team harbors unique needs for players, and consequently, the value of the same player varies across different teams. The player who was displaced by John Wall was Wesley Johnson, an NBA fringe player. Despite being the 4th pick, he was even considered less favorable than Trevor Booker, who was selected at the 23rd position after being supplanted by Stanley Robinson in the original timeline. In the original timeline, Wesley Johnson traversed multiple teams during his 4-year rookie tenure, ultimately fading into obscurity. In this temporal realm, the selection of John Wall by the Minnesota Timberwolves, facilitated by Dongfang Cheng, has proven to be immensely beneficial. However, one cannot help but ponder whether this iteration of John Wall will thrive in a new environment. Among the 5 players hailing from the University of Kentucky, only John Wall fell to the 4th pick to join the Timberwolves, while the draft positions of the other 4 players remained unchanged compared to the original timeline. DeMarcus Cousins was selected 5th by the Kings. Patrick Patterson was chosen 14th by the Rockets. Eric Bledsoe was drafted 18th by the Thunder before being traded to the Clippers. And Daniel Orton was picked 29th by the Magic. Although the University of Kentucky emerged as the most successful institution in this year's NBA draft, the University of Connecticut also achieved commendable results, despite not securing any picks in the original timeline. In addition to Dongfang Cheng and Stanley Robinson being selected in the first round, the reason for the Yukon Huskies' success this year, having reached the finals, led to their star player, Dyson McKinney, being chosen in the second round as the 59th overall pick by the Orlando Magic. Dyson McKinney, who in the original timeline was a player absent from the annals of NBA history, has thus contributed to a significant alteration of history by Dongfang Cheng. This year, Yukon's performance in the draft was commendable, not inferior to the previous year, wherein Yukon players also had 2 first-round selections. With Dyson McKinney's selection as the 59th overall pick in the second round, the NBA draft officially approached its conclusion. After nearly 5 hours of 2 rounds of selections, the 27 participating teams, with the Cavaliers, Nuggets, and Bobcats lacking draft picks due to trades, showcased their strategies, acquiring their desired talents through trades and selections. Soon, it was time for the ceremonial photograph. At this moment, Dongfang Cheng noticed his former teammate from Kong University, Stanley Robinson, and Dyson McKinney, who had not been invited into the green room. According to NBA regulations, rookies who are not invited to the green room during the draft year are prohibited from appearing as part of the entourage in this exclusive area. However, for the purpose of commemorative photographs, all first-round and second-round picks are required to participate. The group photo at the NBA draft is a significant component of the event, and every selected player, whether chosen in the first round or the second, is expected to partake in this ceremonial snapshot. The draft ceremony group photograph serves as a significant moment to showcase newly inducted players, providing a platform to present the latest cohort of NBA athletes to fans worldwide. While the second-round selections may attract relatively less attention, they remain an integral part of the NBA, and their participation is crucial in illustrating the league's diversity and inclusivity. Furthermore, engaging in the draft ceremony is a gesture of respect towards fans and media, contributing to the enhancement of their public image and recognition. This year, 7 players from Canada participated in the draft, with 3 being selected, achieving remarkable success. In fact, the likelihood of NBA draft prospects going undrafted is not exceedingly high, significantly easier than the rigorous examinations faced in the past. Those lacking confidence typically refrain from entering the draft, thus avoiding self-deprecation. For instance, during the 2010 NBA draft, the early registration deadline revealed that only 69 NCAA non-graduating players and 16 international prospects under 22 had registered, with the remainder being graduating players. The American Sports League mandates that all collegiate basketball athletes automatically enter the NBA draft pool post-graduation, though they may also declare for the draft at any point between high school graduation and the completion of their collegiate education. In this temporal realm, due to the intrusion and influence of Dongfang Cheng, the number of non-graduating players from the United States and international rookies under the age of 22 is merely 76. With the completion of the group photo, the 2010 NBA draft has come to a close. Everyone must now strive for the upcoming season. However, during this off-season, prior to the commencement of the summer trade market in 2010, Dongfang Cheng and the Washington Wizards captured the most attention within the American sports sphere. No one anticipated that the Wizards' new owner, Ted Leonsis, would outmaneuver the management of all other NBA teams. Furthermore, this maneuver not only caught others off guard, but also revealed that a total of 28 teams in the NBA were keenly interested in the highly sought-after top draft pick, Dongfang Cheng, subtly signaling their intentions for a trade to the Wizards. History. This is indeed a historic event. However, the selection made by the Oklahoma City Thunder slightly tarnishes this momentous occasion, diminishing its impact just a notch. If all 29 other NBA teams, excluding the holder of the first overall pick, had simultaneously made offers for that coveted selection, it would have truly sent shockwaves throughout the global basketball community. Nevertheless, the stir created in the realm of basketball worldwide is undeniably significant. In this process, the Thunder, whose historical impact has somewhat diminished, has emerged as a team nearly on par with the Wizards in the realm of popularity. Many fans ponder what has instilled such confidence in the Thunder, rendering them so unconventional. The likes of Durant, Westbrook, Ibaka, Cephalosha, Perkins, and Harden have once again captured the attention of the media and fans alike, igniting fervent discussions. Naturally, the discourse also encompasses the fact that the Wizards' new owner, Ted Leonsis, has proven himself astute, refraining from the folly of selling the first overall pick. The trade requests for the first pick from the management of the other 28 NBA teams have salvaged Ted Leonsis and the Wizards' management. Such a decision is evident to even the simplest minds, who recognize the value of the top draft pick. No one in their right mind would persist in trading away such an asset. Chapter 58. The rookie contract of Dongfang Cheng. Currently, numerous sneaker brands have extended endorsement offers, including Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, Thabeet, and Reebok. However, the most sincere proposals come from only Nike, Adidas, and Thabeet. These brands possess substantial financial resources and are willing to invest, thereby presenting us with satisfactory offers. Nike has proposed a 7-year contract worth $90 million, mirroring the deal once offered to LeBron. Adidas has made the highest offer at $110 million over 7 years, yet only $80 million is fully guaranteed, with the remaining $30 million contingent upon Dongfang Cheng meeting certain conditions. Thabeet, a brand from the Great Eastern Nation, has made the most earnest offer, proposing a 7-year contract for $100 million, fully guaranteed. On July 5, 2010, within a villa in Washington, D.C., close friend and agent Philo Spencer engaged in discussions with Dongfang Cheng regarding the paramount sneaker endorsement contract intrinsic to a professional athlete's career. Following the conclusion of the NBA draft on June 24, 2010, Dongfang Cheng mingled with family and friends for several days before arriving in Washington on June 29, accompanied by Philo Spencer. Through the introduction of Ted Leonsis, the owner of the Wizards, they procured a fully furnished villa of approximately 500 square feet, valued at around $6 million, located in the district where the Wizards are based. Although property prices in Washington are not inexpensive, they are comparatively more affordable than the affluent Manhattan area of New York City, particularly given the recommendation from the Wizards' new owner, Philo Spencer. In late August 2009, Dongfang Cheng lent $13 million to Anna in accordance with their agreement, while also purchasing a red BMW worth approximately $400,000 for Min Shia and a Manhattan apartment valued around $2.7 million. He contributed $2 million to the Linshungren orphanage. coupled with legal fees and other miscellaneous expenses. Dongfang Cheng's total expenditures in 2009 amounted to about 19 million. Through sporadic lottery winnings during the 2009 to 2010 period, he earned around 4 million. Despite Min Xia's investments costing him approximately 8 million, Dongfang Cheng anticipated a discrete recovery of about 5 million from the 2010 FIFA World Cup in South Africa during June and July. With ample funds at his disposal and the newfound attention from the Wizards' ownership and management, Dongfang Cheng felt confident that his tenure with the Washington Wizards would be significant. The prospect of home ownership, as opposed to renting, seemed prudent given the lower property taxes in Washington compared to New York. The United States operates under a federal system, with varying policies across states. While New York State imposes the highest property tax rate at 3, Washington, D.C., despite being the nation's capital, has a property tax rate of less than one of the property's value, according to local policy. This implies that even if the property value is considerably high, the annual property tax will not pose a burden. Furthermore, the East has acquired a villa directly in Washington, D.C., introduced by Ted Leonsis, the new owner of the Wizards, without any advance salary payment. This also serves as a declaration from Dongfang Cheng to the owner and management of the Wizards, indicating that he has no immediate intention of departing from the team. Simultaneously, he conveys that basketball is not his sole source of income or livelihood, urging them not to pressure him. After all, the expenses incurred from purchasing an apartment have already surpassed his annual salary, and he has not sought an advance on his wages from the Wizards. Furthermore, Dongfang Cheng has previously arranged with the team to transfer his pledged donation to the Linshungren orphanage directly to the organization's corporate account, while also following the charitable donation tax deduction process. In the United States, charitable contributions can benefit from tax credits or deductions, a policy designed to encourage individuals and corporations to engage in philanthropic activities. For individuals, these deductions are typically based on annual taxable income, with a maximum deduction limit often set at 50% of their income. This implies that the greater the donations, the corresponding increase in deductible tax amounts will effectively reduce the payable tax. According to the NBA's collective bargaining agreement, first-round rookies are granted a 2-1-1 contract, with the first 2 years fully guaranteed, while the third and fourth years are subject to team options, and the salary figures are determined by the league, allowing for fluctuations between 80% and 120% of the stipulated amount. However, since the inception of this regulation, contracts for first-round picks exceeding 90 have predominantly been signed at the upper limit of 120. Even last year's second overall pick, Thabeet, whose value has diminished, secured a contract with the Memphis Grizzlies at the maximum of 120. After all, these are selections that the teams hold in high regard and deserve a modicum of respect. The signing of Dongfang Cheng with the Washington Wizards similarly adhered to this increase, reaching the highest threshold of 120. On July 1st, during the contract signing, the Wizards hosted a considerable press conference to generate excitement for Dongfang Cheng. Following the increase to 120, Dongfang Cheng's salary amounts to 4 years totaling 24.36 million, allocated as follows: 5. 14 million for the 2010 to 2011 season, 5. 53 million for the 2011 to 2012 season, 6. 23 million for the 2012 to 2013 season, and 7. 46 million for the 2013 to 2014 season. The latter 2 years are, per the NBA's collective bargaining agreement, designated as team options. Although the contract has been signed, this sum will not be disbursed to Dongfang Cheng in a lump sum. Even the salary for the 2010 to 2011 season will not be released all at once. The salaries of NBA players are distributed in installments. Specifically, NBA players receive their salaries in 24 installments throughout the year, with payments made on the 1st and 15th of each month, thus allowing for a total of 24 disbursement opportunities within the year. This method of disbursement reflects the NBA's meticulous consideration of player salary management, ensuring that athletes receive a stable income. Moreover, the NBA allows players to select different payment frequencies according to their individual needs. Should a player's salary exceed the minimum wage, they have the option to receive their compensation either bi-monthly over 6 months, totaling 12 payments, or monthly over the course of 12 months, culminating in 24 payments. This flexibility reflects the NBA's humane considerations in salary management, catering to the diverse needs of various players. For rookie players, The NBA allows them to receive an advance on their salaries, with the amount determined through negotiation between the player and the team. As for jersey numbers, Dongfang Cheng has chosen to retain the same number he wore during his high school and college years, number 1. In Dongfang Cheng's original timeline, the number 1 symbolizes uniqueness and a new beginning, while numbers 23, 24, and 8 also hold significance. These jersey numbers undoubtedly possess an inherent allure. Yet Dongfang Cheng is not in need of such allure. What he truly desires is that in the future, when basketball players and enthusiasts mention the number 1, it will evoke an immediate association with him, much like how the number 23 conjures the image of Michael Jordan, or the numbers 24 and 8 evoke the memory of Kobe Bryant. Nike's offer of $90 million over 7 years, Adidas, $110 million for the same duration, and Antaz $100 million are indeed impressive. However, Philo, there is no need for haste. Let us engage in discussions at a measured pace. Dongfang Cheng replied calmly across the table from Philo Spencer. It must be acknowledged that Philo Spencer is indeed capable, as this marks their initial communication. The proposals from Nike, Adidas, and Antaz are on the verge of surpassing the rookie contract record set by LeBron in his time. Yet, that was in 2003. Now, it is 2010. Taking into account inflation and other factors, such a rookie sneaker endorsement contract can only be deemed as superior to Durant's yet inferior to LeBron's. However, for Dongfang Cheng, this is insufficient. Cheng, what is your psychological price point? Philo Spencer inquired, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Dongfang Cheng. Previously, Dongfang had merely informed him that it must not fall below LeBron's. Philo had assumed that such a sneaker endorsement contract would suffice for Dongfang Cheng. Philo, my dear friend, I shall not conceal my thoughts from you. While I do value money, it is not my sole concern. I have myriad ways to earn. Yet what I truly seek is the status, respect, and attention that wealth signifies. As long as the sneaker endorsement contract does not fall below LeBron's, I am amenable to it. However, a slightly larger sum would certainly be preferable. Even if the guaranteed portion is not substantial, I would still accept it as long as it appears more significant. Dongfang Cheng articulated his genuine sentiments. What he desired was merely fame. The attention and reverence that fame brings are what Dongfang Cheng most urgently requires. Since that is the case, I comprehend. Philo Spencer nodded in understanding. Chapter 59. The positive impact of decisions. By the way, Cheng, are you anxious? Do you require funds urgently? How much time do I have for negotiations? Philo Spencer seemed to recall something and posed another question. As both an agent and a close comrade, Philo was well aware of the entanglements between Dongfang Cheng, Minxia, and Anna. He also understood that Dongfang Cheng's annual expenses were considerable. Philo, there is no need for concern. I have sufficient funds to sustain me. You simply need to finalize the negotiations before the new season commences. Moreover, who knows, surprises and unexpected developments may be just around the corner. Dongfang Cheng's eyes suddenly shimmered with an enigmatic light. As long as you are untroubled, that is well. Philo Spencer nodded, realizing he could engage in a protracted negotiation with the sneaker manufacturers. Philo seemed to overlook one detail, which was that the apartment they currently occupied had been fully purchased by Dongfang Cheng. Does this resemble the actions of someone in dire financial straits? Or perhaps Philo Spencer is concerned that Dongfang Cheng's decision to purchase a villa is merely an attempt to save face. If that is the case, then Philo Spencer's apprehensions may be unwarranted. Yet, surprise and unexpectedness linger in Philo Spencer's mind. Observing that Dongfang Cheng has no intention of providing an explanation, Philo Spencer refrains from further inquiries. On July 9, 2010, Philo Spencer's negotiations with various sneaker manufacturers experienced a significant turning point. This date is etched in the memories of many NBA fans. In an alternate timeline devoid of Dongfang Cheng, July 9, 2010, marked the day when NBA superstar LeBron James, through an ESPN broadcast, made the infamous declaration that would tarnish his reputation. I am taking my talents to South Beach to join the Miami Heat. At the age of 25, the reigning MVP, LeBron James, ushered in the era of superstar alliances in the NBA. The once customary notion of one player per city evolved into a hallmark of the new NBA era. In this timeline where Dongfang Cheng exists, LeBron James's decision unfolded without any alteration. Upon the revelation of this news, the entire NBA and the broader American sports community erupted in tumultuous uproar. Although LeBron James joined the Miami Heat through a sign-and-trade arrangement, the sequence of events was rather complex. James initially signed a 6-year, $110 million extension with the Cleveland Cavaliers. 2 years of which were player options. Subsequently, the Cavaliers traded him to the Heat, who compensated Cleveland with 2 second-round draft picks, 2 first-round picks, and a $14.5 million trade exception. However, it was evident to all that the Cavaliers were compelled to finalize this trade. They faced the stark choice of receiving nothing if James departed as an unrestricted free agent or acquiescing to the sign-and trade. Anyone could discern that the Cleveland Cavaliers would not willingly relinquish their prodigal son, whom they had nurtured. Once the decision was publicized, LeBron James was branded a traitor by Cavaliers fans, with enraged supporters publicly incinerating his jersey. The Cavaliers owner, Dan Gilbert, expressed the most vehement outrage, penning a scathing letter on the team's website that derided the man who had served the team for 7 years, labeling James a traitor and a coward, while cursing him to never attain a championship before the Cavaliers. Other teams' management and players were equally dissatisfied, vocally imploring NBA Commissioner David Stern to take action. They warned Stern that if he remained inactive, he might as well present the championship ring directly to the Heat, suggesting that there was no need to continue the NBA season. Amidst this cacophony, Nike found itself significantly impacted. Prior to entering the NBA, LeBron James had signed the largest rookie shoe endorsement deal in history, a 7-year, $90 million contract, which was set to expire this year. In an effort to retain the 2-time regular season MVP from the 2008 to 2009 and 2009 to 10 seasons, Nike had recently renewed its contract with James in May for an impressive 5-year, $100 million extension. It is indeed remarkable how LeBron James has meticulously considered every angle of his career. Yet, before this lucrative endorsement could take effect, circumstances had arisen that rendered him a pariah within the league and among fans. In recent years, Adidas, which had been primarily focused on the realm of soccer, began to penetrate the NBA landscape, signing notable stars such as Tracy McGrady and Derrick Rose. With LeBron James, one of Nike's most prominent figures, now embroiled in controversy, there even emerged a movement among American fans to boycott Nike shoes in solidarity with LeBron. In this original timeline, Nike faced a scarcity of promising rookies, while Kobe was on the verge of transcending his prime and becoming a shadow of his former self. Consequently, Nike was compelled to devise every possible strategy to rehabilitate LeBron's image. At this moment, a figure known as Dongfang Cheng emerged, boasting exceptional physical prowess and further refinement in shooting and intelligence. Moreover, Dongfang Cheng had the backing of the Asian market. In an attempt to rectify the premature contract extension of LeBron James, Nike initially relented during negotiations with Philo Spencer. Subsequently, Adidas and Anta followed suit. Ultimately, Anta's capabilities fell short, leading to their withdrawal. Thus, Nike and Adidas commenced a bidding war. Naturally, throughout this process, Dongfang Cheng made infrequent appearances, having ventured to the American capital, Washington, with men Shia and Anna, who had journeyed from New York. However, Dongfang Cheng remained cognizant of his primary vocation. After a week of complete leisure in Washington, and having lent Anna an advance of $3 million for the year while ensuring Min Shia had her agreed-upon living expenses, Dongfang Cheng proceeded to the MCI Center, the home of the Washington Wizards, for additional training. It must be said, when one truly wishes to utilize funds, they often prove insufficient. These expenditures, along with the essential operational funds amounting to several $100,000 left for investment in SIA, have resulted in Dongfang Cheng's liquid assets dwindling to approximately $2 million, despite the nearly $5 million in revenue from the 2010 South Africa World Cup. However, this is sufficient. Prior to the commencement of the new NBA season, Dongfang Cheng is certain to secure lucrative endorsement contracts. As the cornerstone of the Wizards, the management was ecstatic when he proposed to utilize the MCI Center for additional training, a request they eagerly welcomed. Dongfang Cheng's professionalism far surpasses that of the illustrious Gilbert Arenas. The MCI Center serves as the primary venue for the NBA's Washington Wizards and ranks as the third largest arena in the league. It also hosts the NHL's Washington Capitals and the WNBA's Washington Mystics. Both the NHL Capitals and NBA Wizards are owned by Ted Leonsis, while the current owner of the WNBA Mystics is Sheila Johnson. In 2005, she purchased the team from Boland for $10 million, becoming the first African-American female owner in the WNBA. Sheila's former husband, Robert Johnson, was the first African-American majority owner of an NBA team, having acquired the Charlotte Bobcats in 2003. The couple divorced in 2002. It remains unclear whether Sheila Johnson was influenced by her ex-husband when acquiring the Mystics. When Dongfang Cheng first arrived at the MCI Center for extra practice, there were no Wizards players present, only a few staff members attending to their respective duties. Everyone was aware that the Wizards were on the brink of a rebuild, with most veteran players expected to be traded. What purpose did they have for extra practice? Performance cannot be earned in this manner. As for the newly joined players, they lacked Dongfang Cheng's stature and could not expect the Wizards staff to return to the arena merely to retrieve balls or simulate competition at their behest. If they wished to practice, they would typically do so in familiar college gyms or with a few friends in various locations, or perhaps participate in the NBA Summer League. The NBA Summer League of 2010 commenced on July 9th, taking place in Las Vegas. Due to differing statuses and immediate capabilities, the Washington Wizards, after consulting with Dongfang Cheng, honored his preference and did not include him in the Summer League roster. For Dongfang Cheng, the Summer League was of insufficient caliber, comparable even to NCAA standards, perhaps even inferior to the NCAA's March Madness. Rather than squander time participating, he deemed it more beneficial to remain at the MCI Center for additional training. With the ability to concentrate his efforts at any moment, he found that training at the MCI Center yielded far greater results than attending the Summer League, which would merely involve running around and wasting time. Consequently, throughout the summer of 2010, the sole player from the Wizards engaging in extra practice at the MCI Center was Dongfang Cheng. Although the Wizards staff worked overtime solely for him, Dongfang Cheng felt no embarrassment. His current endeavors were dedicated not only to his own development, but also to the team. While Dongfang Cheng exerted himself at the MCI Center, a significant event unfolded in the NCAA, from which he had recently departed. In the summer of 2010, akin to the original timeline, the NCAA entered into a staggering 14-year broadcasting contract for March Madness with two television giants, CBS and Time Warner, valued at a staggering $10.8 billion. In the original timeline, the NCAA renewed its agreement with these two networks in 2016 for $8 billion over 8 years, extending until 2032. This arrangement averaged more than $900 million annually from television rights alone for the NCAA. Furthermore, the revenue from various advertising fees, sponsorships, and ticket sales constituted a substantial income. Yet, astonishingly, during his collegiate basketball career, Dongfang Cheng received no salary aside from his scholarship. This highlights the profound exploitation faced by NCAA athletes in America. It is no wonder that many college basketball coaches hesitate to transition to the NBA. The financial rewards are considerable, and the prestige of the team is elevated, without the burden of serving as the caretaker for NBA stars. The choice is self-evident. Chapter 60, the largest rookie shoe endorsement contract in NBA history. Thus, over a month passed. On September 30th, Dongfang Cheng departed from the MCI Center, where he had sweated for over a month, and journeyed to Portland, Oregon. This location is in close proximity to the alma mater of Philo Spencer, the American Basketball Academy, as well as the birthplace of Nike, situated in Eugene, Oregon. This is also the headquarters of Nike. After over a month of negotiations, just prior to the commencement of the NBA 2010-11 preseason, which the NBA has officially announced to begin on October 4, 2010, Phil Spencer finally reached an agreement with Nike. As for why it was Nike and not Adidas, the NBA, often referred to as the Nike League, has long indicated that Nike's influence within the NBA is far more substantial than that of Adidas, which has focused primarily on the realm of soccer. This entire affair holds significant importance for the aspiring Eastern Cheng, who aims to reach the pinnacle of the NBA and harness the power of belief. Moreover, Nike's offer surpasses that of Adidas. Following the persistent negotiations and articulation of interests by Philo Spencer, particularly bolstered by the dual phenomena of the Yao Ming effect and the LeBron effect, Nike ultimately presented a bid of $110 million over 5 years, with $80 million fully guaranteed, while the remaining $30 million is contingent upon Eastern Cheng's jersey sales and on-court performance. In contrast, Adidas offered a final proposal of $100 million over 5 years, also with $80 million guaranteed. Alternatively, a 7-year deal worth $150 million, with $100 million fully guaranteed. Comparatively, both in terms of media coverage and tangible benefits, Nike clearly emerges as the superior choice. Furthermore, Nike's influence within the NBA eclipses that of Adidas, rendering the decision unequivocal. While Nike can sometimes appear parsimonious, this is typically reserved for individuals they deem unworthy, such as Yao Ming or the Stephen Curry of 2013. However, for athletes they consider deserving, Nike has consistently been exceedingly generous, illustrated by their dealings with icons like Jordan, LeBron, and Durant. In the eyes of Nike, Eastern Cheng, bolstered by the Yao Ming and LeBron effects, is undeniably a player of value and merit. Congratulations, Eastern. You possess an exceptional agent. The signing with Eastern Cheng was facilitated by Nike CEO, Mark Parker. His personal involvement in the contract underscores the respect Nike holds for Eastern Cheng. Mark Parker, hailing from New York State, earned his bachelor's degree in political science from Pennsylvania State University in 1977. He joined Nike in 1979, rising to the position of vice president of the division in 1987 and later becoming vice president and general manager in 1989. By 2006, he ascended to the role of the third CEO in Nike's history. Notably, he continued to serve as executive chairman following his departure as CEO in January 2020. In January 2023, he was appointed as the new chairman of Disney. This information illustrates the remarkable achievements of Mark Parker in two distinct realms, and his career, which traverses two industry giants, unveils a unique connection between Nike and Disney. Thank you, Mark. I am certainly aware of the brilliance of Philo Spencer. Dongfang Cheng approached and embraced Mark Parker. Philo Spencer is not only intelligent and capable, but also maintains a trustworthy relationship with Dongfang Cheng, and possesses several noteworthy attributes. He is of Jewish descent, an orphan, and a person with disabilities. These aspects contribute to his politically correct profile. Due to prior agreements, Dongfang Cheng's presence was solely for the purpose of signing contracts, amidst numerous media reporters invited by Nike, including journalists from various Asian countries. Nike has invested significantly and is determined to maximize the commercial value of Dongfang Cheng. The 5-year, $100 million valuation is akin to that of the current two-time MVP, LeBron James. Although Dongfang Cheng benefits from the Asian market and has demonstrated performances that even surpass those of LeBron James prior to his entry into the NBA, he has yet to join the league. Thus, the endorsement contract offered by Nike to Dongfang Cheng is comparable to the one given to LeBron James in May of this year, albeit slightly less favorable. The 5-year, $110 million figure reported by the media is merely a representation. The guaranteed amount is actually only $80 million, with the remaining $30 million being non-guaranteed, making it challenging for Dongfang Cheng to secure the entire sum. During the endorsement period, he can earn $5 million for winning the Rookie of the Year, another $5 million for achieving MVP, and $5 million for being named Finals MVP. This pertains to a $15 million non-fully guaranteed contract linked to on-court performance. It is noteworthy that within the span of 5 years, achieving both the MVP and FMVP titles is a feat that even LeBron James has not accomplished. LeBron only secured consecutive MVP awards in the 6th and 7th years of his illustrious career. Furthermore, the FMVP accolade eluded him during the first 7 years of his journey. Otherwise, LeBron would not have faced a decisive summer this year. Comparatively, winning the Rookie of the Year award is somewhat more attainable, as it is not particularly challenging for highly favored first overall draft picks to earn this honor in the annals of NBA history. This is also a result of Philo Spencer's relentless efforts. However, next year will be different. The competition for the Rookie of the Year title is expected to be fierce. Last year's first overall pick, Blake Griffin, suffered a stress fracture in his left kneecap just a day before the 2009-10 season commenced, delaying his NBA debut. On January 13, 2010, medical evaluations revealed that Griffin's injury had not improved, prompting him to undergo surgery on his left kneecap, which consequently sidelined him for the entire 2009-10 season. In an alternate timeline, born in March 1989, Griffin adapted to the NBA's level of physicality during training with the Clippers and made history by becoming one of the most outstanding rookies in NBA history. He competed for the prestigious title of the best rookie season performance ever recorded. In this alternate reality, during the 2010-11 season, Griffin averaged an impressive 22.5 points and 12.1 rebounds per game, making him the first player since Elton Brand in the 1999-2000 season to achieve at least 20 points and 10 rebounds in his rookie year. Additionally, Griffin was awarded the Western Conference Rookie of the Month for all 6 months of the season and became the first player since Yao Ming in 2003 to participate in the All-Star game during his rookie season. For Dongfang Cheng to surpass last year's first overall pick is no small feat, especially considering that LeBron James did not achieve 20 points and 10 rebounds in his rookie year. Furthermore, the $500 non-guaranteed amount reflects the commercial value of jerseys, shoes, and other endorsements associated with Dongfang Cheng. The calculation of this value is complex and equally difficult to attain. Nevertheless, while Dongfang Cheng values his sneaker endorsement contract, it does not hold paramount importance in his eyes. What he truly cherishes are media coverage, fan impressions, and public belief. Dongfang has secured the largest rookie sneaker endorsement contract in NBA history. 5 years, $110 million. Has Nike gone mad? Or is this another gamble on their part? An Asian guard, emerging from the Asian market, becomes one of the most commercially valuable players in the NBA. Nike hopes that Dongfang will offset the negative impact of LeBron's decision. Will this endeavor succeed? Following the signing of the contract between Dongfang and Nike, reports flooded in across America and the globe, momentarily overshadowing the influence of LeBron James's decision. After all, the fervor surrounding LeBron's decision had noticeably waned after nearly 3 months of build-up. Such circumstances certainly live up to Nike's expectations. Chapter 61, Federal Taxes, State Taxes. Pension taxes, brokerage commissions. Following the conclusion of the contract with Nike, Dongfang Cheng did not immediately return to Washington but embarked on a whirlwind of business engagements. As a burgeoning basketball star, it is inconceivable that only Nike would seek his partnership. After all, in the realm of the NBA alone, there are numerous sponsors. Currently, the NBA boasts sponsors such as Adidas, Radio Shack, Lenovo, Harbin Beer, Peak, Anheuser-Busch, Coca-Cola, Gatorade, Toyota, Kia, Pepsi, T-Mobile, Southwest Airlines, Verizon, and many others. The sponsorship fees from these sponsors, coupled with various broadcasting revenues and jersey sales, contribute to the NBA's annual income, which amounts to tens of billions of dollars. Although individual NBA teams do not have their own sponsors, as the league collectively negotiates contracts with sponsors, when broken down, each NBA team's revenue remains substantial. This illustrates the commercial nature of the NBA. In addition to Nike, PepsiCo triumphed over Coca-Cola, which had signed LeBron, by securing a 5-year contract worth $21 million, thereby acquiring the rights to Eastern Star. This deal surpassed the 6-year, $16 million contract that LeBron had initially signed with Coca-Cola during his rookie season. It raises the intriguing question of whether, in this alternate timeline with the variable of Eastern Star, LeBron would still part ways with Coca-Cola and switch allegiances to PepsiCo in 2021, and whether PepsiCo would still embrace LeBron. All of this may ultimately be validated through Dongfang Cheng's performance on the court and his commercial worth. BMW outbid numerous automotive companies with a remarkable offer of $26 million over 5 years, securing its position as the sole automotive brand to endorse Dongfang Cheng. The selection of brand ambassadors by BMW is approached with great caution, as they perceive the choice of a spokesperson as a highly risky marketing strategy. It is essential to find an individual who resonates with the brand, lest the outcome be counterproductive. Historically, BMW has had very few endorsers and has never signed a basketball star, marking Dongfang Cheng's case as a significant shift in their historical approach. In addition to Nike's 5-year commitment of $110 million and BMW's $26 million, as well as Pepsi's $21 million over 5 years, Philo Spencer has successfully negotiated an additional 11 endorsement contracts for Dongfang Cheng, each with a duration ranging from 3 to 5 years, and each contract valued between $5 million and $20 million. These 11 endorsements, including Nike, BMW, and Pepsi, amount to a total of 14 endorsements. For an average NBA player, 14 endorsements is considerable. However, for prodigies like Dongfang Cheng and LeBron, it is hardly significant. In his rookie year, LeBron had nearly 20 endorsements, and he currently bears the weight of approximately 30. Given Dongfang Cheng's commercial value in the Asian market, should he choose to relax some of his demands, his rookie year endorsements would undoubtedly surpass LeBron's. Nevertheless, he values sufficiency over sheer quantity, as he does not wish to pursue fleeting economic gains. After all, should any of the brands he endorses encounter difficulties, the repercussions would inevitably affect him as well. For Dongfang Cheng, seeking the power of faith proves to be an endeavor fraught with drawbacks. Consequently, he approaches the endorsement opportunities with a measure of caution. Nevertheless, even the 14 endorsements he currently holds have, in aggregate, yielded approximately $270 million in endorsement fees. However, this sum is not disbursed in a lump sum, nor is it entirely his own. Contracts for endorsements involving NBA stars are typically structured on an annual basis, meaning that the fees are distributed over the years. For instance, LeBron James entered into a 7-year endorsement deal with Nike in 2003, valued at $90 million, indicating that his compensation is apportioned annually over the contract's duration. Even within the annual payments, not all funds are funneled into Dongfang Cheng's coffers. In the United States personal income tax system of 2010, there are 6 distinct tax brackets: a rate of 10 for incomes up to $9,700, a rate of 12 for incomes between $9,701 and $39,475, a rate of 22 for incomes ranging from $39,476 to $84,200, a rate of 24 for incomes from $84,201 to $160,725, a rate of 32 for incomes between $160,726 and $204,100, and a rate of 37 for incomes exceeding $204,100. The rationale behind this progressive taxation system is to prevent a disparity in tax contributions between higher income and lower income groups. As an NBA player, even those receiving the minimum salary earn an annual income exceeding $204,100, thereby obligating them to pay the highest federal tax rate of 37. This holds true for first overall draft picks as well, such as Dongfang Cheng. Not only salary, but also all endorsement fees are subject to the same taxation. In addition to federal taxes, Americans are also required to pay state taxes, which vary significantly across different states. Some states even impose no state tax at all. For instance, California, home to teams like the Los Angeles Lakers and the Golden State Warriors, has the highest state tax in the nation, with personal income tax rates segmented into 9 brackets ranging from 1 to 13. 3. While higher income individuals face elevated tax rates, they may also benefit from substantial deductions. NBA players belong to this high-income category and are subject to the maximum state tax rate of 13.3. However, it is noteworthy that Washington, D.C. imposes no state tax. This can be considered one of the advantages of being selected by the Washington Wizards for Dongfang Cheng. Within the NBA, there are 7 teams that are exempt from state taxes: the Spurs, the Rockets, the Mavericks, the Heat, the Magic, the Wizards, and the Grizzlies. Such a tax policy undoubtedly provides these teams with a certain economic advantage. Upon being selected by the Wizards, the team will center its construction around Dongfang Cheng, who, at least in the short term, is unlikely to be traded. Subsequently, Dongfang Cheng has relocated the registered offices of Shia Investment Company and Dongfei Brokerage Company to Washington, D.C. Furthermore, NBA players are required to pay the league's pension tax, which currently stands at 10. In the absence of Dongfang Cheng in the original timeline, the burden was deemed too heavy, leading to a revision of the pension tax to 4 during the labor negotiations in 2015. Most NBA players are unwilling to forego the pension tax, as the league matches their contributions with an equal amount. Consequently, the NBA allocates one of its total revenue annually to this fund, with players eligible to receive their pensions starting at the age of 45. In regard to the retirement tax, NBA players have the option to forego its payment, should they choose to relinquish the retirement tax. They would only be required to contribute a minimal annual fee of $18,000 towards their retirement. Certainly, after the age of 45, the pension received by players who have not contributed to the retirement tax will diminish. This retirement tax pertains solely to the players' salaries and does not encompass endorsement earnings. Furthermore, NBA players are obligated to pay agent commissions, which typically range from 1.5 to 4 of their contractual salaries. Generally, the more accomplished the player, the lower the commission. Given their camaraderie and the financial stability of Dongfang Cheng, it is paramount to foster a relationship with Philo Spencer, ensuring his loyalty. As age advances, the stability offered by a shared interest outweighs emotional ties. Consequently, the agent contract between Dongfang Cheng and Philo Spencer stipulates the maximum commission of 4. Historically, numerous stars have opted to appoint family members as agents to save on these commissions, such as the original timeline's James Harden. However, the distinction between professional and non-professional agents is significant, as the latter can lead to substantial losses for players like Harden. Lastly, there are various insurance contracts. The NBA mandates that each team must cover insurance costs for its top 5 salary players, with expenses typically ranging from 1.5 to 5 of the player's annual salary. For instance, a player earning $40 million annually would incur a minimum insurance cost of $600,000. Moreover, the severity of injuries can elevate premium rates, though these costs are borne by the team and do not affect the player's salaries. Nonetheless, even in Washington, D.C., which imposes no state tax, Dongfang Cheng's net salary amounts to only 49% of his contractual earnings. Players like Kobe and Curry, situated in California, receive only about 37%. State taxes are also a significant factor in Klay Thompson's decision to leave Golden State for Texas, which similarly lacks state tax. Due to the numerous expenses incurred, the average salary of NBA players is reported to be approximately 41% of their contractual earnings. Of course, for superstars, salary is not the entirety of their income. Endorsements play a crucial role. In addition to federal and state taxes, the only expenditure related to endorsements is the agent's commission. In Washington, where there is no state tax, Dongfang Cheng's endorsement fees are subject solely to federal tax and agent commissions, allowing him to retain the majority of his earnings. The federal tax remains fixed at 37%, while the agent's commercial commission is negotiable. In actuality, agents derive most of their benefits from endorsements. The NBA explicitly stipulates that agents may take a maximum of 4% from their players' salaries. However, if an NBA player signs an advertisement, the agent's cut can increase significantly, reaching 20% or more. While success on the court is determined by skill, advertising relies heavily on strategic planning and promotion. Despite Dongfang Cheng's ability to negotiate lower commercial endorsement commissions due to his prowess and popularity, the agreement with Philo Spencer still establishes a top-tier commission of 20%. Philo Spencer has expressed reluctance, yet Dongfang Cheng remains steadfast in his position. This also deeply moved Philo Spencer. Of course, this commission is not solely attributed to the agent Philo Spencer, as it involves a series of intricate matters, including the brokerage firm's share. Although the shareholders of Dongfei Brokerage Company consist solely of Dongfang Cheng and Philo Spencer, the processes and regulations are established as such. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that Philo Spencer receives the lion's share of the commission. Federal taxes and brokerage commissions imply that every commercial endorsement earned by Dongfang Cheng only entitles him to a mere 43% as stipulated in the contract. The portion allocated to the brokerage firm has been mutually agreed upon by Dongfang Cheng and Philo Spencer, ensuring that neither shareholder will withdraw funds for personal gain, instead directing them towards company operations and expansion. Consequently, even if Dongfang Cheng were to secure the full guaranteed and non-guaranteed amounts from 14 endorsement contracts, his net earnings would only approximate $116 million. This figure is contingent upon his residency in Washington, D.C. Should he reside in California, a state notorious for its exorbitant tax rates, he would be left with a mere 30% of the endorsement contract value, roughly amounting to $80 million, resulting in a discrepancy of around $36 million. Chapter 62. A $400 million strategy. Due to the astonishing tax rates in America, affluent individuals, celebrities, and athletes constantly seek methods to evade taxes. Dongfang Cheng has also devised a reasonable approach that garners public approval and accolades: charitable donations. Rather than surrendering his wealth to taxes, he prefers to contribute to the Linzhungren orphanage. Although this may incur greater losses for him, since donations provide some tax deductions. Yet not entirely, he remains unconcerned, as the memories from his original timeline assure him of financial stability, despite his current liquid assets dwindling to approximately $2 million. Following the signing of 14 endorsement contracts, Dongfang Cheng, accompanied by his agent Philo Spencer and legal advisor Bis Crouch, proceeded to New York. Through an introduction by Jamil Phillips, the director of the Linzhungren orphanage, Dongfang Cheng met Herbert Blatt, the manager of the lending department at New York Bank. With Blatt's assistance, Dongfang Cheng leveraged his 14 endorsement contracts and the rookie contract with the Wizards to secure a loan of $400 million from New York Bank. The loan term spans 15 years with an interest rate of 6.25%, the highest at that time in 2010. Interest is to be repaid annually, with the principal due at the end of the term. Had it not been for the personal connection and Blatt's ambition to ascend to the position of vice president at the headquarters, it would have been exceedingly difficult for even a high-profile NBA rookie like Dongfang Cheng to obtain such a substantial loan, especially over a lengthy period of 15 years. Jamil Phillips, Philo Spencer, and Bis Crouch all expressed their concerns regarding Dongfang Cheng's significant loan. Phillips even suggested that the orphanage could forego his donations, while Spencer offered to waive his commission. Both Spencer and Crouch even attempted to persuade Min Shia and Anna regarding their contracts. Nevertheless, Dongfang Cheng remained resolute in his decision. He simply conveyed that his motivation for the loan was not for any other reason, but solely for investment, as he had promising enterprises in mind. Should they place their trust in him, a modest investment would be prudent, with a high likelihood of yielding no losses. The unwavering faith in Dongfang Cheng. coupled with his remarkable past performances, ultimately led Jamal Phillips, Philo Spencer, and Bis Crouch to refrain from further persuasion. They could only hope that all would unfold as Dongfang Cheng anticipated. Concurrently, each resolved to closely monitor his investment activities and to partake in a modest investment of their own. Naturally, they could not match Dongfang Cheng's audacity to invest all their loans, given his current loan amount and the annual interest he must repay. Should the investment returns fall short of expectations, and if he does not make a mark in the NBA, bankruptcy could loom on the horizon. With a loan of $400 million at an interest rate of 6.25%, the annual interest amounts to precisely $25 million, culminating in $375 million over 15 years, almost doubling the initial sum. The endorsement fees from the past 5 years approximate $116 million, still insufficient to cover the annual interest on the $400 million loan and the contractual obligations to Min Xia and Anna. Dongfang Cheng has resolved to have Philo Spencer reach out to markets beyond the United States, particularly in Asia, to secure lucrative endorsements. As for gambling, Dongfang Cheng had long decided to officially abandon that pursuit upon entering the NBA, recognizing that such endeavors yield little profit and could easily lead to scandal. After securing the $400 million loan, Dongfang Cheng, accompanied by Philo Spencer and Bis Crouch, returned to Washington, D.C. to establish a company, Dongfang Investment LLC. The company is solely owned by Dongfang Cheng, who serves as the sole proprietor, while Bis Crouch acts as the legal advisor. Following the establishment of Dongfang Investment, Dongfang Cheng promptly allocated the entirety of the $400 million obtained from the loan into Dongfang Investment. The $400 million were apportioned by Dongfang Cheng into 4 segments, 3 segments of $100 million each, and the final segment of $90 million. The remaining $10 million was allocated as operational funds for Dongfang Investment. Given the relatively modest scale of Dongfang Investment, this $10 million is more than sufficient to sustain its operations for an extended period. The first segment of $100 million was invested in Tesla. Founded on July 1, 2003, Tesla Motors secured a low-interest loan of $465 million from the U.S. government in 2010, subsequently going public on NASDAQ on June 29, 2010, with a market valuation of $5 billion. After approximately 3 months of progress, its market valuation has only reached around $60 billion. Yet it has yet to officially soar. In the original timeline, on October 25, 2021, Tesla's market valuation surpassed $1 trillion, and by early 2022, it peaked at approximately $1.3 trillion, marking an increase of over 200 times. The second segment of $100 million was invested in NVIDIA. When NVIDIA went public on NASDAQ in 1999, its market capitalization was merely $230 million. By 2010, NVIDIA's valuation had risen to around $8.94 billion. However, Dongfang Cheng, having been reborn, was aware that in the original timeline, on June 5, 2024, NVIDIA's market value exceeded $3 trillion, surpassing Apple Incorporated, to become the second largest company globally by market capitalization. On June 18, 2024, NVIDIA's stock price reached new heights, overtaking Microsoft to become the highest valued company worldwide. Had he invested in 2010, the growth from $8.94 billion to over $3 trillion would represent an increase of more than 300 times. The decision not to invest entirely in NVIDIA stemmed from Dongfang Cheng's concern that his involvement might alter history, necessitating a distribution of risk. He was also wary that excessive equity might adversely affect NVIDIA's growth trajectory. The third segment of $100 million was invested in Apple. On March 9, 2010, Apple's market capitalization first surpassed the $200 billion mark. In the original timeline of 2024, Apple's valuation soared to $3 trillion, establishing it as a commercial empire, yielding an impressive multiplicative growth. Investing in the universally acclaimed Apple was also a calculated move by Dongfang Cheng to obscure potential suspicions regarding the excessive returns from his other investments. While this may seem like a battle of wits against the winds of fate, sometimes foresight is the key to success, while lack of preparation leads to failure. With the sum of $90 million from the fourth tranche, Dongfang Cheng judiciously divided it into 3 parts. He invested in 2 sports media outlets and established a sports website. By investing $30 million, he became a minority shareholder in a prominent sports media company. In a smaller sports media firm, his $30 million investment enabled him to become a major shareholder with considerable influence. Furthermore, he allocated $30 million to create an entertainment and sports website named Qingya. With this investment, Dongfang Cheng secured an absolute controlling interest of 80, while Min Xia was gifted a 10 stake, and both Philo Spencer and Bis Crouch received 5 each. The reason for bestowing Min Xia with a 10 stake in Qingya was due to her pregnancy. Approximately 2 months prior, during a trip to Washington, things had not been adequately managed. Nevertheless, Dongfang Cheng accepted this situation with grace. In the liberating atmosphere of America, he was nearing 19 years of age, while Min Xia was approaching 21. This was not considered early pregnancy. Moreover, as an NBA star and future magnate, having children sooner rather than later was of little consequence. LeBron was just 18 when his girlfriend became pregnant before he even entered the NBA, and Dwayne Wade participated in the NBA draft with his 1-year-old son in tow. In the original timeline, the future billionaire Elon Musk publicly acknowledged having 12 children, with numerous illegitimate offspring. There was even a case of a young man from Kenya, who bore a striking resemblance to Musk, claiming to be his illegitimate child and crowdfunding his travel expenses to America to seek a reunion. Upon revealing the identity of his mother, Musk did not deny the claim, but merely requested a DNA test. As for the 5 shares gifted to Philo Spencer and Bis Crouch, this was Dongfang Cheng's strategy to further cultivate relationships with these 2 talented individuals. The reason for his early investment in the media industry was to seize control of the narrative and bolster his own public image. Why should Dongfang Cheng not tread the path once walked by LeBron in the original timeline? Faith, indeed, is what he yearns for. In fact, were it possible, Dongfang Cheng would have aspired to invest in America's largest sports website, ESPN. Unfortunately, ESPN is not a publicly traded company. Its major shareholders are Disney and Warner Brothers. Both entities have grown excessively large at present. Even if Dongfang Cheng were to invest all of his $400 million, he would still be unable to command authority. Furthermore, Dongfang Cheng relies on investments to attain financial independence. In addition to the aforementioned investments, he has utilized approximately $2 million of his existing liquid assets to acquire additional Bitcoin. Since entering the Bitcoin market last year, Dongfang Cheng has been intermittently purchasing Bitcoin. Subtly and silently, he has amassed nearly 3,000 Bitcoins to date. His ambition is to acquire a total of 10,000 Bitcoins before 2013 and subsequently evaluate the situation, whether to cease acquisitions and await a surge or to gradually procure more. Although the size of the investment may limit significant profits from Bitcoin, it undeniably represents the most lucrative opportunity of this era. Upon reflection, Dongfang Cheng feels a sense of incompleteness without engaging in Bitcoin. Chapter 63. The Challenger's Evolution from Rookie to Core Center on October 25, 2010. After nearly a month since departing from the Washington Wizards, Dongfang Cheng finally concluded all matters and returned to the MCI Center. At this juncture, both within the Wizards and among fans, there was a growing tide of skepticism directed towards Dongfang Cheng. The 2010 NBA preseason commenced on October 5, 2010, and concluded on October 25, 2010. Dongfang Cheng's return on October 25 signified that he had missed the entire preseason, which was crucial for team cohesion ahead of the 2010-11 regular season. The Summer League, being of a lower caliber, primarily featured rookie players, second-year athletes, and some unsigned free agents. As the unequivocal cornerstone of the team, Dongfang Cheng had voluntarily opted out of participation. Given his additional training sessions at the MCI Center during that period, the Wizards and their fans begrudgingly accepted this decision. The management of the Wizards even attempted to absolve Dongfang Cheng when questioned by the media. In reality, as a rookie, he was expected to partake in the Summer League. It is worth noting that last year's first overall pick, Blake Griffin, represented the Clippers in the 2009 NBA Summer League and was honored as the league's MVP. Similarly, the illustrious LeBron James participated in the Summer League after being selected first overall by the Cleveland Cavaliers in 2003, showcasing his versatility with averages of 15, 8 points, 7, 3 rebounds, and 4, 3 assists. However, Dongfang Cheng's absence from the preseason does seem rather excessive. Dongfang Cheng was acutely aware that his actions would elicit strong emotions from his team, teammates, and fans. However, he found himself in a predicament. Only by resolving all matters could he immerse himself fully in the game. "Hello, brothers," he greeted upon entering the MCI Center, despite his underlying sense of guilt. "Oh, our boss has finally returned. I thought you had become so engrossed in the dazzling world of endorsements that you had forgotten the NBA court." The voice of veteran Andrei Blatche echoed in the arena, tinged with evident envy and an eager ambition to ascend. Andrei Blatche, a seasoned player for the Washington Wizards, held the second most significant status within the team, surpassed only by Dongfang Cheng. Born on August 22, 1986, in Syracuse, New York, Blatche possesses dual citizenship in the United States and the Philippines, playing as a power forward and center, standing at 211 centimeters and weighing 106 kilograms. In 2005, he entered the NBA draft as a high school player and was selected 49th overall by the Washington Wizards in the second round. This summer, 2010, the Wizards re-signed Blatche to a 5-year contract worth $35.73 million, establishing him as the core of their front court. In the 2010-11 season, his salary was approximately $6 million. Yet, whether in this timeline or the previous one, Blatche was evidently dissatisfied with merely being a blue-collar core player. In the original timeline, the relationship between Blatche and the Wizards deteriorated in the summer of 2012, compelling the team to utilize the NBA amnesty provision to clear his $23 million contract from their salary cap. Subsequently, on September 13, 2012, the Brooklyn Nets announced they had signed Blatche. On July 12, 2013, he re-signed with the Nets for 2 years at $2.9 million. On June 21, 2014, Blatche opted out of his contract for the 2014-15 season, officially becoming a free agent. On September 21, 2014, he signed a 1-year contract with the Quebec Guanghui Flying Tigers, earning approximately $2.5 million for that year. In March 2015, he inked a 3-year contract worth $7.5 million with the XJ team. Andrei, although I was unable to participate in the summer league and preseason due to personal matters, I ensured that I received recordings of every official game and intra-squad practice. Your readiness is impressive. You are more than capable of becoming a key rotation player for the team. Dongfang Cheng fixed his gaze on Andrei Blatche, speaking in a tone that was unremarkable. At that moment, Dongfang Cheng's demeanor and attitude mirrored that of the true owner of the Washington Wizards. My combat effectiveness is not subject to evaluation by someone who has yet to prove himself on an NBA court, not even in summer leagues or preseason games. Andrei Blatche chose to confront Dongfang Cheng directly. Although Dongfang Cheng was undeniably the cornerstone selected by the Wizards management, Blatche was far from convinced. Ever since the infamous incident involving the team's former star Gilbert Arenas, which marked the beginning of the Wizards' rebuilding phase, everyone was aware of the team's transformation. With the immediate trades of Anton Jamison and Karen Butler following the incident, it was clear to Blatche that this was his opportunity. From being a marginal player picked 49th overall in the second round to becoming a pivotal interior presence valued at $35.73 million over 5 years, Andrei Blatche had grown accustomed to toppling those who stood before him. So what if Dongfang Cheng was the chosen cornerstone of the Wizards? Without confrontation, how could one discern strength from weakness? Seizing the moment, Dongfang Cheng suggested with a smile, "How about a one-on-one?" Blatche regarded him intently before readily accepting the challenge. A showdown was precisely what Blatche had anticipated. While it was well known that Dongfang Cheng was the unequivocal cornerstone of the Wizards, the dissatisfaction within the team due to his recent absence had yet to jeopardize his standing. By engaging in a one-on-one matchup, Blatche aimed to dominate Dongfang Cheng, thereby gradually undermining his position as the team's foundational player and paving the way for his own ascent. This is the plan and intention of Andrei Blatche. As a consensus was reached between Dongfang Cheng and Andrei Blatche, the surrounding players and staff of the Wizards gathered in tacit understanding. There was even a designated referee to officiate the proceedings between Dongfang Cheng and Andrei Blatche. Once Dongfang Cheng changed into his attire, Andrei Blatche, displaying the grace of a seasoned veteran, allowed Dongfang Cheng to take the first offensive move. In response, Dongfang Cheng merely cast a fleeting glance at Andrei Blatche, non-committally accepting the basketball. Already possessing striking features, Dongfang Cheng appeared even more gallant in his athletic wear. However, this charm was unlikely to captivate the rugged men present at the MCI Center. Dongfang Cheng, unhurried and composed, dribbled a couple of times beyond the three-point line, noting that Andrei Blatche had retreated a couple of steps to guard against his drive. Chapter 64, One-on-One. In light of this, Dongfang Cheng let out a scoff, standing firm without taking aim before releasing the basketball from his grasp. The ball traced a graceful arc through the air, as if time itself had momentarily suspended. Whoosh! The basketball found its mark, swishing through the net for a perfect three-pointer. Andre Blatch regarded Dongfang Cheng with a deep gaze, retrieving the ball that had fallen in the paint and tossing it back to him. According to the rules of basketball, the successful offensive player maintains possession. On the next play, Andre Blatch continued to defend against a drive rather than a shot. Before the advent of the small ball era, the truth remained: the closer one is to the basket, the easier it is to score. Even Kobe would not dare to rely solely on three-point shots. During this period, Ray Allen, renowned as the most accurate three-point shooter, was unable to ascend to the status of a true superstar within the NBA, always falling just short of that pinnacle. Within the Boston Celtics, he was arguably the least prominent among the trio of stars. In the recently concluded finals, his performance of 3 successful shots out of 14 attempts further underscored the notion that a perimeter player cannot single-handedly secure a championship. However, with a swift motion, Dongfang Cheng received the ball and effortlessly leaped to make a shot. As he sank his second basket, Andre Blatch's expression began to sour. Yet he opted for the same defensive strategy on the subsequent play, prioritizing defense against drives rather than shots. Over the course of 5 attempts, Dongfang Cheng remarkably scored on all 5. Andre, you seem rather indifferent to your teammates. In the shooting assessment, Dongfang Cheng achieved an impressive record of 75 three-point shots, 23 out of 25 after dribbling, 23 out of 25 upon receiving the ball, and 24 out of 25 from a stationary position. This was a time when Dongfang had yet to fully acclimatize to the NBA's three-point line. While you were competing in the Summer League, Dongfang was diligently honing his skills alone at the MCI Center. During this period, Dongfang achieved an impressive record of 99 successful three-point shots out of 100 attempts, with an average of 95 out of 100, in a one-on-one scenario with 10 shots. If you continued to allow him such leeway, Dongfang would surely overwhelm you with his precision. As Andre Blatch's expression grew increasingly grim, yet he stubbornly refused to alter his defensive strategy, the Wizards' head coach, Flip Saunders, who had mysteriously appeared at the sidelines, remarked on the situation. Andre Blatch was a player that Flip Saunders had strongly advocated for signing. If Blatch were to suffer a humiliating defeat, it would reflect poorly on Saunders as well. Furthermore, Saunders was eager to assess Dongfang's abilities and to understand what had instilled in him the confidence to forego participation in the Summer League and even miss the preseason. Was the Wizards' investment in Dongfang truly justified? Would he indeed grant Dongfang unlimited shooting rights and opportunities during the regular season? Although Saunders was aware that in the eyes of the new owner, Ted Leonsis, his own significance likely paled in comparison to that of Dongfang, and any discord between him and Dongfang would likely lead to his departure, he still yearned to witness Dongfang's potential unfold. This is the essence of humanity, an indomitable spirit. Fully aware of the lurking dangers, one still bravely strides toward the challenge. As Philip Saunders spoke, every gaze turned towards the brilliant head coach of the Wizards, including that of Dongfang Cheng and Andre Blatch. A mysterious smile graced Dongfang Cheng's face, while Andre Blatch's expression gradually transformed into one of calm. Soon after, Blatch altered his defensive strategy, initiating a press defense. However, a center defending against a guard, positioned too closely, is susceptible to being outmaneuvered. After all, centers, with their towering stature, often exhibit slow lateral movement and sluggish acceleration. Dongfang Cheng swayed side to side, seizing the moment when Andre Blatch's balance faltered, swiftly bypassing him with a single step, followed by 3 decisive strides, culminating in a resounding dunk within the key. No, it was not a dunk, but rather a delicate layup. Although capable of a powerful slam, he opted for a finesse shot. One might ponder whether Dongfang Cheng is simply astute in navigating social dynamics or intentionally provoking his opponent. The same action, interpreted through different emotional lenses, yields entirely disparate understandings. After deftly guiding the ball through the hoop, Dongfang Cheng turned to find Andre Blatch, having lost his balance, anxiously scrambling to defend, already seated on the floor. Dongfang Cheng approached, assisting Blatch to his feet, before returning to the key to retrieve the basketball and tossing it back to Blatch. "You take the offense," he declared, positioning himself as the defender. Andre Blatch, eyeing the ball in his hands, underwent a series of emotional shifts. According to the one-on-one rules, after each successful shot, the scoring player retains the right to continue the offense. Only a missed shot or a foul would result in a change of possession. Rebounds cannot be contested, as each offensive play counts as a singular opportunity. Now, after Dongfang Cheng's continuous scoring, he unexpectedly relinquished the offensive advantage, tossing the ball to Andre Blatch. To speak candidly, this could be considered a mere exhibition match. Nevertheless, despite his grim expression and the turmoil within his heart, Andrei Blatch accepted the basketball thrown by Dongfang Cheng. He had come to realize that he was incapable of containing Dongfang Cheng. If he allowed Dongfang Cheng to continue his relentless assault, defeat was inevitable. Yet, the thought of conceding without a fight left Andrei Blatch feeling resentful. Thus, he resolved to attempt an offensive strategy. If Dongfang Cheng could not defend against him, it would merely result in a mutual outburst. However, as Andrei Blatch received the ball and attempted to maneuver towards the paint, he discovered that he could not budge Dongfang Cheng at all. Despite being at a disadvantage in height and weight, Dongfang Cheng possessed an overwhelming core strength. Meanwhile, as a traditional post player, Andrei Blatch lacked shooting proficiency. Not to mention three-pointers, even his success rate for two-pointers and mid-range shots was far from impressive. Dongfang Cheng had completely outperformed him. He, too, needed to surpass Dongfang Cheng to restore his pride. This offensive maneuver must proceed without any unforeseen circumstances. It is imperative to adopt the most prudent approach. However, unbeknownst to Andrei Blatch, it is precisely this mindset that results in his thorough dismantling on both offensive and defensive fronts. With a sudden pop, as he relentlessly pressed towards the paint, aiming for a nearly guaranteed layup, the basketball slipped from his grasp, deftly intercepted by Dongfang Cheng. The center's dribbling revealed a precarious balance. His center of gravity far too elevated. This is also an NBA arena, which explains why point guards are typically the shortest players on the court. Unless a tall player possesses extraordinary dribbling and passing skills, teams would never assign the role of point guard to someone over 2 meters tall. After stealing the ball, Dongfang Cheng instinctively took a few quick steps, retrieving the ball before Andrei Blatch could react, then executed a turnaround jump shot against the recovering Blatch. Swish 2 points. A stunning display that penetrated the net. Blatch was left dumbfounded, as were those around him. Such is the remarkable individual talent of a historically significant first overall pick. Applause erupted as Philip Saunders led the crowd in clapping, and soon the entire MCI Center resonated with cheers. Chapter 65. The billion-dollar man switches teams early. The NBA is a 5-on-5 game. One-on-one cannot encapsulate the entirety of it. As Dongfang Cheng landed, he observed his teammates on the Wizards applauding enthusiastically and remarked, "Ultimately, the NBA is a team sport. Whether it's me, LeBron, or Michael, we all rely on our teammates' support." Upon hearing this, both head coach Philip Saunders and assistant coaches Randy Whitman and Sam Castle nodded in silent agreement. Dongfang Cheng's south prowess on the court and his emotional intelligence were indeed beyond reproach. Yet, one could not help but wonder why such a talent had missed the preseason games. As thoughts swirled, the trio noticed Andrei Blatch still dazed on the court, turning to see the other members of the Wizards around him. Could it be that all this was orchestrated by Dongfang Cheng to provoke a player and establish his dominance? However, participating in the Summer League and preseason should not impede Dongfang Cheng's ability to assert his authority within the team. Each of the coaches, Philip Saunders, Randy Whitman, and Sam Castle, harbored their own contemplations. In April 2009, when Philip Saunders was appointed as the new head coach of the Washington Wizards, he invited former Timberwolves coach Randy Whitman and retired player Sam Castle to serve as his assistants. Whitman and Castle replaced Randy Ayers and Phil Hubbard, who had previously held assistant coaching positions under former head coach Eddie Jordan and interim coach Ed Tapscott. A new era brings new faces. This statement remains pertinent within the coaching staff of NBA teams. In the original timeline, Randy Whitman became the 23rd head coach of the Washington Wizards following Flip Saunders' return to the Timberwolves. Flip Saunders approached Eastern Cheng and gently patted him on the shoulder. "Andre, do you feel convinced?" he inquired, subsequently moving to Andrei Blatch's side to pose a serious question. Saunders' words jolted the bewildered Blatch from his stupor. "Coach," Blatch exclaimed, his face flushed with shame as he looked at Flip Saunders. Taking a deep breath, he bypassed Saunders and made his way to Eastern Cheng. "Eastern, shall we engage in a 5-on-5 match?" Blatch implored earnestly, his eyes reflecting both seriousness and a plea. Eastern Cheng, observing Andrei Blatch, seemed to grasp the underlying sentiment. "All right," Cheng acquiesced. "Lashid, Kirk, Nick, Javale, let us test the mettle of our leader Eastern together, shall we?" Upon Cheng's acceptance, a wave of relief washed over Blatch, who then turned to the 4 individuals on the sidelines. The players named by Blatch, Lashid Lewis, Kirk Henrich, Nick Young, and Javale McGee paused momentarily, their expression shifting to various shades of surprise. Did Andre Blatch still harbor aspirations of defying the new ownership and management's intentions to seize the role of team leader? It is worth recalling that the last individual to attempt such folly, Ricky Davis, was traded away within 2 months of LeBron's rookie season. Suddenly, a clear voice resonated throughout the court, prompting everyone to turn their heads. Rashard Lewis had spoken. Unlike in the original timeline, Lewis did not wait until December. He had exchanged teams with the General, Gilbert Arenas, back in July. Similar to the original timeline, their trade involved no additional players. The Wizards appeared eager to part with their former leader, Gilbert Arenas, to make way for Eastern Cheng, even discarding Rashard Lewis, whom they had previously valued. Their dismissive posture suggested a lack of concern regarding the worthiness of the trade partner. The Wizards' actions, however, sent the Magic into a state of complete disarray. They were unwilling to hold on to Rashard Lewis. In their eyes, Gilbert Arenas might still have a chance to redeem himself upon his return from suspension, especially considering that before his ban, he had averaged 22, 6 points, 4, 2 rebounds, and 7, 2 assists over 32 games. Conversely, Rashard Lewis had become a burden of a contract. Consequently, the Magic proactively approached the Wizards, foregoing any notion of waiting to see how Arenas performed upon his return or what additional concessions the Wizards might offer. The decision was straightforward, a swap, plain and simple. The Wizards management welcomed the Magic's request with open arms. Those who have dealt with him understand that the enigmatic Gilbert Arenas is a fragile troublemaker, often hindered by injuries. In contrast, Rashard Lewis exhibits a far superior professional attitude compared to Arenas. Although he may not be as productive given his hefty salary, at least he does not stir up controversies. Furthermore, the Wizards management believed that a change of environment might just allow Lewis to regain his former glory. More importantly, Lewis's substantial contract would expire a year sooner than Arenas's. Born on August 8, 1979, in Pineville, Louisiana, Rashard Lewis, now 31, remains in his prime. In 2007, the Supersonics, who had selected Kevin Durant, aimed for a rebuild. On July 11, 2007, the Magic signed Lewis to a 6-year contract worth $118 million to acquire one of the Supersonics' key players during their reconstruction, set to expire in the summer of 2013. With partial guarantees for the 2012-13 season. The financial breakdown for the contract was as follows: 14. $88 million for the 2007-2008 season, 16. $45 million for the 2008-2009 season, 18. $01 million for the 2009-10 season, 19. $57 million for the 2010-11 season, 21. $13 million for the 2011-12 season, and 1. $35 million for the 2012-13 season. This contract, the 10th in NBA history to exceed $100 million, has also become one of the most infamous contracts in the league's annals. The Orlando Magic initially aspired to reconstruct the legendary duo of O'Neal and Howard with Lewis, only to find that Lewis could not even surpass the performance of Hidoti RKO Lue, who was born in the same year, relegating him to the role of the team's third option. Lewis's remark, "You voluntarily gave it to me, I did not ask for it," has since become one of the memorable quotes in the NBA. The esteemed Gilbert Arenas is currently under his third contract, following several commendable seasons. In 2008, the Washington Wizards re-signed Gilbert Arenas to a contract worth $111 million over 6 years. This agreement took effect in 2008 and will expire in 2014. While Lewis's contract for this season and the next is indeed higher, the subsequent year offers only partial guarantees. In contrast, Arenas's contract will extend until 2014, lasting a year longer than Lewis's. Such a transaction is undoubtedly worthwhile for the Wizards. After all, the objective for the Wizards this year is to embrace a rebuilding phase, allowing the Eastern Conference to flourish. Next year is likely to be another developmental season for the Eastern teams. It is only in the following years that the Wizards will seek to trade for immediate talent, striving for playoff contention. By that time, Lewis's substantial contract will conveniently be partially guaranteed and will be expiring, allowing for ample opportunity. In the original timeline, during the exchange involving the lucrative contracts, the Wizards emerged as the clear beneficiaries. They managed to fulfill the entirety of Lewis's contract, while the Magic suffered a complete miscalculation. Arenas, upon joining the Magic, failed to become a reliable counterpart to the formidable Dwight Howard, as he had long lost his former prowess. He played 49 games for the Magic, averaging a mere 8 points per game. Subsequently, the Magic were compelled to waive him, It is important to note that even after an NBA player is waived, their salary continues to count against the team's salary cap. Consequently, the Magic's salary space will be thoroughly constrained by Arenas' hefty contract for several years to come. This may indeed be the reason Howard submitted a trade request to the Magic in the original timeline. The management of the Magic, having repeatedly failed in their gambles, left the team devoid of immediate reinforcement and thus limited their opportunities to contend for the championship. Chapter 66. Lewis and Henrich. The initial response to Andre Blatch came from Rashard Lewis, leaving many momentarily stunned. However, they quickly regained their composure. As a notorious holder of a burdensome contract, it is nearly impossible for Lewis to secure another lucrative deal after this one expires. With no carrot of renewal dangling before him, the unencumbered Lewis can act entirely at his discretion. Yet, is it not preferable to simply collect his money and depart peacefully? Why provoke Dongfang Cheng and involve himself in the Wizards' internal strife? Everyone labels my contract as worthless. But what about you, Dongfang? Without even stepping onto the court, your endorsement fees amount to hundreds of millions. Deep within, a tempest of thoughts swirled within Lewis. He had indeed secured the big contract. Despite the harsh criticisms, many would gladly endure such scorn to sign a deal worth hundreds of millions. During the 2010-11 season, Lewis's salary ranked second in the league, surpassed only by Kobe. The Big Three, in their quest to forge a triumvirate, each took a pay cut, resulting in them merely receiving max contracts that season. Specifically, the salary rankings for NBA players in the 2010-2011 season were as follows. Kobe Bryant first at 24, $806, $250. Rashard Lewis second at 19, $573, $711. Tim Duncan third at 18, $835, $381. Kevin Garnett fourth at 18, $832, $044. LeBron James at 14, $500, $000. Chris Bosh at 14, $500, $000. Dwayne Wade at 14, $200, $000. However, endorsements remain an eternal regret for Lewis. To this day, the total value of all his endorsement contracts pales in comparison to the amount Dongfang Cheng recently secured from a Nike shoe endorsement. Moreover, the players and staff within the Wizards organization are keenly aware of the rising star status of Dongfang Cheng and are well informed of his various endorsement deals aside from the Nike contract. As a perceptive individual, Lewis calculated that the sum of Dongfang Cheng's endorsements had already eclipsed the entirety of Lewis's earnings over his 12-year career. The total of all Lewis's salary and endorsements combined was roughly equivalent to that amount. How could Lewis find any justification in this situation? Coupled with the realization of his predicament and the lack of hope from the Wizards' management, Lewis naturally felt emboldened to side with Andre Blatch, testing the waters of Eastern Conference potential. Despite possessing a top-tier salary that ranks him second in the league, it is evident to nearly everyone that Lewis's standing within the Wizards is far from elevated. From the owner down to the management, the primary focus is on Eastern Conference talent, and next in line is Andre Blatch, a player meticulously nurtured by the Wizards, who recently secured a 5-year contract worth $73 million as a key player. I too wish to witness Mop's capabilities in a 5v5 setting. Following Lewis, Kirk Henrich also expressed his agreement. Others may not comprehend Lewis's inner thoughts, yet Kirk Henrich certainly does. Although Henrich's earnings may not rival those of Lewis, his circumstances are quite similar to the high-salaried, yet underperforming Lewis. Kirk Henrich, born on January 2, 1981, in Sioux City, Iowa, plays as a point guard and shooting guard. Standing at 193 centimeters and weighing 86 kilograms, with a salary of approximately $10 million for the 2010-11 season. In 2003, Henrich was selected 7th overall in the first round by the Chicago Bulls. On October 31, 2006, Henrich signed a contract extension with the Bulls for 5 years. Valued at $48.75 million, 2007 to 2012. On July 9, 2010, the Washington Wizards officially announced a trade with the Chicago Bulls, acquiring point guard Kirk Henrich, first-round pick Kevin Serafin, and some cash, while sending the Bulls the signing rights to second-round pick Vladimir Varaminko from 2006, along with a trade exception. This transaction may seem disadvantageous for the Chicago Bulls at first glance, yet it serves the needs of both parties involved. During the 2009-10 season, the Bulls performed commendably, finishing the regular season with a balanced record of 41 wins and 41 losses, securing the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference and advancing to the playoffs. As a formidable playoff contender, the Bulls opted to part ways with Kirk Hinrich, whose salary exceeded his contributions, while simultaneously acquiring a trade exception to enhance their operational flexibility, an arrangement that aligns with the Bulls' strategic objectives. Conversely, the Washington Wizards had already resolved to embrace a rebuilding phase for the 2010-11 season, allowing their young star, John Wall, to gain invaluable experience. Following the departure of the Wizards' so-called Big Three, even with the addition of Rashard Lewis, the team's overall payroll remained manageable enough to accommodate Hinrich's substantial contract. Additionally, they could take a chance on this year's first-round draft pick, Kevin Serafin, an opportunity too enticing to decline. Upon witnessing the agreements made by Lewis and Hinrich, Nick Young and JaVale McGee found themselves in a state of indecision. It is well known that John Wall holds a prominent position within the Wizards, and the new ownership's admiration for him is undeniable. To offend Wall would be to tread the path of the ill-fated Ricky Davis. Nevertheless, Wall's recent absences from the Summer League and preseason created discontent among the staff, and his endorsement deals, coupled with his status within the team, elicited envy. If they could find a way to humble him slightly, they would likely seize the opportunity. Many fans erroneously believe that only marquee players receive endorsement deals for athletic footwear. In reality, nearly every player in the league has some affiliation with a shoe brand. Endorsement contracts can be categorized into three primary types. 1. Product contracts. These provide equipment without monetary compensation, typically signed by undrafted players aspiring to join training camps or lower-profile players from small market teams. Such contracts are usually renewed annually, aiming for a total value of the provided equipment, often ranging between $5,000 and $10,000. 2. Cash contracts. The majority of players in the league fall under this category. Based on factors such as popularity and performance, players can earn between $50,000 and $500,000 in cash, alongside complimentary products or gift cards redeemable solely at the brand's retail outlets or online. 3. Signature shoes. The privilege of securing a shoe endorsement, a pinnacle of recognition, is reserved for a select few players. These contracts often include stipulations designed to motivate players to act in ways that maximize the brand's profitability. In the current landscape of NBA shoe endorsements, Nike undoubtedly reigns supreme, having signed 68 of the league's players over the past 2 decades, with approximately 300 athletes donning their gear. Adidas, too, has been diligently expanding its roster, currently boasting about 70 players, which constitutes roughly 16 of the league. In addition to the aforementioned NBA sneaker endorsements, brands such as Under Armour, Thabeet, and Reebok are also represented. Currently, the illustrious Kobe Bryant and LeBron James, titans of the NBA, endorse Nike footwear. Among NBA players, Nick Young and JaVale McGee are also bound by sneaker endorsement contracts. However, in comparison to Dongfang Cheng, one cannot help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Beyond the envy and admiration directed towards Dongfang Cheng, it is palpable that both the management and coaching staff have begun to harbor some reservations regarding his absence throughout the entire preseason, even if they refrain from voicing these sentiments. Furthermore, Nick Young and JaVale McGee, much like Andre Blatche, have been stalwarts with the Wizards since entering the NBA via the draft, fostering a close camaraderie with Blatche. It is difficult to turn down such connections. Chapter 67. Introduction to the Washington Wizards roster for the 2010-11 season. Nick Young, born on June 1, 1985, in Los Angeles, California. He plays as a shooting guard, SG, and small forward, SF. Standing at 201 centimeters and weighing 95 kilograms, his salary for this season is approximately $2 million. In the 2007 NBA draft, Nick Young was selected by the Washington Wizards as the 16th overall pick in the first round and has been nurtured by the team ever since. In the original timeline, during the 2010-11 season, the newly minted first overall pick, John Wall, did not overshadow Nick Young. Young participated in 64 regular season games, starting in 40 of them, averaging 17 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 assists per game, thus becoming the Wizards' leading scorer for the season. His exceptional one-on-one capabilities on the court earned him the moniker of King of Isolation among fans. In 2011, the Wizards renewed their contract with Nick Young for 1 year, valued at $3.7 million. However, in March 2012, a 3-team trade involving the Nuggets, Wizards, and Clippers led to Nick Young joining the Los Angeles Clippers, marking the commencement of his mercenary career. Yet, In the original timeline, during the 2017-18 season, Nick Young secured an NBA championship with the Golden State Warriors. JaVale McGee, born on January 19, 1988, in Flint, Michigan, he plays as a power forward, PF, and center, C. With a height of 213 centimeters and a weight of 122 kilograms, his salary for this season is approximately $1.5 million. In the 2008 NBA draft, JaVale McGee was selected by the Washington Wizards as the 18th overall pick in the first round. In the original timeline. Similarly, during the three-team trade in March 2012 involving the Nuggets, Wizards, and Clippers, JaVale McGee joined the Nuggets. Throughout his mercenary career, JaVale McGee joined the Warriors earlier than Nick Young and later signed with the Lakers. Consequently, JaVale McGee's total number of championship rings surpasses that of Nick Young. His career achievements include NBA championships in the 2016-17, 2017-18, and 2019-20 seasons. What are you doing? Without my command, you conspire privately? Just as Nick Young and JaVale McGee were hesitating and entangled in their thoughts, head coach Flip Saunders finally sensed that something was amiss on the court. He attempted to intervene and prevent the division of the team and the isolation of its leader. Yet, his gaze frequently darted towards Dongfang Cheng. His micro-expressions and spoken words clearly misaligned. It was evident that Flip Saunders wished to facilitate this 5-on-5 match, aiming to temper Dongfang Cheng's fervor and ensure the smooth implementation of his coaching strategies and tactical arrangements. The complete tilt of possession towards Dongfang Cheng was merely the desire of the new owner, Ted Leonsis, rather than the true intentions of head coach Flip Saunders. Yet, the owner remains the owner. Philip Saunders must have a reasonable justification and explanation for altering Ted Leonsis's arrangements. As for the losses, Philip Saunders had not contemplated that. Although Rashard Lewis and Kirk Hinrich were deemed undesirable due to their burdensome contracts, it was not a reflection of their inability to adapt to the NBA. Both players are still worthy of being considered standard mid-tier assets. Besides the newly appointed team leader, Dongfang Cheng, Andrei Blatch selections have nearly exhausted the current roster's viable talent. Andrei Blatch, Rashard Lewis, Kirk Hinrich, Nick Young, and JaVale McGee are all indisputable key rotation players. The five of them, alongside rookie Dongfang Cheng and a handful of fringe players, should easily prevail. After some reflection, Dongfang Cheng acquiesced to Andrei Blatch's request for a 5-versus-5 matchup. He grasped the underlying intentions of head coach Philip Saunders and vaguely understood the thoughts of Andrei Blatch, Rashard Lewis, and Kirk Hinrich. Although the primary assets of the Wizards had been chosen by Andrei Blatch, Dongfang Cheng believed he could still assemble a competitive lineup capable of rivaling them. Furthermore, various strategic considerations began to unfold in his mind. All right, you may select 4 teammates. The remaining players will automatically become substitutes for both teams. Coach Philip Saunders promptly declared upon seeing Dongfang Cheng's agreement, seemingly eager to prevent any change of heart. Assistant coach Randy Whitman was the first to approach Andrei Blatch. While Dongfang Cheng was recognized as the core of the team by the new owner, he was still serving under head coach Philip Saunders as an assistant. Randy Whitman understood the implications of Saunders' intentions. Additionally, the paper strength of Andrei Blatch's side was evidently superior. Victory would be the testament to his capabilities. It is worth noting that Sam Cassell, a player who had only retired in May of the previous year, lacked the emotional intelligence and quick reflexes of his colleague Randy Whitman. Upon witnessing Randy Whitman's initial choice of Andrei Blatch, he dutifully approached Dongfang Cheng. Dongfang, do you have any players or lineups in mind? Would you like me to introduce you to the remaining players to aid in your selection? Sam Cassell inquired. Sure. Coach Sam, please introduce them to me. I would like to familiarize myself with these teammates, Dongfang Cheng replied. If possible, Coach Sam could also offer me some advice. Sam Cassell's demeanor is remarkably humble, and his attitude is commendable. Dongfang Cheng is not the kind of person who confronts the world. He readily agreed to Sam Cassell's suggestions and even encouraged Sam to provide input on player selections. Although Dongfang Cheng had already reviewed the Wizards' entire summer league and preseason games through video, and had acquired comprehensive information on all the players from the Wizards management, he possessed a general understanding of each player's capabilities and readiness for competition. He had already formulated his preferences regarding whom to select. Nevertheless, Dongfang Cheng still understood the nuances of human relationships. To Sam Cassell's surprise, Dongfang Cheng's amiability exceeded expectations. However, Sam Cassell quickly set aside his thoughts and began to introduce the players on the Wizards roster to Dongfang Cheng. Among the remaining players, The most prominent is undoubtedly Josh Howard. Occupying the positions of point guard, PG, shooting guard, SG, and small forward, SF, Howard is a versatile swingman, standing at 201 centimeters and weighing 95 kilograms. He is under a one-year contract worth $3 million this season. In 2003, Howard was selected as the 29th pick in the first round by the Dallas Mavericks, making him the first Wake Forest player chosen in the first round of the NBA draft since Tim Duncan in 1997. During the 2006 to 2007 season, Howard averaged 9 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists per game, prompting the Mavericks to renew his contract for 3 years in 2007, totaling $29.84 million. However, following this lucrative contract, Howard's performance experienced a rapid decline. On February 14, 2010, Howard, along with Drew Gooden, Quentin Ross, and James Singleton, joined the Wizards, while the Mavericks acquired Karen Butler, Brendan Haywood, and Deshaun Stevenson. Subsequently, Gooden, Ross, and Singleton departed, leaving only Josh Howard with the Wizards. Despite the fact that last season, Howard was sidelined due to a torn anterior cruciate ligament in his left knee, participating in only 18 games and averaging a mere 4 points and 1 rebounds. He remains a former high-profile contract player and is still within his prime. Consequently, this summer, the Wizards management renewed Howard's contract for another year at a value of $3 million. To observe his future performance, Sam Cassell first introduced Josh Howard, a player who once commanded a near-max salary, now relegated to a contract that barely qualifies as a modest mid-level deal. Nevertheless, his past accolades still hold weight. Josh Howard is a figure unfamiliar to Dongfang Cheng, who, in his previous life, was merely an avid basketball fan, aware only of a few renowned stars and some players of particular interest. The second individual to be introduced is Yi Jianlian, a power forward and center, standing at 212 centimeters and weighing 120 kilograms, who currently earns a salary of $5 million for this season. Drafted as the 6th overall pick in the 2007 NBA draft by the Milwaukee Bucks, Yi's contract spans 4 years, totaling $13 million, with varying annual salaries. On January 2, 2008, he was recognized as the NBA's Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month and subsequently traded to the New Jersey Nets to join forces with Vince Carter. During the 2009-10 season, he participated in 52 games for the Nets, averaging 31.8 minutes, contributing 12 points and 7.8 rebounds per game. This summer, he transitioned to our Wizards team. While he possesses commendable skills, he tends to gravitate towards the perimeter for three-point shots, lacking the requisite physicality for inside play, which poses a significant challenge. Furthermore, he seems unable to relinquish ball control, aspiring to be a primary ball handler, which is another pressing concern. Sam Cassell's first remark focused on Yi Jianlian's immediate impact. Dong Cheng is familiar with Yi, and Cassell's assessment is quite candid. He has potential, yet he seems to be born in the wrong era. Reminiscent of the ball-dominant styles of future stars like Nikola Jokic and Joel Embiid, coupled with a decent three-point shot. However, such a style is not endorsed in the present age, and Yi's abilities do not quite measure up to those of Jokic and Embiid. NBA teams typically do not entrust a primary rotation player with the role of a lead ball handler. If he were to depart from the NBA and join leagues that are approximately 2 tiers lower, he would likely emerge as a star within those leagues, and his ball-dominant style could significantly benefit his team. It can be asserted that if he continues on this path, he risks being undermined. To sustain his career in the NBA, he must adapt his playing style and become the interior player that current teams require. If he cannot shift his approach and remains fixated on being a primary ball handler, his best course of action would be to exit the NBA swiftly, returning to the CBA or seeking opportunities in other basketball leagues. Together, these two players, along with the 5 from Andre's side, constitute the 7 individuals confirmed by management as the core rotation for this season's Wizards team. Indeed, in the Eastern Conference, you are the unequivocal linchpin of the team. A singular core, accompanied by a rotation of 7 to 8 primary players, along with a few peripheral athletes, represents the prevailing structure of NBA teams. Sam Cassell has succinctly summarized his introduction to this concept. When examining the principal rotation, the Washington Wizards boast a commendable lineup. In the original timeline, the Wizards, during the 2010-11 season, were merely lacking a core leader. Rashard Lewis, commanding an approximate salary of $20 million, stood as the second highest paid player in the league, yet was reduced to a mere rotational asset. Similarly, Kirk Hinrich, with an annual salary of around $10 million, also served solely as a rotational player. Within the team, there were no players of MVP caliber, nor even star-level capabilities. Indeed, the absence of a core player was palpable. It is no surprise that the original timeline's Washington Wizards recorded a dismal 23 wins to 59 losses, securing the fourth-worst record in the league, thus continuing their pursuit of a high draft pick. After all, the rookie sensation John Wall, who had just stepped into the NBA, could only muster the capabilities of a bottom-tier rotational player. Under circumstances that emphasized development and tactical ball distribution, John Wall even found himself eclipsed in the scoring race by Nick Young. While Young averaged 17 for points per game, Wall managed a mere 16 for points. For NBA teams, finding players of rotational caliber is a straightforward task. There exists an abundance within the league, far exceeding the needs of the 30 franchises. The true scarcity lies in the core level, star level, and MVP level prowess of a team. Such caliber is the foundation and assurance for NBA teams to maintain their competitiveness and even vie for championships. It is precisely because all teams possess players of significant rotation-level ability that the notion of no weak teams in the NBA holds true. After all, players in the NBA's primary rotation would be regarded as stars in other leagues. Furthermore, as the players' skills are notably high, they inevitably experience moments of both scorching hot and frigid cold performances, which accounts for the occasional upsets and instances of underdogs triumphing over giants in the NBA. Moreover, let us turn our attention to Kevin Serafin, born on December 7, 1989, in Cayenne, the capital of French Guiana. He plays as a power forward. Standing at 206 centimeters and weighing 125 kilograms, with a salary of approximately $1.5 million this season, Kevin was selected as the 17th overall pick in the first round this year by the Chicago Bulls, who subsequently traded him to our team, alongside Kirk Hinrich. In order to alleviate Hinrich's substantial contract and enhance their operational flexibility, on July 29th of this year, the management officially signed a 4-year contract with Kevin Serafin, valued at $7.8 million. In the recently concluded 2009-10 season, Kevin Serafin participated in 28 matches for the Chalon Club in the French A-League, averaging 15.3 minutes per game, with 5.8 points, 4.0 rebounds, and 0.9 blocks. In the upcoming season, it appears that Kevin will remain on the periphery of the team, as he still requires further development and growth. Sam Castle's third introduction is of Kevin Serafin, the highest-ranked rookie on the Wizards roster, following only Eastern Chung. This is a prodigious player who has transitioned from the European leagues to the NBA. In his original timeline, he did not exhibit remarkable performances. Additionally, there is Stanley Robinson, your college teammate, who was selected by the Minnesota Timberwolves with the 23rd pick in the first round. They subsequently packaged him along with this year's 56th overall pick in the second round to acquire this year's 30th pick in the first round and the 35th pick in the second round from us. This transaction marked the Timberwolves' second deal completed on the night of the draft. Earlier, they had already traded the 16th pick, Luke Babbitt, and forward Ryan Gomez to obtain Martell Webster from the Portland Trail Blazers. As for Stanley Robinson, he is no stranger to Dongfang, after all. They were teammates for 3 years in college. This is also the teammate that Dongfang Cheng will undoubtedly choose for the team's 5-versus-5 training match. Although Stanley Robinson may lack immediate impact, Dongfang is well acquainted with him. The significance of familiar synergy on the court cannot be overstated. However, the order in which Sam Castle introduced the players made Dongfang realize why, in the original timeline, Sam Castle could not compete with Randy Whitman, the 23rd head coach of the Wizards. His emotional intelligence is lacking. Had it been someone else, the first player introduced to Dongfang would surely have been Stanley Robinson, his teammate for 3 years. Even though Dongfang is already quite familiar with Stanley, an early introduction would demonstrate the importance placed on their connection. Moreover, even if not positioned ahead of the team's primary rotation players, Howard and E. Jinlian, Stanley would certainly be prioritized over Kevin Serafin, a fellow rookie with a similar draft position. Nevertheless, regarding the trade with the Timberwolves, Dongfang recalls that the current head coach of the Wizards, Flip Saunders, and assistant coach Randy Whitman both held head coaching roles with the Timberwolves, and Sam Castle also played for that team. The NBA is indeed a realm governed by personal connections. Chapter 69. The NBA is a realm governed by personal connections. The fifth player to be introduced is Trevor Booker. Born on November 25, 1987, in Newberry, South Carolina, playing the power forward position. standing at 201 centimeters and weighing 107 kilograms. He is earning approximately $1 million this season. Trevor Booker was selected 28th overall in the first round by the Memphis Grizzlies and was subsequently traded to the Wizards in exchange for a future first-round pick. Our management has taken a particular liking to this undersized power forward, whom we have scouted for quite some time. In the recently concluded 2009-10 season, Trevor Booker averaged 15.2 points and 8.4 rebounds during his senior year at Clemson University, leading the team in both categories, while his 81 assists ranked second. The Wizards are indeed in a rebuilding phase. Alongside Dongfang, they now boast 4 first-round rookies this season. However, it must be noted that Trevor Booker seems destined to be connected with the Wizards. Even though he was pushed from the 23rd to the 28th pick by Stanley Robinson, he ultimately found himself in the same predicament as in the original timeline, joining the Wizards. Next, we will introduce players who are likely to see minimal playing time next season. They are neither key rotation players nor untested potential newcomers. They are Al Thornton, Hilton Armstrong, Hamidi Ndiaye, and Cartier Martin. Al Thornton was selected by the Los Angeles Clippers as the 14th overall pick in the first round of the 2007 NBA draft. This season marks the final year of Al Thornton's rookie contract, with a salary of approximately $2.5 million. In the 2009 NBA draft, the Los Angeles Clippers acquired the first overall pick, Blake Griffin. To provide Griffin ample opportunity for growth, the Clippers traded Al Thornton to our Washington Wizards. The introduction by Sam Cassell made it clear to Dongfang Cheng about Al Thornton's situation in the NBA. Much like last year's second overall pick, Thabeet, he was yet another player whose prospects depended solely on his rookie contract. Unless significant changes occur once his rookie contract concludes, it will be exceedingly challenging for Al Thornton to remain in the NBA. Hilton Armstrong, playing as a power forward and center, stands 211 centimeters tall and weighs 106 kilograms. With a salary of $992,680 this season, he was selected as the 12th overall pick in the first round by the New Orleans Hornets in 2006. In January 2010, Hilton Armstrong was traded by the Hornets to the Sacramento Kings in exchange for a conditional second-round pick in 2016 and some cash compensation. In February 2010, in a three-way trade involving the Rockets, Kings, and Knicks, Hilton Armstrong, along with Kevin Martin, joined the Houston Rockets. However, in April 2010, the Rockets waived Hilton Armstrong. The management had always been interested in Armstrong, and since he, like Dongfang Cheng, hailed from Connecticut, they swiftly signed him to a one-year contract this summer. Furthermore, the management has already informed him that his primary task this season is to help establish authority in the locker room for you. Dongfang Cheng understood. The management of the Wizards is apprehensive about the possibility of Dongfang Cheng being bullied in the locker room. After witnessing some rookies catering to the veterans, such as fetching shoes and purchasing hamburgers, they sought to bring in Hilton Armstrong, who shares a similar background with Stanley Robinson, to eradicate such detrimental practices from the Wizards' locker room entirely. This measure ensures that the undesirable behaviors find no refuge in the presence of Dongfang Cheng. It is undeniable that the Wizards hold Dongfang Cheng in high esteem, as evidenced by their meticulous attention to detail in various arrangements. In fact, this is a reciprocation from the Wizards management following Dongfang Cheng's declaration of his unfamiliarity with player transactions and his decision to refrain from meddling in the management's affairs or offering unsolicited opinions. It is understood among dignified individuals that some matters need not be explicitly stated. One can simply observe the actions. During the draft conference in June of this year, after selecting Dongfang Cheng, Wizards president of basketball operations and general manager Ernie Grunfeld, along with assistant general manager Tommy Shepard, consulted him regarding summer trades. In accordance with the wishes of the new owner, Ted Leonsis, however, Dongfang Cheng wisely declined, asserting his lack of expertise in the matter and suggesting they proceed as they see fit. The Wizards graciously honored Dongfang Cheng's stance, recognizing that he should not overstep before establishing his footing within the team. Dongfang Cheng is not devoid of emotional intelligence. Certainly, once he has honed his skills and is poised for championship contention, he will begin to assert his influence. His insights will be reserved for pivotal moments. One must be cautious not to elevate oneself too high in interpersonal relationships, as this can lead to isolation. Hamidi Ndiaye, a center standing at 213 centimeters and weighing 107 kilograms, has a salary of $760,000 this season, minimum salary. He He was selected by the Minnesota Timberwolves as the 56th overall pick in the second round of this year's draft. Subsequently, he was traded to our Wizards alongside Stanley Robinson, and the management signed him to a one-year minimum contract to observe his potential. This individual is in addition to the Stanley Robinson trade. Accompanying Stanley Robinson to the Wizards, he naturally shares a certain affinity with him, thus belonging to the same faction as Dongfang Cheng. In the NBA, class distinctions are omnipresent, evident in the contracts of first and second-round draft picks. The league permits teams to sign first-round rookies without requiring special provisions if they exceed the salary cap. Should a team fail to sign a first-round rookie within the designated time frame, that player is treated as an undrafted rookie, free to sign with any team. Conversely, for second-round picks, the league stipulates that teams may waive their rights, and should they choose to sign a second-round rookie, they must utilize salary cap space or special provisions. Given the value of these special provisions, second-round picks typically receive minimum salary contracts, with a maximum guarantee of 2 years. Players who go undrafted in the draft may freely sign with any NBA team. Carter Martin, who plays as a power forward and small forward, stands at 201 centimeters and weighs 100 kilograms, earning approximately $470,000 this season under a non-guaranteed contract. Carter Martin was an undrafted player in 2009. On March 30, 2010, due to Randy Foy's wrist ligament injury, the management signed Carter Martin to a 10-day contract, after which he was retained until the end of the season. This summer, the management extended a one-year non-guaranteed contract to Carter Martin. He is the 15th player on the Wizards roster, the last on the 15-man list, serving as the water cooler guardian, towel waver, and enthusiastic cheerleader. So, Chung, which players will you select as your starting teammates? After the introductions, Sam Castle inquired. Chapter 70. The team's training scrimmage commences. Dongfang Cheng smiled at Sam Castle, then turned to the others, calling out, Stanley, Armstrong, Al. Eufer will be on my team. How does that sound? Upon hearing their names, Jianlian, Stanley Robinson, Hilton Armstrong, and Al Thornton exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, then silently nodded in agreement. In this situation, they had no right to refuse. Sam Castle, observing Dongfang Cheng's selections, felt a sense of affirmation rise within him. Jianlian is undoubtedly one of the only two remaining players on the team with significant rotational capability. Josh Howard, originally a key rotational player, has been sidelined due to injury and is barely able to participate, even though over 6 months have passed since Josh Howard's injury and he is recovering well. For long-term considerations, he can only play a few minutes in training scrimmages to maintain his condition and rhythm. As for Stanley Robinson and Hilton Armstrong, they are, without a doubt, Dongfang Cheng's fellow alumni from the University of Connecticut. Al Thornton, among the few remaining, possesses a degree of capability as well. Coach, are we playing full court? After selecting the starters, Dongfang Cheng suddenly turned to the Washington Wizards head coach, Philip Sanders, and inquired. Philip Sanders paused for a moment before responding, yes. Andre, you can select the starters first, and now choose 2 substitutes. The remaining 3 will join my bench, allowing for an additional player on my roster. What do you think? Upon hearing Philip Sanders' reply, Dongfang Cheng promptly glanced at Andre Blatch, asking, do you desire an extra substitute? Andre Blatch surveyed the remaining players. This year's first-round pick, Kevin Serafin. The 28th pick, Trevor Booker, the still-recovering Josh Howard. The 56th pick, Hamidi Ndiaye, and the non-guaranteed contract player, Cartier Martin. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed with Dongfang Cheng's proposal, selecting the starters first, then choosing 2 substitutes, thereby allowing Dongfang Cheng an additional rotation player seemed reasonable. Furthermore, Andre Blatch believed that an extra bench player would not significantly influence the outcome of the game, especially considering his own team's clearly superior starting lineup. I choose Kevin and Trevor as my substitutes, Andre Blatch declared, making his selection known. As unselected first-round picks, Kevin Serafin and Trevor Booker were among the most valued by the Wizards management. Well then, Josh, Hamidi, and Cartier are mine. Dongfang Cheng replied with a smile, his tone calm and composed. Josh Howard was acceptable, but upon hearing Dongfang Cheng's choice, both Hamidi Ndiaye and Cartier Martin looked at him with expressions of gratitude. Hamidi Ndiaye was a late second-round pick on a 1-year full minimum contract, while Cartier Martin was on a non-guaranteed contract after a 10-day short-term deal. If Dongfang Cheng and Andre Blatch each had 7 players, the remaining 1 could only come from among the 2 of them. They believed, especially for the sake of maintaining team chemistry with Josh Howard upon his return, that Dongfang Cheng would most likely not overlook Josh Howard. At this moment, no one could have anticipated that Josh Howard, who was selected for the NBA All-Star team in 2007, would experience such a rapid decline in performance due to an injury, rendering him without a team to play for in just a few short years. Certainly, with the unexpected emergence of Dongfang Cheng in this timeline, the trajectory of Josh Howard's career remains uncertain. In a roster of 15 players, 14 take to the court while one is left on the sidelines, creating an atmosphere of discomfort for that solitary figure. The NBA stipulates that each team may register a maximum of 15 players per season, yet only 12 may participate in a single game. The remaining 3 are relegated to what is termed the injury list, which may not solely consist of injured players but could also include reserves. Should an injury occur among the 12 in the rotation, the injured player is placed on the injury list, allowing for the activation of another from the original roster to join the rotation. Thus, a complete NBA team comprises 5 starters, 7 substitutes, and 3 on the injury list. However, while the 5 starters are a fixed requirement, the other numbers are not absolute. The NBA mandates that a minimum of 8 players must take the court for each game, with no cap on the number of players on the injury list, allowing for configurations such as 5 starters, 3 substitutes, and anywhere from 0 to 7 on the injury list. And so it is. Observing the grateful expressions of Hamadi Ndiaye and Catermartin, the head coach, Philip Saunders, instinctively furrowed his brow. Dongfang Cheng, as always, exhibited exceptional emotional intelligence. Yet, does this not encroach upon duties that rightfully belong to him as the head coach? On their very first day of meeting, he had already garnered the appreciation of 2 players, albeit ones who might soon find themselves on the chopping block. Nevertheless, this achievement stands out. Should this trend continue, it will not be long before Dongfang Cheng ascends to the unequivocal leadership of the team. Subsequently, Philip Saunders cast a glance at Andrei Blatche, who, due to the tumultuous circumstances surrounding the Big Three last season, garnered considerable playing time and delivered commendable performance metrics averaging 14.1 points, 6.3 rebounds, and 2.1 assists, thus securing a lucrative 5-year, $35.73 million contract. However, it appears that he may still be too inexperienced to contest Dongfang Cheng's position as the core of the team. The previous timeline bore witness to a similar scenario. In the original timeline, during the 2010-11 season, Andrei Blatche's average playing time surged to 33.9 minutes with contributions of 16.8 points, 8.3 rebounds, and 2.3 assists per game. However, as an interior player, his shooting percentage languished at a mere 44.5, while his three-point shooting rate was a dismal 22.2. Such figures rendered him incapable of bearing the mantle of a core player, due to the team's performance and the need to nurture the newly drafted first overall pick. John Wall, Blatche, along with the team's leading scorer Nick Young, who averaged 17 for points the following season, was soon released by the Wizards. As both teams finalized their rosters, the players began to discuss their positions. For Andrei Blatche's side, center, JaVale McGee, 22 years old, entering his prime, standing at 213 centimeters and weighing 122 kilograms. Power forward, Andrei Blatche, 24 years old, also in his prime, standing at 211 centimeters and weighing 106 kilograms. Small forward, Rashard Lewis, 31 years old, in his prime, standing at 208 centimeters and weighing 104 kilograms. Shooting guard, Nick Young, 25 years old, in his prime, standing at 201 centimeters and weighing 95 kilograms. Point guard, Kirk Hinrich, 29 years old, in his prime, standing at 193 centimeters and weighing 86 kilograms. Bench 1, Kevin Serafin, 21 years old, power forward, PF, standing at 206 centimeters and weighing 125 kilograms. Bench 2, Trevor Booker, 23 years old, power forward, PF, standing at 201 centimeters and weighing 107 kilograms. For the Eastern Ancient Formation, center, Hilton Armstrong, 26 years old, in his prime, standing at 211 centimeters and weighing 106 kilograms. Power forward, E.G. Enlian, 23 years old, entering his prime, standing at 211 centimeters and weighing 106 kilograms. Small forward, Stanley Robinson, 22 years old, entering his prime, standing at 206 centimeters and weighing 105 kilograms. Shooting guard, Al Thornton, 27 years old, in his prime, standing at 203 centimeters and weighing 99 kilograms. Point guard, Dongfang Cheng, 19 years old, entering his prime, standing at 199 centimeters and weighing 96 kilograms. Bench 1. Josh Howard, 30 years old, capable of playing small forward, SF, shooting guard, SG, and point guard, PG, standing at 201 centimeters and weighing 95 kilograms. Bench 2. Hamidi Ndiaye, 23 years old, center, C, standing at 213 centimeters and weighing 107 kilograms. Bench 3. Cartier Martin, 26 years old, power forward, PF, and small forward, SF, standing at 201 centimeters and weighing 100 kilograms. Chapter 71. The Inner Journey of Stanley Robinson before the game commenced. The 15 players of the Wizards exchanged warm embraces. NBA players are well versed in the essence of superficial camaraderie. Thus, their embraces were executed with remarkable familiarity. As NBA draft evaluations include assessing a rookie's communication skills and adaptability to the team. On the court, they may be fierce adversaries, yet off the court, they often embody the amicable facade of brotherhood. The NBA is a commercial league, where trades are perpetually a possibility. A fierce opponent today may very well become a trusted teammate tomorrow. Moreover, it is merely an intra-squad scrimmage for the Wizards at this juncture. Intra-squad scrimmages, as articulated by head coach Philip Saunders, are often regarded with a sense of camaraderie among NBA players, who seldom allow disputes to escalate into irreparable rifts. Even in matters of possession or status, players typically maintain these tensions within reasonable bounds, for to do otherwise would be deemed imprudent. Historically, instances of internal disputes over ball control and status rarely manifest publicly, akin to the infamous clashes of the OK duo that captivated media and fans alike. The management of NBA teams, much like the bureaucratic corridors of Eastern courts, harbors a disdain for unruly provocateurs. Following a brief exchange of camaraderie, the players' focus shifted to the impending contest. With the sharp sound of the whistle, this unexpected scrimmage for the Wizards commenced. The jump ball was contested between the centers while the NBA does not explicitly mandate that centers conduct the jump. It remains customary for the tallest player on the team to do so. In this training match of the Wizards, both sides coincidentally adopted the mainstream jump ball approach. With a resounding clap, Hilton Armstrong, eager to prove himself, leaped with all his might, successfully winning the jump ball and granting Dongfang Cheng the opportunity for the first attack. As the point guard, Dongfang Cheng immediately called for the ball from the backcourt, receiving it from Stanley Robinson, who fortuitously retrieved it. Andre Blatche led his team in a seamless defensive maneuver. After all, losing a jump ball is merely a minor setback. Everyone has their off days. Given the formidable strength of Andre's lineup, this was merely a trivial issue. Settling into their formation, they initiated their defense and counterattack strategy. Dongfang Cheng advanced with the ball, while his counterpart, Kirk Hinrich, attempted to guard him. However, with a height and wingspan disadvantage, Dongfang Cheng effortlessly passed the ball to the familiar Stanley Robinson. Drawing attention, Stanley promptly returned the pass. At this moment, Kirk Hinrich's footsteps faltered, his rhythm disrupted. With a swift motion, Dongfang Cheng raised his hand for a three-pointer success. The score stood at 3 o'clock. In the ensuing transition, center JaVale McGee of Andre's team surged directly into the paint. Avoiding confrontation and fearing injury, Jianlian positioned himself beyond the three-point line. Defensively, it was Hilton Armstrong and Stanley Robinson who guarded the paint. But these two players from Connecticut were clearly no match for JaVale McGee and Andre Blatche. The broad-shouldered McGee effectively blocked both opponents, allowing Blatche to execute a spectacular alley-oop dunk. Upon landing, Blatche let out a roar towards the sidelines, while Armstrong and Robinson exchanged awkward glances at Dongfang Cheng. Cheng smiled slightly, signaling that all was well. The score shifted to 3-2. In the next sequence, Dongfang Cheng began to dribble slowly upcourt, initiating his gravitational pull. Drawing in defenders intent on trapping and stealing the ball, he unleashed a long bounce pass. Stanley Robinson, prepared and poised, received the ball and made 3 swift strides into the paint, delivering a thunderous dunk of his own. The score was now 5-2. Having played alongside Robinson for 3 years in college, he had a profound understanding of Cheng's capabilities. After landing, Robinson emulated Blatche, roaring towards the sidelines in triumph. Robinson had endured quite a tumultuous couple of months. Initially selected by the Timberwolves, he found himself traded to the Wizards, where he felt merely used as a pawn to curry favor with Dongfang Cheng. Just as he was grappling with this predicament, news arrived that Cheng would not participate in the summer league tailored for rookies. On the surface, Robinson expressed disappointment, yet inwardly he was elated, overjoyed. In fact, he believed that Without Cheng, the primary ball handler, his opportunities as a newly joined first-round pick for the Wizards would inevitably increase, enhancing his performance. Indeed, in the early games, head coach Randy Whitman granted him numerous opportunities. Typically, summer league games designed for rookies and undrafted players do not see the presence of NBA head coaches, as they delegate this responsibility to their assistant coaches. However, the outcome turned out to be quite the contrary. The reality struck: NBA fringe players are still NBA players. Robinson, lacking sufficient skill, failed to seize the opportunities that came his way. Not everyone possesses the ability of Dongfang Cheng to capitalize on opportunities in the influx of chances. Due to his underwhelming performance, Robinson gradually found his share of the ball dwindling. Fortunately, the summer league featured a limited number of games, resulting in a small sample size. And Stanley Robinson had not yet been forsaken by the coaching staff. After the conclusion of the summer league, Stanley Robinson was filled with regret, believing he had not performed to the best of his abilities. He felt that, given another opportunity, he would surely excel. Alas, following the summer league, the preseason, designed to prepare for the regular season, was imminent. Dongfang Cheng would undoubtedly participate, which would influence his share of possessions. However, contrary to Stanley Robinson's expectations, Dongfang Cheng once again abstained from the preseason. Initially, amidst the mild dissatisfaction of others, Stanley Robinson harbored a sense of excitement deep within. For it was only in the absence of Dongfang Cheng, the unequivocal cornerstone of the Wizards, that Stanley Robinson could receive more development and command a greater share of possessions and shots. Having experienced the NCAA 2009-10 season, Stanley Robinson was acutely aware of how much possession Dongfang Cheng could dominate. In the early games of the preseason, the coaching staff predictably afforded Stanley Robinson another chance. After all, the preseason was under the direct supervision of the Wizards head coach, Philip Saunders, who had recently taken the helm. To discern the truth, Philip Saunders sought to validate Stanley Robinson's capabilities, assessing whether he was indeed as inept as assistant coach Randy Whitman had suggested. Moreover, it was merely the preseason. The Wizards could afford to lose. However, the competition in the preseason proved to be considerably stronger than that of the summer league. Despite Stanley Robinson's utmost efforts, he was consistently overwhelmed. His performance ranked among the worst of the 3 first-round picks for the Wizards this year, aside from Dongfang Cheng, who had not participated in either the summer league or the preseason. During the time surrounding the draft, some media outlets expressed indignation on his behalf, claiming that Dongfang Cheng's dominant ball-handling style adversely affected the performance of other players on the Eskimo Dogs team, thereby impacting their draft stock. Some even cited Stanley Robinson as an example, suggesting that had it not been for Dongfang Cheng monopolizing the ball, Robinson's court statistics could have positioned him as a lottery pick this year. Yet, following the summer league and preseason, the majority of media outlets shifted their stance, likening Stanley Robinson to last season's disappointing second overall pick, Thabeet. They argued that, as a core player for the Eskimo Dogs, his abilities were fundamentally lacking. His ascent to the first round of the NBA draft, and indeed to the NBA itself, was entirely attributed to the overshadowing prowess of Dongfang Cheng. The latter's formidable individual capabilities concealed their deficiencies. Chapter 72. Cheng, How I Miss You. The American media has a penchant for publishing articles with pointed stances, as such content garners the most attention. When Stanley Robinson performs admirably, critics are quick to adopt his perspective, denouncing Dongfang Cheng as a blight on the court, adversely affecting Robinson's performance and draft position. Conversely, during his less favorable moments, they spare no effort in belittling him, implying that even his grandmother's presence alongside Dongfang could secure him a place in the NBA. Throughout the summer league and preseason, Stanley Robinson traversed a profound emotional journey, shifting from disdain for playing alongside Dongfang to a fervent desire for his swift return. He feels that only Dongfang truly comprehends his capabilities, the sole individual capable of unlocking his potential. His other teammates from the Wizards seem utterly incapable of even executing a simple pass. He positions himself in the paint, primed for a slam dunk, yet they neglect to deliver the ball to him when he is wide open. At times, despite an opponent closely guarding him, his fellow Wizards still attempt to pass, resulting in either turnovers, blocked shots, or missed attempts. Furthermore, there are instances of ill-timed passes with less than 3 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Oh, Dongfang, please return swiftly. I miss you dearly. This marks the final phase of the preseason, and Stanley Robinson finds himself incessantly contemplating these thoughts. Regrettably, Dongfang Cheng has yet to meet Stanley Robinson's psychological expectations. only returning to the Wizards at this juncture. Furthermore, upon his return, he has found himself at odds with the ambitious Andrei Blatche. However, that is of little consequence. Dongfang Cheng is the cornerstone of the Wizards franchise. Stanley Robinson is unequivocally his ardent supporter. At least, this has been the case before he solidifies his standing in the NBA. With a broad vision, precise passing, and an array of scoring methods that may surface at any moment, Dongfang remains a formidable threat on the court. Even amidst a change of environment, within the current iteration of the Wizards, his menace remains undiminished. On the sidelines, head coach Flip Saunders observes Dongfang Cheng's distinctive offensive and defensive maneuvers, pondering to himself. He begins to realize that within this current roster, no one seems capable of challenging Dongfang Cheng's position as the leader. Dongfang prefers to seize the initiative, whether in the NCAA or during the present team scrimmages. He is always the first to unveil his most potent weapons. He places the dilemma of showcasing his individual scoring prowess versus facilitating team play in the hands of the opposing players and coaches. Randy Whitman, what choice will you make? Sam Castle, coach of Dongfang Cheng's side, glances at the spirited player on the court before turning his attention to his counterpart, Randy Whitman. As anticipated by Sam Castle, Randy Whitman furrows his brow. Nonetheless, Whitman remains unperturbed. It is still early in the game, and 2 baskets do not warrant a change in strategy just yet. Moreover, Dongfang is merely an individual. Furthermore, the MCI Center is not the NCAA but rather the NBA, where players exhibit greater individual prowess. Even marginal NBA players would undoubtedly serve as the core of any NCAA team. As the forthcoming matches unfold, Randy Whitman's predictions materialize. Despite Dongfang's continual scoring and his efforts to connect the team, Andrei's players consistently exploit the vulnerabilities of Dongfang's teammates, retaliating effectively to prevent any widening of the gap. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 35-33, with Andrei's team trailing by a mere 2 points. Remarkably, even after just 1 quarter, Dongfang was already gasping for breath. The intra-squad scrimmage resembled an NBA exhibition, a stage for players to showcase their individual talents. Strategies were minimal, if existent at all, resulting in elevated scoring on both sides. Coaches refrained from implementing tactics until the final moments. Sam Castle's initial curiosity about Randy Whitman's selections was likely to remain mere conjecture. Sam, outside of the entire team will rotate, and I shall remain on the bench the entire quarter. We will focus on During the intermission, Dongfang took the towel handed to him by the staff and addressed Coach Sam Castle, expressing his desire to test the lineup and further assess his teammates' abilities. After all, it was merely an intra-squad training match. A victory would be delightful, yet a loss would bear little consequence. Dongfang's recent one-on-one engagements and his performance in the first quarter had already established that Andrei Blatche could not supplant him in the short term. Given this, rather than fervently pursuing victory, it would be wiser to meticulously observe his teammates' performances in preparation for the upcoming 2010-11 NBA regular season. The NBA had officially announced that the season would commence on October 27, 2010, leaving Dongfang with precious little time to harmonize with his teammates. He must devise a strategy to compensate for the time lost in forging that essential synergy. Dong, are you certain? Upon hearing the words of Dongfang Cheng, Sam Castle was momentarily taken aback, and then solemnly inquired. Sam Castle was selected by the Houston Rockets with the 24th pick in the first round of the 1993 NBA draft. Throughout his illustrious career, he served various teams, including the Houston Rockets, Phoenix Suns, Dallas Mavericks, New Jersey Nets, Milwaukee Bucks, Minnesota Timberwolves, Los Angeles Clippers, and Boston Celtics. He was a 3-time NBA champion, having claimed titles twice with the Houston Rockets and once with the Boston Celtics. Additionally, he was honored with an All-Star selection and a spot on the NBA's second team during the 2003-2004 season. With such accomplishments, including championship victories, it is no wonder that Sam Castle secured a new position merely a year after his retirement. This experience has endowed Sam Castle with an exceptionally broad perspective. Among the superstars with whom Castle has collaborated are legends like Hakeem Olajuwon. Throughout his career, he has worked alongside numerous luminaries. During the 1999-2000 season, Castle formed a formidable trio with Glenn Robinson and Ray Allen on the Milwaukee Bucks, collectively known as the Three Musketeers, who averaged over 60 points per game that season. In 2003, Castle joined the Minnesota Timberwolves, where he teamed up with Kevin Garnett and Latrell Sprewell to create a formidable trifecta. In March 2008, shortly after being waived, Castle signed with the Boston Celtics, aiding them in defeating the Lakers with a 4-2 series victory, thus securing his third championship title. Despite Sam Castle's extensive experience, he has never encountered a budding star willing to relinquish control of the ball. On the contrary, it is often the case that emerging talents are far more concerned with ball possession, exhibiting a fervent desire for it, even during internal scrimmages, which are closely monitored by management and coaching staff. Certainly, Dongfang Cheng affirmed as he gazed at Sam Castle. Very well, Castle responded, casting a deep look at Dongfang Cheng before turning to make arrangements. Chapter 73, centered around Yi Jianlian and Dongfang Cheng's team, apart from Dongfang Cheng himself, who stands at 199 centimeters. All other players are over 2 meters tall, and there is a noticeable absence of guards. This season, in order to provide Dongfang Cheng with ample ball possession and shooting opportunities for his development, the management has predominantly signed players exceeding 2 meters in height, focusing on the front court while limiting the number of guards. The front court is robust. The concern lies in the potential for conflict arising from competition for possession. This mirrors last year's Clippers strategy, which traded for Al Thornton to grant Blake Griffin sufficient room to grow. It must be said that the management of NBA teams often pays meticulous attention to their prized players. However, this favoritism has become problematic at this juncture. During practice, the already limited roster was divided into two factions. Certain positions remain glaringly vacant. Dongfang will not play in the second quarter. Al, you will take on the role of point guard, with E as the focal point for the second quarter. Sam Castle had no choice but to emulate his counterpart, Randy Whitman, moving the 203 centimeters forward Al Thornton from shooting guard to point guard. Dongfang will not play in the second quarter. Upon hearing this, the players on Dongfang's side were momentarily taken aback. The first quarter had relied entirely on Dongfang Cheng's individual prowess to secure a 2-point lead. Now, with him sitting out the second quarter, could they manage? Or rather, could he? Many silently pondered this. This was also Dongfang's intention. Dongfang will be watching you from the sidelines, so showcase your talents. Observing the hesitant players, Sam Castle added. At that moment, Dongfang Cheng nodded in their direction. All right, coach. I will give it my all, Dongfang. At this moment, the players began to respond. Some directed their answers towards Sam Castle, while others pledged their commitment to Dongfang Cheng. Had it been any other coach, they might have felt a surge of anger and started jotting down names in their notebooks. However, Sam Castle had only just retired a year ago, and his player-centric mindset had yet to fade completely. Consequently, he held no objections. The arrangements made for Sam Castle and Dongfang Cheng delighted Yi Jianlian and Al Thornton immensely. An opportunity had arisen. Today marked Dongfang Cheng's return to the MCI Center after a month, and it was also the first gathering of all Wizards players at the venue. Not only was the coaching staff present on the sidelines, but the new owner and management were also conspicuously observing from the luxurious suite above. The MCI Center boasts 114 opulent suites, not only in abundance but also lavishly decorated, providing a comfortable viewing experience for fans and distinguished guests. As team owner, whenever there are no games, one can be certain that a visit to the MCI Center means resting in the luxurious suite. Given Dongfang Cheng's performance in recent NCAA seasons, his impressive one-on-one display against Andre Iguodala, and his remarkable contributions of 15 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists on 6 of 9 shooting, including 3 of 5 from beyond the arc in the first quarter, his position as the primary focus of development for this season's Wizards remained unshaken. Nonetheless, striving for increased playing time and ball control through performance was still a viable pursuit. Observing Yi Jianlian's active display on the court, alternating between mid-range shots and three-pointers, as well as securing rebounds, Dongfang Cheng silently nodded in approval. His instincts were correct. Yi Jianlian was indeed suited to lead the second unit. If Yi Jianlian wished to remain in the NBA without altering his playing style, then leading the bench might just be the optimal choice for him. After all, the capabilities of the bench unit would undoubtedly fall short of those of the starting lineup. Having a key contributor of rotational caliber as the core of the second unit would be adequate, though it remained uncertain whether Yi Jianlian would be willing to accept the role of sixth man. With Yi Jianlian scoring 10 points on 4 of 9 shooting, including 2 of 4 from three-point range in the second quarter, Dongfang Cheng found himself only trailing Andre Iguodala's team by 5 points at halftime. After all, the opposing players also needed time to rest. Dongfang Cheng was satisfied with the current outcome and score. However, Yi Jianlian, who had played the entire second quarter, clearly felt discontent with the result. During the halftime break, He sat on a chair brought over by the staff, looking dejected. There was no need for despair. The second half could still be reclaimed. After a break of an entire quarter, along with a brief intermission and halftime rest, Dongfang Cheng approached Yi Jianlian, patting him on the shoulder in an effort to console him. "Thank you." Yi Jianlian turned to gaze at Dongfang Cheng, whose yellow skin was a rarity in the NBA, and replied with a countenance full of complexity. It was at this moment that he truly comprehended the disparity between himself and Dongfang Cheng, the unequivocal first overall pick of this year. It is noteworthy that Yi has been immersed in the NBA for 3 years now and is already 22 years old, while Dongfang Cheng is merely 19. Despite this age difference, Yi's team's performance has not matched that of Dongfang Cheng's. Under Dongfang Cheng's leadership, his team has managed to maintain a mere 2-point deficit against the opposition, whereas Yi's team finds itself lagging behind. One cannot attribute this solely to the roster. Even when Dongfang Cheng's team has substituted in bench players for rotation, the opposing team, represented by Andre, is similarly positioned. If we consider player synergy, Dongfang Cheng indeed benefits from the presence of Stanley Robinson, a former teammate with whom he has collaborated for 3 years. However, the other players, including another player from the University of Connecticut, Hilton Armstrong, remain largely unfamiliar to him. This is evident from the coordination displayed on the court during the first segment. Only Stanley Robinson seems to grasp Dongfang Cheng's strategies and passing. The others appear rather oblivious. In contrast, Yi Jianlian has at least collaborated with this group of talented teammates during a summer league and a preseason, resulting in a synergy that far surpasses that of Dongfang Cheng. Nevertheless, despite this advantage, his leadership record still pales in comparison to that of Dongfang Cheng. Reassuring Yi Jianlian, Dongfang Cheng began to gather the players on his side to devise strategies. To this, Sam Castle had no objections. As a recently retired player with experience alongside multiple NBA superstars, Sam Castle was accustomed to the dynamics of the court, where the player's leader holds the final say. This feat is something that neither Wizards head coach Philip Saunders nor assistant coach Randy Whitman could accomplish. As the whistle blew, the second half of this highly formal 5-on-5 intra-squad scrimmage commenced. The first offensive play of the third quarter belonged to Andre's team. JaVale McGee sauntered into the paint. After observing a quarter from the sidelines, Dongfang Cheng had discerned the tactical offensive strategy of the opposing team centered around McGee, which bore a striking resemblance to the low-post tactics employed in Princeton. McGee positioned himself in the key, while the perimeter players endeavored to feed him the ball. Should that prove impossible, the ball handlers on the outside would penetrate towards the basket or distribute to the wing players. Once the ball was fed to McGee, he would seize any opportunity for a one-on-one play. If double-teamed, he would pass to a weak side or top-of-the-arc cutting teammate. Or his teammates could slip behind for a pass to attack the rim. Having a player of Shaquille O'Neal's caliber on a team is a sheer delight. However, when the opposing side boasts such a player, one truly understands why O'Neal is dubbed the Big Shaq. He is indeed a formidable presence in the paint. There are no misnomers when it comes to nicknames. JaVale McGee is not O'Neal. At best, he barely scratches the surface of a destitute version of the legendary center. Yet, in this Wizards practice game, he remarkably fulfilled a role akin to that of O'Neal. Observing Kirk Hinrich and JaVale McGee connect effortlessly for 2 points, Dongfang Cheng's expression grew grave. The OK duo was indeed as troublesome as he had envisioned. While the OK combination was in full swing, even Andre Blatch, the catalyst for this intra-squad scrimmage, and the Wizards' highest-paid player Rashard Lewis could only watch from the sidelines. Nevertheless, this OK duo was not O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. Dongfang Cheng was capable of responding to their offensive thrust. Thanks to his performance, Dongfang Cheng's team clung tenaciously to the score in the third quarter, always poised for a potential lead change, ensuring that the game retained its suspense. Much like Allen Iverson in the 2001 NBA Finals, he ardently countered the surging OK. Chapter 74, The Capitalist's Appraisal. However, Dongfang Cheng possessed an additional asset, an exquisite passing ability that surpassed mere enthusiasm. This has led to Dongfang Cheng not only scoring for himself, but also orchestrating the team and assisting his teammates in their scoring endeavors. Thus, as the third quarter drew to a close, when Dongfang Cheng once again contributed 10 points along with 4 assists, astonishingly, his team was tied with Andre's at 102. How does Earl see this? In the luxurious suite, Ted Leoses turned to the basketball operations president and general manager, Earl Glenfield, asking, "Boss, Dongfang's immediate impact exceeds our expectations. Initially, we believed Dongfang's capabilities were comparable only to those of a primary rotation player in the NBA, even if he surpassed that, it would be limited. The reason we designated him as the core for our upcoming season was primarily due to his age, emphasizing his potential rather than his immediate contributions. However, it now appears that Dongfang's immediate impact is indeed sufficient to position him as the cornerstone of an NBA team. More importantly, he is still not yet 19 years old. I truly wonder where Dongfang's limits lie. Magic Johnson? Black Mamba Kobe? The King LeBron? Or perhaps the league's sole deity, Michael? At this moment, Earl Glenfield was equally astounded. Although it was merely an intra-team training match, the opponents were NBA players, some of whom were former stars who had once been the core of NBA teams, such as Rashard Lewis. Yet, the current performance on the court revealed that the newly inducted Dongfang Cheng held an undeniable advantage. Nike's vision remains as sharp as ever. Whether it be Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, or Durant, they are all players that Nike has deemed valuable. History has proven that their judgment is impeccable. Jordan achieved 2 three-peats. Kobe has secured 1 three-peat and 1 two-peat, and is now vying for his second three-peat, while LeBron has already garnered 2 consecutive MVPs. Durant even clinched the title of NBA scoring champion during his first 3 years as a rookie, along with a first-team All-NBA selection and being named the best male basketball athlete in America in 2010. Presently, the endorsement contract Nike has bestowed upon Dongfang surpasses those of the aforementioned 4 individuals. Though there are factors related to the era, Dongfang's value should undoubtedly be acknowledged. At this point, Ted Leosis paused, as his emotions regarding Dongfang's month-long absence were initially mixed. Beyond the disruption it caused to the games, to be frank, there was also jealousy and resentment. Dongfang had secured an overwhelming number of endorsement contracts this month. A rough estimate suggests that the total amount is nearly equivalent to half of what I spent to acquire the Wizards. However, upon reflection, such emotions are entirely unnecessary. Dongfang is part of the Wizards. Our fates are intertwined. We rise and fall together. The more endorsements Dongfang secures, the greater their magnitude, the more beneficial it is for us. Washington serves as the capital of the United States. Yet the Wizards have never been graced with a competitor worthy of the NBA's historic summit. Ernie, I believe we have not placed sufficient emphasis on Eastern. Inform Philip that regardless of other matters, in the upcoming season, even if the basketball is entrusted solely to Eastern, we must expedite his development. This season, even if it means merely accumulating statistics, I desire Eastern to produce impressive figures. With substantial data, Eastern will bear numerous significant endorsements, at which point we can reach out to those companies for potential collaboration. Washington possesses a solid foundation. Should a superstar emerge, the basketball market here is bound to flourish. Moreover, Eastern is of Asian descent, a far superior prospect compared to the obscure American-born Asian orphan in Houston. The Asian market, the value of the Wizards. Ted Leonsis, while orchestrating the affairs of Ernie Grunfeld, murmured to himself. Listening to the increasingly faint words of Ted Leonsis, Ernie Grunfeld solemnly nodded. NBA players seek lucrative contracts and accolades. NBA coaching staff desire substantial contracts and impressive records. NBA management demands salaries, results, and financial viability. Yet, what primarily occupies the minds of NBA team owners is merely the economic efficacy and market valuation of their teams. The financial viability of an NBA team is akin to the output of a company, while its valuation corresponds to the company's stock price. Did the new owner, Ted Leonsis, acquire the Washington Wizards out of a genuine love for basketball? That would be a jest. It is merely a capital investment. Ernie Grunfeld has perused certain texts unfit for American discourse, one of which posits a notion he wholeheartedly endorses. If a profit of 20% is attainable, capital will stir. If 50%, it will take risks. If 100%, it will dare to court peril. If 300%, it will boldly flout all laws of man. The new owner, Ted Leonsis, epitomizes the quintessential American capitalist. Boss, I will caution Philip Sanders. He ought to temper his ambitions. And as for Andre Blatch, should he continue to be unruly, he will find himself departing Washington come the winter transfer period in a few months. Ernie Glenfield expressed his thoughts to his superior, Ted Leosis, who acknowledged with a subtle nod. As their conversation unfolded within the opulent suite, the fourth quarter commenced below on the court. There existed a discernible disparity in overall skill between the Eastern team and the Andre squad. For the Eastern team to secure victory, it hinged solely upon their own fervor and the ability to transcend their usual performance. At times, passion and morale can wield a decisive influence on the outcome of a match. An exertion of 120 from a capacity of 80 invariably surpasses a mere 100 derived from an effort of 80. Soon enough, the fourth quarter concluded with the score tied at 135 once more. Apart from the second quarter, Eastern had exerted himself through a grueling 36 minutes, perspiring profusely. The other 14 players on the court were not spared either, enduring the full 48 minutes of an NBA game amidst a rotation of 7 or 8. The intensity of this competition is on par with that of the NBA playoffs. The players of the Eastern team are united in their resolve, determined to prove that they are not mere fringe players in the NBA, but rather that they can thrive within its ranks. On the other hand, the athletes supporting Andre are equally steadfast, each aspiring to demonstrate that they are not simply overpaid underperformers, but rather to showcase their prowess in hopes of earning greater trust and opportunities. Inspired by the electric atmosphere of the arena and compelled by the collective will of the group, Dongfang Cheng, who initially intended to prove his capabilities and then withdraw, finds it increasingly difficult to entertain thoughts of retreat. To concede would tarnish his image and jeopardize the hard-won cohesion of his team. He glanced at head coach Philip Saunders, who, it seemed, harbored no intention of intervening. "Let us go into overtime," Dongfang Cheng declared, turning to Andre Blatch. This proclamation momentarily stunned Blatch. "All right, overtime," he responded. His eyes fixed on Dongfang Cheng, his teeth clenched in determination. Andre Blatch, would never yield first. Every player on the court harbors a dormant warrior within. If you can awaken this slumbering spirit, you can transcend your fears and manifest the ritual that obliterates the walls of limitation. Legend has it that in the arenas of ancient Rome, warriors, undaunted by death, would hear the resonant sound of war drums as they approached the brink of mortality. Any warrior who heard this drumbeat would no longer fight for hatred, nor for victory, or even for themselves. They would be driven solely by an indomitable spirit that refuses to cease. In that moment, they would gain an ultimate power that transcends all logical reasoning, as if their very lives were offered to the god of battle. This tribute was known among the Roman warriors as the ritual of Everett. This is a dream cherished by every warrior. However, the festival of Ifrith is a blood sacrifice, a rite that can only conclude with death. Today, within the Grand MCI Center, the festival of Ifrith has recommenced due to the unwavering resolve of both sides. Chapter 75. Embrace to resolve hatred. Halt. Today is already October 25th, with the NBA regular season set to commence on October 27th. Our inaugural match is scheduled for October 28th, when we will journey to Orlando to challenge the Magic. Time is of the essence. In the coming days, your primary objective is to familiarize yourselves with one another, enhance your synergy, and regain your form, rather than exhausting yourselves in an internal training match. Remember, you are professional athletes, not impetuous schoolchildren. Just as the overtime was about to commence, the voice of Early Glenfield, the president of basketball operations and general manager of the Wizards, resonated from a nearby luxurious suite. Despite the reprimand, upon hearing Glenfield's voice, both Dongfang Cheng and Andre Blatch felt a simultaneous sigh of relief. A draw, such a result is something both sides can reluctantly accept. If the game were to continue and result in a loss, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, Glenfield is correct. This is merely an internal training match, and what remains paramount is the impending NBA regular season. Beyond Dongfang Cheng and Andre Blatch, the players and staff on both sides, including Sam Cassell, also collectively breathed a sigh of relief. With a rotation of 7 to 8 players fully engaged, everyone present was utterly fatigued. Until now, they had all been reluctant to concede, which is why they held on. Glenfield's intervention was precisely what was needed. This is not a sign of weakness, nor is it fear of defeat. The team's management has exerted undue pressure, leaving us with no recourse. Almost all players harbored such thoughts. The other Wizards staff and Sam Cassell were equally disinclined to see the conflict between Dongfang Cheng's faction and Andre's side continue. The risk of injury escalates with excessive fatigue. Not to mention that if the game were to persist, a victor would emerge, but so too would an irreparable rift between them. A draw allows for a moment of respite for both sides. Andre, excellent. This season, the Wizards' interior play rests upon you. As they pondered this, they noticed Dongfang Cheng had proactively approached Andre Blatch, placing a hand on his shoulder. Andre stared at the approaching Dongfang Cheng, momentarily stunned, his expression shifting several times. Finally, drawing a deep breath, Andre focused intently on Dongfang Cheng, stating, "Cheng, I seldom admire others. From my days as a second-round draft pick to now, My reputation has been built on performance on the court, not on so-called potential or commercial value. But you, I truly respect. Upon entering the league, to achieve such a performance alongside a cadre of substitutes is truly remarkable. As we embark on a new season, you are the captain, and I shall heed your command." Listening to the words of Andre Blatch, Dongfang Cheng smiled and embraced him, affirming their commitment to strive together in the upcoming season. Even before the commencement of the 5 versus 5 match, Dongfang Cheng sensed that Andre Blatch's proposal for this competition was a final struggle for self-persuasion. Thus, he readily accepted Blatch's challenge to engage in a 5 versus 5 after their earlier one-on-one loss. As the leader of the team, one must possess the grandeur and grace befitting such a role, while also fostering unity among the majority of the team members. Richard, you are a veteran. Having been the cornerstone of numerous teams throughout your career, including the Supersonics and the Magic, and a multiple-time All-Star 2005-2009. I humbly seek your guidance as a younger player, hoping to learn from your vast experience. After conversing with Andre Blatch, Dongfang Cheng approached Richard Lewis. "Cheng, you are a player of immense potential. No, not merely potential. Your current prowess is already formidable. I have every confidence that you will evolve into a phenomenal player, surpassing my own achievements throughout your career. The Wizards are fortunate to have you, and I am delighted to be your teammate," Richard Lewis exclaimed, pulling Dongfang Cheng into a warm embrace. Following an exhausting 5 versus 5 match, Richard Lewis, drenched in sweat, found solace in the camaraderie. Dongfang Cheng, adorned with numerous endorsements, was certainly earning his keep. Yet, he had already surpassed the level of his rookie season. The discerning eyes of the wealthy investors were indeed sharp. Their money is not easily earned. It is evident that Dongfang Cheng's accomplishments in the league will inevitably eclipse those of Lewis. As Lewis approaches the twilight of his career, why should he play the villain? Given Dongfang Cheng's immense strength and potential, it may not be entirely unreasonable to consider signing a minimum contract after this one to pursue a championship ring alongside him. After all, possessing a championship ring could assuage some of the media and fan skepticism and criticism. During this era, it has become a tradition for NBA stars who have yet to secure a championship to join contending teams in the twilight of their careers, seeking to acquire a coveted championship ring. Notable examples include Charles Barkley in the 1990s, Karl Malone and Gary Payton in the early 21st century, and more recently, Sam Cassell. While some of these players succeeded in their quest, others not only failed to achieve a championship but also sparked controversy along the way. Consequently, in the realm of the original timeline, it has become increasingly rare for unchampioned stars to join contending teams in hopes of securing a championship ring. However, there are exceptions, such as James Harden in the original timeline. Ultimately, as fate would have it, he transitioned from a mere participant to a pivotal player. Following Richard Lewis, Eastern then approached Kirk Hinrich with a smile, saying, "Kirk, in the upcoming season, we are destined to be the primary backcourt duo. You must take more shots to allow me to rack up a few assists. In the NBA, even if a receiver shoots after the ball has touched the ground, as long as the shot results in a score, it will be counted as an assist. An assist, in basketball terminology, refers to the act of a player with the ball passing it to a teammate, thereby enabling the latter to score directly. The NBA has meticulously defined the parameters surrounding assists and their statistical significance. Firstly, during active play, when the out-of-bounds player touches the ball, the game clock halts, rendering assist statistics invalid. Additionally, 3 major definitions are primarily included. Firstly, the player from whom the scoring player received the ball is credited with the assist, excluding others involved in the passing sequence. Secondly, direct scoring is defined as the series of scoring actions taken by the scoring player after receiving the ball, attributed to the opportunity created by that pass, excluding points scored from free throws resulting from fouls. Thirdly, direct scoring refers specifically to points made through shooting or layups, excluding second-chance points following rebounds. I shall do my utmost." Kirk Hinrich chuckled and embraced Dongfang Cheng in a warm hug. Observing the jovial exchanges between Dongfang Cheng and his teammates on the court, Wizards head coach Philip Sanders felt a subtle furrowing of his brow. He had refrained from intervening during the evenly matched 4 quarters, allowing the weary yet resolute players on both sides to persist in their contest. His primary rationale was the foresight that, once the tie was resolved, a scenario such as the current one would unfold. A rookie core, comprised of a blend of substitutes and starters, would inevitably establish its authority within the Wizards, significantly constraining his tactical decisions and player deployments. By permitting the ongoing competition between Dongfang Cheng's side and Andre Blatch's, irrespective of the outcome, a rift would emerge between the two factions. At that juncture, he would assume the role of an impartial arbiter, thereby solidifying his own authority. Regrettably, this foreseeable outcome was disrupted by Earl N. Glenfield. In summary, the exuberant voice of the live DJ echoed through the arena. Next up, we present to you the pride of the forest, the esteemed alumnus of Horace Mann High School, who led the Eskimos to 3 consecutive finals, achieving back-to-back championships, and was named MOP in the 2009-10 season, undoubtedly the first overall pick in the 2010 NBA draft, Dongfang Cheng.